Upon the deep azure ocean, a lone island is embedded. In the vast expanse, no other land is visible, a true deserted isle. On this island at this very moment, a young man stands upon the sandy shore. He wears a white t-shirt on his upper body and baggy shorts below, barefoot, as if he has just crawled out of bed. Beside him, only a fluffy snow-white Samoyed, its paw prints marking the golden sandy beach. So have I really transmigrated? Upon waking, Lin Chuan discovered that he and his pet Dabai had inexplicably landed on this island. Beside him lay a set of live streaming equipment and an agreement. Flipping through it, Lin Chuan found a page of instructions. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Chuan, you have been selected by Dabai Live. You and your pet Dabai have been transferred to a deserted island in another world. In the time ahead, you must find every means to survive on this island. Furthermore, you are mandated to initiate a round-the-clock live stream. High-tech live streaming equipment has been provided for you, operable by the power of thought. By expending viewers' tipping shark coins, you can purchase tools in the Dabai Mall to aid you in becoming the ultimate survivor of this island. Currently, it is the basic mall, where you can only procure fundamental skills and tools. As your fanbase grows, a higher-level mall will be activated, allowing you to acquire even more potent items to propel you to the pinnacle of success. Note that any physical items apart from skills will be delivered via airdrops whose locations are unpredictable. When the live stream garners 10 million fans, you will be rewarded with the ultimate prize, the ability to freely traverse between this world and your original one. If you accept this challenge, please sign the agreement. Once signed, there will be no turning back. Until you reach 10 million fans, you will be unable to leave this deserted island. Despite the formidable risks of island survival for Lin Chuan, who had always harbored dreams of wilderness endurance, the scenario did not evoke overwhelming fear. The allure lay chiefly in the ultimate reward. The power to traverse between two worlds had elevated countless online protagonists to the pinnacle of success. After careful contemplation, Lin Chuan signed the agreement. In an instant, the document transformed into a beam of golden light that merged with his consciousness. The Dabai Live Basic Mall is now open. The live streaming equipment has been activated, and the live room has been created. The live broadcast has begun. The mall has prepared a novice airdrop for you. Please receive it. A few lines of text flashed across the screen. Lin Chuan then observed a drone-like camera device on the beach soaring into the air. Simultaneously, he instinctively grasped the method to operate it. Soon after, a sudden shhh sound emanated from the right. Following the sound, he saw a burst of purple smoke rapidly rising on the beach beneath which lay an army green airdrop crate. Woof woof, the Samoyed appeared, startled by the smoke, leaping directly in front of Lin Chuan and barking incessantly at the airdrop crate. Lin Chuan smiled and patted the soft head of the Samoyed. Well then, there's no turning back now. Let's go see what's inside the novice airdrop. The now calm Dabai followed Lin Chuan as the duo hurried across the beach toward the airdrop. After swiftly opening the crate and peering inside, Lin Chuan could only twitch his lips and remark, this novice airdrop is ridiculously meager. Meanwhile, in another world, countless netizens were engrossed in a live streaming platform known as Dabai Live. At that moment, a live room titled One Man, One Dog Deserted Island Survival 247 live broadcast was quietly launched. Thanks to its sensational title, a few viewers quickly tuned in. The live stream's bullet comments appeared one line at a time, just below Lin Chuan's field of vision. Although he had never been a broadcaster, he had watched plenty and knew some essential live streaming tactics, such as the importance of retaining the initial viewers and actively interacting with the audience to gain followers. Observing the scrolling bullet comments, Lin Chuan guided the hovering drone to target the airdrop crate and with a dismissive gesture remarked, "Where would any lucky gear come from? It's nothing but this meager stuff." He noticed the comment. Lin Chuan smiled slightly and steered the camera to ascend quickly, capturing a panoramic view of the secluded corner of the island where he stood. Then Lin Chuan zoomed in, addressing himself. "Everyone, have you seen? On this island, it's truly just me. A genuine one-man, one-dog survival struggle, all broadcast live without pause. Whether or not a team follows, you will soon find out. And by the way, allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Lao Lin, and this is my pet Dabai." Facing several critical comments and ridicule, Lin Chuan simply remarked, "Then let's wait and see whether I can make it through 3 days." Halfway through his statement, as 2 more comments popped up, Lin Chuan was taken aback. Shark Rocket. That was a high-end gift valued at 6,666 shark coins. Almost enough to cover the basic skill package from Dabai Mall. 3 days. He was excited. But as a deep rumbling growl issued from his stomach, Lin Chuan realized that a pressing problem demanded immediate attention. If he did not swiftly secure food and fresh water, he truly wouldn't survive for 3 days. As he pondered this, his gaze swept along the forest's edge, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I've got it." At this moment, Lin Chuan stood beneath a coconut tree found on the edge of a palm grove. Atop the tree hung a dozen or so coconuts, and Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with longing. If he could retrieve even two, his and Dabai's thirst for the day would be quenched. Yet the coconut tree, with its bare straight trunk, soared no less than 15 meters high. This fact immediately troubled him. He couldn't even scale a few meters of a poplar. Climbing this bare coconut tree, devoid of branches to grasp, was nearly as impossible as reaching the heavens. Just as the barrage of comments animated the screen, a dozen intrigued viewers arrived, lured by sensational names. The footage remained clear and steady from a drone's perspective, with a smoking airdrop box for trending games catching the eye. Moreover, having never witnessed such a daring live session, several viewers couldn't help but tip Lin Chuan, contributing a total of over 200 shabai. Upon receiving these tips, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed in distress. He was utterly dismayed, for the viewers had warned that if he failed to climb, they would all leave. The tips had arrived at a most opportune moment. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan immediately opened the Dabai live shop in his mind. It was merely a beginner shop at present, offering only 2 sections, skills and tools. The other sections lay grayed out, marked only with the phrase "to be unlocked." Having perused it in detail earlier, Lin Chuan navigated effortlessly to the skills section, where even the most basic abilities were modestly priced. For instance, the basic tree climbing mastery skill cost exactly 200 shabai. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan made the purchase. In an instant, he felt unfamiliar technical knowledge infusing his mind, and even his muscles seemed to undergo subtle transformations. With a heart full of delight, Lin Chuan immediately addressed the live audience. "Everyone, it's not that I can't climb. I'm merely studying the trunk structure and the bending angles at various heights, contemplating the quickest route upward." Lin Chuan smiled slightly. That was exactly the effect he intended. The more others doubted, the more astonishing his achievement would be. "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll soon see." With that, Lin Chuan planted his foot firmly and, gripping the trunk with both hands, began to climb. Suddenly, he was surprised. While climbing a tree is actually that simple. In just 3 or 4 minutes, he had reached the top of the coconut tree. "This must be more than 15 meters, he exclaimed as he looked down. "Without that tree climbing skill, I would never have managed it, even unto death." In an instant, the live chat erupted in a frenzy. Clinging to the top of the coconut tree, Lin Chuan began plucking coconuts while secretly savoring his success. This maneuver instantly earned him a flurry of tips. One by one, the lush, round coconuts tumbled to the ground. Dabai, as if knowing a treat was imminent, joyfully spun in circles, panting, with his tongue lolling and his tail wagging. Alas, at the edge of the palm grove, there were only 2 coconut trees. Lin Chuan counted and found he had plucked a total of 23 coconuts. Anyway, at least Dabai and I are set for a week's worth of water. Prompted by a live chat reminder, Lin Chuan turned to see Dabai busily gnawing on a coconut. Yet the verdant husk was far beyond the reach of his little canine teeth, and his anxious, twirling, his big eyes fixed on Lin Chuan, as if pleading, "Help me, master." Lin Chuan chuckled as he casually picked up a coconut and sliced into it with his dagger. In no time, he had cut a gap in its husk. Buffeted by the sea breeze and under the scorching sun over the ocean, a parched Lin Chuan promptly gulped down the coconut water. The sweet nectar flooded his mouth, imbuing him with immediate refreshment. It's sweet, pleasantly so, without harshness and utterly quenching. He then used his dagger to have the coconut shell, setting half on the ground for Dabai to drink from while he nibbled on the flesh of his own half. Musing that the flesh was rather tasty, yet hardly filling, as his stomach rumbled incessantly. Once Dabai finished the coconut water, Lin Chuan called out, "Come on, Dabai, let's see if we can find some shellfish or crabs along the beach for a bite." Lin Chuan had initially believed that foraging for seafood by the seaside would be as easy as picking potatoes in a field. Yet as the sun steadily climbed, he realized his mistake. It took nearly an hour before he managed to find only a dozen or so shells, each scarcely larger than a fingernail. Such meager findings were hardly sufficient, yet Lin Chuan remained undeterred. Head bowed, he continued to search the beach meticulously. The live chat viewers were so caught up in the scene that it felt as if they were searching for shells alongside him. However, shortly thereafter, an unharmonious message appeared. Lin Chuan awkwardly remarked, "This stretch of beach was never vast. Now, with the rising tide, the area squeezed by the sea is even smaller." But as his words fell, Dabai, who had darted away as if understanding what Lin Chuan was after, suddenly barked. Turning around, Lin Chuan saw Dabai standing by a rock washed by the waves. The dog barked twice at him before lowering his head to nudge the rock with his little nose. Startled, Lin Chuan instinctively asked Dabai, "Is there something beneath that stone?" "Woof woof," Dabai seemed to answer with 2 barks, as if nodding. Lin Chuan ran over and remarked, "I did wonder, but every time I asked if you understood me, you just shake your head." Arriving beside Dabai, Lin Chuan forcefully moved a rock roughly the size of a watermelon. As the rock shifted aside, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Beneath it on the sand lay 2 shells, each about the size of a hand. Immediately thereafter, Dabai dashed back to the beach and began pawing at the sand. In the next moment, both Lin Chuan and the live audience were astonished, for they witnessed Dabai unearth a crab measuring barely half a hand span. After finding the large shell, Dabai promptly unearthed 5 crabs, each about the size of a palm. Following this, Dabai approached Lin Chuan obediently, sitting down panting with its tongue out and squinting its eyes, a picture of anticipation for praise. Dabai's cleverness instantly enlivened the chat in the live stream. The host took ages to find just a few small shells, and look at Dabai finding 2 big shells and 5 crabs in no time. 23:33. Is it the host relying on the dog for survival, or the dog relying on the host? Look at Dabai with its tongue out grinning. It's clearly waiting for the host's compliments. Come on, give it a pat. Is this the legendary dog from someone else's home? In just a moment, the live stream saw an influx of over 30 new viewers. Donations poured in continuously. Lin Chuan chuckled as he patted Dabai's head, thinking that even climbing a tree couldn't earn him as much admiration as Dabai's charming antics could. Glancing at the 2 vividly colored shells in his hands, he estimated that the meat within would be enough for both him and Dabai to have a hearty meal. The smaller shells and crabs could wait for the next meal. However, raw seafood was off the table. The bacteria and parasites could be lethal. With this in mind, Lin Chuan reopened the marketplace and used the donations earned through Dabai's charm to purchase the skill mastering fire by friction. He placed the shells and crabs into his backpack. Lin Chuan then ran to the edge of the forest and collected some dry leaves and branches. The host is looking for these things. Could it be for fire by friction? Are you trying to make me laugh? I once watched a survival competition where many experts failed at making fire by friction. Even those who succeeded took at least an hour of repeated attempts. Do you think the host can start a fire? Definitely not. Come on, let's place our bets on the time. It sounds like the host won't make it in an hour. Lin Chuan used a knife to carve a small hole in a dry piece of wood before finding a suitable stick to begin rubbing it in the hole. Just as the viewers debated whether fire by friction was feasible, smoke suddenly began to billow. Under the incredulous gaze of the audience in the live stream, the smoke thickened and the fine black powder created by the friction increased. To their astonishment, sparks began to appear. Quickly, Lin Chuan scooped up the glowing embers and placed them into a pile of dry grass, blowing gently. The flames grew stronger, eventually igniting completely, flames soaring high. The chat exploded in excitement. Whoa, those who were betting on the time, did you see that? It couldn't have taken more than 2 minutes. That's outrageous. Are you the reincarnation of the fire-starting sage? Those who said the host wouldn't succeed, how does it feel now? In an instant, the live stream was flooded with gifts. Amidst the flurry of donations and messages, Lin Chuan calmly retrieved the 2 large shells from his backpack and placed them by the fire to roast. With his hands spread out toward the flames, he nonchalantly remarked, "Was that difficult?" It had an air of pretending to be cool while enjoying a simple meal. "Ha ha, Lao Lin, you should stop, you're about to bruise someone's ego." As the shells sizzled, they quickly cooked. Lin Chuan first cracked open one shell, pulling out the sizable white meat inside and giving it to Dabai. He then opened the other shell and savored the taste. Though unsure of what type of shell it was, the flavor was exquisite, reminiscent of lobster. This immediately prompted a wave of drooling from the viewers in the live stream, with messages flying everywhere. Having enjoyed the shellfish meat to his satisfaction, Lin Chuan checked the accumulated donations during this segment of the live stream. The total had reached a staggering 1350 shark coins. The viewer count was also nearing 100. Glancing at the sun, which was beginning to descend in the west, Lin Chuan decided it was time to build a shelter before night fell. He had no intention of sleeping outdoors. With that thought, Lin Chuan opened the marketplace again. He first spent 600 shark coins to purchase the long-desired skill, basic survival knowledge on a deserted island. In an instant, a myriad of knowledge filled his mind, including simple trap-making methods. Next, he acquired the skill mastery of basic shelter construction, which was pricier due to its comprehensive nature, costing another 600 shark coins. The ideal location for a shelter would be a low-lying area in the forest near a water source, providing warmth and reducing the risk of being struck by lightning. Importantly, it would be easier to find food in the forest than by the seaside. Thus, Lin Chuan stood up and gazed into the dense woods. However, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around the forest's edge quickly deterred him from that idea. The problem remained. He lacked proper equipment, not even shoes, and recklessly entering the forest without knowing if he could find an appropriate shelter before dark was far too dangerous. After briefly explaining to the viewers in the livestream, Lin Chuan said, "So let's set up a temporary shelter on the beach today. But since it's temporary, let's not make it too elaborate. Just a small grass hut for now." Once this was said, the chat erupted again. Do you think the host can finish building the grass hut before dark? I think it's going to be tough. Not to mention whether the host can build it. Just doing it alone in a day seems impossible. Newcomers, I advise you not to jump to conclusions. Remember when the host climbed the tree and made fire. Some faces got bruised. By the way, are you still around the one who promised a shark rocket if the host survives 3 days? Seeing the messages scrolling across his screen, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, thinking that with these viewers around, he wouldn't feel lonely at all. However, as one viewer pointed out, even building a simple grass hut was no small task. To finish before nightfall, Lin Chuan couldn't afford to waste a moment. During this time, the clever Dabai helped by fetching branches and even stood on its hind legs to support the wooden stakes, prompting another round of astonished reactions and donations from the audience. The sun gradually dipped toward the ocean. Despite the tight timing, before darkness fell, a small grass hut supported by 4 wooden stakes indeed emerged on the beach. At this moment, Lin Chuan sat inside the grass hut, his feet resting outside, hanging over the sand, eating delicious roasted crab while watching the sun sink into the sea with a pure white Samoyed lying beside him. This scene immediately evoked envy among the viewers in the live stream. On the beach, Lin Chuan found several dry bamboo poles that had drifted ashore from the sea, sparing him the trouble of searching for timber. Each pole was about the thickness of a calf, and fortunately his dagger was sharp enough that cutting them didn't require much effort. Thus, within less than a day, Lin Chuan successfully constructed a small grass hut. His remarkable handiwork astounded the viewers in the live stream, and by the end of the day, he had received a total of 150 shark coins and gifts. The number of viewers had also exceeded 500. On the beach, 4 bamboo stakes supported a small grass hut of roughly 2 square meters, elevated about 40 centimeters off the ground, its roof adorned with young green palm leaves sloping gently. Under the glow of the sunset over the sea, it exuded a distinct Southeast Asian charm. Enjoying the slightly salty sea breeze, Lin Chuan finished his dinner of 5 roasted crabs and a dozen small clams. After a long day of activity, he felt utterly exhausted. Dabai, having finished his meal, went off to play on the beach for a while before returning to the grass hut, where he quickly fell asleep. However, Lin Chuan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The bamboo floor tied together with vines was rather uncomfortable. Host, aren't you worried about hurting your back sleeping like that? At least find something to cushion it. A comment in the chat reminded him, and suddenly Lin Chuan had a brilliant idea. He immediately opened the Dabai marketplace and scrolled through the skill section. This is it. He discovered a skill called Basic Weaving Proficiency, and without hesitation spent 300 shark coins to purchase it. Lin Chuan then jumped out of the hut and headed into the forest to gather more palm leaves. Addressing the curious viewers, he explained these palm leaves have forks that curve upwards on both sides. They're perfect for making a bed if we cut them in half and weave them together. Lin Chuan's subsequent actions left the chat in awe. 666. The host is quite skilled. I love it. This is a pure plant mattress. Are you selling it, host? Incredible, my brother. I must admit it looks quite nice. I'm not selling, but I can teach you how to make one. You can try it yourself. As he spoke, Lin Chuan demonstrated how to weave the mattress. In no time, he crafted 5 palm leaf mattresses, stacking them inside the hut, making for a thick and soft bed. Lying down, he broke into a content smile. Surviving on a deserted island the first day had been rather pleasant. Alright everyone, I'm going to sleep now, but the stream won't stop. If you wish, you can enjoy the lovely sleeping postures of me and Dabai. He waved at the camera, saying good night. After that, he turned over and embraced Dabai, falling into a deep, restful slumber to the gentle sound of the waves. After a whole day of busyness, he was completely exhausted and slept soundly. Huh, you call that a lovely sleeping posture? You're quite shameless, host. But I like it, shameless host. Who the hell wants to see you sleep? Despite claiming disinterest, the viewers were clearly honest in their bodies, as very few left the stream, and the chat was even more lively than during the day. Little did Lin Chuan realize that his sleeping would attract more followers than a busy day's work. That night, over 1,000 viewers entered the stream to watch him sleep, resulting in over 300 shark coins and donations. The next morning, the sky over the island was bright and beautiful. Upon waking and checking the number of fans in the live stream, opened the Dabai Mall. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and purchased 5 basic skills at once. They were Basic Swimming Mastery, Basic Diving Mastery, Basic Fishing Mastery, Basic Fish Farming Mastery, Basic Fish Pond Construction. Indeed, Lin Chuan's intentions today extended beyond merely catching fish. Yesterday, he had inadvertently spotted some floating fish eggs near the rocks in the shallow sea by the beach. This indicated not only that there were fish in these waters, but also that it was spawning season. Bringing back the fish eggs to farm and hatch them. Once they grow, won't I have a stable food source? However, trying to catch fish with bare hands in the sea was an impossibility. Thus, Lin Chuan first sought out a wooden stick, sharpened the end with a dagger, and fashioned a makeshift spear. Then he made his way to the beach. Not wanting to get his only clothes wet, he first removed his white t-shirt and baggy shorts, leaving only a pair of shorts. This immediately drew gasps from the viewers in the live stream. Oh my! I didn't expect the streamer to have such a great physique. 8-pack abs. In fact, Lin Chuan's physique had not always been like this. It was only after purchasing the skill basic tree climbing mastery yesterday that his body transformed from a thin stick into this beginner fitness hunk. I confess I'm just envious of the streamer's body manual comedic gesture. Pornographic streamer am reporting you. Seeing these comments, Lin Chuan chuckled. Don't make a fuss, just consider me wearing swim trunks. With that, he bent down and plunged the spear into the water. The cool seawater instantly enveloped him. For Lin Chuan, who had been a non-swimmer for 20 years, this was the first time he felt that swimming could be so simple and pleasant. Thanks to the skill basic diving mastery, Lin Chuan could now open his eyes effortlessly underwater. Before him, sunlight streamed into the sea, presenting a crystal clear azure. The shallow waters ahead were no more than 2 to 3 meters deep. The seabed was adorned with vibrant corals. Scattered among the corals were a few sea snails and shells. Seeing these shells and sea snails brought Lin Chuan unexpected delight. Surprising finds. But he did not rush to catch the snails and shells. He merely glanced at their location and made a mental note. Then he continued swimming towards the large rock he had seen yesterday. Upon reaching the vicinity of the rock, Lin Chuan felt relieved. Not only were the fish eggs still there, but several fish that looked like carp, albeit with red tails, were currently spawning at the surface. The surface of the sea was densely covered with countless fish eggs. Seeing these eggs, Lin Chuan felt assured. He did not disturb the spawning fish. Quietly lifting his head above water to take a breath, he turned and swam back. He dove again to collect the few sea snails and large shells he had spotted earlier. Once back, he stood up in the water, which barely reached his knees, and slowly rose. He then swung the spear directly at the fish that swam casually past him. Upon retrieving the spear, the viewers saw it had skewered a fish of about a forearm's length with a red tail. Wow, the streamer is amazing, hitting it in one shot. 666. That fish must weigh at least 2 pounds. Lin, you don't have to worry about breakfast for Dabai today. With these catches, not only was breakfast secured, but the day's food concerns were also addressed. Returning to the beach, Dabai rushed over, excitedly jumping around him, as if sensing a feast was imminent. Laughing, Lin Chuan patted Dabai and waved his hand. Build a fire, grill the fish. Since making fire by friction was easy for Lin Chuan, he hadn't preserved any embers from last night. He picked up the wooden sticks and pieces he had prepared yesterday, displaying his skills, which drew another round of gasps from new viewers. Look at you all acting like you've never seen this before. Oh, what's so impressive about making fire by friction? Hey, you up there, I remember your ID. Yesterday you insisted the streamer couldn't make fire, and now look at your swollen face. As the comments buzzed, Lin Chuan occasionally chimed in. They both feasted heartily that meal. He devoured nearly half of a small 3-pound fish. After all, he had a big project ahead. How could he work without a full stomach? Once, sated Lin Chuan performed a set of morning exercises. When he shared what he was about to undertake with the viewers, it instantly sparked a flurry of comments. Wow, the streamer is impressive. You can also build fish ponds. Is it true? The streamer can build a fish pond without any tools. Tools? Well, Lin Chuan thought for a moment. Don't worry, they'll arrive soon. With that, he reopened the Dosha Mall and purchased the skill basic stone tool crafting. Next, Lin Chuan ran to the beach and found several flat stones. With remarkable ease, he polished them, then searched for suitable. Due to the limited size of the fish pond, too large, and it would suffer from seepage issues, Jiang Chun found it impossible to raise ocean fish, there only managing to hatch a few fish eggs. If it weren't for the spawning season of the red-tailed fish, this fish pond would have been utterly meaningless. Nevertheless, at present, the small grass hut and the fish pond have resolved his immediate needs for shelter and food. However, there remained another pressing issue: freshwater. Through his knowledge of basic wilderness survival, Jiang Chun learned that while coconut water could quench thirst, relying solely on it for an extended period could easily lead to diarrhea. On this deserted island, where the bacterial environment was complex and no anti-diarrheal medications were available, a bout of diarrhea could turn into dysentery, which would be fatal. Sitting by the fish pond, Jiang Chun gazed into the depths of the forest. There was no need to worry about the absence of fresh water on the island. The presence of trees indicated that fresh water must exist, as any terrestrial plant requires it to thrive. The problem was that he was still hesitant to venture in. I hope that esteemed figure won't go back on his word, he mused, opening the profile of a user named Lao Ma Hui Chun in the live streaming room. His profile revealed that he held the Supreme Tycoon badge. According to the badge upgrade rules of Dosha Live, one would need to have donated hundreds of thousands to earn such a title. Although the tycoon had not spoken since making the bet, and saying, backtracking is for sons, Jiang Chun speculated that someone of his stature wouldn't tarnish his reputation over a mere shark rocket. He had previously mentioned that once he received a shark rocket donation worth 6,666 shark coins coupled with his current savings of shark coins, he would be able to purchase sufficient skills and items in the Dosha Mall and immediately delve into the forest. Jiang Chun eagerly anticipated the coming day to the extent that time seemed to fly by. He repaired the fish pond, set traps at the forest's edge to catch birds, searched the beach with his dog Dabai for shells, swam in the sea for the audience to see the underwater scenery, and even collected some coral. Before he knew it, the sun had once again dipped below the horizon. That night, several viewers trickled into the live stream to watch Jiang Chun and Dabai sleep. However, the audience was not as numerous as the first night, only about 300 or 400 people, and the evening's comments were relatively subdued. But on the third morning, the live stream erupted with activity. No matter which world they belonged to, people loved a spectacle. The viewer who had bet with Lao Ma Hui Chun, known as Xiao Yang Chi Chao, had been online every day displaying the bet's terms to new viewers, emphasizing that backtracking is for sons. The shark rocket itself was an exceptionally expensive gift. Coupled with Lao Ma Hui Chun's mysterious identity as a supreme tycoon who had remained silent despite being tagged by other viewers, anticipation swirled in the chat about whether he would fulfill his promise on the third day. As a result, the chat exploded. Hundreds, even thousands of comments flooded in, all tagging Lao Ma Hui Chun. Lao Ma Hui Chun Tycoon, 3 days have passed, are you not coming out? Xiao Yang Chi Chao, Lao Ma Hui Chun Tycoon, do you want to be my son? Huh. Even if. The dazzling effects of the shark rocket exploded in the live stream room, with the top position swiftly claimed by Old Moss Revival. His donation amount surpassed the combined total of all other viewers' contributions. At that moment, the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch and a flurry of comments filled the screen. However, the buzz stemmed not only from the extravagant gift, but also from the fact that Old Ma had actually apologized to Lin Chuan. This was astonishing, as a figure adorned with the Supreme Tycoon badge revered by countless fans on the Sharkstream platform had genuinely offered an apology to a small streamer with merely 2,000 followers. Host, I sincerely apologize for saying you wouldn't survive 3 days. Although I've been silent these past 2 days, I've been watching your stream, and your performance has truly amazed and even shocked me. I also consider part of this gift as my tuition fee, as you have once again taught me the valuable lesson that one should not judge others by their appearance. I will continue to follow your streams from now on. While Old Moss Revival might become Lin Chuan's significant benefactor in the upcoming days, Lin Chuan casually responded to his donations and apology with a few simple remarks. After all, he was the survival tough guy, and bowing and scraping for a shark rocket was wholly inconsistent with his persona. He understood the principle of capturing by letting go. Many streamers he had observed employed similar tactics, perhaps to maintain an aura of mystery befitting a big shot. Once Old Ma finished his few words, he fell silent again. Although the comments in the live stream remained lively, Lin Chuan quietly opened the Shark Mall. It was already the 4th day since he arrived on this island. The first 2 days had been relatively comfortable, but as time passed, the survival issues posed by the island began to surface. The first concern was fresh water. Setting aside the risk of diarrhea, he initially thought that the 23 coconuts he harvested on the first day would suffice for a week. However, the relentless sun had rapidly drained both his and the big white's bodily fluids, leading to a demand for fresh water that far exceeded expectations. Now only 1 coconut remained. If he could not find enough fresh water by tomorrow, the island's midday temperature would soar above 30 degrees, and a single afternoon could leave him dehydrated. Next was the food situation, which he had presumed was temporarily resolved. In reality, the shellfish, sea snails, crabs, and fish he had caught could only replenish his protein and fat needs. The primary source of energy, carbohydrates found in grains and tubers, was completely lacking. This explained why, after constructing a shelter and fish pond, he suddenly felt fatigued and disinterested in further tasks today. Big White, too, lay languidly at Lin Chuan's feet, devoid of the vigor it had displayed in the previous days. Most critically, the stretch of beach he occupied was flanked by cliffs on either side, with a forest behind, leaving an alarmingly small area. Unless he found a way out, he would soon run out of shellfish, crabs, and fish to eat, as he had already exhausted what was available nearby. The fish eggs in his fish pond would take at least 4 days to hatch, and even then they would only provide enough food for a week at most for him and Big White. Therefore, Lin Chuan needed to venture into the forest urgently. In addition to sourcing sufficient fresh water and carbohydrates, he had to find a stable food supply as soon as possible. To prepare thoroughly for his entry into the forest, Lin Chuan made a lavish purchase in the Shark Mall, spending 10,000 shark coins. He acquired basic skills worth 200 shark coins, covering essentials like basic forest walking, basic climbing, basic wilderness combat, and basic marine combat, each costing 600 shark coins without hesitation. Each skill came with a brief introduction. Basic forest. Walking in the forest, the greatest dangers often come from small creatures like scorpions, venomous insects, and snakes. This skill enhances your observation, quickens your movements, and improves your reaction to evade danger. Basic climbing. You can choose the safest routes to easily ascend low, steep slopes or cliffs. Basic wilderness combat. You can identify weaknesses to take down medium-sized terrestrial animals like foxes and wild boars. Note this skill only applies in close combat and cannot replace hunting skills. Basic marine combat. You will master techniques for taking down medium to large marine creatures like sea lions and lemon sharks. In addition to skills, Lin Chuan bought some basic items, all of which were exorbitantly priced. A roll of toilet paper was indispensable. Relying on grass leaves for long-term use posed hygiene risks and the danger of infection from dysentery. Next came a pair of grass sandals. Entering the forest barefoot was akin to courting death. Although he had learned to weave, he could not find suitable grass nearby. Antibiotics were also absolutely necessary, as minor injuries in the forest could lead to infections, and without timely antibiotics, he would be finished. However, such medicinal items were extremely costly. Lin Chuan spent 3,000 shark coins to buy just 2 pills. Thus, these 2 antibiotics were life-saving and should only be used in dire emergencies. Next was a bottle of mosquito repellent. In fact, it was the swarms of tiny mosquitoes in the forest that had deterred Lin Chuan from entering. He had been bitten on the shoulder by a mosquito while setting up a bird trap at the forest's edge yesterday, leaving half of his shoulder red and swollen. It was easy to imagine the peril of facing a horde of mosquitoes. One could easily suffer severe consequences. Lastly, he bought 2 lengths of hemp rope. After purchasing these items, Lin Chuan briefly scanned the mall before exiting. The lack of funds was one concern. The main issue was that he was still in the basic mall, which offered limited useful items. He could only unlock the next level of the mall once his follower count reached 100,000. Although I have gained 2,890 followers in just 4 days, which is quite rapid, the distance to 100,000 is still daunting, he murmured to himself, rising to survey his surroundings while waiting for the purple smoke to rise. Hopefully my first purchase of physical items won't drop too far away. If it lands deep in the forest, it would render my purchase meaningless. Just then, with a soft whoosh, he looked toward the direction the beach extended and saw a plume of purple smoke rising from the sea. Lin Chuan immediately felt a wave of relief. Although it was over the ocean, it was fortunately near shore, and with his mastery of the basic swimming proficiency skill, swimming this distance would be a breeze. However, just as he was about to plunge into the water, his enhanced observation from the basic forest walking skill allowed him to spot a terrifying shadow swimming beneath the surface of the sea between him and the airdrop, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Lin Chuan had previously informed the viewers in the live stream about the existence of airdrops. He explained that whenever he received a certain amount of gifts, an airdrop would be triggered. Although this could be seen as a form of cheating, the audience surprisingly did not mind. On the contrary, they found the unpredictability of the airdrop's landing point added an adventurous element, making it intriguing and enhancing their desire to give gifts. At this moment, some quick-witted viewers pointed out the purple smoke rising from the sea. 666. There really is an airdrop. By the way, this airdrop must be from Lao Ma Hui Chun, right? Lao Ma Hui Chun, brother Ma, come out quickly and let old Lin check what's inside the airdrop you sent. Lin Chuan was taken aback. A group of viewers mistakenly thought that as long as they sent a generous gift, the streamer would receive an airdrop. In a way, this gave their gifts tangible feedback, making them feel as though they were participating in a survival adventure on a deserted island. A few viewers even clicked to send a shark rocket, but silently returned when they saw their account balance. Then one of them sent a message. Old Lin, I just realized you're a genius at live streaming. How did you come up with the idea of gifts triggering airdrops? I almost wanted to send you a shark rocket just now. Lin Chuan was already troubled by the shadow beneath the sea, but upon seeing similar messages, he suddenly realized that these viewers had quite the imagination. He responded, that's right, this airdrop is essentially a gift from Lao Ma Hui Chun. I will open it later to see what's inside. If Lao Ma agrees, I can write his name on whatever is in there. As soon as he said this, Lao Ma Hui Chun, who had been silent, suddenly sent a message. Sure, just write Lao Ma Hui Chun. 233. I suddenly envy brother Ma. Having money is great. I want that kind of treatment. But the shark rocket is too expensive. Ew, I can't afford it all at once. Feels wrong. Seeing this message, Lin Chuan had a sudden inspiration. No worries, it doesn't have to be a one-time thing. As long as the total gifts reach 6666, you'll also get an exclusive airdrop named after you. With these words, the viewer's enthusiasm for gifting was instantly ignited and various small gifts flooded in. Lin Chuan felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting the pressing problem at hand. Old Lin, if you don't hurry, the airdrop will float away. Reminded by this message, Lin Chuan snapped back to reality. Feeling a gust of sea breeze, he noticed the shimmering surface of the water. He furrowed his brow. The landing point of the airdrop wasn't too far, but the wind was strong. If it were blown into deeper waters, it would be a disaster. He certainly wanted to hurry and retrieve the airdrop, but the shadow moving beneath the water made him hesitate. The viewers in the live stream also caught sight of it. WTF? Is that a shark? It is a shark. But to be precise. Lin Chuan paused for a moment. A cloud that had been blocking the moon drifted away and the moonlight became brighter, allowing him to see the shark clearly. He explained, "Look, this shark has a flat head, small oval eyes, wide nostrils that are slanted, 2 dorsal fins, and a broad tail that slightly curves upward. From these characteristics, we can determine that it is a lemon shark." Lemon shark? Don't go into the water to retrieve the airdrop. Lemon sharks are very curious and bite at anything they see. However, the largest lemon sharks can grow up to 4 meters. So in terms of size, this one is relatively small. It should be less than 2 meters. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to fight the shark in the water? Although the description of the skill beginner marine combat clearly stated that it could be used to kill medium to large marine animals like lemon sharks, Lin Chuan instantly thought of several methods to do so. However, the skill also had a reminder that these methods require at least being on a bamboo raft to be applicable. Due to the resistance of seawater, it is impossible to kill a shark in the water. The time to build a bamboo raft was simply not enough. The airdrop would undoubtedly float away before he could gather the materials. Why aren't you talking, streamer? Are you lost in thought? You're not seriously considering how to kill that shark, are you? Don't do anything reckless for an airdrop. At that moment, Lin Chuan lifted his head. Everyone, don't worry. I'm not done living yet. I'm just thinking about how to retrieve the airdrop without disturbing that shark. Give it up, old Lin. When sharks are active, their dorsal fins break the surface. The fact that it's submerged means it's planning to sleep tonight. Plus, lemon sharks are very sensitive. They can detect you even while sleeping. So I'm brainstorming. After all, the airdrop is a gift from Lao Ma. I can't just watch it float away. Even if I have to risk my life, I must bring it back. Awesome. The streamer has principles, a real man. Lin Chuan's declaration instantly earned him a wave of dedicated fans. However, he said it not just for show. The real reason he had to retrieve the airdrop was that without it, he wouldn't be able to enter the forest tomorrow, and he and Baida would face a severe shortage of food and fresh water. Just as Lin Chuan was at a loss, a sudden flurry of frantic flapping sounds erupted from the forest behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Chuan had a flash of inspiration and dashed towards the forest. Just 2 or 3 meters into the woods was where he had set his bird trap yesterday. At that moment, a length of twine from the novice airdrop was tied to a branch, and the other end in a loop was ensnaring a giant bat that was struggling desperately. It's a bat. Yesterday, Lin Chuan had noticed something flying over the forest. Although he hadn't clearly seen what kind of bird it was, if it had been another kind of bird, he would have felt it was a waste not to eat it himself. But fortunately, it was a bat. For some reason, Lin Chuan had vowed never to eat bat meat, even if it meant death. This was perfect for executing his plan. Time was of the essence. Lin Chuan picked up a stick and struck the bat to knock it unconscious. He then carried the bat back to the grass hut, took out a dagger, first cut off its wings, and then made a small incision in its belly. Afterward, he went to the seaside, found a stone, and threw it at the lemon shark. Seeing the lemon shark awaken, the host said, "Don't be reckless. Let me calculate something for you. You are approximately 20 meters away from the airdrop, and the bat's landing point is about 30 meters from that straight line. Considering the bat's strong swimming ability, it can swim at a speed of 7-8 meters per second. That means it will reach the bat in just about 4 seconds. Assuming it takes an additional 5 seconds to sniff and consume the bat, maximum 5 seconds, since the bat is so small it wouldn't be enough to get stuck in its teeth, and then return within 4 seconds, you must collect the airdrop and swim back within 18 seconds. 18 seconds. The world record for swimming 40 meters is 17 seconds. So even if the host swam at world record speed, he would have to collect the airdrop in under a second. Come on, a world record, based on how the host swam before. He isn't faster than me. And I'm just a second-tier swimmer. 666. What a great performance. As the comments flooded in, the bat had already regained consciousness and was struggling violently in the water, its bright red blood spreading out in an instant. The lemon shark was immediately drawn to the scent of blood and darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, Lin Chuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He directly bent his knees and plunged into the sea. His swimming ability, honed by his mastery of basic swimming techniques, was not just for show. It represented the pinnacle of human capability. Why would he need to swim so fast just to find a shell? Once in the water, Lin Chuan pushed off the rocks with all his might. The moment he did, the live stream chat erupted with excitement, showering him with virtual gifts. Wow, that's incredibly fast. Are you a flying fish host? 6666, I've opened my eyes today. Where's that second-tier swimmer? Did you swim this fast? I was wrong, stop tagging me. I admit, compared to the host, am just trash, unworthy of being called an athlete. Arriving at the airdrop encased in the icy seawater, every nerve in Lin Chuan's body was taut. He forcefully tore open the airdrop, swiftly extracting several items under the gaze of his viewers. Fortunately, the items were few, and he was able to tuck them into his pants without hindering his swimming speed. However, the lemon shark reacted even faster than the audience expected. Just as Lin Chuan had swum back 2/3 of the way, the shark noticed him and charged directly toward him. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were on edge. Wow, host swim faster. They all counted down in their minds. 4, 3, 2, 1, splash. The instant Lin Chuan crawled onto the beach, the shark's sharp teeth grazed his feet. By the skin of his teeth, he escaped death. The ever-vigilant great white, who had been anxiously waiting on the shore, immediately pounced on Lin Chuan, excitedly licking his face. The tension that had gripped the audience in the live stream instantly dissipated. In an uproar, comments with the same sentiments exploded in the chat. 66666. Old Lin is amazing. Lin Benway is incredible. I shall call you the strongest on the surface. Shark 1 Lin Benway is ready. The live stream's performance was explosive. The number of viewers surged past 5,000 in just a few seconds. Yet Lin Chuan couldn't find joy in the moment. Instinctively, he grinned at the camera and then fell back, collapsing weakly onto the sand. He hadn't consumed much energy in the past couple of days. This time he had exerted all his strength to swim 40 meters, and the entire time he had been on high alert. The moment he reached the shore, it felt as if all his strength was drained away. Though Great White continued to excitedly lick him, Lin Chuan remained oblivious, lying on the beach and quickly falling asleep. He slept soundly. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that he finally woke up, the scorching rays baking him. As soon as he opened his eyes, Great White, who had been keeping watch by his side, leaped for joy. The audience in the live stream, like Great White, rejoiced at Lin Chuan's return to consciousness, flooding the chat with celebratory messages. The clothes he had worn yesterday, too rushed to remove, had already dried in the sun. After recalling the events briefly, Lin Chuan interacted with the audience for a while. From the comments, it was clear that the current 5,000 viewers were thoroughly captivated, having become his diehard fans. The donations had once again surpassed 10,000. With his stomach urging him on, Lin Chuan quickly prepared lunch. Today he had to venture into the forest. He and Great White polished off all the remaining shells, leaving nothing behind from the one coconut, which was drained entirely. Despite this, he still felt fatigued and weak. Thus, he dared not waste a single second. I must find enough food in the forest before dark. Of course, there was one more thing to do before that. Yesterday, I promised Old Ma that I would write his name on everything from the airdrop. Saying this, Lin Chuan found a piece of charcoal. Since I have no pen, I'll make do with this charcoal. Don't worry, I'll replace it if it gets lost. 2333. Old Lin, you are too straightforward, even writing Ma guest name on toilet paper. Old Ma replied cheerfully, write it. Why not? And Lin, based on your performance yesterday, you can use this roll of toilet paper freely. When you're done, I'll donate more. 666. Ma Go is generous. Lin Chuan was amused by a few comments. After writing the names, he wasted no time, donned his grass shoes, and began preparing to enter the forest. First, he coated both himself and Great White in mosquito repellent. Since he only had a little over 200 milliliters, Lin Chuan applied it meticulously, careful not to let a single drop fall. After applying the repellent, he smeared a layer of sand and mud on his arms and legs. Long sleeve and long pants clothing items were absurdly expensive, so he couldn't afford them for the time being, but the sand and mud would offer some protection. Next, he found a long wooden stick, cut off a section of hemp rope, and securely tied the dagger to the end of the stick, fashioning a simple spear. He used the remaining piece of hemp rope to create 2 bird traps. Then Lin Chuan placed 2 glass bottles he had collected from the beach into the backpack he obtained from the airdrop, intending to fill them with fresh water. Notably, the 2 glass bottles washed ashore indicated that this remote island existed within a world of human civilization, though the impurities in the bottles hinted that this civilization was likely still in the ancient stage. Finally, Lin Chuan used charcoal to sketch a rudimentary map of the beach's terrain on a large piece of tree bark, naming this stretch Golden Corner Beach Base 1. To survive on this island, understanding its geography was essential. Thus, he planned to explore, gradually creating a comprehensive map of the island on this piece of bark. As mentioned before, the cliffs on either side of the beach rose dozens of meters high, and this stretch of sand was merely a gap between the cliffs. The land covered by the forest behind the beach sloped upward, resembling a mountain when viewed from the sand. The mountaintop was indeed the true horizon of the island. This meant that this was no small island with a circumference of just a few kilometers, but rather a vast island of immeasurable area. Therefore, to explore this island, he had no choice but to enter the forest behind him. Rolling up the bark map and placing it in his backpack, Lin Chuan strapped the backpack on, held the spear in his right hand and the stone pickaxe in his left, setting off towards the forest. Let us all celebrate. Finally, it's time to enter the forest. On the 5th day since arriving on the island, Lin Chuan found himself venturing deep into the dense forest for the first time, leaving behind the small Golden Horn beach. With his back turned to the camp he had named Camp 1, he felt a twinge of unease as he stepped into the thick greenery. The trees were densely packed, and the air was humid, offering a slight reprieve from the scorching sun on the sands. However, the trees grew crookedly, weathered by years of rainfall on the hillside, their branches heavy with vines that obstructed Lin Chuan's view. Even after climbing a tree and surveying the area for a long while, he could not discern the height of the slope or how long it would take to reach the island's horizon. There's no choice, I must press on upward, he muttered to himself, wielding his stone pickaxe and spear to clear a path through the vines and shrubs that barred his way. Not long after entering the forest, Lin Chuan inadvertently struck a large broadleaf. In an instant, a swarm of mosquitoes lying in wait beneath the palm leaves erupted into the air like a dark whirlwind, engulfing both him and his companion Dabai. Instinctively, Lin Chuan closed his mouth and eyes, fearing the insects would invade, and grabbed a palm leaf to swat them away. Dabai, looking forlorn, crouched low to the ground, burying his head in fear. Good grief. I've never seen so many mosquitoes in my life. They could drain a person dry. How disgusting, Lin Chuan thought. What a terrible start. I just entered the forest and am already besieged by these pests. Talk about bad luck. He couldn't help but think that if things continued this way, the live stream would have to be halted. If he didn't seek immediate medical attention, he might not survive the bites. At that moment, the value of mosquito repellent was made abundantly clear. Although the swarm circled around Lin Chuan and Dabai for what felt like an eternity, not a single mosquito dared to bite them, veering away until the mass eventually dispersed. As the mosquitoes faded, Lin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief and patted Dabai, who had been thoroughly frightened. Thank goodness for the repellent, otherwise, as one viewer pointed out, I might not have made it. He laughed, feeling fortunate. Seeing that both Lin Chuan and Dabai were safe, the audience in the live stream breathed a collective sigh of relief, though they were also filled with astonishment. Wow, this mosquito repellent is incredible. The host doesn't have a single bite on him. I'll ask again, are you selling this stuff? I'm not selling anything. Besides, the items in the airdrop weren't even mine, so I can't guarantee their effectiveness. I can only say I'm lucky that this repellent works so well. While speaking, Lin Chuan cautiously used his spear to lift the broadleaf he had just struck. As the remaining mosquitoes flew away, he was delighted to discover a small pool of water beneath the leaf. Water, he exclaimed. Mosquitoes can only breed near water, and when I saw all those mosquitoes take flight, I suspected there would be water below. I was right. However, upon fully uncovering the leaf, he was met with disappointment. He quickly restrained Dabai, who was eager to drink from the pool. Although there's grass in the water indicating it's fresh, it's still stagnant. Remember, everyone, even if you're parched, do not drink stagnant water in the wild. The bacteria are too numerous, and even boiling it won't eliminate the risk of serious illness. After saying this, Lin Chuan swung his pickaxe and buried the stagnant water. This was to prevent both himself and Dabai from succumbing to thirst, and to stop the mosquitoes from breeding further. With that, they continued their ascent up the mountain. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the mosquitoes gradually diminished, but this was not a promising sign. As I mentioned before, mosquitoes breed only near water. Now that they've become scarce, it suggests there's no fresh water nearby. By the way, if anyone wants to find a water source in the wild, a simple method is to follow the mosquitoes. The more there are, the closer you are to water. After a while of walking and catching his breath, Lin Chuan used his spear to part another branch and looked up. The sun was now positioned around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, indicating he had been climbing for at least 2 hours, yet he had found nothing. The terrain was difficult, forcing him to hack at the vines and thorns while navigating around obstacles, which slowed his ascent. Additionally, the need to be wary of various small venomous creatures caused him to quickly deplete his bodus moisture. Now extremely thirsty, he felt his emotions beginning to spiral out of control in frustration. I can't go on like this, I need to rest, he declared, setting down his pickaxe and spear and finding a rock to sit on. Fortunately, during his ascent, he discovered a stem plant resembling corn stalks. Peeling it revealed a white, juicy interior from which he could extract some liquid. This would help him and Dabai replenish a bit of moisture and energy to continue their climb. He retrieved the last few stems from his backpack, peeled them, and squeezed out some juice, sharing a bit with Dabai. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Lin Chuan decided against resting any longer and stood up to press on. He needed to find enough resources before nightfall to return to Golden Horn Beach. The urgency was palpable if dangers would multiply as darkness fell. Thankfully, he had already carved a small path on the mountain, allowing for a quicker return whether today or on a future ascent. After climbing for a while longer, Lin Chuan, who had been frowning throughout, suddenly froze in realization. "I hear running water." His heart leapt with joy as he rushed toward the sound, swinging his spear to clear the last barrier of vines and branches. Before him stood a sheer rock cliff approximately 3 meters high. At the top, a small crack resembling a spring was pouring forth clear water, which cascaded down the rock face and collected in a bowl-shaped basin at the bottom, forming a pristine mountain spring. Upon seeing the water, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. However, he did not rush forward. Instead, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. For beside the pool, a snake was drinking, its dark body adorned with evenly spaced yellow bands. "It's a pit viper. This island has pit vipers." "Oh no. Host, run." "That snake is highly venomous. Just 1 gram of its venom can kill 1,000 rabbits. It's quick and perceptive. If it notices you, there's no time to react before it strikes." As several frantic messages flooded the chat, the snake had already caught sight of Lin Chuan, flicking its tongue and glaring menacingly, its head poised to attack. In response, hundreds of "Host, run" comments rushed through the chat, revealing the audience's collective anxiety. Yet Lin Chuan, the one in danger, remained composed. With his spear in hand, he charged forward fearlessly. Several newcomers who had just entered the live stream were instantly startled by the scene before them. Their chat messages flooded the screen. "This is the death viper, lethally venomous. A single bite kills within 2 hours. Anyone encountering such a creature should flee immediately. Why would anyone dare attack it? Who is this streamer? Some clueless rookie, clearly." At that moment, Lin Chuan lunged forward with his spear, only for the viper to evade the strike with effortless grace. Too reckless, utterly ignorant. How could anyone hope to impale so slender and agile a serpent with a spear? As predicted, the viper coiled back, then exploded forward in a blur, jaws agape, fangs bared, venom glistening, hurtling straight toward Lin Chuan's face. Many viewers instinctively reached for the exit button, certain he was doomed, when in the next breath they froze in disbelief. Lin Chuan stood utterly unruffled. With serene precision, he sidestepped the strike, and in the same fluid motion his left hand shot out. In an instant, he seized the serpent's head mere centimeters from his own face. He slammed it down onto the earth, then drove his spear downward, piercing the skull clean through. The sequence unfolded like poetry in motion, swift, decisive, flawless. Before the audience could even process what had happened, the viper's head lay pinned motionless to the ground. Brilliant. Audiences across countless screens clapped aloud, unable to contain their astonishment. Holy hell, I assumed he was just some greenhorn stumbling into the wild, but turns out he's a master. Total faceplant. Haha, welcome newcomer. Just ask any veteran viewer. How many of us haven't been humbled by old Lin? Lao Ma Hui Chun, absolutely. Haha, Master Ma himself vouching for him. The chat erupted. Flashing gifs cascaded like fireworks. Once the viper lay still, Lin Chuan pressed its head firmly with his stone pickaxe, wrenched the spear free, and cleanly severed the head. Even decapitated, the body thrashed violently, sending shivers down spines across the livestream. Unlike humans, snakes possess decentralized nervous systems, numerous low-level neural centers scattered throughout their bodies. Even a severed head may retain enough reflexive function to bite for several minutes. With that, he dug a shallow pit with his pickaxe and buried the head. One more note. What you just witnessed was highly specialized technique. It demands lightning-fast reflexes, explosive muscular control, and anticipatory judgment. So please, under no circumstances attempt to replicate this. If you ever encounter a venomous snake in the wild, your only sensible action is to run. 666. I love how effortlessly he flexes his skill. But seriously, what's he planning to do with that snake? Eat it, of course. Snake meat is exceptional. Tender, rich in flavor, and packed with essential amino acids vital to human health. You're sure about this? That's the death viper, a creature whose venom can kill in under 2 hours. The deadliest toxins reside solely in the fangs and venom glands, nowhere else in the body. The flesh itself is perfectly safe to consume. But first, we'll quench our thirst. So saying, Lin Chuan called over Dabai and strode to the cliff's edge. He bent low over a natural basin, a concave rock formation holding rainwater, and drank deeply, greedily. It was the first truly sweet freshwater he'd tasted since arriving on the island. He drank for nearly 5 minutes before lifting his head, sated and refreshed. Then he lifted Dabai and let the dog lap up the rest, until not a drop remained in the stone bowl. Next, Lin Chuan retrieved 2 glass bottles from his pack and placed them beside the rock face. He gathered 2 slender vines, inserted one end into a dripping fissure in the cliff, and guided the other into each bottle's mouth, fashioning a simple siphon to channel the water slowly inside. The flow was thin, if filling the bottles would take time. So Lin Chuan built a fire on the spot, intending to roast the snake while he waited. Dusk had settled. The ascent had drained him, and his stomach growled insistently. Mountain air hung thick with moisture. Most would damp with dew, unsuitable for kindling. But he'd anticipated this. Before climbing, he'd gathered dry tinder and kindling and stowed them carefully in his pack. Now he laid out the dry branches, rubbed them vigorously, and soon flames leapt upward, golden and steady. He selected 2 forked sticks, planted them in the earth, and suspended the snake over the blaze. Hiss, sizzle, crackle. The skin blackened and curled. A rich, savory aroma rose, earthy, gamey, intoxicating. Dabai lay nearby, eyes wide and gleaming, tongue lolling, saliva pooling beneath his chin. Lin Chuan chuckled at the sight. After exchanging a few light remarks with viewers via the chat feed, the meat was ready. Too hot to handle barehanded, he plucked a broad leaf, wrapped the roasted serpent tightly, and sliced it cleanly in half, offering 1 portion to Dabai. But it was scalding, and Dabai, ravenous, couldn't wait. He rolled on his back, whined plaintively, paws flailing in desperation. The chat exploded. So cute. Gift spree. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chuan envied him. You get showered with rewards just for being adorable, while I'm out here sweating blood. Ah, the undeniable privilege of cuteness. Amused, he watched as the outer skin cooled slightly, then peeled it back. Charred and brittle on the surface, yet beneath. Luminous, tender, translucent flesh, pale as moonlit jade, glistening with succulent moisture. His mouth watered. Without hesitation, he took a hearty bite. After days of seafood, this was his first proper meat since landing on the island, even if it was snake. I swear, old Lin has natural talent for food streaming. He made me crave snake. Old Lin, don't hog it all. Tell us, what does it taste like? He grinned, swallowed, wiped his lips with the back of his hand. It's reminiscent of chicken, yet carries a delicate oceanic nuance like fine fish. Tender beyond belief. Exquisitely savory. But roasting lends it a slight stickiness. Boiling would yield a cleaner, silkier texture. Shame I don't have a pot yet. As he spoke, Dabai finished his portion, down to the last scrap of cartilage, every bone picked clean. Then, tail wagging slowly, he padded over and nestled gently at Lin Chuan's feet, glancing up with those enormous liquid dark eyes, then flicking a glance at the remaining meat, blinking again, as if silently pleading, just one more bite. Utterly, devastatingly endearing. Lin Chuan sighed, half exasperated, half charmed, and pressed a hand to Dabai's belly. Firm. Full. All right, Dabai, you're satiated. No more begging. Dabai seemed to understand. At once he turned away with theatrical indignation, dashed behind a boulder, and began digging furiously at the soil. Lin Chuan laughed aloud, then paused. Because there where Dabai's paws scraped and tossed the earth, something glinted faintly beneath the loose dirt. What is that? On the black soil beneath the rock wall, a patch of withered vines was angrily cleared away by the large white creature, revealing several vibrant green plants. Each plant stood about 20 centimeters tall, adorned with palm-sized fan-shaped leaves. Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming thrill. Was this not exactly the carbohydrates he had been searching for? Had it not been for the large white creature's intervention, he would have never thought to disturb the unassuming vines, and thus would have missed discovering these underground specimens. Realizing this, Lin Chuan immediately rewarded the large white creature with the remaining piece of snake meat. He then hurriedly grabbed his stone pick and rushed to the plants. Just a few days prior, he could never have imagined that he would be overjoyed at finding such greenery. Everyone, if I am not mistaken, this is the carbohydrate we were looking for, he exclaimed. What kind of carbohydrate is this? They're just a few leaves, right? Is the host a bit confused from hunger? 2333. No, I think I've seen these leaves before at my grandmother's house in the countryside. They look like potatoes. Seeing this comment, Lin Chuan chuckled and said, this viewer clearly has some life experience. However, while they bear resemblance to potatoes, they are not potatoes. With that, Lin Chuan swung his stone pick and dug a few times beside the plants. He bent down, grasped one of the plants, and pulled it forcefully upwards. The long root stem beneath the leaves was pulled free. The root was round, and there were 3 of them resembling potatoes indeed, but the skin was patterned with concentric rings, almost as if several circular rings were layered upon one another. Is this taro? Exactly. This is taro. Like potatoes, they are a type of tuber, and consuming 2 or 3 a day is sufficient to fulfill the body's carbohydrate needs. With that, Lin Chuan eagerly plucked 3 taro from the plant. Instead of eating them right away, he first cleaned the remaining soil from the leaves and stowed them in his backpack. These taro leaves are also valuable. They can be used as medicinal herbs. Although consuming them raw can cause allergies, when cooked and mashed, they can relieve diarrhea and detoxify, proving to be quite useful in the wild. After packing the leaves while the fire was still burning, Lin Chuan peeled the 3 taro, sliced them thinly, and placed them near the fire to roast. During the time the leaves were roasting, he excavated a total of 17 taro and filled his backpack with taro leaves. Once the taro slices were ready, Lin Chuan eagerly grabbed a large handful and stuffed them into his mouth. They were not overly dry, retaining some moisture, and upon biting into them, they were crispy and delightful. I find myself increasingly envious of Lin. Not only does he have wild delicacies, but he can also enjoy potato chips. His life is quite indulgent. It makes me want to go survive on a deserted island. Please stop. Lin is capable. If it were you, even without Ma Gu speaking up, I'd bet you wouldn't last a day. Old Ma chimed him in. No, Ma Gu, spare me. Oh, I don't have Lin's skills. Watching the audience's playful banter filled Lin Chuan with a sense of companionship, and after finishing the taro, he felt a long-lost sense of happiness swelling within him. After resting for a moment, his body was rejuvenated, and the previous nagging fatigue began to dissipate. The setting sun painted the sky a brilliant hue. That afternoon, not only had he found fresh water, but he had also discovered a bounty of taro, which was quite a harvest. Thus, Lin Chuan decided not to venture further up the mountain and aimed to return to the Golden Corner camp before nightfall. He began to pack up. The 2 glass bottles were filled with fresh water, totaling over a liter, sufficient for both him and the large white creature for the night. However, his backpack was limited in capacity and could not accommodate all 17 taro. Leaving them behind made him uneasy, fearing they might be scavenged by small animals at night. With no other option, Lin Chuan gathered some vines and fashioned a simple basket. Immediately, the calls from the live stream to bring back goods intensified. Chuckling, Lin Chuan placed the taro into the basket, hoisted his backpack, picked up his spear and stone pick, and after extinguishing the fire, took a couple of steps before remembering something and returning. I almost forgot. This should be dead by now. Saying this, Lin Chuan used his spear to lift out the snake head he had buried earlier. Yet to his surprise, the snake head was still writhing with life. Feeling uneasy, he tore off another length of vine and bound the snake head tightly. Lin, why are you still holding on to that wretched snake head? Are you planning to eat it? The snake head is definitely not for eating, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. However, having this snake head might ensure I won't have to worry about food for the next few days. Huh, what do you mean by that? Just wait and see. With that, Lin Chuan carefully stowed the snake head into his backpack, and without further delay, he and the large white creature made their way down the mountain. Following the path they had cleared on their ascent, they moved swiftly. What took them several hours to climb now took less than half an hour to descend. Upon reaching the base, Lin Chuan first arrived at the spot where he had set bird traps earlier in the day. 3 traps were spaced apart at significant distances to prevent birds from being deterred from one trap due to another having caught a bird. However, Lin Chuan was somewhat disappointed to find that the first 2 traps had yielded no results. The second trap in particular had its bait consumed, indicating that it had been triggered, yet the twine was missing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the branch holding the twine had broken. It must have caught a bird, but the branch was too fragile. When the bird struggled, it snapped, and the bird flew away with the twine. 666. There were only 3 lengths of twine, and now one is gone. I feel for Lin. But, he said, touching the broken branch, this branch isn't all that fragile. Maybe the bird was just too large. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden flapping sound came from the direction of the 3rd trap, which he had already deemed a lost cause. Although losing a length of twine was disheartening, at least the 3 traps had not gone completely empty. He dashed over without hesitation. Lin Chuan quickly spotted a small bird no longer than 20 centimeters, entirely gray-black, caught in the twine. So small, hardly enough to fill a gap. The curious large white creature rushed over, intending to sniff the bird, but was startled when the bird flapped its wings and struck its nose, causing it to retreat behind Lin Chuan in fright. Lin Chuan, who had been somewhat disappointed, found himself amused by the large white creature's reaction. You're scared of such a tiny bird. Moreover, he noticed that the bird was flapping only one wing. It must have been injured. As he pondered this, Lin Chuan suddenly caught a whiff of a strange foul odor wafting in from the direction of the grass hut. What is that smell, eh? A strange stench wafted in from the direction of the beach. Lin Chuan sniffed the air. Is that the smell of bird droppings? With such a strong odor, how many birds could there possibly be? This is bad. Lin Chuan felt an ominous premonition. He hurriedly released the small black bird from its tether, holding it in his hand as he dashed toward the beach. Emerging from the forest, Lin Chuan was nearly pushed back by the intense foul air. He covered his nose and glanced at the beach. To his shock, the sand was littered with a mixture of black and white bird droppings. Looking up at the grass hut, he saw that the entire roof was nearly covered in patches of excrement. At that moment, two larger birds, of the same kind as the small black bird in his hand, each measuring about 40 to 50 centimeters, were confidently standing on the rooftop, nonchalantly releasing their droppings. Upon witnessing this scene, the large white dog Dabai immediately expressed its displeasure, seemingly enraged by the audacity of the two birds. It started barking furiously at the roof. However, to the birds, Dabai's barking was nothing more than impotent rage. They were completely unbothered, continuing their business as if nothing was amiss. Lin Chuan even felt as though they exchanged a dismissive glance with Dabai before they took off, joining a vast flock of birds in the sky heading towards another direction on the island. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Old Lin left for just one afternoon, and the camp he worked so hard to build has been turned into a toilet by these bird lords. With so much bird droppings, one can only imagine how strong the smell is. Can this camp even be used anymore? Poor old Lin. Reading the comments, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone, there's no need to feel sorry for me. Although the smell is quite strong and cleaning it up will be a hassle, I'm actually not upset at all. I'm rather pleased. What? Old Lin, are you feeling all right? Wait, you're not saying you want to eat it, are you? Eating it is out of the question. But what you might not know is that seabird droppings are a treasure, and I have a use for it right now. I'll explain the details later. However, I currently have a very bad feeling. With that, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and slowly turned his gaze towards the fish pond. Upon seeing the scene in the pond, his face turned pale. The viewers followed his gaze, and the comments erupted in chaos. Oh my heavens! The ETOL policy. Wait, did I see that right? After all that effort swimming back and forth, not a single fish egg is left. The birds not only pooped in your house, but also devoured your fish eggs. 666. The bird lords are magnificent. Lin Chuan could no longer focus on the comments. He approached the edge of the fish pond, his body stiff with disbelief. Squatting down, he searched carefully, but found not even a single fish egg. Instead, a layer of bird droppings floated on the surface. These birds sure have a sense of etiquette. They may have eaten your eggs, but at least they returned what they digested. Lin Chuan slapped his forehead in frustration. It had caught him off guard. He had only put up a fence to protect the fish eggs from small animals, forgetting to account for the birds above. If it weren't for the fruitful day he had in the mountains earlier, alongside the countless droppings that the birds left on the beach, Lin Chuan would surely have been devastated. Because once those fish eggs hatched, they would provide enough food for him and Dabai for an entire week. Silently rubbing his forehead for a moment, Lin Chuan consoled himself. Well, even though the fish eggs were eaten, at least I've acquired a wealth of precious bird droppings, so it's somewhat worth it. Besides, if these birds hadn't come to relieve themselves, I certainly wouldn't have found so much droppings. Wait, old Lin, you keep calling it precious. It's just bird droppings. What's so valuable about it? To prevent mosquito breeding, Lin Bai gritted his teeth and with great effort dismantled the fish pond using a stone pick to bury it. Meanwhile, he explained, bird droppings may sound disgusting to you, but in reality they are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and nitrates, making them an extremely high-quality organic fertilizer that not only shortens the growth cycle of crops, but can even triple yields. Thus, bird droppings hold significant economic value. I know of a small island nation that became wealthy selling bird droppings with a very high per capita GDP, where everyone is a millionaire living better than those wealthy sheiks in the Middle East. There's even a superpower that once signed a special bill regarding bird droppings. Is that true? I haven't read much, so please don't lie to me, streamer. I'm not lying. I just checked, and it's true. Bird droppings are indeed immensely valuable. I'm off to collect some. Does this mean old Lin is about to get rich? Getting rich might be a stretch since I don't have anywhere to sell it. Lin Chuan smiled and said, but it is certainly useful. Moreover, bird droppings are also excellent fuel. The dry firewood around here is nearly exhausted, and the droppings will make a perfect supplement. As he spoke, the fish pond had been filled in once again. Turning around, he noticed that the little black bird he had previously released had not flown away. Instead, it was hopping around behind him. By having been hit hard by the little black bird's wing earlier, was cautious, circling it from a distance, with a mix of vigilance and helplessness. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two adorable creatures. The bird was no more than 10 centimeters tall, with dark gray feathers and a white patch on its head, looking quite charming. Yet it lacked any substantial meat, failing to stir Lin Chuan's appetite. Thus, he had initially intended to let it go find its flock. But strangely enough, the little creature seemed unwilling to leave, hopping happily behind him without a hint of fear. Oh, I forgot. You seem to have an injured wing, Lin Chuan said as he crouched down to examine the little black bird's seemingly hurt wing. The bird didn't resist allowing him to touch it. There's no external injury. It should be fine. Just as Lin Chuan was about to retract his hand, the little black bird gently pecked at his palm as if trying to show affection. Taken aback by its cute gesture, Lin Chuan thought, could it be that you think I saved you? Well, you don't want to leave, do you? The little black bird promptly pecked at his palm again, almost nodding in agreement. My goodness, am I imagining things? Is this bird really nodding? By the way, why are all the little animals around old Lin so clever? I'm envious. Lin Chuan was also somewhat surprised. Then, all right, since you don't want to leave, you can stay here for now. As soon as he said this, the little black bird seemed delighted, tilting its round little head and gently flapping its wings a few times, then lightly pecking at Lin Chuan's hand. However, Dabai was not pleased with this arrangement. As Lin Chuan gently caressed the little black bird, he expressed a desire for it to stay. Dabai was immediately displeased. With two paws thumping the ground, it huffed indignantly, clearly showing signs of jealousy. It then trotted over, tugging at Lin Chuan's sleeve to pull him away from the little black bird. Lin Bai chuckled. All right, Dabai, it's just injured. Once it heals, it will likely leave in a few days. Don't be so petty. He ruffled Dabai's fur, but Dabai remained sullen, glaring at the little black bird. For a moment, these two adorable creatures added a significant amount of joy to Lin Chuan's monotonous island life. However, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Lin Bai had little time to indulge in their antics. All right, you two play by yourselves. I have work to do. With that, he picked up the basket and emptied the taro inside. Lin Chuan then found two sticks and headed toward the foul-smelling beach. There's so much bird droppings, I won't be able to clean it all tonight. But at least I need to clear the edge of the beach, or it'll all be washed away when the tide comes in. Thus Lin Chuan began to collect the droppings without pause. Fortunately, since these birds were relatively large, their droppings were mostly firm and tubular with few instances of wet messes. In no time, he filled the basket to the brim with bird droppings. He scattered the droppings on a section of the beach far from the grass hut to dry quickly. After several trips, a considerable area was covered. By this time, the bright full moon had reached its zenith, and it was nearing midnight. Although half of the droppings remained uncollected, they were in places where the rising tide wouldn't reach. Moreover, after being exposed to the sea breeze all night, the odor had considerably lessened. Of course, it was also possible that Lin Chuan had simply grown accustomed to the smell. In any case, it no longer affected his ability to sleep. Finally, he tidied up the droppings near the grass hut. Lin Chuan took out a glass bottle, drank some fresh water, and nibbled on a few leftover coconut pieces. He then poured some water into 2 coconut shells, adding a bit of coconut flesh for Dabai and the little blackbird to enjoy before returning to the grass hut. Though the night was a bit chilly, holding the fluffy Dabai beside the warm glow of the fire felt comforting. The little black bird hopped onto Dabai's back. Initially, Dabai resisted, baring its teeth in an attempt to shoo the bird away. However, after receiving a gentle wing slap on the nose, it grudgingly allowed the little black bird to nestle into its fur, looking quite put out, yet resigned. Lin Chuan found this amusing, and the live stream audience echoed his sentiments with exclamations of adorableness and love, filling the chat with lively comments and various gifts. As he received gifts worth over 2,000 shark coins, Lin Chuan mused that keeping the little black bird as a pet wouldn't be a bad idea. It would not only bring him joy, but also attract donations. However, without a cage, keeping a bird, well, it would have to be left to fate. After a long day, Lin Chuan reached his limit. After some quiet contemplation, he quickly fell asleep, accompanied by the gentle sea breeze and the soft sound of the waves. The night was remarkably peaceful. Thanks to the mosquito repellent applied earlier, he was undisturbed by insects and slept soundly. The next morning at the break of dawn, Lin Chuan yawned and stretched, feeling invigorated by the fresh island air. Having eaten taro the previous day to replenish his carbohydrates, he awoke feeling energized. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Dabai and the little black bird bouncing around on the beach, playfully chasing each other. It seemed that after a night together, Dabai had accepted the little black bird. Some night owl viewers in the live stream had developed the habit of guessing Lin Chuan's wake-up time. After interacting with them for a while, Lin Chuan stepped out of the grass hut with a smile. However, he felt uncomfortable due to the layer of plaque that had built up on his teeth from not brushing for 5 days. He had heard that charcoal could clean teeth, but in the past few days he had hesitated to use it. Today, however, he could no longer bear it. He took a small piece of burnt charcoal from the fire, found a leaf, and crushed the charcoal on it. Squatting by the sea, he used the water as a mirror. After a moment of hesitation, he popped the charcoal into his mouth and began scrubbing his teeth. Finally, old Lin has the heart to brush his teeth with charcoal. How does it taste? Wait until I'm done to tell you. After scrubbing for a while, Lin Chuan spat out a mouthful of black charcoal residue and took a sip of seawater. Although the salty seawater mixed with the charcoal tasted strange, he couldn't bear to use fresh water. After rinsing several times, Lin Chuan licked his teeth, pleasantly surprised. Actually, charcoal isn't bad in flavor, and its fine particles don't harm the teeth. It's quite comfortable for brushing. Anyone interested should give it a try. After finishing brushing, Lin Chuan stood up and gazed at the sea for a while, then sighed in disappointment. It didn't come today. I'll have to go up the mountain to find food again. I'll eat a couple of taros to tide me over. Returning to the grass hut, he lit a fire and tested a few pieces of dried bird droppings. The burning effect was excellent, and there was no foul smell. He roasted some taro by the fire, had a few coconut pieces, and barely satisfied his hunger. However, Lin Chuan didn't rush to the mountain. Instead, he took a few more taros and headed to the land where the fish pond had been filled in. Although the fish pond is filled, the turned soil is perfect for planting taro. I finally understand what the streamer meant about the usefulness of bird droppings. It's for fertilizing the taro. Exactly. While wild taro has a more vigorous life force and sprouts more easily, its growth cycle is also lengthy. But now that we have bird droppings, it's different. However, taro cannot be cut into pieces like potatoes. It must be planted whole to grow, so I can't plant too many right now. Saying this, Lin Chuan dug a hole and placed the taro inside. If you want to plant taro, remember to cover it with soil only after it sprouts. After that, he took a few pieces of bird droppings from the pile, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the taro. If all goes well, they should sprout by tonight. Clapping his hands, Lin Chuan looked contentedly at this first patch of arable land. He was excited about the scene when he would have a vast field of his own. Due to the limited quantity of taro and their importance as a carbohydrate source, he had been reluctant to eat much earlier, and now his stomach was only barely satisfied. As his stomach grumbled, he strapped on his backpack, picked up his stone pick and spear, and set off for the mountain. No need to apply mosquito repellent again, as the effect lasted for 3 days. This was why, although he felt sticky and uncomfortable, Lin Chuan refused to wash. Little black bird, you stay here to watch the camp. Sensing that Lin Chuan and Dabai were about to leave, the little black bird hopped along, but upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, it bounded back. Lin Chuan took a step forward, but stopped again, for he spotted 2 large creatures attempting to climb the coconut tree. A colossal coconut crab. Old Lin has struck it rich, no need to head up the mountain today. This creature, with its enormous claws akin to those of a lobster, and its ability to climb trees, is indeed the legendary coconut crab. I've never even seen one this size, let alone eaten it. I heard that coconut crabs can weigh over 10 pounds. That one must weigh at least 7 or 8. Good heavens, that's 2 months' salary for me. I've heard coconut crabs can grow up to a meter long and weigh over 10 pounds, so these two aren't even that large by comparison. Don't sell yourself short. Stop your pretentiousness right now. As soon as the 2 hefty creatures appeared on screen, the comments section erupted. Of course, it wasn't just the comments that exploded. Lin Chuan's appetite was wide open. After collecting bird droppings all night, he had exhausted much of his stamina. Those 2 taros he had gathered were of little use. Upon spotting the legendary coconut crabs, his stomach began to command attention. Forget about going to the mountain. I need to fill my belly first. Lin Chuan dropped his stone pick and spear, fearing the crabs might scuttle away. He quietly approached them. Despite their size, these creatures lacked a sense of danger. They crawled slowly up the tree, even as he drew near. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan grabbed both of them. Whoa! One of the crabs pinched him with its lobster-like claw, nearly causing him to drop them. Ouch! This thing is ridiculously strong. If I hadn't dodged quickly, my fingers would have been crushed. However, compared to the allure of the coconut crabs, that minor pain was negligible. Just one of these crabs would be enough for him to buy and Xiao to feast. Returning to the grass hut, he quickly bound one with vines. Holding the other, he approached the fire. Old Lin, are you going to roast the coconut crab? Yeah, although I'd prefer to boil it for a tastier result, we don't have a pot. It's a crime against nature. Given our circumstances, we can't afford to be picky. Anything to eat is a blessing. Yet despite his words, Lin Chuan was already plotting how to obtain a pot, as he was starting to tire of roasting food every day. Setting the crab aside, he eagerly rekindled the fire using branches to create a makeshift grill and placed the coconut crab atop it to roast. The massive crab rotated over the flames while his dog and his bird gathered around, their eyes fixed on the shell that gradually changed from green to red, saliva pooling in their mouths. After days of consuming little more than some seafood, fish, and a snake, Lin Chuan found words inadequate to describe the temptation presented by the gigantic coconut crab. Time seemed to crawl as they waited. It felt like a century had passed, but finally the coconut crab was ready. Once roasted, it glowed a vibrant red and exuded a strong, delectable aroma. Lin Chuan lifted it from the fire, holding it in front of the camera. All right, everyone. It's time for the eating broadcast. I saw some viewers mention they've heard about the deliciousness of coconut crabs, but find them too pricey to buy. So I'll taste it for you all and let you know if it's worth the hype. Lin Chuan presented the crab to the camera, showcasing it for the audience. This crab's eyes resemble those of an alien, its belly somewhat resembles a spider's, and unlike other crabs from the sea, it has only 6 legs. The 2 at the bottom are particularly small compared to the others. Its claws look very much like those of a lobster, with the left being larger than the right. Overall, it has a peculiar appearance, and I'm curious about the taste. With that, Lin Chuan began to dismantle the crab. I don't know if it's due to roasting, but this crab is incredibly oily. I've got grease all over my hands. After disassembling it, he picked up the crab's head, opened it, and found it nearly empty. He promptly handed it to Dabai. Next, he grabbed a leg and cracked it open with a stone, extracting a piece of white meat to taste. After chewing a few times, his expression shifted to disappointment. Old Lin, just tell us how it tastes after a couple of bites. Lin Chuan nodded. As you may know, coconut crabs are terrestrial crabs. Therefore, their meat isn't fibrous like that of sea crabs, it's more like fish in chunks. The texture is a mix between fish and crab meat. As he swallowed the piece, he took a larger chunk and chewed thoughtfully. As for the flavor, it initially tastes quite similar to regular crab, very fresh and rich in crab flavor. However, after a few bites, you can discern a hint of earthiness and a nutty taste. Moreover, I don't know if it's because I brushed my teeth with charcoal this morning, but there's a strange charcoal flavor. Yes, a coal-like taste reminiscent of a gas stove. Not very pleasant. Lin Chuan grimaced. This flavor is off almost. Although the taste of coconut crab was not as delightful as imagined, this was merely the assessment of a food streamer. In reality, on this deserted island, the mere ability to satiate one's hunger was a tremendous blessing. A coconut crab weighing 7 or 8 pounds was devoured completely by Lin Chuan, and the 2 little ones with even half of the shell gnawed away by Dabai. The little black bird was omnivorous as well, enjoying not only coconut, but also crab meat, though its portion was minuscule compared to Dabai's. Just a small piece of crab meat no larger than half a finger made its tiny belly round, and it joyfully hopped around Lin Chuan's legs. After finishing the crab, Lin Chuan leaned back comfortably. Savoring the lingering flavors in his mouth, he boldly declared, to be honest, the taste of coconut crab is really quite average. The moment these words left his lips, the viewers in the live stream erupted in disbelief. Streamer, please cease your pretentiousness. Even if it tastes like dung, something that costs over 1,000 yuan per pound should be delicious. Watching the barrage of envy and jealousy in the comments, Lin Chuan chuckled, no longer pretending to be humble, and rubbed his belly. This was undoubtedly the most filling meal he had eaten since arriving on the island. Though he intended to save some for later, his stomach had other ideas. However, indulging in this coconut crab had consumed a fair amount of time, and the sun had already climbed to the 8 or 9 o'clock position. I can't afford to delay any longer. It's time to head up the mountain. Standing up and tidying his belongings once more, Lin Chuan felt the sun's heat intensify. He picked up a glass bottle and took a swig of the dwindling spring water, but did not finish it, pouring a bit onto the coconut shells in the grass hut for the guard little blackbird. Afterward, he grabbed his tools and set off up the mountain with Dabai. Since he had cleared a small path through the woods yesterday, today's journey was swift. He first arrived at the rocky cliff where he had drawn water. After a careful examination of the area, he found no venomous snakes nearby. Lin Chuan approached, leaned beside the bowl-shaped rock, and took a sip from the water that had accumulated inside. He then placed his glass bottle in position, using a siphon made from vine to draw water into it. This constant stream of spring water is drinkable, with no worries of stomach troubles. He explained to his viewers. With the experience of Dabai digging up taro yesterday, Lin Chuan realized that this hillside was indeed rich in resources. Therefore, he decided not to climb further up the mountain without thorough exploration. Observing for a moment, he noticed that the higher terrain became increasingly rugged, with more exposed rocks, steeper slopes, and denser trees, making traversal difficult. Considering the possibility that reaching the summit might not yield valuable finds, and that his food supplies were limited, he opted to explore the known areas first. In light of this, Lin Chuan got to work. He began by clearing a path with a stone pickaxe, then used a spear to carefully sift through the vines and thorns on the ground. He started near the rock formations, and then explored the surrounding terrain. Despite expending considerable energy throughout the morning, the rewards far exceeded Lin Chuan's expectations. He uncovered 3 more patches of wild taro. Estimating by the number of taro leaves, he believed there were at least 60 or 70 tubers buried beneath. Lin Chuan could hardly believe his eyes. I didn't expect this hillside to have so much taro. At least a week's worth of carbohydrates is secured. It can certainly fill our bellies if needed. However, Lin Chuan did not rush to dig up the taro. After all, with so many tubers, it would be impossible to consume them all at once, and without a proper storage place, they would rot easily. Let them stay buried for now, they might grow larger. Additionally, having acquired the skill of basic mapping proficiency, he was not worried about losing track of the locations of these 3 patches of taro. By the end of the morning, he had already mapped the terrain he had explored. He sketched the layout on tree bark using charcoal, and even temporarily named this hillside Taro Mountain. As long as he marked the corresponding locations on the map, it would be easy to find them using the path he had cleared, which served as a reference point. In addition to the taro, thanks to his basic herbalism skill, Lin Chuan surprisingly found several useful herbs in the forest. Those variously shaped leaves and roots in his backpack included a few that could significantly aid in healing the little blackbird's injured wing. Each time he discovered an herb, he explained its properties to his viewers, leading to a newfound admiration from the audience, who began calling him Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin, how do you manage to identify herbs and their effects with such accuracy? As a medical student who can't even recognize one, I feel utterly humiliated. Seeing the flood of comments, Lin Chuan suddenly found himself enjoying this island-streaming life. He was just an ordinary graduate struggling to find a job, never having received such respect before. Despite the exhaustion from a busy morning and substantial gains, the lush hillside was difficult to navigate and progress was slow. By midday, Lin Chuan estimated he had explored only about 1/3 of the hillside. He found himself on the left side of the path, and by judging the sun's movement, he figured he was likely heading west. Although he had walked for several dozen meters, he still could not see the end of this dense forest. From his previous vantage point on the beach, he had seen the cliffs on either side slanting upward in a trapezoidal shape. Thus, Lin Chuan concluded, he was still only halfway up the mountain. If he ventured further, he would likely reach a cliff face. There probably won't be much up there, he murmured, drenched in sweat. Deciding to take a break, he found a fallen log to sit on. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he removed his white t-shirt to cool off and hung it on a branch to dry. However, this act of shedding his shirt caused quite a stir among the viewers in the live stream. Over the past 2 days, he had acquired more skills which had further enhanced his physique. While his muscles hadn't bulked up significantly, his lines had become sharper and more defined, enhancing his masculine charm. After munching on some cotton candy-like dried coconut meat, Lin Chuan was engaged in casual banter with the audience through the comments when Dabai, sniffing around on the ground, suddenly caught his attention. Beneath Dabai's little nose, Lin Chuan spotted something remarkable. He hurried over, excitement bubbling within him as he leaned down to take a closer look, astonished and delighted. Are these hoof prints? Squatting on the ground, Lin Chuan incredulously brushed aside the weeds and vines. He could see it clearly. In the damp soil, 2 distinct hoof prints were imprinted. At first glance, they appeared heart-shaped with 2 protruding corners and a semicircular back. Lin Chuan immediately pushed aside more vines in front of him. He was elated to discover a series of hoof prints underneath. It can't be a mistake. If there were only 1 or 2, it might be a coincidence, but with so many and evenly spaced apart, it clearly indicates these are the hoof prints left by wild goats. I never expected there would be wild goats on this island. Lin Chuan was ecstatic. Stranded on an island, and having not eaten proper meat for 6 days, the mere thought of the delicious taste of goat meat made his heart race. At this moment, words could hardly describe the sheer joy that overcame him. However, the viewers in the live stream struggled to comprehend. Host, are there goats on the island? Soon after, discordant voices emerged. Come on, how could there possibly be goats on an island? I bet the host brought them himself and is pretending to discover them. Really? But the host's surprise seems quite genuine. Oh, it's good for the show. Over the past 2 days, the live stream had consistently gained followers at a rate of around 1,500 a day. The total number of fans had now reached nearly 8,000. In fact, those voicing doubts were mostly part of the 3,000 new arrivals. The previous 5,000 had become devoted fans after witnessing Lin Chuan's remarkable escape from a shark. So when these doubts surfaced, some of the loyal fans quickly stepped in to defend him. Newcomers, can't you refrain from making baseless claims? With old Lin's skill in escaping from sharks, why would he need to fake anything? Exactly. I'm puzzled by how clueless some fans can be. Just think about it. Could there really be goats on that deserted island? If the host didn't bring them, where would they come from? Well, I'm no expert. Old Lin, please enlighten them. Are there really goats on deserted islands? As it seemed the 2 groups of fans were about to clash, Lin Chuan immediately took on the role of a peacemaker. Everyone, since we're all part of this live stream, we're like family. Let's discuss things calmly without quarrels. After all, whether new or old fans, they were essential for his future escape from the deserted island and the ultimate reward, so he couldn't afford to offend either side. Actually, your doubts are valid. It's true that goats do not just appear out of nowhere on an island. But I did mention they are wild goats. As he spoke, Lin Chuan directed the camera toward the 2 hoof prints on the ground. The difference can be easily discerned from these prints. Compared to ordinary goats, the hooves of wild goats are noticeably longer and the distance between the two toes is wider. If you don't believe me, you can look for images to compare and verify what I'm saying. I just searched and it seems to be true. Wait, the host is shifting the focus. Even if they are wild goats, how could there be wild goats on an island? This viewer should hold on. That's exactly what I'm going to explain next. Wild goats, as the name suggests, are simply domesticated goats that have returned to the wild. There wouldn't be goats appearing out of thin air on the island. So it's possible that humans once came to this island and brought domesticated goats with them, and over time they adapted to the wild, becoming the wild goats we see. Are you implying that there were people on this island? Huh. Is the host already preparing excuses for the future? Will there be wild men appearing next to provide you with assistance? I get it, those wild men must be the host's team members in disguise. Watching these comments, Lin Chuan thought to himself how these viewers were so inclined towards conspiracy theories. With a sigh of resignation, he continued to explain, "First, let me clarify that in pursuit of the most authentic desert island survival experience, I am actually completely unaware of this island. I don't even know how big it is, so I have no idea whether there are truly people living here." However, this viewer's comment has piqued my curiosity. So let's explore this island together and see if anyone is indeed here. Host, I'm genuinely impressed by your ability to avoid the main issue. Right now, I just want to know why there are wild goats on this island. Don't give me that about humans bringing them. I don't believe it. What are the odds that you just happen to find them? Why not just admit that you arranged for them to be on the island? That way I can respect your honesty and I'd understand it was for the show and I'd continue watching. But if you're not only faking it, but also refuse to admit it, it'll really turn me off and I'll definitely unfollow. Seeing these comments, some of Lin Chuan's loyal fans erupted in defense. A flood of comments like, "If you don't want to watch, then don't. No one is begging you to," filled the chat. But Lin Chuan, instead of getting angry, merely nodded calmly. Alright, in that case, this viewer, don't be in such a rush to unfollow. When I find these wild goats, I will definitely provide evidence proving they are not ones I brought to the island. Fine, I'll take you up on that. If you can truly prove I've wronged you, I'll reward you with the same amount of gifts I've given to old Mahuachuan, knocking him off the top spot. Over the past few days, old Mahuachuan, who had been quietly watching and occasionally gifting small items, was suddenly caught in the crossfire. The big shot couldn't hold back. How audacious of you, newcomer. You think you can take me down from the top spot? Do you have that kind of power? A user with the ID, Yi Gaoxing, immediately responded in the chat. Who do you think you are? But before sending, he instinctively clicked on old Mahuachuan's profile. Upon seeing the Supreme Tycoon badge, he silently deleted his comment and rephrased it. No, Magu, please don't misunderstand. I meant if the host can prove it, he'll gift him the same amount of 8,900 shark coins that you currently have accumulated. No intention to compete for the top spot. Alright, you said it. If you backtrack on this, your account will be gone. Understood, understood. With your influence, it would be a piece of cake for the platform to ban my account. I assure you I won't backtrack. But the prerequisite is that the host must prove I was truly mistaken. 8,900 shark coins. Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim internally. He glanced at his current shark coin balance and thought to himself that since old Ma Huichun had spoken, that 8,900 was a sure thing. Because as long as he found the wild goats, Lin Chuan could easily prove they weren't brought by him. At the same time, Lin Chuan finally understood why those streamers he had watched were so shamelessly trying to latch on his so-called tycoons. In a critical moment, it really pays off. The lively chatter in the comments flared up again as there were more juicy tidbits to consume. The last time it was just an ordinary user named Little Sheep Grazing who set the tone. This time it was the wealthy old Ma who directly spoke up. The viewers' enthusiasm for gossip was far greater than before. Some who previously felt Lin Chuan was wronged and defended him suddenly shifted their attention, tagging Yi Gaoxing in excitement. As the comments buzzed, Lin Chuan was not idle. Under the enticing allure of 8,900 shark coins, he felt a renewed vigor. He quickly donned his gear, wielding a stone pickaxe in each hand, swinging them like the blades of a fan. He swiftly cleared the vines on the ground, searching for the traces of goat hoofprints. Soon Lin Chuan joyfully discovered that the hoofprints were not from a single goat, but from three wild goats. If I can catch them all, it will be enough to last a while. The thought of savoring tender goat meat spurred him on even more. However, the thick layer of fallen leaves covering the hoofprints and the hardened soil revealed that these tracks were likely left a long time ago. This suggested that the goats might have already left the hillside. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan did not slack off and diligently continued to search for traces of the goat hoofprints in the forest. Although the process was tedious, he was fortunate enough to find some bright red wild fruits somewhat resembling lychee, and they were quite sweet. This was the first time Lin Chuan had tasted any fruit other than coconuts since arriving on the island. But that was not the end of his discoveries. Next, he found a mango tree. I can't believe there's a wild mango tree in this forest. However, the fruits were not yet ripe. They were small, hard, and sour, completely inedible. Frowning at the sour taste, Lin Chuan tossed the small mango about the size of an orange aside. Big White thought Lin Chuan was offering it to him and took a bite. Typically, when Big White ate something, he would chew quickly and swallow it. But upon tasting the mango, he froze and immediately spat it out. Then in a huff, he turned around and used his paws to cover the fruit with dirt. This amused Lin Chuan greatly. If you dislike it so much, it seems that the mango won't be ripe anytime soon. But with these wild fruits, there's no rush to eat mangoes. With that thought, Lin Chuan marked the location of the mango tree on his map. However, the search for the wild goats did not go smoothly. The hoof prints were intermittent, and in some areas the dense vines meant that the goats left no traces at all. Consequently, the search became sporadic. Once the trail was broken, finding the next hoof print on the expansive hillside proved to be very challenging. The good news, however, was that Lin Chuan discovered some goat droppings, some of which were not completely dry. This at least indicated that the goats were still in the vicinity, providing Lin Chuan with some reassurance. If they had crossed the hillside and reached the horizon of the island, it would be difficult not only to find them, but also to catch them. As dusk approached, Lin Chuan had not found any goats, yet he had discovered 3 patches of taro mini herbs and a mango tree, a considerable bounty. Thus he was not disheartened. After all, the viewer with the ID Yi Gaoxing had not set a deadline. No matter how long it took, as long as he found the wild goats, those 8900 shark coins would be his. As night began to fall, Lin Chuan decided not to linger and resolved to return to the Golden Horn camp before it got dark. He first returned to the rocky area where he had drawn water and retrieved the 2 filled glass bottles. Then he and Big White made their way down the mountain. Throughout the journey, Lin Chuan contemplated the 2 glass bottles in his hands. They were a testament to the existence of humanity in this desolate world. Had he not been reminded by Yi Gaoxing, he would not have considered the possibility of human existence on the island. This is a large island. It's not impossible for people to exist here. After all, the agreement for the shark fight live stream only states that it is a deserted island without clarifying whether there are people. What if there were indeed other humans? If they were civilized, that would be one thing, but what? If not for the enhancement of his body, Lin Chuan would never have been able to carry such a heavy load, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. This basket was not the one he had hastily woven yesterday while gathering taro on the mountain. Instead, he had taken it apart later, roasted the tree vines over a fire, and then rewoven it, which is why its resilience was remarkable. Old Lin, can you stop keeping us in suspense? Just tell us what you're planning to do with all these stones and dirt. Everyone should remember that during breakfast with the coconut crab, someone remarked that roasting coconut crabs was a waste of a precious resource. But at that time I mentioned we didn't have a pot, so we had to make do. But now we are about to have a pot. A pot? Where did that come from? Did you conjure it out of thin air? Huh. No, I get it. Old Lin is going to make pottery. Exactly. Pottery. Lin Chuan exclaimed, scooping a handful of soil from the basket and kneading it in his hands. You see, this soil is not like the common earth around here. It has a faint reddish-brown hue and is clay-like, possessing remarkable plasticity. Truly excellent material for pottery. Usually this kind of clay can only be found by rivers. But at our water source, the flow of water has seeped from the rock into the soil over time, and under the continuous nurturing of the spring water, this clay has emerged. But you saw this soil yesterday as well. Why didn't you make pottery then? Wouldn't that have allowed us to boil the coconut crab for breakfast? One viewer suddenly recalled that coconut crab worth 2 months of his salary. The thought of it being roasted made his heart ache. Because yesterday we didn't have enough bird droppings. Lin Chuan explained. Pottery requires prolonged firing, which needs a lot of firewood. As you can see, dry firewood is limited around here. There's only so much we can find. Moreover, dry firewood is a precious commodity for starting fires. We currently lack flint, so we can only create fire by drilling wood. Using it to fire pottery is too wasteful. Well, if the dry firewood is scarce, why not just keep a fire going? Then we wouldn't have to relight it every time. That's true, we could preserve a fire daily to avoid restarting it each time. However, it requires adding firewood roughly every 1 to 2 hours and tending to the fire to keep it alive. I'm lazy, which is one reason, but mainly we still need to go up the mountain. We can't leave the little black bird to watch the fire by itself. Huh. I think if you tapped into the little black bird's potential, it might surprise you. Lin Chuan smiled, choosing not to continue the light-hearted banter with the audience. Alright, the sky is getting dark. Let's focus on making pottery. Let's get a kitchen set up as soon as possible. With that, Lin Chuan pulled out 2 large stone slabs from the basket and placed them down on a relatively flat sandy area not far from the grass hut. The first step in pottery making is to create a kiln, he declared. The surrounding temperature inside the kiln must be high to ensure that the pottery dries evenly. Therefore, we need to build a small kiln. With that, Lin Chuan first used a leaf to smooth the sandy area, then positioned the 2 stone slabs atop it. He then went in search of a basket full of small stones scattered around. Returning with the basket, he began stacking the small stones around the slabs. Lin Chuan aimed to make the kiln larger, needing many small stones, and after just laying the foundation, the basket was emptied. He set off again to gather more. Once again, the cleverness of Dabai and the little black bird elicited gasps of amazement from the live stream audience. Dabai, having understood the task, began running back and forth, picking up small stones with its beak and bringing them to Lin Chuan. Even the little black bird was not to be outdone, following Dabai eagerly. Though its beak was small, it exerted itself to the fullest, carrying the largest stones it could manage. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned by the little black bird's intelligence. Soon it returned with a small stone, placing it at Lin Chuan's feet, chirping excitedly, as if waiting for praise. In disbelief, Lin Chuan gently patted the little black bird's round head, unable to resist, saying, "By avian standards, your intelligence is truly extraordinary." The barrage of comments was filled with envy and admiration. Life is unfair. Dabai is clever enough, but why does old Lin have a little bird that's 100 times smarter than my silly dog? Old Lin, I'm really envious. How wonderful it would be to have a bird like that. Looking at it this way, the little black bird has great potential to watch the fire. With Lin Chuan's touch, the little black bird raised its head proudly, its round eyes fixed on Dabai, who was busy returning with stones, looking very pleased with itself. Dabai, feeling slightly miffed, tossed the stone next to Lin Chuan and ran off again. Seeing Dabai going for more stones, the little black bird immediately pecked Lin Chuan's palm and fluttered towards a small stone. Amazed as he was, Lin Chuan did not dawdle. With the help of the 2 little creatures, in just half an hour, a stone kiln over 1.5 meters tall and occupying roughly half a square meter was completed. Due to the arched tunnel built between the kiln door and chamber capped with a large stone slab, the overall structure resembled a large hammer lying on its side. Lin Chuan inspected it closely. Though I've packed the stones as tightly as possible, they are not bricks, and their shapes are irregular, leaving many gaps. If these gaps are not filled, the kiln will lose heat, leading to insufficient oxygen for combustion. The resulting pottery will be brittle. But fear not, everyone will soon see another significant use for bird droppings. With that, Lin Chuan selected 2 of the largest coconut shells. He approached the pile of bird droppings and filled each shell to the brim, mixing in some clay. Afterward, he took the 2 coconut shells to the seaside, filling them with seawater. Returning to the kiln, he stirred the contents of the coconut shells with a stick while explaining to the bewildered audience. Let me pose a question to everyone. Do you know what some Western countries used as a binding agent when building castles in ancient times, long before the invention of cement? Indeed, it is bird droppings. Thus, the well-preserved Western city walls you see, those white streaks, are actually remnants left by birds. Although the mixture of bird droppings and clay is not hard enough to construct houses, it is sufficient to fill the gaps in our kiln. As Lin Chuan spoke, he began to scoop the mixture from the coconut shell with a wooden spatula, diligently applying it to the seams around the kiln. With only a few gaps to fill, the 2 coconut shells of mixture were enough to ensure the kiln was sealed tight. Now the kiln is completely finished. The big white bird and the little black bird, perhaps delighted by their involvement in its construction, hopped about joyfully beside him. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Chuan felt a deep sense of accomplishment and excitement. The emergence of pottery is a significant milestone in human evolution, marking humanity's true step toward civilization, and holds great importance. For Lin Chuan, this kiln also bore immense significance. It symbolized that his life was about to transition from the primitive hunting phase to the primitive civilization phase. After a moment of exhilaration, Lin Chuan turned to his next task. He took a large chunk of clay from the basket and placed it on the stone slab that covered the kiln. Next, we officially begin pottery making. The first step is to knead the clay. With that, Lin Chuan added a bit of water to the clay and patted it a few times. Then, like kneading dough, he repeatedly pressed and folded it with his hands. The reason for kneading the clay is to squeeze out the air bubbles, making the originally somewhat hard clay soft and more pliable. While kneading, he explained to the audience facing various queries. There's really no special technique, just be mindful of your strength. Upon hearing this, an audience member with the username Dongdong the Pottery Lover stood up to refute him. Don't mislead people. There's plenty of technique in mastering strength. Without a few months of practice, after hundreds of kneading sessions, the clay you produce is utterly unusable. Just based on this statement, I dare say he's definitely an amateur pretending to know. I bet his pottery is worse than that of kindergarten kids. Don't expect too much, everyone. The host won't be able to produce finished pottery today. Seeing these comments, Lin Chuan was somewhat puzzled, wondering if it really was that way. Since he purchased the skill of basic pottery mastery, Lin Chuan's kneading skills had reached a master level, making his every movement instinctively precise, almost mechanical. Thus, he truly didn't find it difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, a large chunk of clay had transformed into a smooth, rounded ball under Lin Chuan's hands. He waved and patted the clay, saying, "Finally, you need to knead it until it holds together like this, then it's ready to use." The sight of the perfectly smooth and round clay ball drew the attention of a curious audience member who tagged the previous critic. Dongdong the pottery lover, what do you think? Care to evaluate if old Lin's clay is usable? Sarcastic. Well, it's passable, but the hardest part of pottery isn't kneading the clay, it's shaping the clay into the desired form. 666. Your skill in shifting the goalposts is impressive. Sarcastic. Lin Chuan paid little mind to the critic's mockery. With all the clay he had gathered from the water source, he pondered what to create with the limited amount available. Got it. To make cooking easier, let's start with a pottery cauldron. As Lin Chuan proceeded with his work, gasps of amazement filled the audience and the tips poured in continuously. Those who previously claimed Lin Chuan's pottery would surely be ugly were now inundating the chat with comments of disbelief, another slap in the face. As for Dongdong the pottery lover, he had vanished. Oh my, old Lin, you truly are an artisan. Not only can you weave baskets, but your pottery skills are also remarkable. Brain, I learned it. Hands, no you didn't. Haha, Dongdong the pottery lover, as one of the first viewers, I'll tell you a truth of this stream. Every time you mock old Lin, there's a 99 chance you'll get slapped back. Faced with the astonished comments, Lin Chuan simply smiled modestly. In truth, he was amazed himself. Before purchasing the basic pottery mastery skill, he had been utterly clueless about pottery. He remembered during kindergarten pottery classes, whatever he produced was almost universally the worst. Yet now, relying solely on his 2 hands and a bamboo stick, he had managed to create a cauldron the size of a watermelon, complete with 2 ears and 3 feet, along with a lid, in less than 5 minutes. Its smoothness and precision made it appear as if it had been crafted by a machine. In a moment of inspiration, he even sketched a pattern on it. The scene depicted the big white bird and the little black bird chasing each other on the beach. Though it was a casual sketch, it was vivid and exquisitely detailed. With this design, the entire cauldron resembled a piece of art crafted by a master. I truly cannot fathom why old Lin with such skills would toil away in a survival live stream on a deserted island. Right? Selling such handmade pottery would surely make him rich. Honestly, if the host were willing to sell, I'd buy at least 10. Though it hasn't been fired, yet honestly, compared to what I spent tens of thousands on from some so-called master, this cauldron is worthless. That comment prompted Lin Chuan to consider that when he returned to his original world, selling handmade pottery wouldn't be a bad idea. If what that audience member called a master could sell his wares for thousands, surely Lin Chuan's creation could fetch at least 100,000. Thinking this, Lin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. Next, he used the remaining clay to make 2 cups, 2 bowls, and a pair of chopsticks, along with a 30-centimeter diameter kettle, adding a stove base for it. Afterward, from the expressions of the big white bird and the little black bird, Lin Chuan sensed a hint of expectation. So he went ahead and made each of them a feeding bowl. After all, if he had utensils, it wouldn't do for them to continue using coconut shells. Looking at the array of artistic pottery spread out before him, he felt a great sense of achievement. Alright, I'll stop here for now. With that, Lin Chuan found a leaf and laid it on the shaded beach behind his small grass hut. Then he carefully moved the semi-finished pottery pieces onto the leaf. I'm saying, old Lin, why aren't you firing them? Just leaving them here. Because before firing, the pottery must dry. And it must be air-dried, not rushed. Exposure to the sun or placing it in the wind is not allowed. Because if the free water in the clay evaporates insufficiently, it could even cause the kiln to explode during firing. Due to the time required for drying the clay, Lin Chuan estimated that it would at least take until the next evening. Therefore, during dinner, he reluctantly set aside the remaining coconut crab, deciding to wait until he had a pot tomorrow to cook it. For this meal, he settled for some taro, a few shells he had gathered while tide pooling, and some vibrant wild fruits he had picked from the mountains. While eating, Lin Chuan mixed the herbal paste he had prepared for the little blackbird into the coconut meat and some conch flesh. The little blackbird showed no aversion to the herbal taste and soon pecked it clean. If the medicine works, quickly ID estimate that in 3 to 4 days your injured wing will be healed. After finishing his meal, Lin Chuan went to the area where he had planted the taro. He discovered that several of the taro plants had sprouted, thriving under the nourishment of bird droppings, with many sprouts growing long and strong. Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, the fertilizing effect of this bird droppings is truly astonishing. Having had some experience with farming in his childhood, he was well aware that even the most expensive fertilizers couldn't compare to the potency of this bird droppings. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan began to cover the sprouting taro with soil, sprinkling a bit of processed bird droppings over it. He had also discovered 3 more patches of taro on the mountain, enough to sustain him for a while, so he turned over another patch of land and planted several more taro tubers. Just as he was spreading the bird droppings, a sudden idea struck him. What if this bird droppings could yield the same fertilizing effects in his original world? When he could traverse between the 2 realms, wouldn't he strike it rich selling this fertilizer? Of course, that was contingent on reaching 10 million fans in his live stream. A distant prospect indeed. After all, he hadn't even reached 10,000 yet, let alone 100,000. Nevertheless, while the audience had increased significantly, most were freeloaders. Apart from Lao Ma's generous support, the scattered gifts from others didn't even come close to matching what Lao Ma contributed. He would have to wait until he found the user with the ID Yi Gaoxing to receive a tip before he could purchase that item from the shop. Having tended to the newly cultivated taro field, Lin Chuan picked up a stick and a basket, heading to gather the remaining bird droppings from the beach. The droppings had been sufficiently sun-dried on the sand, so he dumped the collected droppings into a pile. By this time it was already midnight. Having spent the day hiking, the large white dog Dabai was exhausted but had remained by Lin Chuan's side. Lin Chuan had intended to gather some bait to throw into the sea, as the snake head in his backpack was on the verge of spoiling. However, seeing Dabai and the little black bird both struggling to stay awake, he couldn't bear to keep them up any longer and decided to return to the wooden cabin. The next morning, Lin Chuan eagerly crawled out of the grass hut as soon as he opened his eyes. He rushed to the shaded side of the hut to check on the clay pieces. Crouching down to touch each one, he felt a wave of joy wash over him. Great, they're all dry. We shouldn't delay, let's fire the pottery. The process of firing the pottery would also take some time, so Lin Chuan didn't bother with washing his face or brushing his teeth. He directly gathered a pile of firewood and set it beside the kiln. First, he removed the stone slab covering the kiln and placed the dry wood inside. Then he layered thick bird droppings on top of the dry wood. After finishing with the droppings, Lin Chuan washed his hands and began carefully placing the dried clay pieces into the kiln chamber. The kiln was large enough to accommodate all the pieces. With everything prepared, it was time to start the fire. Once again, he employed the method of drilling wood to create fire, lighting the tinder. With the burning tinder in one hand, he carefully inserted his arm through the arched vent of the kiln known as the hammer handle and gently placed the tinder beneath the dry wood. He then took a palm frond fan and began to fan the vent. Soon flames surged within the kiln. Standing up, he used a long stick to adjust the position of the dry wood and bird droppings, ensuring the fire burned efficiently without disturbing the clay pieces. Moments later, the flames blazed brightly, even leaping from the top of the kiln chamber. "This will do," Lin Chuan exclaimed, pulling out the stick and wiping his soot-streaked face. He then replaced the large stone slab securely over the kiln chamber. Now all that was left was to wait. To save the first bite of breakfast for the boiled coconut crab, Lin Chuan refrained from eating, instead sitting beside the kiln with eager anticipation. He periodically checked the combustion inside the chamber, adding wood or fanning as needed. Although the waiting felt interminable, the vitrification of the clay pieces seemed to progress well. Finally, after 4 hours, the sun had risen to 10 o'clock and the kiln chamber fell silent. Perhaps sensing that their new dining bowls were about to be baked, Dabai and the little black bird approached the kiln. Dabai sat on the ground panting, while the little black bird perched on its head, flapping its wings occasionally. Their heads turned towards the kiln, and the scene captured by the camera resembled an exquisite wallpaper of adorable pets, delighting the audience, who quickly took screenshots. Notably, the herbal mixture Lin Chuan had prepared worked even better than expected. He had felt the little black bird's injured wing during the night, and it had shown significant improvement. However, it would still take a few more days for it to fly again. Once the pottery is vitrified, it can't be removed immediately, we must wait for the kiln temperature to decrease gradually. Otherwise, exposing the hot pottery to air could cause it to crack. So everyone, please be patient. Having seen through the vent that several pieces had successfully been fired without any issues, Lin Chuan felt reassured. Taking advantage of this moment, he ventured into the forest to find some insects and gathered a few shells and conchs from the beach, extracting the meat from them. He combined all 3 ingredients and added a special seasoning he had created from a unique herb. With this, the bait should be ready. "Old Lin, what exactly is this bait?" "It's a secret for now," Lin Chuan replied with a mysterious smile. He then headed to the beach and forcefully tossed the bait contained within a coconut shell into the sea. Meanwhile, he hoped the bait would be effective, otherwise if that creature didn't show up, soon the contents of the snake head in his backpack would spoil. Once the bait was cast, the temperature in the kiln had cooled down sufficiently. Feeling that it was time, Lin Chuan inserted a stick beneath the large stone slab covering the kiln chamber. Everyone, the moment of excitement has arrived. With that, he forcefully lifted the stone slab. The stone slab was forcefully lifted by Lin Chuan. With a resounding bang, it landed on the sandy beach. Unable to find a suitable tool to extract the sintered pottery, Lin Chuan had no choice but to use his hands. The kiln was still warm, not completely cooled down, but the temperature was bearable. To prevent burns, he gathered several leaves, layering them thickly in his palm. Under the watchful eyes of Dabai and Xiaohei Niao, along with thousands of spectators eagerly anticipating the moment, all eyes were on Lin Chuan. Slowly, he reached into the kiln. Each time he retrieved a piece of pottery, the audience erupted with a chorus of "Oh" in the comments section. Dabai and Xiaohei Niao also lifted their little heads in sync with Lin Chuan's arm, excitedly watching. After each piece emerged, Dabai would pant rapidly, while Xiaohei Niao flapped its tiny wings and hopped about, creating a delightful rhythm of accompaniment and dance. A truly ceremonial atmosphere. Ding, bowl, chopsticks, kettle stove, large food basin, mini snack basin. When all these pieces were finally arranged on the stone slab, the audience, having witnessed Lin Chuan's pottery-making process from start to finish, was left in awe at the sight of the finished products. The comments section erupted into a frenzy. I used to think pottery was rough and simple in design. I never expected it to be so exquisite and elegant, fresh and refined. I'm running out of words. I'll let someone else praise it. I can't think of any other appropriate words to describe it. Master. Lin, in my heart, you are undeniably the master of pottery. That's right. From now on, I won't call you Lin Lauscher anymore. I will call you Master Lin. In that instant, Lin Chuan gained a new nickname, Master Lin. Even Lao Ma, who had been lurking since his last comment, couldn't hold back. Coincidentally, one of my few hobbies is collecting pottery. Lao Lin, I know you're currently focused on pure survival on this deserted island, so you're not selling anything. But in the future, if there's a chance, I hope you'll allow me to collect your works. I'll pay whatever you ask. Lin Chuan smiled calmly, exuding a hint of a master's demeanor as he brushed back his slightly oily hair. Lao Ma, you're being too formal. What money is involved? Besides, pottery is just a hobby for me, though I'm not doing it for profit. If there's ever a chance, I'll just gift you one. As soon as he said this, before Lao Ma could reply, other viewers couldn't contain themselves and flooded the comments with enthusiasm. Lin is generous, admirable. This is the spirit a true master should have. Because of this statement, I'm willing to call you true master. 23:33. I'll add 2 more words, true master unmatched. Lao Ma replied, all right, Lao Lin, because of what you just said, rest assured, anyone who dares to stir trouble in your live stream from now on, no matter who they are, I'll take care of it. Yi Gaoxing, you haven't forgotten what you promised yesterday, right? Ma Gu is so imposing. Yi Gaoxing, Ma Gu is talking to you. Come on out. Interestingly, the viewer with the ID, Yi Gaoxing, had just entered Lin Chuan's live stream and saw a swarm of comments tagging him, including one from Lao Ma. He was bewildered, thinking, I haven't dared to speak all day. Oh, why am I getting called out? He quickly typed a comment. Ma Gu, why bring me into such a trivial matter? Don't worry, I won't forget what you witnessed. As soon as the host proves the sheep isn't brought by him, I'll definitely reward him without hesitation. Lao Ma replied, all right. Lao Lin, I might not be able to watch your live stream continuously in the next few days due to some matters, but if anything comes up, just message me. With this, not only Yi Gaoxing, but all the fans in the live stream reminded themselves to watch their words from now on. Because Lao Ma had officially declared that Lin Chuan's live stream was now within his realm of influence. To offend Lin Chuan was akin to offending Lao Ma. This demonstrated the power of a supreme tycoon on the Do Sha livestream platform. After acquiring a pot, Lin Chuan, who had been hungry all morning, quickly scrubbed the pottery clean once the comments had quieted down. He then started a fire and placed the pottery tripod on it. Grabbing a glass bottle, he filled the tripod with fresh water. After a while, he added the cleaned coconut crab. The audience was eager to see Lin Chuan taste the boiled coconut crab. However, since the pottery tripod conducted heat far slower than an iron pot, they had to wait a little while for the crab to cook. During this time, Lin Chuan added firewood to the square stove base and placed a kettle on top to boil water. Once boiled, he poured it into a cup containing fruit tea leaves he had gathered from the mountain, along with 2 goji berries. Indeed, goji bushes also grew on the island. In Lin Chuan's original world, there was a famous tourist destination known as Goji Island because of its abundance of goji. 666. Even goji berries are on the menu. Why not make a thermos too? I feel like Lao Lin has suddenly transformed from a survival streamer into a health food streamer. Surviving on a deserted island is a must, soaking goji in a thermos. Lin Chuan joked with the viewers while holding a steaming cup of hot water, inhaling the light fragrance of the fruit tea. He couldn't wait to bring it to his lips and took a gentle sip, a wave of happiness flooding over him. After 7 days, I finally have hot water again. Those of you not on the deserted island might not understand how comforting it is to sip hot tea at this moment. Lin Chuan was nearly moved to tears. The hardships and suffering endured previously condensed into 2 words: worth it. He drank the entire cup of hot water, and by this time the coconut crab was also ready. Dabai and Xiao Niao stood beside him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they watched the steaming pottery tripod. After taking the crab out, Lin Chuan suddenly realized something. I seem to have forgotten to make a plate. Oh well, I'll just use a coconut shell. Muttering to himself, he placed the large coconut crab into the coconut shell, then sat down with a broad smile and excitement, clapping his hands toward the camera. All right, everyone, it's time for our favorite eating segment. This time I'm officially tasting the coconut crab boiled. As he spoke, Lin Chuan reached for the coconut crab, but suddenly paused. I almost forgot eating segments should have a sense of ceremony. Let me brush my teeth first. With that, he jumped up, grabbed a piece of charcoal and a leaf, and hurried to the seaside to quickly clean his teeth inside and out. After returning to his spot in front of the coconut crab, he declared, "Okay, let's begin. I'll start by eating the head." With that, Lin Chuan pulled off the crab's head, opened it, and sipped the golden juice inside. After tasting it, he smacked his lips. Boiled really does make a difference. At least this juice is quite delicious though. It has a bit of earthy taste. Next, let's try the crab meat. He poured the remaining juice into the bowls of Dabai and Xiao Niao, letting them have a taste. Lin Chuan then picked up a crab claw, cracked it open, and took a large piece of meat, savoring it thoughtfully. Lao Lin stopped chewing endlessly and tell us how the boiled coconut crab tastes. Does it have any coconut flavor? Unfortunately, even when boiled, the flavor of the coconut crab is not impressive at all. After the tasting concluded, Lin Chuan shook his head slightly and set the coconut crab aside. Overall, I still hold the same opinion as last time. In terms of taste and texture, coconut crab is not worth over 1,000 yuan per pound. What meat has a coconut flavor? It's all just hype and false advertising. Don't be fooled, everyone. After finishing a large coconut crab, Lin Chuan gathered a few sea snails and shells to prepare a pot of seafood soup, which he shared completely with 2 smaller ones. Feeling satisfied, he began to clean the pottery and utensils by the sea. The ocean breeze blew gently as Lin Chuan meticulously scrubbed. Though these were merely simple earthenware, for Lin Chuan the quality of his life had experienced a tremendous leap. Previously on the deserted island, he felt like nothing more than a wild survivor. But at this moment, glancing back at the little grass hut and the small golden sandy beach, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a sense of home here. It was as if he were doing household chores, washing dishes. There's just no resisting a guy who can wash dishes. I'm smitten. Lin Chuan chuckled at the barrage of comments. However, without dish soap, they won't get very clean. When we find fresh coconuts again, let's see if we can make some dish soap. Huh, can coconuts really be used to make dish soap? I've never heard of that. Just talking nonsense. I heard it from someone else. Whether it actually works as dish soap, we can only verify after trying it. Saying this, Lin Chuan shook his hands, placing the clean pottery bowls and chopsticks into the pot, then rose to return to the grass hut. After setting the pottery on a stone slab, he felt an odd discomfort. Since we're considering this a home, we definitely need a kitchen, and leaving it out here is not sanitary. With this thought, Lin Chuan didn't rush up the mountain. Instead, he went to the edge of the forest, bringing back some leftover bamboo and cutting a pile of palm leaves. Since it's a kitchen, there's no need for it to be raised off the ground. A simple shelter to block the wind and rain will suffice. With prior experience in building the grass hut, assembling such a simple shelter was a breeze. In no time, a triangular grass shelter taller than a person appeared beside the wooden cabin. But just having a shelter isn't enough. We also need a cabinet. Old Lin, your standards are pretty high. Anyone who knows you're surviving on a deserted island would think you're on vacation. The host's craftsmanship is incredible. Can you teach me? I need your help urgently. I've already messaged you for a reply. The comments flashed by quickly, so Lin Chuan didn't catch the subsequent message. Some inquisitive viewers clicked on that ID and discovered an avatar featuring a selfie of a girl. There's no way we can just leave the utensils we worked hard for on the ground. Since he had already used up the dry bamboo he collected earlier, Lin Chuan had no choice but to pick up the stone axe and venture into the forest. Of course, using this stone axe to cut down thick trees was ineffective. Even if he managed to fell them without a saw, he couldn't turn them into planks. Fortunately, there were plenty of slender green trees in the forest, most of which were no taller than 2 meters and swayed with the ocean breeze. Yet despite their slenderness, it took Lin Chuan quite a while to cut down just 2 of them. During this time, some viewers grew impatient. Old Lin, what's up with you? Why is cutting down a tree so hard? What happened to your previous skill? Yeah, with trees that thin, I guarantee I could chop one down in a single swing. Facing the audience's doubts, Lin Chuan simply shrugged. He couldn't be bothered to explain, and even if he did, they might not believe him. In reality, if it weren't for the skill of basic woodcutting mastery, using this rudimentary stone axe, merely a stone bound to a stick with vines, most people wouldn't be able to chop down even a tree of such slenderness. Surely it was the axe that broke before the tree. Thus, while the viewers couldn't discern any remarkable skill in Lin Chuan's chopping, every swing of the axe was carefully calculated by his mind. That's why the speed appeared so slow. Host, you've just given me the urge to try it myself. Oh wait, I'm going to make my own stone axe and see. Seeing this comment, Lin Chuan smiled faintly and thought to himself, no you can't. After bringing back a bundle of wood, Lin Chuan first used the stone axe to cut it into sections. Once done, he took a few of the pieces, laid them side by side, and tightly bound them together with thin vines. He had made a wooden board. Holding it in his hands, he tested its strength. Though it's not as sturdy as a plank, it's sufficient to support the weight of the pottery. With that, Lin Chuan made 5 more pieces. 1 large square piece for the back panel of the cabinet. The rest were rectangular, 3 short and 2 long, just enough to form a 2-tiered cabinet shape. Next, he took some vines and threaded them through the holes he made in the boards with a dagger. Soon the boards were securely bound together, forming the cabinet structure. Then he wove a curtain from the palm leaves to hang in front of the cabinet. Just like that, a simple dish cabinet was completed. In no time, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Of course, most of these were from new viewers joining the stream. The regulars had grown accustomed to Lin Chuan's masterful skills. However, there were always some viewers eager to stir up trouble. Host, although you're slow at chopping wood, I must admit your handiwork isn't bad. New viewer, please mind your wording. Saying isn't bad is quite insulting to old Lin. Is there a problem? I could make a cabinet like that too. Oh, what do you think of those exquisite pottery pieces old Lin is placing inside the cabinet? Quite nice. Very exquisite. No, upon closer inspection, I take back my previous statement. This is not just exquisite, it's practically a work of art. My goodness, the host is using artistic grade pottery as utensils. He must be spending a fortune to attract attention. No, you misunderstand. Do you see that small stone kiln over there? What about it? Does the host have a hobby of pottery? But with such a rudimentary kiln, let's not go there. Even I, as a skilled potter, wouldn't guarantee success with that kiln. If the host really wants to learn pottery, he should buy a professional iron kiln. It's not expensive, at least far cheaper than the pottery he's using for utensils. Dong Dong, who loved pottery, chimed in. Let me clarify. Newcomer, the art pieces you're referring to are actually what the host fired in that simple kiln. What? The so-called master ceramicist, after being publicly humiliated, did not disappear like the other spectators who had faced similar fates. Instead, he approached Lin Chuan with a smile and sent a private message. Esteemed Master Lin, greetings. It is a great honor to witness your remarkable work today. I am well aware that your skills in pottery are on par with those of the ancestral masters. As a fellow in the pottery industry, I earnestly request your guidance. He had revised this message several times before finally sending it, feeling that perhaps his tone still lacked sincerity. Thus he added, receiving your guidance would be an immense privilege, I would be forever grateful. After hitting send, he anxiously stared at the screen, fearing he might miss Lin Chuan's reply even if it took just a second longer. He understood that this private message could potentially alter the course of his life. If I could receive even a shred of guidance from a master of this caliber, it could undoubtedly propel my skills to new heights and multiply my income several times over. If the master were to respond, even a small token of appreciation like a shark rocket would suffice. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan was completely unaware of the private messaging feature. Another slap to the face, Lin Chuan sighed as he observed the barrage of comments on the screen. In the few days since arriving on the island, he had faced more humiliations than in the previous 20 years combined. Every day was either about being humiliated or on the path to humiliation. The crucial part was that he wasn't even the one initiating it. Certain viewers were practically presenting their faces for him to strike. So much so that Lin Chuan had become somewhat numb to the thrill of it all. How frustrating. The Golden Corner Beach had transformed significantly since Lin Chuan's arrival. Not only did it now boast a small grass hut, a latrine, a patch of taro, and a pile of bird droppings, but it even featured a kitchen. It could be said that his living conditions had reached the basic standard of 1-room grass hut, 1-hall kitchen, and 1-bathroom latrine. If only I could have a bathroom too, Lin Chuan muttered half-jokingly. Though he had managed to bathe in seawater over the past few days, it left a layer of salt on his skin when dried, which was quite uncomfortable. Of course, the idea of building a bathroom seemed impractical for the foreseeable future. For now, finding a small stream to bathe in would suffice. As for the Golden Corner camp, Lin Chuan had no plans to continue its construction. After all, it was merely a small beach. Furthermore, he couldn't stay there for too long. Through observing the humidity and monsoon changes over these few days, Lin Chuan realized that the rainy season was approaching the island. Continuing to stay on the beach would soon become perilous. A large wave might sweep everything away in the dead of night. Moreover, Lin Chuan was merely putting on a brave face. After consuming the last coconut crab, he found himself once again facing the issue of food scarcity. Although he still had taro wild fruits and dried coconut meat, their quantities were limited. Taro in particular was a crucial source of carbohydrates. However, consuming too much of it just to fill his stomach would be wasteful and detrimental to long-term survival. While the effectiveness of the bird droppings as fertilizer was well known, it wouldn't hasten the growth of the taro he had planted within days. The fish pond he had painstakingly created had been completely devoured by seabirds, and since then the red-tailed fish had hardly been seen in these waters, let alone to spawn. This was the most challenging aspect of surviving on a deserted island, the inability to establish a stable and sustainable food source in the short term, relying solely on hunting and gathering. Thus, Lin Chuan was eager to find a goat. Not only was it for the 8900 shark coins, but capturing one would not only satisfy his cravings, but also resolve his food issues for some time. Pottery, building a kitchen, cooking, washing dishes. In the blink of an eye, the morning had slipped away. The sun was now directly overhead. Before heading up the mountain, Lin Chuan first took a look at the beach. The sea had been relatively calm over the past few days. Most of the bait he had cast was still floating on the surface, yet he had yet to lure in the desired catch. Lin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but reassured himself that if he could attract his target so quickly, it would no longer be bait, but rather a miraculous potion. With a self-comforting thought, he readied himself, accompanied by his loyal dog, and ventured into the dense forest. As before, the small black bird remained on guard. This time, Lin Chuan's purpose was clear: to search for wild goats. However, progress was far from smooth. The hillside was extensive with dense foliage obstructing visibility, making it quite a challenge to locate 3 wild goats. The entire afternoon passed without even a glimpse of one. Aside from a pile of fresh goat droppings, no other clues were found. Even the new hoof prints were sporadic and unhelpful for tracking. At the very least, it indicated that wild goats were still present in the mountains, preventing Lin Chuan from feeling too disheartened. Dabai was also diligently sniffing the ground, attempting to track the goats by scent. Yet the complex aromas of the dense forest made it nearly impossible to distinguish any one scent. As night fell, Lin Chuan returned to the camp to cook. Looking at the meager collection of small sea snails and shells in the ceramic pot, he regretted eating the 2 coconut crabs too thoroughly. Notably, during that afternoon, the number of viewers in his live stream had surged to over 20,000, an increase of more than 10,000. This brought him significantly closer to his goal of 100,000 followers. Upon discovering this, Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned. Through the comments, he quickly learned that it was due to the masterful pottery skills he had showcased earlier that had been shared among pottery enthusiasts, spreading like wildfire. Most of the new followers had come simply to witness Lin Chuan's pottery techniques. However, Lin Chuan had been too engrossed in his search to pay attention to the comments, and was unaware of how the loyal followers had spread the word. They had said things like, "A master like old Lin wouldn't reveal his skills easily. If you want to see, just drop by the live stream, and with a bit of luck you might catch a glimpse." Thus, the new viewers had been coaxed into staying and became fans of the live stream. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lin Chuan wasted no time and crawled out of the grass hut early. After 3 days, the mosquito repellent had lost its effectiveness, and Lin Chuan finally took a proper bath. After reapplying the mosquito repellent and casting out some specially made bait into the sea, he consumed some dried coconut and taro seafood soup, barely managing to fill his stomach. Then he headed up the mountain again. However, unlike the previous excursions, Lin Chuan was now equipped with a new tool. During this trip up the mountain, apart from the new companion in his hands, Lin Chuan decided not to leave the little black bird to guard the place, but instead brought it along with him. It is worth mentioning that the herbal concoction Lin Chuan prepared worked even better than he had anticipated. After consuming it for another day, the little black bird's injured wing was nearly healed. Although it couldn't fly just yet, it could now glide close to the ground after a brief run. Before going to bed last night, Lin Chuan had whimsically named the little black bird Xiaohei, a name that resonated with simplicity and elegance. After a few training sessions with the coconut fruit, Xiaohei learned its name. No matter how far away Lin Chuan called it, the little bird would immediately hop over to him. At this moment, as he watched the big white dog sniffing around the mountain path, while Xiaohei nestled on its back, Lin Chuan mused, "These 2 little ones have grown so close in just a few days." This thought brought back memories of the morning's events. Time rewind slightly. The morning was bright and sunny, and amidst a cacophony of chirps, Lin Chuan awakened. Emerging from his small grass hut, he spotted Xiaohei fluttering its wings, excitedly rushing back from the direction of the forest, its beak clutching 2 white worms that wriggled on either side. With a flap it darted into the grass hut, brushing against Lin Chuan's hand with its tiny wings. Lin Chuan paused for a moment, then turned his hand over. Xiaohei opened its beak and dropped one of the worms into his palm. Lin Chuan stared at it in astonishment. "Did you go out to find these worms for me?" Xiaohei hopped eagerly, pushing Lin Chuan's finger with its wings, as if saying, "Yes, quickly eat it." The viewers in the live stream erupted in surprise. Didn't they say animals couldn't gain intelligence after the establishment of the nation? Yet soon some spectators expressed a hint of schadenfreude. "Old Lin, you must eat it. Don't let Xiaohei's good intentions go to waste." Reading the comments, Lin Chuan felt a mix of gratitude and struggle. Not eating would mean disappointing Xiaohei's earnest offer, and besides, consuming worms was a staple for survival in the wilderness. Previously he hadn't found any, but now with one in his palm, refusing it would surely affect the live stream's appeal. Moreover, it was a high-protein snack. Given his current food situation, not eating would be wasteful. However, when it came to actually eating it, Lin Chuan hesitated. It seemed that Xiaohei sensed his struggle. It dropped the other worm on the ground, stepped on it with one tiny claw, then bit one end with its beak, and tugged it, swallowing it down in one swift motion, as if demonstrating how it was done. Looking at Lin Chuan, it chirped twice, as if to say, "See, it's delicious. Eat without worry." Yet as Lin Chuan glanced at the worm Xiaohei had torn apart, revealing a string of green intestines, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Can you really call yourself a survival expert if you can't even eat a worm?" "No, I'm just surprised and touched, so I hesitated." He mumbled a vague excuse. Looking at Xiaohei's expectant eyes, he thought, why not just eat it? These worms are quite clean, so as long as you squeeze out the intestines, they can be eaten. Seemingly explaining, he was actually preparing himself mentally. After squeezing the contents out, he steeled his resolve and shoved the worm into his mouth. To his surprise, after a few chews, he found it quite palatable. What he intended to swallow whole, he now relished, savoring each bite and nodding in appreciation. The texture is surprisingly good, a bit like beef tripe with a crunch. Is it just my imagination, or does this worm have a hint of coconut flavor? It's delicious, truly. At least better than coconut crabs. The comments erupted. Coconut crabs don't taste like coconuts, but this worm does. Is this the legendary coconut worm? Someone actually claims a worm is tastier than $1,000 coconut crab. Is the world changing too fast, or am I just not getting it? Lin Chuan spoke with utmost sincerity. Even after swallowing the worm, he still craved more. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Chuan finished eating, Xiaohei flapped its wings cheerfully and then rushed off to Big White, who was urinating on the beach. Despite their playful scuffles over the past couple of days, with Big White often looking disgruntled from the little birds pecking, the bond between the two had grown remarkably strong, without them even realizing it. Xiaohei had only taken a bite out of the worm, which it could have swallowed whole, to save the rest for Big White. Placing the worm on the ground, Big White eagerly licked it up, then happily licked Xiaohei a couple of times, leaving the little bird's glossy feathers damp. Although it was a gesture of friendship, it left Xiaohei quite displeased. As Lin Chuan walked along the mountain path, the image of Xiaohei looking like a drenched chick made him chuckle. As for the so-called new companion, it was merely the army green plastic crate he held in his hands, measuring about half a meter on each side, thin and lightweight, hardly heavier than a coconut, making it easy to carry up the mountain. Had it not been for a viewer's reminder, he would have completely forgotten about this airdrop box that had been sitting on the edge of the forest. Upon hearing that, he suddenly realized that this tightly sealed plastic crate would be perfect for storing water. Considering he had been using 2 small glass bottles for water these past few days, reluctant to drink from them upon returning to camp, he scolded himself for being foolish. As for the thin film covering the airdrop box, it had long been blown away by the sea breeze. If it had been used to cover the taro patch, it would have accelerated the growth of the taro significantly. Sadly, the second airdrop box had been left behind during a hasty retreat from the lemon sharks in the sea, as he had only taken out its contents and swum back frantically. After reaching the shore, he had soon fallen asleep from exhaustion. That night, the airdrop box drifted far away on the surface of the sea, propelled by the winds. Little did Lin Chuan know that in the distant future, an amusing incident would arise from that very airdrop box that had been carried away by the waves. As they continued up the mountain, Big White led the way, having memorized the scent of goat droppings, sniffing around like a hunting dog. About half an hour later, they arrived near the rocky wall where they could collect water. Just then, Big White suddenly assumed a highly alert posture, facing the direction of the water source. Upon seeing the peculiar sight of Dabai, Lin Chuan immediately set the airdrop box on the ground. He instinctively gripped his spear and darted behind a tree, peering through the vines toward the rock wall. The leaves in the forest rustled softly, and after careful observation for a while, he found nothing unusual. However, when he glanced down, Dabai remained in a vigilant stance, slowly inching forward. The little black creature on its back was equally tense, lying flat in Dabai's fur. What did Dabai discover? Lin Chuan pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. But soon he felt his expression harden. Wait, there's a sound. He quickly turned his gaze to the slope above the rock wall, straining his ears to listen. Indeed, there came a series of hurried sounds from the hillside above. Tap, tap, tap. It resembled the footsteps of an animal, accompanied by the crunch of dry twigs and leaves underfoot. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Judging by the noise, there was only one creature. He quickly lowered his voice to call out to Dabai. Dabai, hide quickly, don't move. Initially, Dabai appeared eager to leap into action, but at the sound of Lin Chuan's voice, it immediately retreated. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer. Then the vines on the slope began to shift. In the next moment, Lin Chuan caught sight of a goat's head emerging from behind the vines. This goat had a tawny coat with several long black spots. Its horns were sharp and smooth, about 20 centimeters long, not particularly lengthy, but angled back almost flush against its fur. What a surprise, Lin Chuan thought. After 2 exhausting days of searching with no sign, he now encountered a goat directly. Today was his lucky day. In an instant, many viewers began screenshotting the moment, some to capture this historic moment, while others aimed to identify the breed of the goat through images. The barrage of comments in the live chat was lively. However, Lin Chuan had no mind to check them. Though he felt immense joy, he restrained his breath, his expression focused as he gazed at the goat's head peeking through the vines. The goat, however, was notably cautious. For quite some time, it only poked its head out, scanning for dangers. After a full minute, it finally stepped cautiously out from the vines. Approaching the cliff's edge, it lowered its head to gaze at the water source below. It seemed as if the goat had come to drink. Yet the cliff stood nearly 5 meters high, almost equivalent to 2 stories. The nearby area was relatively open without any trees to provide a foothold. Lin Chuan grew curious about how this goat would descend. Even for a goat, jumping from such a height could result in serious injury. But then witnessing the goat's method of descent left not only Lin Chuan, but the entire audience in the live stream astonished. Wow, this goat is a rock climbing expert. Impressive. This is incredibly stable. Goat bro is awesome. The slope ahead had apparently experienced a landslide, revealing a series of sheer cliffs that resembled a wall extending across the hillside. The cliffs were steep with nearly flat surfaces, only a few centimeters in width, insufficient to support a step. Even Lin Chuan, who possessed the basic climbing proficiency skill, found it extremely difficult to scale such cliffs. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to ascend the mountains for so many days. But this goat seemed as if it had been powered by some cheat. It tested its front hooves, stepping on a small protruding ledge. Then it deftly placed one hoof on a lower ledge with remarkable precision and stability. Before Lin Chuan knew it, the goat was nimbly making its way down the cliff, using the narrow ledges with practiced ease. This goat has lightness skills. Unlike ordinary goats, this wild goat had a slender and agile build with longer legs. Its tawny coat was short, with 2 long black stripes running from its head down its back to its hindquarters, resembling a pair of suspenders. Imagining the tender taste of the goat's meat made Lin Chuan's mouth water, and he could almost taste the flavor of grilled lamb skewers. Once the goat reached the bottom, it looked around for a moment before finally dipping its head into the rocky pool where Lin Chuan had previously drunk, lapping at the water with its tongue. However, this goat was extremely cautious. Even while drinking, its eyes darted around, constantly surveying its surroundings. It could truly be described as a cautious goat. So goats drink from this bowl too? So for the past couple of days, I've been indirectly kissing goats. Lin Chuan had no time to joke with the audience now. He held his breath and tightened his grip on the spear. He was now about 7 or 8 meters away from the goat. At this distance, even without the hunting skill, he was confident he could throw the spear and hit it. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan slowly raised his arm, taking great care to avoid rustling any branches that might startle the goat. The goat's level of caution indicated its keen reflexes. If it bolted and disappeared into the dense forest, finding it again would be no easy task. After a long moment, Lin Chuan finally found a path through the vines that wouldn't interfere with the spear's flight. He took aim at the goat's body. Although hitting its body might still allow the goat to flee, aiming for its head could potentially deliver a fatal blow. However, the head was a small target, and Lin Chuan couldn't guarantee that level of accuracy. He reluctantly settled for a less ambitious target. After aiming for a while, he slowly pulled his forearm back, preparing to throw the spear. But suddenly, a sharp hiss echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to him, a deadly viper had appeared on the cliff. It seemed to be hunting as well. The snake flicked its tongue, making a sound that caught the goat's attention, causing it to lift its head and lock eyes with the snake. For a moment, the snake seemed taken aback, as if questioning why it had made a sound. Perhaps it hadn't eaten in a while and was too hungry. Upon spotting the snake, the cautious goat wasted no time and bolted away. In the next instant, Lin Chuan hurled his spear, and the deadly viper lunged at the goat almost simultaneously. However, it was too late. The goat sprang away, and the spear's blade fortuitously struck the incoming viper, impaling it against the cliff. Wow, the snake! I was just lying here and got speared. Seeing the goat escape, Lin Chuan dashed forward. He glanced at the black snake pinned against the wall, which wore a bewildered expression, and cursed, "Stupid snake, I'll settle the score with you later." With that, he waved his hand in the direction of the goat's escape. Dabai, quick pursue. Lin Chuan understood that with his current stamina and skills, it was utterly impossible to catch up with the agile goat in such a dense forest. Without hesitation, he called for Dabai to take action. With a command from Lin Chuan, Dabai charged off in the direction the goat had fled. Despite his plumpness, Dabai moved with the speed of a canine bolt akin to a small white racing car. His pace matched that of the Lightfoot goat. In a swift maneuver, he deftly veered around, causing the little black creature curled up on his back to be flung off entirely. "Oh my, Dabai is incredible. Go, go, go. Go, Dabai." The audience erupted in cheers for Dabai, but poor Xiaohei was left in a pitiable state. Already injured, being tossed and crashing against a tree made his little eyes spin in disorientation. Lin Chuan quickly picked up Xiaohei and dashed towards the direction of Dabai and the goat. The speed was overwhelming, and the dense trees obscured his vision. In the blink of an eye, Dabai had disappeared from sight. However, Dabai was clever. Fearful that Lin Chuan would lose track of him, he called out as he ran. Following Dabai's barks, Lin Chuan weaved through the forest, clearing a path with his stone axe. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, the vines were too dense, and he was far slower than Dabai and the goat, who effortlessly threaded through the underbrush. As Dabai's barks grew fainter, Lin Chuan began to feel uneasy. If they were too far apart and Dabai were to be injured, it would be troublesome. Just as he contemplated calling Dabai back, a sudden howl from Dabai echoed through the trees, followed by silence. Lin Chuan's heart dropped. "What happened, Dabai?" he shouted, but there was no response. Xiaohei, on his shoulder, sensed something was wrong and flapped his wings in an attempt to fly and find Dabai. Unfortunately, still weak from his injuries, he tumbled to the ground. At that moment, a woof woof sounded from the direction of Dabai. Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a bit relieved. He placed Xiaohei back on his shoulder and hurried towards the sound. Although Dabai had only barked twice before falling silent again, Lin Chuan now had a direction. After a lengthy struggle through the thick undergrowth, Lin Chuan finally emerged into the clearing where Dabai was. He stood at the edge of a steep cliff that jutted out like a wall on the hillside, a considerable distance from the water source. Upon stepping out from the thicket, Lin Chuan immediately glanced down. To his shock, he discovered a large pit at his feet. Dabai's barks emanated from within it. Rushing to the edge, he peered down and felt a knot tighten in his chest. "This is a trap." The audience, particularly Dabai's fervent fans, collectively gasped in alarm. "What on earth? Why is there a trap here? Lin, hurry and get Dabai out. I need to know if my baby is hurt." "How dare you claim Dabai as yours? He's clearly mine. Now is not the time to argue." "Lin, you must check." Lin Chuan, without needing reminders, was more anxious than anyone. Beside him, Xiaohei leaned over the pit, hopping anxiously. The pit was at least 2 meters deep and over a meter wide, with several sharpened wooden stakes protruding upward. Falling from that height and landing on them would be lethal. Fortunately, a few of the stakes had rotted and fallen, creating a small opening at the bottom. Dabai had landed right there, and the decaying grass and soft soil cushioned his fall, preventing injury. The hearts of Dabai's fans eased slightly. Dabai looked up from the pit, curling into a ball, his expression a mix of fear and grievance. "Don't worry, Dabai, he'll get you out soon." Yet from the state. Based on the state of decay in the wooden stakes embedded within the pit, the trap had been set long ago. Yet this alone confirmed his earlier hypothesis, far from baseless anxiety. Human beings had once inhabited this island, at the very least in times past. Were they indigenous people, or castaways like Robinson Crusoe? Could they even be cannibals? In an instant, Lin Chuan's mind conjured several possibilities regarding whoever had laid the trap. Especially under the influence of countless films and novels, such thoughts were inevitable on a desolate island. Cannibals naturally loomed largest in his imagination. The moment he recalled that photograph, a cannibal cradling a human leg, gnawing ravenously, he felt an icy shiver race down his spine, gooseflesh prickled his nape. Unbidden, a grim tableau flashed before his eyes. A band of jet-black figures crowned with feathers erupting from behind to seize him, binding him like a hog upon a pole, draining his blood, roasting him over flame. Damn it, surely it won't be that horrific. Lin Chuan shook his head, sharply banishing the vision. Just then Dabai nudged him gently with his small muzzle. Then, keeping a wide berth from the trap, he trotted briskly to the base of the cliff face, lifted his snout toward its summit, and placed his two front paws against the rock, scrambling upward as though attempting to climb. Lin Chuan paused, startled. Then comprehension dawned. You mean, the wild goats climbed up the cliff? Woof, woof. Dabai barked twice, nodding emphatically. What? No way. Staring at the sheer rock face, its incline barely gentler than the water source's slope, Lin Chuan wore an expression of utter disbelief. It was plausible perhaps for a goat to descend such a slope with agility, but to ascend it. This near-vertical precipice rose nearly 5 meters high, offering almost no footholds. True, their hooves were compact, capable of gripping minute protrusions mere centimeters wide, but still scaling such a wall demanded extraordinary dexterity. Lin Chuan could scarcely fathom the precise posture, the exact sequence of movements that would allow a wild goat to scale it. After a moment's contemplation, revelation struck. I've been looking in the wrong direction these past 2 days. He had assumed the cliff too formidable for any goat to surmount, thus concluding the 3 animals whose hoofprints he'd found must still linger somewhere on the slope below. And when he'd spotted one descending from above earlier that day, he'd even felt a flicker of hope, assuming it could never return upward, meaning more goats must dwell below. Even if this one had fled, locating one among 4 would surely be easier than among 3. Perhaps he'd mused others might yet blunder into his traps, but he had been utterly mistaken. The wild goats descend only to forage, then ascend again. That explains why, despite scouring every inch of this lower slope these past days, I've glimpsed not a single goat. A wave of frustration washed over him. All his diligent tracking, his painstaking search, had amounted to little more than wrestling with phantoms. Yet it hadn't been entirely in vain. During those hours, he had mapped the terrain of this slope with precision and uncovered numerous valuable resources. With a sigh, Lin Chuan considered ascending the cliff himself, but one glance at its smooth, unbroken face silenced the notion instantly. For a human to scale it barehanded would require not merely rock climbing skill, but something akin to Qigong, the legendary art of lightness. And lacking proper climbing gear, the feat was simply impossible. Yet this very impossibility sparked a new question. How then did the traps builders reach the top? Or, without hesitation, Lin Chuan sprang to his feet, plunged into the dense thicket, selected a towering tree, and scaled it swiftly to its crown, peering upward toward the cliff summit. Exactly. There on the gentle incline above the precipice lay a long vine, one end secured tightly around the nearest tree, the rest coiled loosely upon the ground. Clearly the traps makers had used it as a rope to scale the cliff. Now the vine rested atop the cliff, proof that no humans currently dwelled on the slope below. Relief settled over Lin Chuan. That earlier chilling sensation, the dread of unseen figures bursting from the woods to strike without warning, finally ebbed. He scanned the cliffs and slopes for another half-hour, but saw no sign of goats. Descending the tree, he glanced once more at the trap in the earth, then turned, guiding Dabai and Xiaohei back toward the water source. Worth noting, Lin Chuan had contemplated digging a trap himself. Yet without tools, no shovel, no proper pick, he knew excavating a pit large enough to ensnare prey would demand superhuman effort, utterly impractical for a single man. It would have squandered strength for naught. Thus the existence of this trap implied something profound. At least once this island had hosted more than one person. For such a pit, so deep, so meticulously constructed, could never have been dug by a solitary individual. Back at the water source, the dead Habu viper, still pinned to the cliff face, thrashed violently. The instant it spied Lin Chuan, it lunged forward, tongue flickering, jaws bared in menace. You dare threaten me? Rage flared within him. His earlier encounter with the goats had been a rare serendipitous hunting opportunity. How many chances like that arise in a lifetime? Had this snake not intervened, he might already be feasting on goat meat. And now it dared bare its fangs. Furious, Lin Chuan strode forward, seized his spear, and wrenched it free with a sharp, decisive pull. Then, before the serpent even began its descent, he moved with breathtaking speed. A swift, clean stroke severed its head midair. Before the severed head struck the ground, he lunged forward and impaled it squarely upon the spear's tip. Gazing at the viper's head, its expression frozen in grotesque, unquiet death, he murmured, "Perfect. The venom sac in my old one has spoiled. I'll use yours instead." He stooped, gathered the writhing body from the earth, and slung it over his shoulder. Having witnessed the wild goat's uncanny agility, he had abandoned all thought of hunting them, for today at least. Moreover, the snake's hide held great utility. His food supply, he reasoned, remained assured. If goat meat is beyond reach, then the sea shall feed me. As he walked back, he glanced at the livestream commentary. To his quiet delight, he found viewers had, without further proof from him, largely accepted the truth. Those wild goats were not his doing. They belonged to the island and always had. I took a moment to search for information on the sheep that old Lin discovered, but it appears that there is no record of such a creature in the world. Old Lin, you have stumbled upon a new species. Wouldn't that only complicate matters for him? After all, there are no hunters in this world who could possibly hunt such a sheep. I can confidently say that even without a gun, Old Lin would be at a disadvantage. Yi Gaoxing, don't wait until Old Lin presents evidence to prove you wrong. Be wise and give him a reward now, and no one will say anything about it. Yi Gaoxing replied, honestly, I was just caught up in the moment and wanted to be contrary. But given Old Lin's performance these past few days, I am convinced that he has no reason to fabricate anything at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the recently logged-in Old Ma sprang forward. What's this? Are you having second thoughts? No, absolutely not. It's just, I feel a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, I watched a female streamer, and in a moment of weakness, I ended up giving away the reward I had prepared for Old Lin. But don't worry, brother Ma, I will go out and work to earn that reward for Old Lin. How long will that take? At least a day or two, but possibly 3 to 5 days. All right, then I'll give you 3 days. If you don't send the reward after that, your account will be gone. Understood. In truth, Lin Chuan had not anticipated that such a goat capable of agility could exist in this world. This realization added a layer of intrigue to his understanding of the island. Firstly, we cannot rule out the possibility of human presence on this. My thought is that until I grow strong enough, I should avoid contact. After all, we don't know if they could be cannibal. As Lin Chuan made his way down the mountain, he chatted with his audience. Based on the height of the cliffs on both sides of Taro Mountain, I can roughly estimate that the areas I have explored so far may be just the tip of the iceberg of this island. I believe it is no coincidence that there are agile wild goats here. I suspect there might be other extraordinary creatures on the island. So everyone, please continue to follow me as we gradually unveil the mysteries of this island. Due to the low water flow at the water source, the airdrop box could not be filled at this time. Lin Chuan decided to leave it on the mountain and return later to retrieve it. Therefore, with light footsteps, he quickly descended and soon found himself back on the beach. By now it was around 10 in the morning and the beach was beginning to heat up. There was almost no wind today, and the sea surface was exceptionally calm, resembling a brilliant blue mirror. Although the air was slightly muggy, it added a touch of tranquility and leisure to the beach. The palm trees at the edge of the beach stood with their vibrant green leaves sparkling under the sunlight. Upon returning, Dabai dashed into the grass hut to cool off. Meanwhile, Xiaohei scampered up a coconut tree, seemingly in search of more coconut worms. At that moment, as Lin Chuan observed the scene, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him, as if he were truly on vacation rather than surviving on a deserted island. A smile crept onto his face, but a sudden rumble from his stomach swiftly brought him back to reality. When will I no longer have to worry about food? He sighed. Returning to the grass hut, Lin Chuan placed his belongings down and picked up his spear. The menacing head of the death viper remained impaled upon the tip, as I mentioned before. In truth, Lin Chuan's bait had not been ineffective. Last night, after he cast his newly refined lure into the sea, within a mere 10 minutes, 4 sharks converged upon these waters, where normally no more than one would ever appear. This alone confirmed the efficacy of the new formula. Yet as the sharks devoured the floating bait, none displayed even the faintest sign of paralysis. Though disappointing, this outcome had not surprised Lin Chuan. The anesthetic had been embedded within the tender flesh of conches and clams, but that flesh was minuscule, and over time the current inevitably leached the drug away. At the moment, he'd regretted not having preserved the shed skin of the dead habu snake, had he wrapped both bait and toxin in that supple, impermeable membrane. Thus, though the goat had escaped today, Lin Chuan felt no real loss, because last night he had secured precisely what he'd sought: fresh serpent venom, and the snake's intact, pliable hide. Old Lin, you mean to paralyze the shark first, then deliver the venom? Exactly. Anesthetics demand precise dosing. The quantity required to subdue a creature varies drastically with its size, and for a beast like a shark, to immobilize it through ingestion is virtually impossible. We simply lack enough anesthetic to achieve that. But venom is different. It is a potent neurotoxin. Just a few grams, no more, would fell not only a shark, but even a whale. Yet venom is protein-based, readily degraded by gastric enzymes. Ingestion alone cannot induce poisoning. So, he picked up his spear and kicked aside the stones covering the sand. With the spearhead, he scraped away the surface layer, revealing the buried serpent's head. In one swift motion, he impaled it upon the tip. Then, gripping the spear in one hand and cradling a coconut shell brimming with herbal paste in the other, he set off toward the shore, 5 pouches of coiled snakeskin tucked securely beneath his arm. At the water's edge, he first scattered the aromatic blend from the coconut shell across the waves. To prevent the venom-laced pouches from drifting, he tied each to a 3-meter vine. He settled onto a coastal boulder, 5 vines coiled tightly in his palm, and cast the pouches into the surf. They floated serenely upon the glassy surface tethered by slender cords, his posture uncannily reminiscent of walking a dog, or perhaps angling for something far more formidable. 23333. Old Lin, you've stunned me again. Never in my life have I seen anyone fish for sharks. But honestly, doesn't this seem wildly implausible? This whole scheme sounds utterly fantastical. Newcomers flooding into the live stream stared baffled. Truly the world teems with marvels and marvel makers. Host, using anesthetic bait to catch sharks. Where on earth did such brilliance spring from? Why do so many streamers resort? If this is meant to be a survival broadcast, why not focus on These gimmicks make me switch channels instantly. That remark triggered a wave of, by the sacred mockery always backfire. Mockery always backfires. Surely no one actually believes this. Does he think he's a superhero? And does he imagine sharks are mindless fools? What? Nonsense. No such substance exists in nature. Oh, how can you be certain? Must I reveal my identity as a master perfumer? Another master. Why are there so many masters these days? Let me tell you plainly, in my eyes there exists only one true master. The incomparable Lin Master. Fanboy delusion. Fine. I'll wager with you if he catches a shark I'll call you Dad. Otherwise you call me Dad. Accepted. I've noted your handle spices life. Lin Chuan's eccentric pose, sitting cross-legged on the beach tugging gently at the vines like a man walking celestial orbs, drew fresh viewers in droves. The chat erupted. Yet aside from devoted fans, nearly all newcomers doubted he could succeed. Some stayed merely to watch folly unfold for amusement, others waiting for the inevitable collapse, to savor the spectacle of failure. And yet, mere minutes after casting the bait, a vast inky silhouette glided into view beneath the crystalline water, heading straight for the floating snakeskin pouches. Lin Chuan's eyes flared with triumph. Through the shimmering surface, he recognized it, a lemon shark, larger than the one that had disrupted his airdrop retrieval days earlier. Over 2 meters long, ample sustenance for weeks. His elation swiftly gave way to taut vigilance. Paralyzing the shark, then striking with venom-coated spear, this was only the prelude. The true peril lay ahead. He drew several slow, deliberate breaths, centering himself, preparing for the violent confrontation that might soon erupt. The shark drew nearer, then directly beneath the pouches opened its maw without hesitation. Its razor teeth sheared cleanly through the vines. In one fluid motion, it swallowed 2 pouches whole. Lin Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. Without pause, he wrenched the serpent's head from the spear tip, located the venom glands, and pressed the fangs firmly against the dagger blade, squeezing hard. 2 glistening streams of translucent venom arced onto the steel. He smeared it evenly across the edge, discarded the spent head, seized the dagger, and retreated swiftly backward. When he judged the distance sufficient for a full sprint, he halted, fixed his gaze upon the shark now consuming the final pouch, and assumed the poised crouch of a sprinter at the starting block. The anesthetic dose was potent, but exquisitely minimal. Each pouch held only a few delicate leaves. He knew the onset of paralysis would be fleeting, perhaps no longer than a heartbeat. If the coming days are to pass without hunger's shadow, then this moment must be seized, not a second too soon, nor a second too late. 10 seconds later, the shark, having swallowed all 5 pouches, convulsed violently, then flipped belly up, pale underside gleaming against the sunlit water. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed to slits. Now, in that instant he lunged, spear clenched in one fist, body coiling like a drawn bow, hurtling forward with explosive force toward the helpless giant. Amidst the dense forest, Lin Chuan moved with hesitant caution. Yet upon the open sands he struck with thunderous resolve. Free from the tangle of vines and undergrowth, on that vast unobstructed shore, his explosive power in that single instant surpassed even the wild mountain goat. In a flash, as Lin Chuan erupted forward, the spectators were utterly stunned. What did my eyes deceive me? Was there truly an afterimage trailing behind old Lin just now? Unbelievable. Too fast, too fast, too fast, too damn fast. Usain Bolt stormed out of the live stream muttering curses. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan surged to the water's edge. He bent his knees, then drove a single foot down with brutal force upon a jagged rock, and launched himself skyward, soaring like a cannonball along a breathtaking arc straight toward the shark. Mike Powell, the world record holder in long jump, stormed out of the live stream cursing under his breath. The shark, having devoured 5 venom-laced snakeskin pouches, had not succumbed to paralysis immediately. Instead, it had swum several meters farther from shore, so that the distance between its upturned belly and Lin Chuan's launch point now exceeded 8 meters. Lin Chuan possessed no hunting skill at present. Hurling a spear would risk both insufficient force and poor accuracy. Yet those 5 pouches contained his last remaining supply of paralytic toxin, every drop irreplaceable. This opportunity could not be squandered. For food he had no choice but to risk his life in close-quarters combat. To ensure the dagger pierced deep enough, he clenched the spear tightly in both hands, drew it back behind his head, and tensed every muscle in his body, then plummeted downward, aiming for the shark's exposed pale underbelly. At the final moment, less than 10 centimeters from impact, Lin Chuan thrust both legs forward and stamped hard downward. His feet landed squarely upon that broad, yielding expanse of flesh. Without hesitation, he drove both arms down in a furious, decisive strike. Thwip! The blade was razor-sharp, his arm's strength prodigious. In an instant, the entire length of the dagger vanished into the shark's abdomen. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chuan slid his hands down the spear shaft, seized the hilt, and wrenched it backward with savage force. Shryak! The searing agony jolted the shark fully awake, and its body convulsed violently. This sudden, uncontrollable thrashing was the true peril Lin Chuan had foreseen. After a few spasmodic shudders, the shark rolled over abruptly. Just as Lin Chuan's body was about to be slammed beneath the waves, he yanked the dagger free with one hand, while the other plunged deep into the gash he'd torn open in the shark's belly. His arm vanished into thick, warm, viscous darkness. He spared no thought for revulsion or fear. His hand groped blindly inside the cavity, seizing whatever it could, gripping the inner wall of the belly with desperate, ironclad tenacity. By then his entire body had already been dragged beneath the surface. But fortune held, the shark's broad back still broke the water's plane, and Lin Chuan's arm emerging above the waves could still find purchase. Gagging on salt water, he locked his dagger-wielding arm and the one buried within the shark's gut into a tight, encircling grip, then drove the blade downward with all his might, burying it deep into the shark's dorsal ridge. He clung to the hilt with absolute, unyielding ferocity. Agony racked the beast. It twisted and bucked, frantic to dislodge him. Lin Chuan endured, every fiber of his being straining against oblivion. His legs slick with seawater and blood locked around the thrashing flank. His whole body clung fused to the creature like a second skin. He could not let go, not for an instant. To do so would mean certain death. Flung into open water, he would be torn apart in a single ravenous bite. After a brief, brutal struggle, the shark realized it could not shake him loose. It dove, plunging downward with terrifying speed, surging toward the deeper sea. Instantly, the livestream audience held their breath. Holy hell, old Lin isn't human. That reflex, that strength, that precision, it's nothing short of superhuman. Old Lin, if you can't hold on, just let go. If that shark drags you deeper, you'll drown for sure. The shark was frenzied. Within seconds, it had shot dozens of meters outward and descended several meters below the surface. Though Lin Chuan possessed the basic freediving mastery skill, normally rendering such depth and duration trivial, the shark's violent roll had caught him off guard. He'd swallowed a mouthful of seawater upon impact. Now, clinging to the beast with raw, agonized determination, he suffered excruciating distress. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in his mind. I acted too rashly. This shark's vitality far exceeds my expectations. Yet the venom of the Death Adder was no empty boast. Within seconds, the shark's velocity began to falter. A few more heartbeats passed. Its hemorrhaging, compounded by violent exertion, accelerated the toxin's circulation through its bloodstream. Then, stillness. The shark ceased moving entirely. In that suspended instant, Lin Chuan felt as though he had clawed his way back from the very threshold of death. He released his grip, not caring for the carcass, and surged upward with frantic, desperate strokes. Breaking the surface, he gasped, dizzy, disoriented, lungs heaving. Ha! He panted for over 10 seconds before drawing his first steady breath. Shaking seawater from his hair, he trembled, not from cold, but from lingering shock. That was too close. If the shark had held on just a few seconds longer, or sunk another meter, I'd never have surfaced again. Only after a long, steadying pause did he remember the corpse below. Yet when he scanned the distance to shore, it stretched at least 70 or 80 meters. Lin Chuan frowned. Though lemon sharks were among the smallest of their kind, this specimen weighed no less than 250 kilograms. To haul it ashore unaided, without ropes, pulleys, or machinery, was physically impossible. No choice. I'll have to bring it back piece by piece. Though he had just brushed against death, exhaustion gnawed at his limbs, but he dared not delay. If other sharks caught the scent of blood, all his effort would vanish in an instant. Without further hesitation, he dove. Thankfully, the waters here were shallow, barely 7 or 8 meters deep, and the shark's corpse lay motionless upon the seabed. Lin Chuan retrieved the dagger still embedded in its back, then began cutting. Water pressure hampered his strength. Each incision was laborious, slow. He ascended and descended over a dozen times, spending more than an hour before he had finally sectioned the entire carcass into manageable portions. Once the shark was fully butchered, he spent nearly the rest of the afternoon pausing repeatedly, diving and resurfacing another 10 times to ferry each crimson slab ashore. Fortune favored him, no other predators appeared. When he staggered onto the beach bearing the final cut of meat, Lin Chuan collapsed inwardly, utterly spent. He was far more drained than during his previous airdrop retrieval, by 100-fold. On the last few trips, he moved only by sheer force of will. Now clutching the cold, heavy slab of shark flesh, he staggered toward his small grass hut. His thoughts blank, his senses dulled. He had no desire to taste the meat, no curiosity about fins or flavor. All he craved was sleep, deep, unbroken, merciful sleep. But before he reached the hut, his trembling fingers betrayed him. The meat slipped from his grasp and thudded softly onto the sand. He pitched forward, straight into darkness. In that final sliver of consciousness, he thought of the old man and of Hemingway. The sky above the sea shifted as the stars rotated, and before long it was midnight. Lin Chuan lay sprawled on the beach beside a thatched cottage, having slept deeply until now. In his 20-plus years of life, this was undoubtedly the most profound slumber he had ever experienced. During that time, Dabai and Xiao He had attempted to rouse him several times, but to no avail. As the sea breeze turned cooler, Lin Chuan gradually awakened. Upon opening his eyes and feeling the soreness coursing through his body, he furrowed his brow. What on earth? He rubbed his head and sat up. The night by the sea was surprisingly bright as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing just how hard he had pushed himself during the day to have slept so long. Seeing him awake, Bai and Xiao He rushed over. Bai joyfully rubbed his head against Lin Chuan's chest, while Xiao He, who had foraged a worm from who knows where, pressed it insistently into Lin Chuan's palm. A wave of warmth washed over him at the sight of these two little creatures. After exhausting himself during the day, he felt utterly drained. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan accepted the worm from Xiao He. He didn't even bother to squeeze it, he simply popped it into his mouth and chewed it down. After swallowing, he smacked his lips, feeling an insatiable craving linger. Although the worm was high in protein, it was simply too small, leaving him even hungrier. He affectionately patted the excited Bai and Xiao He in his arms. All right, enough of the antics. Xiao He can find something to eat on his own, and Bai, you must be starving too. Upon hearing this, Bai let out a plaintive whine. Okay, let's get something to eat right away. Just as Lin Chuan stood up, a flurry of identical comments appeared on the screen. Wait a moment, Lao Lin be a witness. Caught off guard by the sudden barrage of messages, Lin Chuan was bewildered. Witness? What kind of witness? At that moment, a viewer named Xiao Xiangzhu stepped forward. Everyone quiet down, let me speak. Lao Lin, someone today said you're just trying to attract attention and that you won't catch any sharks. I made a bet with him, remember? Lin Chuan recalled, raising an eyebrow. The one where I have to call him Dad. Exactly. Since this bet revolves around you, it wouldn't make sense not to have you witness it. Lin Chuan glanced at her profile and thought it was a girl. Why was she being called Dad? Yet considering they were both viewers of his stream, he held his tongue. In an instant, thousands of viewers began tagging the other person. Are you all insane? Don't tag me and stop sending me private messages, all right? It was just a joke. A joke? Why didn't you say it was a joke back then? Got called out, and now you're embarrassed. You coward, own up to your bet. I'm not calling you anything. Who do you think you are? Just because you want me to call you that. No matter how the other viewers reacted, that person stubbornly refused to comply. Lin Chuan sensed this was going nowhere and was about to interject when another account looking rather haggard logged on. What's going on? Yi Gaoxing, are you causing trouble again? Hey. No, Brother Ma, this time it's really not my fault, let me explain. Yi Gaoxing recounted the events. Once he understood, Lao Ma quickly fired off a straightforward comment. Call him. Xiang Liao is the best. Upon seeing that tag, Xiang Liao was immediately taken aback. Although someone had mentioned earlier that this stream was backed by a top-tier supporter, he had dismissed it. Someone of that caliber would never support a small streamer with just a few tens of thousands of fans. After all, according to the unwritten rules among the big names in shark fishing, he never expected that Lao Ma would actually speak up. In that instant, he dared not hesitate, and his years of singlehood drove his fingers to type faster than ever. Brother Ma, you shouldn't have to bother with something like this. I'm not the type to back down from a bet. I'll admit my poor judgment, the streamer's skills far exceed my expectations. Xiao Xiangzhu, from now on in this stream you will. Jiang Chun had never tasted shark fin before. Everything he'd said about it had been mere hearsay, second-hand knowledge, unverified and untested. Yet this meal confirmed his words entirely. Shark fin was utterly flavorless, soft, gelatinous, and limp when cooked. Though it resembled vermicelli in appearance, it lacked even the modest resilience and subtle chewiness that made vermicelli palatable. By contrast, the dead habu snake proved a revelation, tender, richly savory, with an elegant balance of herbal fragrance and the delicate sweetness of wild berries. each bite lingering on the tongue like a quiet resonant chord. Sated Jiang Chun rose from his meal long after midnight, well past 2 or 3 in the morning, but wasted no time resting. Sharks are cartilaginous fish, he murmured, lacking a urinary system altogether. In simpler terms, they possess no urethra. Their urine diffuses directly through their tissues, saturating their flesh with urea. That is why shark meat carries such an overpowering acrid stench. And because urea accelerates decomposition, shark meat spoils far more rapidly than ordinary meat. We must process it immediately, before dawn's warmth hastens decay beyond repair. With that, he took up his knife and peeled away the skin from each slab of shark flesh. Though shark skin contains abundant collagen, it also accumulates dangerously high levels of mercury. Unprocessed, it poses a serious risk of poisoning. I'll take no such risk. He wrapped the discarded skins in a broad palm leaf and set them aside, intending to cast them into the sea later. Then he selected a heavy stone and pressed it firmly onto a crimson slab of raw shark meat, squeezing out moisture with deliberate methodical force. I once heard of a distant land where people consumed fermented airdried shark meat, a delicacy so notoriously foul-smelling that fermented herring seems mild by comparison, and stinky tofu, refined elegance itself. It ranks among the world's most reviled foods, yet certain traditional methods do extend its shelf life. Stone pressing, for instance, expels excess moisture, slowing spoilage. Gritting his teeth against the pungent ammoniac reek, he repeated the process across every piece, extracting as much fluid as humanly possible. Exhausted, he paused to catch his breath. Next, he wielded his stone adze to dig a deep pit in the sand. He filled it with dry kindling, then ventured into the forest to cut 2 sturdy poles, returning to fashion them into a simple wooden rack suspended over the pit. One by one, he hung the desiccated slabs from the rack, using slender vines. Then came the fire. Flames leapt skyward, casting flickering gold upon the silver wash of moonlight. Heat shimmered visibly in rising waves, pale blue smoke coiled like incense around the suspended meat, slow, steady, relentless. Jiang Chun aimed not merely to cook, but to desiccate, to draw out every trace of moisture, to render the flesh brittle and inert. 3 hours passed. The eastern horizon blushed with dawn's first light before he finally doused the embers. He pinched a strip of cured meat, firm, leathery, nearly hardened. This should suffice. Truth be told, he had no certainty how long shark jerky would endure. Even Wilderness Fundamentals, his sole compendium of survival lore, offered no guidance on the matter. Everything he'd done tonight had been instinctive, pieced together from fragmented rumors and half-remembered anecdotes. I recall reading that urea in shark flesh reacts with ambient moisture, triggering rapid degradation. His gaze lingered on the darkened, smoke-kissed strips hanging from the rack. After a moment's reflection, he nodded. If so, then isolation from air ought to prolong preservation. Without delay, he began untying each strip. 2 he set aside, for himself and by the white tiger who slept beside him. The rest he buried deep within the still warm pit, nestling each piece amid glowing charcoal, then sealing them beneath layers of ash and fine damp sand. Only when every last morsel lay entombed did he exhale satisfied. These were hard-won provisions, gained at mortal risk, and to let them rot within 2 days would be a betrayal of every peril he'd endured. When at last he returned to his thatched hut carrying the 2 reserved strips, he sat beside its threshold and stared at the blackened, shriveled flesh in his palm. His brow furrowed. Why does it smell stronger now, after roasting? Perhaps like stinky tofu, its odor belies its taste. Perhaps it merely smells unbearable yet proves tolerable, or even pleasant, on the tongue. Still he hesitated. Instead of tasting it himself, he placed 1 strip into Bai's feeding bowl. The great white tiger, ever watchful, had been crouched nearby, tail curled, ears pricked, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. In an instant he lunged forward and devoured the morsel in 2 swift, decisive bites. You seem to enjoy it, Jiang Chun murmured. He tore off a small piece and placed it on his tongue. An immediate searing wave of ammonia flooded his sinuses, sharp, acrid, suffocating. A sharp gasp escaped him. His lips tightened, jaw clenched, fighting the violent, visceral urge to retch. He chewed twice, slowly, deliberately, then swallowed, forcing it down. A long, shuddering breath followed. Humph. Repulsive, but bearable. He steeled himself, then ate the remainder quickly, steadily. Within minutes the strip vanished. Immediately he snatched 2 wild fruits and crushed them between his molars, chewing hard and fast. Several more followed, until at last the rancid aftertaste receded, banished by tart, sun-ripened sweetness. Viewers watching his ordeal could not restrain themselves. Brother Lin, what on earth does it taste like? Is it truly that vile? He answered without looking up. Recall what I said earlier, the urea permeating shark flesh. Now imagine a slab of meat soaked, not for hours nor days, but for years, in concentrated urine. then roasted over open flame utterly unseasoned. Yes, it is revolting, yet it sustains. And hunger day after day is a far crueler master than any foul flavor. But soon, Jiang Chun realized he had been mistaken. Over the next 2 days his routine remained unchanged, climbing the mountain for water and resources, enduring the mocking leaps of wild goats. Yet meals had become a daily trial, no longer nourishment, but penance. To eat was agony. To abstain was starvation. Even with daily charcoal replacement, the odor worsened, intensifying, thickening, curdling in the humid coastal heat. Urea fermented within the flesh, transforming slowly, inexorably into something far more noxious. By the second night, he could bear it no longer. I formally retract everything I declared 48 hours ago. Starvation, yes, even leaping from the cliffs, would be preferable to another bite of this abomination. From this moment forth, I shall starve before I swallow another morsel. And yet, at dawn on the third day, having scoured the shore fruitlessly for clams or conches and subsisted only on 2 taro roots the previous evening, Jiang Chun returned to the pit and retrieved another strip of shark jerky. The classic, "I'll never eat it again," followed instantly by "delicious." The moment the meat touched his tongue, ammonia detonated, blinding, brutal, absolute. Tears streamed down his face, unbidden, unstoppable, burning hot. It was the sting of eyes forced open in a lavatory untouched for years, the kind of stench that scorches the cornea, that forces tears not from sorrow, but sheer chemical assault. Jiang Chun wept, not from weakness, but from the raw, involuntary rebellion of his own senses. The expression on your face, Lao Lin, suddenly reminded me of my childhood. Specifically the first time I tasted Wang's high, stinky tofu. Is it really that revolting? Look at Dabai, he's devouring it with gusto. 66. Don't forget Dabai is a dog. He'll eat anything. The audience roared with laughter. Lin Chuan suffered in silence. 2. He hadn't even chewed. Barely had the morsel touched his tongue before he spat the shark meat straight out. Over the course of the night, the flesh had fermented further, its stench now pungent and suffocating. Visually, the meat showed no signs of spoilage, no mold, no slimy film, merely deepened fermentation. Lin Chuan shuddered at the thought. What would it smell like if it truly rotted? Would the entire beach become uninhabitable? He tossed the offending chunk to Dabai, then rubbed the tears stinging his eyes. The acrid fumes had burned them raw. A wave of frustration and indignation crashed over him. So this is my reward for risking my life in mortal combat with a shark. 2 days' worth of meals, gulped down through sheer willpower. For this shark meat was no longer fit for human consumption. He resolved once and for all never to eat it again. I'm not starving to death, not yet. There are other sources of sustenance. With that, he ate 2 taro roots to quiet his stomach, hoisted his gear, and set off up the mountain, Dabai and Xiao trailing behind. As on the previous 2 days, he spotted the pair of wild bighorn goats. Contrary to his expectations, he'd assumed their wariness would keep them away from the cliff base for some time. Yet each ascent brought them into view, unfailingly, inevitably. This time, however, their presence stirred no excitement, only weary resignation. Through prior encounters, Lin Chuan had realized one of them was the very goat that had slipped from his grasp before. And the more cautious one, apparently harboring a grudge, seemed to have orchestrated these returns deliberately, leading its companion back to the cliff, as if to exact vengeance for that earlier chase. They appeared to be taunting him, calling out just loudly enough to betray their location, then leaping playfully the moment he drew near. Yes, leaping, as if mocking, "Come on, catch me if you can." No sooner did he give chase than they fled. And the instant he halted, breathless and defeated, they circled back, reappearing within plain sight, bouncing again with insolent glee. After several such cycles, Lin Chuan hadn't so much as grazed either animal. Yet he'd squandered precious energy which he now had to replenish with that putrid shark meat. Each time he forced himself to swallow another bite, he mentally pinned the nausea on those 2 goats. By now he loathed them with visceral intensity, yet remained utterly powerless. His spears missed, his legs couldn't match their speed. He'd even attempted crafting a bow from branches and vines, but lacking the hunting skill, he possessed no instinct for selecting resilient wood or shaping functional limbs. Every bow he assembled snapped instantly under tension. So today, upon spotting them again, Lin Chuan merely looked away, walking past as though blind, heading straight for the spring. "You may leap for 2 more days," he muttered. "But once my followers surpass 100,000, and I purchase the hunting skill, you'll find yourselves quite unable to leap at all." These past days had been miserable, yet there was cause for optimism. Perhaps due to the growing size of his livestream audience, his follower count surged dramatically. That morning, while enduring another grim meal of fermented shark, he'd already surpassed 50,000. At this pace, the 100,000 threshold would fall within days. That thought alone eased his bitterness. Gazing into the dense forest, he watched the two goats bound across the undergrowth, two living skewers of roasted mutton dancing just beyond reach. At the spring, he placed the airdrop crate beneath the waterfall to fill. Then began the new project he devised the night before: felling timber, harvesting vines, and constructing a ladder. He hadn't originally intended to scale the mountain so soon. After all, rumors of cannibals dwelling among the peaks haunted his nights. Indeed, he'd slept poorly these past 2 days, plagued by visions of tribesmen descending silently from the dark heights at midnight. Yet the astonishing growth of his following had shifted his priorities. He would build the ladder now. Preparation outweighed caution. Below, the lower slopes were thoroughly mapped, every ridge, every gully, every cluster of edible plants meticulously recorded on bark parchment. Still, building even a simple ladder demanded considerable labor. First came the search for suitable trees, tall enough, at least 4 meters, thick enough to fell with his stone axe, yet strong enough to bear repeated use. Then came the gathering of abundant supple vines, enough to lash short crossbars securely between 2 long uprights. 3 hours passed before the ladder stood complete. He carried it to the cliff's edge, braced it against the rock face, and tested its stability with firm downward pressure. Nodding in quiet satisfaction, he murmured, "Sturdy enough." Then he began to climb. In moments, he stood atop the precipice. The first time in days he'd crossed this 5-meter barrier dividing the slope from the highlands beyond. He paused only at the rim, peering inward but venturing no farther. He dared not leave Dabai unattended below, and dusk approached swiftly. Instead, he walked left along the cliff's edge until he reached a solitary tree. Beneath it, hidden in the shadow of the rock face, yawned a deep pit, a carefully concealed trap. This was the very tree he'd glimpsed from the opposite treetop days earlier. Its roots bore a long, coiled vine, the very rope Lin Chuan surmised that the trap's maker had used to ascend the cliff. Kneeling, he grasped the vine and gave it a sharp, deliberate tug. It parted instantly, dry brittle crumbling at the touch. A slow breath escaped him. Such fragility meant the vine had been secured there long ago, certainly not within recent days. No one had used it lately to scale the cliff. Thus his Golden Horn camp remained undiscovered, still safe from the island's human inhabitants. Better thieves who steal than thieves who watch. His fear of nocturnal raids had stemmed precisely from suspicion that he'd already been seen, that his presence was known, observed, perhaps even marked. Now this broken vine offered quiet reassurance. His anxiety had been unfounded. Satisfied, Lin Chuan descended without lingering. To prevent the goats from gnawing the ladder to splinters, and too weary to haul it back down, he simply hoisted it into the canopy of a nearby tree. Then, retrieving the now full airdrop crate, he headed home with Dabai at his side. Notably, after several days of Lin Chuan's specially prepared herbal poultices, Xiao Hei's wounded wing had healed completely. The raven now soared freely, graceful, unburdened wings slicing the air with effortless precision. All the way down the mountain, Xiao Hei spiraled joyfully overhead, filling the twilight with bright crystalline calls. That night, after Lin Chuan had fallen asleep, Xiao Hei stirred where she nestled in Dabai's thick fur. Her tiny head swiveled twice, quick alert, as if seized by sudden recollection. Silently, she slipped from the thatched hut, spread her wings, and flew toward the slope, swift, sure, vanishing into the hush of moonlit shadows. The dawn had barely broken when Lin Chuan was abruptly awakened by an awful stench. Indeed, he was roused by the smell itself. While one dreams, the external environment can alter the fabric of those dreams, and Lin Chuan had just found himself in a nightmare where he had fallen into a cesspool. The odor was beyond description. Startled awake, Lin Chuan looked around, relieved to pat his chest and reassure himself that it had all been a dream. However, before he could finish his thought, his face turned green as a wave of rancid odor assaulted his nostrils, provoking a bout of dry heaving. He quickly covered his nose with his hand. "This isn't entirely a dream," he exclaimed, scrambling out of the grass hut in the direction from which the foul smell emanated. He soon discovered that it was Dabai, his pet, who was hungrily digging up the shark meat in the sand pit and devouring it with gusto. In that moment, Lin Chuan understood why he had experienced such a dream. Feeling speechless, he pondered how he had lived for so many years without ever being woken by such a horrid smell. Frowning, he muttered, "How can it smell so terrible after just one night? Has it gone bad?" Fearing that Dabai might get sick from the spoiled meat, Lin Chuan pinched his nose and approached the pile in the sand pit. He picked up a stick to poke at it and found that it likely hadn't gone bad, but had simply continued to ferment. For a moment, Lin Chuan was tempted to toss it into the sea to feed the sharks. Otherwise, in a couple of days, he might even find himself suffocating from the stench in his dreams. But seeing Dabai enjoying his meal, he decided against it, leaving it for his pet. With a look of disdain, he poked Dabai's rear with the stick. "Dabai, once you're done eating, cover this up with sand, all right?" Dabai, thoroughly engrossed in his meal, grunted a couple of times without lifting his head, as if to say sure got it. With that, Lin Chuan turned towards the kitchen. The empty water drop box was placed beside the cupboard, covered with palm leaves to keep the dust away. He grabbed a coconut shell ladle and scooped a ladleful of water from the box, downing it in one gulp. After finishing, he sighed deeply, feeling the foul smell finally dissipate a little. He then picked up the remaining wild fruits from the cupboard, stuffed them into his mouth, and grabbed 2 roasted taros from the previous night before stepping out of the kitchen. Sitting beside the grass hut, he took a bite of the dry taro, choking it down and feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. There are still 4 days until we hit 100,000 fans. In these 4 days, Dabai has stinky meat to eat, and Xiaohei can find food on his own while I'm stuck munching on dry taro. The local seashells had already been wiped out, and as for the wild fruits, they were also a favorite of the local mountain goats. Therefore, what little he managed to find had already been scavenged by those goats. He had nearly exhausted his options. Thinking about it made Lin Chuan even angrier. Those 2 mountain goats were purposely irritating him, wasting his energy. Not only did they force him to eat more shark meat in the past few days, but they were also competing with him for the wild fruits. They had to be dealt with. Having finished the taro, Lin Chuan stood up and gazed somberly toward the sea. Soon he realized that aside from the food problem, there was a far more pressing issue he needed to confront. The waves surged, creating a booming sound as they crashed against the rocks while the rising tide encroached upon the sandy shore. The tide is noticeably higher today than it has been. Despite positioning his small grass hut as far back as possible, the tide was now just a few meters away from invading the very spot where the hut stood. Feeling the change in the monsoon and the humidity of the air, Lin Chuan turned to the live stream viewers with a serious expression. Everyone, it seems we must move immediately. Upon hearing this, the audience was puzzled. Old Lin, didn't you say yesterday that you couldn't move for a while? Why the sudden urgency to relocate? Because the rainy season is arriving earlier than expected. Wow, you knew the rainy season was coming early. Are you some sort of human weather forecast? How far in advance can you predict? How far in advance is hard to say. It could be a few days, but it's also possible that a storm could hit tomorrow. But I estimate that it won't be more than 5 days. As new viewers flooded into the live stream daily, some who were unaware of the channel's dynamics couldn't help but voice their doubts. I'm just curious how this streamer managed to gain tens of thousands of followers. He dares to make weather predictions without knowing anything. Even my grandfather, a fisherman who has lived by the sea for decades, can't accurately predict the rainy season. Yet you're claiming to narrow it down to 5 days. And without any instruments. Do you think you're Zhuge Liang predicting the winds just by looking at the sky? Give me a break. Those 2 comments were meant to attract attention and gain a semblance of existence. Yet to their surprise, no one acknowledged them, while strange comments began to flood in. 666. I had my doubts about old Lin's predictions, but after seeing the comments above, I have no doubts. The face of the beaten may change, but the truth of the live stream remains unchanged. Trust Master Lin and wait for rain within 5 days. But old Lin, where do you plan to move? Upon seeing this comment, Lin Chuan turned his gaze toward the hillside. The soil on the hillside is loose, and given the steep cliff that runs across it, there is a significant risk of a landslide. Therefore, we cannot establish our shelter here. That means we must go over the mountain in search of a suitable location. Just as he was speaking, a cool sea breeze swept by, causing Lin Chuan to shiver. He glanced down at his white t-shirt and shorts. He thought to himself that once the rainy season arrived, wearing such thin clothing and sleeping on a bed made of tree leaves would make him susceptible to catching a cold. It seems I can't just wait idly for my fans to reach 100,000. I need to find a way to catch some mountain goats. Not only for meat, but I also need their fur to make clothing and bedding. Lost in thought, Lin Chuan suddenly spotted a small black figure approaching from the hillside, gradually growing larger. With a sharp chirp, Xiaohei, who he hadn't seen all morning, flew in front of Lin Chuan. Initially, Lin Chuan thought Xiaohei had gone out searching for insects like in the past couple of days. Habitually, he extended his hand to catch it. But he soon realized that Xiaohei had nothing in its beak today. Didn't you go looking for insects today? Gee. Xiaohei flapped its little wings, hovering in front of Lin Chuan, shaking its head as if to say no. Then suddenly it flew to Lin Chuan's side, clamping its beak onto his sleeve. With a strong flap of its wings, its body tilted downwards, and its round little head craned back as it tugged at Lin Chuan's sleeve. When Lin Chuan didn't respond, it tugged again several times. Lin Chuan was puzzled, but quickly connected the dots. Are you trying to take me somewhere? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Xiaohei anxiously called out a few times, then began tugging at his sleeve with its beak. Last night the weather turned cooler, and Lin Chuan had awoken twice in the middle of the night. However, he hadn't seen Xiaohei. Yet he was not worried. After Xiao Hei's injured wing healed, it seemed especially happy and would often fly off to explore for a while. Initially, Lin Chuan had been a bit concerned that Xiao Hei might fly away to find its own kind and not return, but in reality, Xiao Hei not only returned on time, but would bring him a small bug each time. So last night, Lin Chuan thought Xiao Hei was just out playing again and paid it no mind. But at this moment, seeing Xiao Hei's anxious yet excited demeanor, Lin Chuan realized it might not be as simple as he thought. Did you fly out last night to find something? Now you want to take me there? Chirp, chirp. What did you go to find? Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiao Hei called out several times in a series, even varying its tones as if trying to speak. However, while Xiao Hei might understand human language, Lin Chuan truly did not comprehend beast speech. He simply could not grasp its meaning. Seeing this, Xiao Hei flitted anxiously in front of him, flapping its tiny wings as if trying to illustrate something. But honestly, it was quite abstract. Lin Chuan would be lucky to understand it. Xiao Hei in a flurry darted towards Dabai, pecked it fiercely on the head, and then quickly flapped its wings against Dabai a few times. Wong. Dabai immediately whimpered in grievance, looking as if to say, "It's him who doesn't understand. Why are you hitting me?" Chirp, 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 chirp. Xiao Hei called out again to it. Dabai, clearly irritated, turned its head with a huff and began to dig up the dirt with its black little nose. Lin Chuan initially thought it was venting its frustration from being pecked. But when Dabai stopped and Lin Chuan looked at the pattern it had dug up, he was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were even more amazed. Wow, no way. Is Dabai actually capable of drawing? Although the drawing is a bit abstract, there's a circle underneath with two slanted lines on top. Could it be depicting goat horns? So did Dabai understand Xiao Hei's message and then draw it out? Could it be that animals can communicate in a shared language? This is terrifying. Old Lin, tell me the truth, is Dabai and Xiao Hei really being played by humans? Lin Chuan was equally incredulous. It was his first time witnessing Dabai draw. Glancing at the comments, Lin Chuan said, "Friend, if you say Dabai is being played by a human, that's one thing, but have you ever seen a person so small as Xiao Hei?" Then Lin Chuan looked at Xiao Hei in disbelief, thinking, has this little guy figured out that he wants to catch a goat, and last night specifically went to help find one? Your intelligence is simply astonishing. Exclaiming in surprise, Lin Chuan did not hesitate to grab his equipment, and with Dabai in tow followed Xiao Hei as it led the way up the mountain. A couple of days prior, the goats had intentionally exposed their location to Lin Chuan, but by the time he arrived, they were already on high alert, leaving Lin Chuan unable to launch a surprise attack. However, this time was different as Xiao Hei had discovered them, and at this hour they might still be asleep. Perhaps he could have a chance to approach quietly and hunt them with a spear. Of course, this was contingent upon not being interrupted by a silly snake. Therefore, Lin Chuan dared not waste a moment, fearing he would miss the opportunity. The time was barely around 4 or 5 in the morning. A thin fog had risen on the island, making the forest even more humid, though visibility remained relatively unaffected. The ground was somewhat slippery and muddy, and before long Lin Chuan's straw sandals were caked with dirt and dew. Following Xiao Hei, he arrived at the cliff where they collected water, and it showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it flew to the tree where Lin Chuan had hidden the ladder, bouncing on the ladder as if signaling Lin Chuan to retrieve it. Wow, did Xiao Hei really grasp the purpose of the ladder after just one day? Old Lin is so lucky. Just a few days into the deserted island, and he's already got such a god-tier pet like Xiao Hei. Lin Chuan couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. Xiao Hei's intelligence continually surpassed his expectations. Although the tree was somewhat slippery for Lin Chuan, who had mastered climbing skills, it remained easy to ascend. He tossed the ladder down and leaped from the tree. Setting the ladder against the cliff, he picked up Dabai and climbed up. Upon reaching the cliff, Xiao Hei did not lead him further up the mountain, but instead flew to the right along the top of the cliff in the direction of the rising sun. At the edge of the cliff, the rocks were bare with few trees growing, forming a narrow pathway. For an average person, it would be difficult to walk steadily, but for Lin Chuan, who had acquired the basic balance mastery, it was as if he were walking on flat ground, moving swiftly. Notably, the reason he was able to land so steadily on the belly of a shark during a previous shark hunt was also due to this skill. Thus, Lin Chuan moved quickly, and in no time he reached the end of the cliff. When he was below the cliff, Lin Chuan had already explored this area. Before him loomed a towering pitch-black precipice. Due to the fog, he could not see the top, leaving him unaware of its exact height. The cliff face within reach was covered in vibrant green moss, which felt slick to the touch. Lin Chuan's initial thoughts had not been wrong. This slope was indeed wedged between two cliffs. Perhaps due to an earthquake or some other reason, this part of the island had experienced a significant collapse, leading to the formation of a slope between the cliffs. It resembled a round cake with a small section at the edge scooped out at an angle. But at this moment, standing beneath this awe-inspiring cliff, the sensation was beyond words. Wow, This cliff shrouded in mist resembles something out of a fairy tale. Old Lin, don't get too close. Be careful not to get hit by falling rocks, laughing and crying. Chirp, 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 chirp. Just as Lin Chuan was lost in thought, Xiao He chirped a few more times, as if eagerly urging him to continue up the mountain. Hearing this, Lin Chuan began to turn around, swinging his stone pick and spear to clear the way as he continued his ascent. Since a significant landslide had likely occurred below the cliff, the slope was relatively gentle. The upper slope, however, was much steeper. Additionally, due to the fog and proximity to the cliff, sunlight was obstructed, casting the dense forest in near darkness. To avoid venomous snakes, insects, and various oddly shaped spiders, Lin Chuan proceeded cautiously, not rushing. However, as he climbed higher, his field of vision suddenly opened up. The cliff to his right began to slope down, creating a gap between the cliff and the dense forest. At that moment, Xiao He flew up along the cliff and landed in a particular spot. Seeing where Xiao He had settled, Lin Chuan was astonished. The gaze extended upward along the dark cliff face, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The place where Xiao He had landed was revealed to be the entrance of a pitch-black cave. The cave's diameter exceeded 2 meters, and it was positioned more than 10 meters above the vertical drop of the cliff. Due to the inward curve of the cliff, despite its height, the cave was not inaccessible. The path was rugged and narrow. Though it was somewhat wider than the ledge at the water collection point, it was still far from obvious. An ordinary person could never ascend there unless they possessed some climbing skills like Lin Chuan, who had mastered the basic climbing proficiency. Looking at the dark mouth of the cave, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He beckoned Xiao He to return to his shoulder. Instead of making any hasty moves, he quietly retreated into the dense forest to avoid alarming any potential prey. Once hidden, Lin Chuan could hardly contain his excitement. Xiao He, is the wild goat really in that cave? Xiao He, though unable to comprehend his words, sensed Lin Chuan's tone and nodded energetically. GG. With a couple of enthusiastic hops, Xiao He's response filled Lin Chuan with joy. Goodness, I've really stumbled upon a treasure here, and it didn't take much effort at all, he exclaimed. Xiao He, you've done a great job. Lowering his voice, he gently patted Xiao He's small head and took a piece of dried coconut from his backpack as a reward, which Xiao He happily pecked at. In the live stream, the audience erupted in admiration. I'm truly impressed. Xiao He is a remarkable companion. Without any training, it rivals a falcon. However, amidst the awe, questions arose. Host, are you sure? How can the goat reach such a high cave? An experienced viewer quickly chimed in. Are you a new viewer? Didn't you see how the goat demonstrated its agility? Lin Chuan smiled and explained, actually, even if it can't leap, there is a species of goat that can scale cliffs like this. Are you referring to the cliff goat? Exactly, the cliff goat, also known as the ibex. They are specialized foraging animals that thrive on cliffs. As long as there's a foothold, they can ascend, and they possess remarkable vitality, usually surviving falls from heights of 10 meters. However, the physique of an ibex is between that of a goat and a sheep. They tend to be quite stocky with thick, curly fur and larger horns. Unlike the agile goats, they aren't as slender, and their fur is short with sharp horns. Moreover, the running speed of an ibex is nowhere near that of the agile goats. Thus, one could say that the agile goat is a comprehensive enhancement of the cliff goat. Old Lin, you've truly discovered a new species. What will you name it? Super cliff goat. Naming isn't important, but now that I've found the nesting site of this goat, it's clear that it didn't come to the island with me. Yi Gaoxing, are you convinced now? Having been tagged, Yi Gaoxing, who had just logged in, felt a wave of frustration. Since the last incident, he seemed to be the target of every mention. Yet it was precisely this matter that spurred him to log in early. The 3-day deadline set by Old Ma was drawing near, and fearing he might say something wrong and be called out by Old Ma, Yi Gaoxing quickly sent a barrage of comments. I'm impressed. Of course I'm impressed. In fact, I was already impressed last time. Maga gave me 3 days, and now that I've scraped enough together, I'm here to recharge. Despite Old Ma's silence, he was visibly online. After sending this comment, Yi Gaoxing felt no sense of luck and wasted no time recharging and tipping. In the next moment, Lin Chuan witnessed a dazzling display of effects exploding in the live stream. A barrage of shark rockets and a flurry of gifts followed, with total donations amounting to 8999 shark coins. In an instant, Yi Gaoxing felt his heart bleed. After years in the shark community, he had never received such a sum. His previous donations to Lin Chuan had barely added up to a few dozen shark coins. The most frustrating part was that he usually donated to small female streamers with only a few thousand followers, and their smiles brought him joy. But this so-called Lin Chuan had only a few thousand followers as well, and he had tipped so much without a single word of thanks. Talk about cold. Yet at that moment, Yi Gaoxing found himself reassessing Lin Chuan. He realized that with his talent, he had the potential to become a major streamer. Having spent time in his stream's top ranks might even become a bragging right in the future. In truth, while Lin Chuan appeared aloof on the surface inside, he was overjoyed. With these donations, his total shark coin balance skyrocketed to 25000. Although his fan base was growing rapidly, most were merely freeloaders. Apart from the over 500 shark coins accumulated from old Moss' recent donations, the rest had only contributed small, inexpensive gifts. Nevertheless, after receiving Yi Gaoxing's generous donation, Lin Chuan now had enough shark coins to purchase the items he desired. However, having already acquired all the cheaper basic skills in the shop, he didn't have the time to scavenge for items. After all, the immediate priority was to deal with the goats. He couldn't help but think, the foolish goats were so arrogant just a couple of days ago. Little did they know that I'm now right at their doorstep. This thought brought him immense satisfaction. However, the barrage quickly reminded him, old Lin, stop grinning and think of a way to handle those goats. They might wake up soon. Nodding at the comments, Lin Chuan began to ponder possible strategies. Should I climb up and launch a surprise attack? But upon surveying the cliff's terrain, he shook his head. No. Even with my climbing skills, I wouldn't be as nimble as those agile goats in this terrain, especially since this is their lair. They are far more familiar with it than I am. If I disturb them, I won't be able to catch up. How about waiting for them to come down and then throwing a spear at them? He picked up a spear and weighed it in his hand. Although he hadn't had a chance to use it yet, it could only be bought once the intermediate shop was unlocked, currently displaying locked for the basic hunting skill. However, recalling his previous experience, Lin Chuan felt confident that if the goats descended slowly and unguarded, he would be able to hit one. But if they descended as quickly as they had before, it would be a different story. While Lin Chuan considered returning the next day or night, he worried that the cave might not be a fixed nest. The thought of tender goat meat made him eager to secure at least one. As the temperature dropped, he was impatient to wrap himself in warm goat fur tonight. He needed a foolproof plan to catch at least one goat. Just then Dabai suddenly revealed its teeth, staring nervously toward the forest. Following Dabai's gaze, the audience in the live stream collectively gasped. Lin Chuan sensed something unusual about Dabai. He turned abruptly to look, and there amidst the mist-shrouded cliffs and dense forest, a shadowy figure loomed. The light was dim, yet he could still discern a massive dark silhouette slowly descending the mountain through the fog. It was a horrifying creature exuding an air of majesty that made the hair on his neck stand on end. Its limbs were incredibly robust, with its feet resembling human hands. A thick, elongated tail dragged along the ground, leaving a long indentation in its wake. In the murky light, the creature's skin appeared to be covered in a layer of scales adorned with spines akin to those of a hedgehog, reflecting a faint glow. A heavy forked tongue extended like a serpent's, almost touching the ground. Above its enormous head, two eyes the size of lanterns stared intently. What puzzled Lin Chuan for a moment was a protrusion on its elongated snout, which seemed not to be a part of its body. What on earth is that? This island is utterly insane. Are animals this exaggerated? A sheep that can perform lightness skills is one thing, but this creature is just monstrous. Good grief. Without a doubt, old Lin, you've stumbled upon a new species. A supergiant lizard. Though it bears a slight resemblance to a lizard, its size is at least twice that of a cow. Moreover, its skin appears extraordinarily tough. It's practically a monster akin to a Han River beast or a miniature Godzilla. As the audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment, Lin Chuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Even through the screen, simply watching the imposing silhouette of the supergiant lizard was enough to invoke a profound sense of fear and pressure. At that moment, Dabai, despite baring its fangs, began to tremble uncontrollably, its hind legs buckling beneath it. Xiaohei buried its little head into Lin Chuan's collar, its body stiff with fear. Lin Chuan was no exception. Until now, his confidence in confronting the death viper and battling sharks stemmed from his acquisition of the skill danger perception. With just a glance, he could gauge the level of threat posed by the animal. Previously, upon seeing the lemon shark and the death viper, he had sensed they posed minimal danger, hence his decision to engage. But now cold sweat streamed down his forehead in an instant. If he were to classify the danger level of this creature, it was undoubtedly certain death. A chill swept through Lin Chuan's body, but he quickly regained his composure. The danger perception skill allowed him to make the most accurate judgments. Thus, faced with the creature approaching him, Lin Chuan chose to remain completely still. I must not act recklessly, he reminded himself. There's no escaping this beast, and perhaps by staying still I might have a slim chance of survival. His gaze fixed firmly on the looming shadow, he compelled himself to remain calm, continuously admonishing himself, do not move, not even a muscle. Do not give it any reason to believe you intend to attack. For a moment, Lin Chuan regretted encountering such a monster in pursuit of sheep, a hefty loss indeed. Not only might he go without his sheep, but he could also become the supergiant lizard's next meal. However, as the creature drew nearer, Lin Chuan suddenly sensed something peculiar. It seemed to harbor no intention of attacking him. Despite its enormous size, each of its exaggeratedly thick limbs moved with eerie silence. Only the sound of its long tail dragging along snapping twigs and crunching leaves betrayed its presence. In the blink of an eye, the monster stood less than 5 meters in front of Lin Chuan. Its lantern-like eyes were fixed upon him. Who? Lin Chuan could hear its deep, labored breathing. At this distance, the psychological pressure and shock it radiated were beyond description. It was a lizard, yet so colossal it towered over Lin Chuan. Its limbs resembled 4 thick columns supporting its massive body. Dabai had long retracted, its fangs trembling as it lay flat on the ground. Just its head was larger than Dabai's entire body. Curiously, when the giant lizard reached within 5 meters of Lin Chuan, it halted, seemingly not in observation. For a moment, Lin Chuan felt an odd sensation, as if the monster had come specifically to seek him out. At this proximity, Lin Chuan could clearly see its full form. The giant lizard was a deep, ancient golden color. Its limbs were thicker than Lin Chuan's waist, covered in a tough layer of scales adorned with spines that resembled hardened quills, each one sharp like an arrow. It resembled a lizard, yet bore some likeness to a crocodile. At that moment, Lin Chuan finally discerned what the protrusion on its elongated snout was, and he was taken aback. It was an arrow thick as a forearm. The arrow, clearly crafted from wood, had a few remnants of white feathers at its tip, having penetrated the giant lizard's upper jaw. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Chuan's mind. The existence of such a creature as the supergiant lizard on this island did not surprise him. After all, this was a different realm. What intrigued him was who had attacked this giant lizard, and whether those individuals were still on the island. If they were, where could they be, and did they pose a threat to him? Moreover, the size of the arrow suggested it must have been launched from a mechanism resembling a crossbow. This indicated that the humans on the island, or at least some of them, had mastered the complex technology to create such a weapon. However, upon further reflection, Lin Chuan wondered if it might not be the island's inhabitants at all. Before the invention of cannons, ancient warships were often equipped with crossbows. Therefore, it was also possible that this giant lizard had been attacked by a passing warship. After all, this world had already produced glass bottles of that caliber, so creating warships equipped with crossbows was not out of the question. But why would a passing ship waste arrows attacking a giant lizard? The likelihood that there were people on the island capable of crafting crossbows seemed far greater. Regardless of how he pondered it, he could not rule out the possibility of cannibal tribes existing on this island. Even if they were not cannibals, humans possessing civilization were equally dangerous. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan shifted his focus back to the present. He looked at the giant lizard. Around the arrow, the creature's seemingly impenetrable skin had begun to rot. Just then, the giant lizard performed an action that astonished Lin Chuan. It seemed to be showcasing itself, slowly opening its enormous, no bad-sized mouth. Lin Chuan beheld the penetrating steel arrowhead lodged within its crimson upper jaw. The giant lizard heaved heavily, its breaths tinged with an undercurrent of pain. After showcasing its formidable presence to Lin Chuan, it slowly closed its mouth. There was an air of majesty about the creature, yet it bore the signs of age. Perhaps this giant lizard was no youth. In that moment, Lin Chuan felt a slight easing of his tension. Judging by the lizard's recent behavior, it appeared to harbor no desire to attack. The creature began to move, its immensely powerful limbs slowly approaching Lin Chuan. Then it extended its tongue, the forked tips reminiscent of a serpent, inching closer to Dabai. The crouching Dabai had buried its head completely beneath its paws, too frightened to budge. The viewers in the live stream, particularly Dabai's enthusiastic fans, were instantly filled with anxiety. "Old Lin, you must kill this monster. Don't let its tongue touch my Dabai. Old Lin, don't just stand there. It's going to eat Dabai." Yet Lin Chuan remained still, allowing the lizard's tongue to draw near Dabai's head. Then, to the astonishment of all the viewers, a surprising scene unfolded. The lizard's tongue merely brushed lightly over Dabai's head before retracting with no further action. Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it merely seeks to befriend. If my guess is correct, this lizard must have noticed us and come here. It recognizes humans. It must want me to help remove the crossbow bolt lodged in its mouth. Streamer, you've truly opened my eyes today. After a lifetime as a biologist, I never imagined such creatures existed in the world. However, Old Lin, are you serious? Although this lizard is large and likely intelligent, it is still a cold-blooded animal. Even if it genuinely seeks your help, what if it eats? While the possibility suggested by the viewers was not he raised his arm stiff with apprehension and directed it toward the giant lizard. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he calmly walked closer to the lizard. The instant his hand made contact, a surprisingly cool whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the lizard exhaled heavily, it began to gently sway its head up and down, behaving like a pet eager for its owner's affection. The chat exploded with excitement. If I hadn't exited full screen mode to confirm, who could imagine such a scene could unfold in reality? In that moment, Lin Chuan shared their astonishment. While it made sense that the lizard recognized humans, could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chuan was taken aback to see a glimmer of moisture in the lizard's eyes. Whoosh. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, struggling to contain his nerves as he whoosh whoosh. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before concluding, I understand. He had no option but to follow his instinct and assist the giant lizard. Resolute, Lin Chuan wasted no time. Then please open your mouth. After speaking, the lizard remained unresponsive. It seems you can only infer my intentions through tone, much like Xiaohe. Then again, if animals could truly understand human speech, it would indeed be remarkable. Lin Chuan mused half-jokingly to ease his own tension, gently placing his palm against the lizard's mouth. To his surprise, the lizard quickly grasped his intention, widening, taking a deep breath. Whoa, old Lin, are you insane? You're actually putting your hand in there. Aren't you afraid it will bite it off? Your bravery is astounding. Now is not the time to discuss bravery. With this monster's request, helping it might mean survival. Refusing surely means death. After all this time watching the live stream, do you still think old Lin is reckless? Given his skills, if he could escape, he would have long since fled. His decision to remain indicates he knows he cannot run. While the chat buzzed with commentary, Lin Chuan had already extended his entire arm into the lizard's mouth. The arrowhead was lodged deep within, and he barely managed to grip it, giving it a slight tug. Indeed, pulling it out directly is impossible. With that thought, Lin Chuan turned and retrieved his dagger from the spear. He faced the immobile lizard and stated, I'm not sure if you can understand me, but lacking a saw, I must carve the arrow down with this dagger. My anesthetic has run out, so this might hurt a bit. Please endure. Without waiting to see if the lizard comprehended, Lin Chuan crawled entirely into its warm mouth to prevent any sudden movements that might cause the lizard to bite down. With one hand grasping the arrowhead and the other wielding the dagger, he positioned himself just a few centimeters from the lizard's upper jaw, ready to sever the shaft. In that instant, Lin Chuan felt the lizard twitch, but thankfully it did not close its mouth. The wooden arrow was somewhat decayed, and the dagger was sharp, allowing Lin Chuan to swiftly carve a thin notch into the shaft before he forcefully snapped the arrowhead free. Emerging from the lizard's mouth, Lin Chuan was astonished. He had not expected the creature to remain so compliant, hardly moving throughout the ordeal. After exiting, he tossed the arrowhead far away, wary of raising the lizard's suspicions that he might use it to attack again. He patted the lizard's mouth again. This time the lizard complied, closing its massive jaws. Then astonishingly it bent its limbs and lay down. Initially taller than Lin Chuan, now prone, it allowed Lin Chuan to easily reach the wooden arrow still lodged in its mouth. As before, Lin Chuan carefully carved a thin notch with the dagger before snapping it off. Completing this task, Lin Chuan exhaled deeply. The next step would be the most perilous one. Lin Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his palms as he gazed upon the colossal golden lizard before him. Though he appeared calm, throughout his nerves had been taut as a drawn bowstring. Facing this monstrous creature, this leviathan of scaled gold, any misstep would mean certain death. The lizard's massive head rested gently before him. Though its expressionless face betrayed no emotion, its eyes held an unexpected gentleness. Embedded deep in its upper jaw was the final remnant of a wooden arrow, its last fragment stubbornly lodged. Removing it would complete the task, but it was also the most perilous step of all. The shaft had pierced clean through the jawbone. Extracting it would be no simple feat. For a long while, Lin Chuan studied the wound, searching for a safer method, yet none presented itself. Reluctantly, he resolved to proceed by force. Yet even the thought chilled him. Under such excruciating agony, no one could guarantee the beast would remain composed. He placed a reassuring hand upon the lizard's cool, iridescent scales. Hold still. I must fashion a proper tool. A low, resonant exhale escaped the creature, deep, deliberate, almost like a scent. Nodding, Lin Chuan planted the broken arrowhead upright on the ground. Though its outer layer had begun to rot, the inner would remain dense and resilient. He pared away a thin ring, then lifted the slender shaft, holding it against the protruding fragment embedded in the lizard's jaw. Yes, this will suffice. He intended to drive the narrower, newly shaped shaft into the wound, not to pierce but to dislodge a precise, controlled pressure to coax the embedded timber free. Next, he carefully flattened the exposed tip of the lodged arrow with his blade, then carved a delicate concentric groove into its center, just wide enough to receive the new shaft. Sliding it in, he secured it upright, perfectly aligned. Then he turned to the lizard, gesturing with his hands above the wooden column. I shall strike it now, like this, to push the arrow out from within. It will hurt terribly. Please bear it. Another slow, heavy breath. Good. Now, open your mouth slightly. He tapped lightly upon its jaw. Instantly the great maw yawned wide. Too wide. No, too far. Close it just a little. Gently he pressed downward on the lower jaw. The lizard paused, then with quiet understanding adjusted its gape to a measured, steady aperture. Peering into that cavernous mouth, Lin Chuan estimated the height sufficient clearance he hoped to ensure the dislodged shaft would not strike the tongue. He drew a slow, steadying breath, centering himself, then seized the stone adze and climbed onto the lizard's open jaws. Though immense in strength, the creature bore his weight, some 170 jin, with visible effort. Its muscles trembled faintly beneath him. Just a moment longer. Almost done. He patted its snout, voice soft, intent on soothing. Then rose, bracing himself in a wide stance, gripping the adze with both hands, poised like a blacksmith swinging a forge hammer. Yet doubt lingered. No certainty existed that such searing pain would not shatter the beast's composure, would not trigger an instinctive lunge, a snap of those terrible jaws. His hands trembled, not from weakness but from raw, unyielding tension. The adze hovered suspended. Then, a sudden warm, wet sensation brushed across the back of his hand. He turned. There, flickering like a crimson banner, was the lizard's broad, fleshy tongue, tenderly licking his skin. A soft sigh escaped him. He met its gaze. Two vast, disc-like pupils regarded him, calm, unwavering, deeply kind. A quiet smile touched his lips. You're trying to ease my fear, aren't you? A pause, then slowly the tongue withdrew. Lin Chuan steeled himself. Aiming true, he brought the adze down in one decisive, powerful arc. Tum. The lizard's eyelids slammed shut. Its entire frame convulsed, a violent shuddering ripple, and its jaw quivered violently. Lin Chuan staggered, nearly losing his footing. The agony was unmistakable. Yet, miraculously, it held. Good, very good. He swallowed hard, then stroked the thick armored plates along its snout, murmuring low, rhythmic reassurances. Minutes passed before the lizard opened its eyes again, blinking slowly, exhaling a long, deep breath, as if releasing not only air, but anguish itself. Pain at last had begun to recede. Right. Let's continue. Again he raised the adze. After each blow he paused, soothing, observing, waiting, for the tremors to subside, for the breathing to deepen. And each time he restrained his strength deliberately. Too much force risked shattering bone, or tearing flesh. Too little yielded no progress. So he struck with precision, not power, each impact yielding only a fraction of movement. Thus time stretched, measured in breaths and beats of the heart. At last, on the final decisive swing, the embedded shaft gave way. With a soft, hollow clack it dropped from the wound, landing silently upon the earth. A profound, shuddering exhale filled the air, deep, resonant, unburdened. Lin Chuan exhaled in turn, his own breath ragged, his shirt soaked through, his arms trembling with exhaustion. To modulate force so finely again and again demanded far greater discipline than any unrestrained blow. Good, very good. He murmured the words as much to himself as to the creature, steadying his pulse, calming his nerves. Slowly, reverently, he withdrew the slender guiding shaft from the raw circular wound, still vivid, still shocking in its symmetry. Then, without hesitation, he leapt down from the lizard's jaws. Before him the great beast seemed almost joyful. He had not expected this, had never imagined such serenity in a creature so vast, so primal. Through waves of unbearable pain it had remained centered, its jaw held at precisely the right angle, granting him stable footing, refusing to falter. For a fleeting moment Lin Chuan thought of Guan Yu, the legendary Lord Guan, enduring bone-scraping surgery without flinching. And yet, meeting those gentle, age-softened eyes once more, he felt a quiet resolve stir within him. Let me see this through to the end. He tapped the lizard's snout lightly. Stay still. This isn't over yet. Turning, he retrieved his pack. Ever since ascending these mountains, he carried self-prepared herbal poultices, some to staunch bleeding, others to hasten healing. Unwrapping several bundles bound in broad waxy leaves, he opened them carefully and applied the crushed herbs with deliberate slowness around the wound's rim. There, we're done. Rest now. Let time do its work. Yet even as he spoke, his nerves tightened anew. One hand continued its slow, steady rhythm across the lizard's massive jaw, soothing, grounding, seeking assurance. Who could truly know? Who could swear the creature once healed would not forget kindness and swallow its healer whole? But the lizard only watched him, eyes tender, ancient, luminous. In their depths shimmered something like gratitude, and something else too, wistful, distant, as though sifting through half-remembered years. Lin Chuan froze. That look, so strangely familiar, echoed the gaze of Dabai, his old companion. In that instant, a long-held conviction trembled, the notion that cold-blooded creatures were incapable of feeling, of loyalty, of empathy, cracked just slightly. This lizard was different. profoundly, undeniably alive, not merely surviving, but feeling. Silence settled thick and hushed. Then, soft rhythmic breaths. Ho! The lizard began to retreat, slowly, deliberately, back into the gathering dusk. As it withdrew, it extended its tongue, once more brushing his hand, his wrist, his forearm. 3 times. Gentle, deliberate, unmistakably grateful. Then it turned and vanished into the shadows. Twice it paused, glancing back. Its eyes held no menace, no indifference. Only a quiet sorrow, a tenderness too deep for words, and something ineffable, something like farewell. The massive figure of the giant lizard completely vanished into the darkness in an instant. Lin Chuan, who had been anxiously holding his breath, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him as he sat down on the ground, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted. Although the giant lizard had remained relatively gentle throughout the encounter, its monstrous presence had instilled an undeniable psychological pressure that was hard to shake off. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chuan's tense expression began to ease. The audience in the live stream also collectively exhaled in relief. Master Lin, you're incredible. You truly have a knack for survival, managing to escape from such a monster. Your composure in the face of danger is truly admirable. It was indeed a wise decision to treat the lizard's injuries. If it were me, I would have turned and run only to be swallowed whole. However, this giant lizard is quite strange. It's clearly a cold-blooded creature, yet its eyes seem to reflect complex human emotions. I bet if that video of the live stream made it online, it would create a sensation. Who would believe that such a miraculous giant lizard exists in this world? Even Lin Chuan himself felt as if the recent experience was somewhat surreal. He gently patted the still stiff little black creature tucked into his collar. With a smile, he said, "Ostrich, time to come out." Chirp, chirp. Little Black let out a couple of soft calls, slowly raising its head and glancing around. Upon realizing the giant lizard had truly left, it joyfully flapped its wings before taking flight directly to land atop the head of the large white creature, giving it 2 firm kicks with its tiny claws. The large white creature lifted its head in confusion. Little Black then playfully tapped its nose twice, chirping as if mocking it. The large white creature whined, feeling a bit wronged, and wiggled its little rear towards Lin Chuan. Amused by the antics of the 2 little ones, Lin Chuan's earlier tension dissipated completely. All right, the giant lizard is gone, so now we need to refocus on our own matters. As he spoke, Lin Chuan glanced up. Although the cliff obstructed the light, it was still dim, yet he could roughly gauge that it was around 6 or 7 o'clock. They had ascended the mountain in the early morning hours. Treating the lizard's injuries took up quite a bit of time. Thankfully, no goats have run out of the cave yet. But it's possible that the presence of the giant lizard has kept the goats hidden. Just as Lin Chuan was musing, he suddenly caught sight of 2 heads peeking out from the cave high above. Lin Chuan was taken aback. He quickly yanked on the large white creature and ducked into the nearby woods. In moments of extreme tension, physical exhaustion can be several times greater than usual. He hadn't eaten much that morning, and now he felt utterly drained, his arms trembling from merely holding the spear. The prospect of charging out to confront a goat was daunting. In fact, if a goat were to come at him unknown, he might very well end up on the losing end. As a result, Lin Chuan had already decided to temporarily abandon his hunting plan. Upon seeing the goats appear, he hurriedly sought refuge in the woods to avoid alarming them. However, he was a moment too late. Between the cliff and the dense forest, there was a gap, creating a well-lit area. As Lin Chuan rose, his gaze met that of the 2 goats. Upon seeing him, the goats paused for a moment, then quickly retreated back into the cave. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him, sensing that his danger perception ability might be kicking in. "This place is not safe, we must leave," he declared, quickly gathering his belongings and retrieving the arrowhead he had taken from the giant lizard's mouth. He called to the large white creature, intending to descend the mountain immediately. "Let's go, Big White, time to head home." Yet the audience didn't quite understand. "Going home? Old Lin, aren't you going to catch the wild goats?" Did I just sense a hint of fear in your expression? You weren't afraid in front of that giant lizard, yet 2 exposed goats have scared you. "Yeah, Old Lin, don't go. I still want to see you hunt." "Sorry, everyone, but first, I'm completely exhausted and need to go back to eat something to replenish my strength. Secondly, I suddenly have a bad feeling." Just as he spoke, a dull thud echoed from behind him. In an instant, Big White leaped behind Lin Chuan, assuming a defensive stance. Following Big White's line of sight, the live stream audience erupted in exclamations. "What the heck? Is that the Goat King? Old Lin, are you some kind of prophet? There's definitely danger. Even with full strength, you might not be able to handle that beast." Suddenly feeling a bit sorry for Old Lin, just as he got rid of the giant lizard, now the Goat King shows up. Lin Chuan turned to look. Below the cliff stood a formidable ram. Unlike the goats he had seen earlier, this one was larger and more robust, almost resembling a bull. Beneath a layer of fur, solid muscles bulged, and its two massive horns as thick as arms curved backwards, spiraling around its head, with its sharp tips pointing forward. Its fierce gaze locked onto Lin Chuan. At that moment, Lin Chuan understood. Indeed, this breed of goat is more akin to cliff goats. The slender, small-horned goats I saw earlier were likely just juveniles. Oh no, are you saying those two little goats went back to report you, and now they're seeking revenge? Yet even more dire was the sound of another thud. Lin Chuan watched in disbelief as another muscular adult goat bounded down from the cliff, landing beside the first. The two super cliff goats stomped their hind legs, lowered their heads, and charged at Lin Chuan with their massive horns, preparing to attack. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt an indescribable oddity. Great, a 1 against 2, this is going to end badly. I came here to hunt, but now I'm the one being attacked. Still, I could climb a tree to evade them. Forget it, here, I'll try to fight back for now. With that, Lin Chuan kicked the large white creature's rear end. Big White moved to the side. You won't have an advantage facing these two directly, you'll surely be toppled in an instant. Stay close, and I'll distract them while you look for a chance to strike. As he spoke, Lin Chuan tossed aside his pickaxe, gripping his spear in one hand and the arrowhead in the other, readying himself for combat. In the next moment, the two goats charged forward, their hooves pounding the ground as their powerful horns aimed straight for Lin Chuan. A pair of muscular cliff sheep charged at Lin Chuan with the force of two speeding cars, their massive horns poised to strike. Just days prior, the speed exhibited by the young lamb under the pursuit of Dabai had seemed impressive. However, in comparison, it was merely a fraction, at best 50%, of the might displayed by these two adult rams. In an instant, Lin Chuan, his arms feeling like jelly, abandoned any thoughts of facing them heat-in. The speed of these creatures was such that dodging one would mean being struck by the other. Dabai abandoned the previous plan. Lin Chuan shouted to Dabai, who was hiding nearby. Do not engage, these sheep are too fast. If you try to bite, you'll be knocked over before you can let go. Run into the woods. Fortunately, they were situated within a dense forest, an environment disadvantageous for animals that relied on collision attacks. With this in mind, Lin Chuan quickly retreated, his back pressed against a thick tree trunk. His focus sharpened as he watched the two sheep barreling towards him, breath held and nerves taut. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now. At that moment, Lin Chuan spun against the tree, using it to propel himself forward, rolling to safety, just as the thunderous crash echoed behind him. The sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches followed, and the viewers in the live stream gasped in horror. The stout tree behind him, which had stood strong, cracked under the force of the ram's combined impact as though struck by a heavy hammer. It would likely take just 3 more collisions for it to snap entirely. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Chuan wasted no time in making a decision. Without even glancing back, he charged towards a dense thicket of thorny vines. Finding a gap, he bent low and darted through. Without pausing, he thrust his spear into the ground and propelled himself upwards, climbing the nearest sturdy tree. As his feet left the ground, a series of cracking sounds erupted beneath him. The urgency spurred him on, and when he reached the treetops and looked back, he was taken aback. He had thought the thicket would be dense enough to obstruct the rams, perhaps even ensnaring them. Instead, the entire area of thorns had been torn apart by their charge. Grateful for his quick thinking to climb the tree, Lin Chuan realized he would surely have been gored had he remained on the ground. Now the two rams stood below, their gazes fierce as they stared up at him. Squatting on a thick branch, Lin Chuan took a moment to catch his breath, a wry smile creeping across his face. After over 20 years of life, he never imagined he would be forced up a tree by two sheep. At that moment, he spotted Dabai at the base of the tree, restless and eager to help. Go back, Lin Chuan urged, waving his hand. Dabai, who had hidden behind the tree, seemed intent on rescuing him, but Lin Chuan knew better. Dabai was no match for the formidable rams. Fortunately, Dabai listened and retreated at the sound of Lin Chuan's voice. Just then, the two rams began to back away, only to accelerate suddenly and charge at the trunk once more. Boom! The impact shook the entire tree. Lin Chuan squeezed his legs around the branch and clutched the trunk tightly to avoid being thrown off. Fortunately, he had chosen the stoutest tree nearby, which was twice as thick as the one that had cracked behind him. The dense foliage surrounding the area limited the rams' acceleration, reducing the force of their assault significantly. As Lin Chuan released a breath of relief, he realized that the physical exertion from dodging the rams' initial charge and climbing the tree had drained him. If this tree were to break, facing the rams on the ground would be fatal. Gratefully, he found himself on a sturdy tree surrounded by others. To secure his position, he tore off a vine and tied himself to the tree. Then, pulling his backpack onto his lap, he took out a dried coconut and began eating, desperate to replenish his energy and relieve his fatigue. Watching the rams collide with the tree, once more frustration bubbled within him. You foolish sheep, keep banging away. By the time you break this tree, I'll have my strength back, and then you'll see how I deal with you." Just as he muttered this, the two rams suddenly turned and dashed towards the forest's edge. Lin Chuan blinked in disbelief. The audience was equally puzzled. Wait, do these sheep understand what Lin is saying? Are they scared? Are they retreating? But soon someone noticed the rams' intention. No, look, they've stepped out of the forest and turned back. What are they planning? In a shocking revelation, the viewers realized the rams recognized that they could not break the tree in this confined space and aimed to create a path. Indeed, the two sheep retreated to the cliff's edge and charged once more. Boom! Their horns struck a tree with a resounding crack, splitting it in half. In the following moments, Lin Chuan and the livestream audience were left in awe. The rams' horns were as hard as rock, and they seemed to be tireless, relentlessly crashing against the trees, obstructing Lin Chuan's safety. I'm impressed. These two are relentless. They're determined to take Lin down today. Incredibly, in just a few minutes, Lin Chuan had yet to regain his strength, while the rams had astonishingly broken 8 large trees, 5 of which were thick. At this point, a clear path had been opened between the cliff and the tree Lin Chuan occupied. The rams had a singular skill, charging, but it was enough to threaten Lin Chuan's life. As they retreated to the cliff, once more gathering momentum for another fierce charge, Lin Chuan realized he had the advantage of being higher up. The distance from the cliff meant the rams could accelerate longer before striking the tree. Boom! This time, even this mighty tree showed signs of cracking. Yet the rams did not relent, retreating repeatedly to gain momentum, slamming into the trunk 5 more times. The tree swayed ominously, and Lin Chuan knew that another blow would surely lead to its collapse. The rams were preparing for yet another charge, retreating once more. In the blink of an eye, they surged forward again. Just as they closed in, something unexpected happened. 2 shadows suddenly descended from the sky. In that fleeting instant, Lin Chuan had already resolved to fight to the death. Crouching low on the swaying crown of a precarious tree, his gaze was sharp and unflinching. Though his hand, clutching the spear, still throbbed with exhaustion, not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. His danger perception skill enabled precise, lightning-fast calculations. If he leapt from the tree to flee, his remaining stamina would be insufficient to scale another trunk. In the dense undergrowth, the super cliff goats, swift beyond measure, would inevitably overtake him and impale him upon their horns. Yet if he chose confrontation, weighing countless variables, he calculated a 30% chance of victory. 30% was infinitely preferable to certain death. So Lin Chuan steeled himself, poised to drop at the perfect moment, waiting for the 2 goats to charge within range. But just as his focus reached its zenith, suddenly, from the adjacent canopy, 2 shadowy figures launched forth, each the size of a mountain goat. They descended like meteors, striking with uncanny precision, directly onto the charging goats. In the next breath, both beasts were hurled violently to the ground. Lin Chuan stared stunned. Those falling shadows were not mere phantoms. They were 2 juvenile giant lizards. Their appearance mirrored that of the colossal lizard he'd encountered earlier, yet their scales shimmered not with ancient gold, but with a soft muted green. And instead of the spiky hedgehog-like protrusions, he remembered, their hides bore only gentle rounded ridges. The impact sent all 4 creatures tumbling across the forest floor in a chaotic, momentum-driven roll. Dazed by the blow, the super cliff goats lay motionless, stunned, disoriented, unable to stir. Without hesitation, the 2 young lizards lunged forward. With forelimbs eerily dexterous, almost human in their articulation, they seized the goats' massive spiraled horns and wrenched them upward. Simultaneously, twin rows of needle-sharp teeth sank deep into the goats' throats and tore backward with savage force. Blood erupted in crimson arcs. Both goats collapsed, life extinguished in an instant. All this unfolded in less time than a heartbeat. It took Lin Chuan long moments to regain his senses. So too did the viewers in the live streaming feed, shocked into sudden awareness. Where did these 2 little lizards come from? Are they hatchlings? Did the elder lizard sense Lin's peril? And so is this gratitude? Suddenly, bang, bang, 2 dull, heavy thuds echoed from the cliffside. Lin Chuan turned his head and saw the 2 smaller goats plummeting downward. Their necks bore ragged, bloody wounds. Both were already dead. He looked up again. From the mouth of the cave, 2 more juvenile lizards peered out, heads emerging like silent sentinels. For a moment, Lin Chuan stood bewildered. Were these 4 lizards here to rescue him, or to hunt? If their purpose had been salvation, dispatching the 2 large goats would have sufficed. Why then had 2 scaled the cliff to retrieve the smaller ones from the cave? As he pondered, the pair emerged from the cavern, moving with gecko-like agility down the sheer rock face. They approached the fallen kids, lifted them gently in their jaws, and carried them toward the clearing. So, They are hunters after all, Lin Chuan thought quietly. Yet what followed defied expectation. Rather than retreating with their prey, the two lizards bore the small goats straight to where the larger ones lay lifeless. Meanwhile, the other two juveniles, standing vigil beside the slain adults, slowly stepped aside. Then with deliberate care, the newcomers placed the smaller carcasses beside the larger ones. At that very moment, a hoarse, resonant cry echoed from the mountainside. A guttural ancient call Lin Chuan recognized instantly as belonging to a lizard. Yet this voice carried the weight of age, deep, weathered, solemn. At once the four juveniles answered, not with roars but with tender piping chirps, and darted off together toward the sound, vanishing into the mist-laced woods. One even leapt over Dabai's head, yet passed him as though he were invisible. Lin Chuan followed their path with his eyes, beyond the shifting veil of foliage, where faint and immense a colossal silhouette receded into the distance. Descending from the tree, Lin Chuan gazed silently upon the four goat carcasses strewn across the forest floor, his heart heavy with quiet awe. So the giant lizard didn't merely send its young to save me. It also entrusted them with providing me sustenance, 2 mature goats and 2 younger ones. A soft smile touched his lips. Is this repayment? In that instant, an old saying surfaced in his mind: do good deeds without calculating reward, walk your path without demanding outcome. Had he not aided the giant lizard, removing the arrow embedded in its flank, he would never have received such profound recompense. Without this act of kindness, he could never have felled all 4 goats so effortlessly. Clearly, these 4 carcasses would sustain him for weeks, perhaps months, freeing him from the gnawing dread of starvation on this desolate island. I find myself strangely moved. That creature, so fearsome in form, possesses such depth of feeling, such quiet tenderness, and even understands gratitude. Truly, in this age, some monsters bear nobler hearts than many men. Yet amid these reverent murmurs, discordant voices intruded, crude, transactional, tone-deaf. Streamer, please disclose the location of your island. These lizards constitute a seismic discovery for biology, especially for a cold-blooded species exhibiting such emotional complexity. Their scientific value is incalculable. Reveal the coordinates, and you'll receive a fortune. Lin Chuan read the message, and smiled, cold and dismissive. First, he stood in another world entirely. The request was impossible. Second, even were he still on Earth, he would never betray the lizards. After all, he had done little more than extract a single arrow. Trivial had the beast not been so terrifying. Yet the lizard had not only saved his life, but delivered him food, abundant, security. By comparison, in this harsh, resource-starved exile, it was he who owed the lizard a debt. Long minutes passed before Lin Chuan stirred from his reverie. Recalling the morning's cascade of miracles, he still felt disbelief humming beneath his ribs. He sat on the earth for a long while, then rose slowly, exhaling deeply. Enough. Time to process the meat. His limbs remained leaden. His earlier exertion had drained him utterly. Dried coconut offered no relief. Hunger coiled insistent in his belly. His eyes fell upon the fresh, glistening carcasses, tempting, rich, abundant. He picked up his spear and approached one of the goats. To preserve the hide intact, he unsheathed the dagger bound to the spearhead and began cutting carefully along the hind leg. With steady hands, he peeled back the supple skin, then severed a thick, succulent haunch. Next, he divided the meat into manageable portions, skewering each on slender, sturdy branches. From his pack, he withdrew dry kindling and built a fire on the spot, then propped the skewers beside the flames to roast. Sizzle, crackle. Golden droplets of fat beaded and glistened on the ruby-red flesh. His mouth flooded with saliva. Beside him, Dabai sat wrapped, eyes gleaming pink, tongue lolling, drool dripping steadily onto the moss below. When the meat was finally cooked, charred at the edges, tender within, Lin Chuan ignored the heat, shoved a skewer into his mouth, and bit down. Tears welled, warm, involuntary, radiant with gratitude. The lamb leg had been roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside, tender within. Golden fat glistened alongside succulent, rosy meat, melding luxuriously on the tongue. An unending wave of rich, savory aroma surged instantly across the palate, unctuous, yet never cloying, lingering long after the last bite. Recalling the pungent fermented shark meat he'd eaten just 2 days prior, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of contentment. Those 2 narrow escapes, those harrowing brushes with death, now crystallized into a single radiant truth: worth it. Utterly worth it. This is prime, freshly slaughtered lamb leg, no doubt exquisitely tender. So fragrant. Look at Lao Lin, Dabai, and Xiao He. They're devouring it with such unrestrained delight. I'm starving just watching. In no time, Lin Chuan and his 2 companions had polished off the entire generous portion. Afterward, he plucked a broad leaf from the forest floor, collected a droplet of dew, sweet, cool, and crystalline, and sipped it, as one might savor fine tea. Instantly, serenity flooded his chest. Then, intending to rest further and fully restore his strength, he gathered armfuls of fallen leaves and supple vines carefully covering the 4 sheep. Cradling Dabai, he climbed a towering tree, ascended to its highest, sturdiest branch, scanned the surroundings for danger, and assured of safety settled into the dappled warmth of the sun, lulled by the faint salt-kissed breeze, drifting peacefully back to sleep. While Lin Chuan slept across another world, urgency stirred. Strange, why can't we pinpoint this streamer's location? Act now, dig up every scrap of information on him. Use any means necessary, even threaten his family, to extract the island's coordinates. That giant lizard holds incalculable scientific value. We must secure it, by any means at any cost. What they did not know was that Lin Chuan had no parents, no siblings, no living kin at all. A true orphan, unmoored and untethered. Meanwhile, a clip from Lin Chuan's livestream had surfaced online. Its startling clarity misled many into believing it was a trailer for a high-budget sci-fi film. Upon opening the video, some scoffed, another monster movie promo. The CGI's decent, but who still makes these in this day and age? And with that, they closed the tab. Yet others, curious, skeptical, insatiably drawn, flocked in growing numbers to Lin Chuan's live feed. By 8 or 9 o'clock, Lin Chuan stirred awake. He stretched languidly and felt vitality thrumming through every limb. All right. He gave Dabai's rump a light pat, where the fox lay curled across his thigh, then gently rubbed. Xiaohei's head nestled against his chest. A quiet smile touched his lips. Rise up, time to work. He shifted to descend, then froze. His gaze locked onto the viewer count. Disbelief flickered across his, what, the 11,000 followers? I slept for a few hours. He hurriedly scanned the barrage of comments. The host is definitely the same person from the video, but where's the monster? You promised a monster. Knew it. Pure VFX. Though impressive, must have cost a fortune to produce such a cinematic teaser. So all those shouting 100 real, are they paid shills? In that instant, understanding dawned. A spark of quiet elation lit his eyes. So surviving the lizard didn't just yield 4 sheep. It brought this unexpected windfall. Without hesitation, he opened the Douxia shopping interface in his mind. There it was, upgraded to the intermediate shop. He purchased without pause, snapping up every skill he'd long coveted. But he refrained from buying consumables. The 4 sheep had lain covered for half a day. In high spirits, he descended the tree, brushed aside the foliage. With effortless strength, he hoisted the mat. Then in the same fluid motion, he lifted a second. A collective gasp rippled through the live stream. Holy hell, Lao Lin's a titan. How is this even possible? Each sheep must weigh 200 kilos, 400 total, and he's carrying them like sacks of grain. Master Lin, how many more secrets do you hold? With that kind of power, why survive on a desert island? Just enter Olympic weightlifting or strongman competitions. You don't get it. At Master Lin's level, thrill is the goal. But seriously, his frame looks utterly ordinary. Where does that strength come from? Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Minutes earlier, lifting even one would have strained him. There could be only one explanation: the newly acquired skill, intermediate strength enhancement. Still, he'd lifted both merely to gauge the extent of his newfound power. Setting them down, he exhaled slowly. 400 or 500 kilos. That feels like my current limit. Then abruptly, his expression tightened. The intermediate weather perception skill heightened his sensitivity to atmospheric shifts, and now reading the subtle transformations in the air since dawn, his eyes sharpened with sudden gravity. No, it's worse than I thought. The storm won't wait until tomorrow. It will strike in no more than 5 hours. Wait, what? No instruments, no data. Just pure intuition pinning down a typhoon's arrival within a 5-hour window. The sky is flawless, azure cloudless. A tempest in 5 hours. Impossible. No error. 5 hours, maximum. He had no time left for debate. There's no way to cross the mountain range and build shelter in time. He paused, then lifted his gaze. His pupils flared. Right, the cave. We can shelter there, for now. Let's scout it first. He strode to the cliff's edge. Thanks to intermediate rock climbing mastery, the 10-meter ascent required neither rope nor strain. In seconds, he scaled the sheer face like a gecko, reaching the mouth of the cave perched high on the precipice. As viewers erupted anew in awe, Lin Chuan braced his hands beneath the entrance, pushed upward, and peered inside. The slope below bore low, sparse trees, thus sunlight poured unimpeded into the cavern, illuminating its interior with clear, steady light. Naturally, a cliffside grotto offered limited space, no more than 2 or 3 meters deep, equally modest in height, too cramped for permanent habitation. But Lin Chuan had no intention of staying long. For now, it would suffice. Having confirmed the cave's safety, Lin Chuan swiftly descended. Time was pressing. He had to process the 4 sheep before relocating. Thanks to his butchering skill, he deftly removed all 4 pelts in flawless, unbroken pieces. To expedite drying, he gathered suitable saplings from the vicinity, trimmed them, and wove them with vines into 4 pentagonal frames. He then stretched each pelt taut, securing one corner with fine vine, and fastened it evenly to all 5 points of its frame. With his dagger, he meticulously scraped away residual flesh and fat, then swept the surfaces clean with slender branches. Rinsing them in water would yield superior results, but time permits no such luxury. This will suffice. To maximize sun exposure, he scaled a towering tree, stripped its uppermost boughs bare of leaves, and suspended the framed pelts facing due south, bathed fully in the sun's fierce golden light. Once the pelts were hung, he swiftly quartered the carcasses, dividing the meat into uniform portions. Then, replicating the method used for shark jerky, he dug a pit, kindled a fire, erected a wooden rack, and suspended the mutton on vines above the smoke. Unlike shark flesh, this smoked mutton would remain perfectly preserved, unspoiled, untainted, until the last morsel vanished. Fortunate indeed. The nearby dry timber is abundant, the flames roaring fiercely. The meat should be fully cured before the storm breaks. To deter scavengers drawn by the scent, once he descended the mountain, he dragged over the massive trees felled earlier by the 2 colossal cliff sheep, arranging their dense, interlocking canopies directly around the fire pit, forming an impenetrable leafy barrier that wholly concealed the flames. With barely 4 hours remaining until the tempest's arrival, Lin Chuan wasted not a breath. He seized Dabai, the white dog, and hastened down the slope to begin the relocation. Back at the Golden Horn camp, he first retrieved the 3 hemp ropes he'd strung through the woods for bird traps. Emerging from the forest's edge, he froze, stunned by the churning sea ahead. In scarcely half a day, the tide has surged this high. This storm will be cataclysmic. Waves crashed inward, swallowing the beach with terrifying speed. Salt water lapped already at the forest's threshold, lapping now at his very feet. The 4 bamboo-wood posts supporting his thatched hut stood entirely submerged. Seawater gushed relentlessly through its walls. In the kitchen, the earthenware cabinet and the airdrop crate bobbed freely upon the rising flood, clay cauldrons drifting loose within the swell. Even the small kiln beside it had spilled its ash onto the inundated ground. Not far off, the outhouse floated, yellow effluents swirling lazily in the current. At the sight, Lin Chuan flushed crimson, averting the live stream feed instantly. He exhaled, murmuring wryly, "Every soul in this stream is a master of wit." Yet inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank heaven I returned in time. Had I delayed but a moment longer, every possession I'd gathered would have been swept into the abyss. Without hesitation, he strode into the surf. First, he stowed the ceramics inside the airdrop crate. Then, hoisting the crate onto one shoulder and the cabinet onto the other, he carried both deep into the forest, well beyond the tide's reach. Next, he seized his stone hoe and broke open the taro patch beside it. Beneath layers of rich guano, the tubers had swelled into plump, clustered clusters. He brushed off the clinging earth and tossed them too into the crate. Then came the guano heap, his most precious fertilizer. His heart clenched when he saw the lowest layer already soaked through by seawater. Yet moving this mountainous mound would be arduous, especially without suitable containers. To ferry it back and forth in the airdrop crate would consume far too much time. His gaze swept the surroundings, then sharpened. There. Without pause, he plunged once more into the sea and dismantled the thatched hut, the kitchen, and the outhouse, ripping apart each structure. He hauled back thick, calf-sized bamboo stalks, split them cleanly along their natural nodes with swift, practiced blows of his stone hoe, and began packing the guano tightly into hollow sections. Binding each filled segment with vines, he assembled several sturdy bundles and deposited them safely beneath the forest canopy. Less than 2 hours remained before the storm's onset. Enough. Let the rest wait. I'll return for these later. He gathered more vines, lashed the cabinet to his back, gripped the airdrop crate in one hand, and cradled his stone axe and a palm leaf bundle of smaller belongings in the other, ready to ascend the mountain. But just then Dabai barked sharply, twice. Lin Chuan turned and saw the dog racing back into the surf, leaping frantically in place. Using the solitary kiln, still afloat, as a landmark, Lin Chuan realized the spot lay directly above where he'd buried the putrid shark meat. He understood instantly. Raising an eyebrow, he sighed. Dabai, must you lack all dignity? We've got mutton now, why cling to that foul rot? Dabai whined softly, then sank low into the water, gazing up with liquid, wounded eyes, pleading. Lin Chuan exhaled slowly. Fine. If you insist on eating it, we'll bring it back, but hear this clearly, not inside the cave. Woof, woof. Dabai spun joyfully in circles, tongue lolling, tail whipping side to side, like a metronome of pure delight, silent, unmistakable agreement. Even waterlogged, the shark meat reeked, ferociously nauseatingly rank. Lin Chuan unearthed it, gritted his teeth against the stench, and wrapped each portion carefully in palm fronds. Then, selecting 2 parallel branches, he pressed them firmly across the center of one bundle, securing it tightly with vines, creating a compact portable pack. He fastened it firmly to Dabai's back. "If you're so determined to eat it, you'll carry it yourself." He set off again, up the slope, without hesitation. 5 grueling trips later, the bamboo guano bundles and Dabai's malodorous burden finally rested secure within the cave. On his final departure from the shore, Lin Chuan paused and looked back. There where the Golden Horn camp had stood for over 10 days, only the small kiln remained, a solitary silhouette adrift in the churning sea, battered ceaselessly by waves. A quiet pang stirred within him. Not sorrow precisely, but something deeper, reverence perhaps for resilience, tenderness for transience. He lingered, gazing, until the wind grew colder, keener, howling in from the sea, and the sky above the island darkened further, swirling, coalescing heavy with thunderheads that rolled and churned like bruised iron. Then without another glance he turned and walked away. A sudden shift in the wind and clouds heralded the arrival of a storm. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky. On the island, fierce winds swept through, engulfing the entire forest. Trees swayed, vines twisted chaotically, and the rustling sounded like the wails of spirits. In the live broadcast, every viewer marveled at the unpredictable weather of the island, the sun and rain alternating without warning. They were equally astonished by Lin Chuan's incredible ability to predict the weather. Nicknames such as Living Kongming and Human Weather Station quickly circulated among the audience. On an increasingly sinister hillside, Lin Chuan, with 2 large bundles of bird droppings strapped to his back, ascended against the gusty winds. Yet his steps remained light and swift as he dashed up the mountain with a rhythm of thump, thump, thump. Even as he climbed a ladder over a steep cliff, he effortlessly lifted the large white dog, placing it atop the wooden bundles on his back. He continued to race toward the cave. Upon returning, Lin Chuan grasped the vines, binding the bundles on his shoulder with the white dog perched atop. He charged up the cliff with remarkable speed, using one hand to maneuver along the narrow ledges. To save time, he dangled from the cliff's edge with one hand, hurling the bundles and the white dog into the cave. He then retrieved the small black dog from his collar and tossed it inside as well. "Dabai Xiaohei," Lin Chuan called out over the roar of the wind. "Hurry to the back of the cave and wait for me, don't get blown away." He watched as the 2 small ones scampered into the corner of the cave. Dabai, with its small teeth gripping the vine, wiggled backward, dragging the wooden bundles inside. Lin Chuan then let go and plunged freely from the cliff. Gasps filled the audience as they thought he had lost his grip and would fall. Hearts raced, fearing he might sustain severe injuries from such a height. However, to their astonishment, before hitting the ground, Lin Chuan mimicked the descent of the agile cliff goats, pushing off with one foot against the cliff and leaping forward. He rolled upon landing, immediately getting back on his feet, completely unharmed. By now the rain had started to fall in a light drizzle, the prelude to the impending storm. Time was running out for Lin Chuan. He sprang up and dashed toward the great tree adorned with sheepskin, bounding up to its top. He deftly tore the sheepskin down and leaped from the tree, maintaining his momentum to the cliff, tossing the sheepskin into the cave. Next came the most crucial item, the lamb meat. Fortunately, during his previous descent, he had carefully encircled the fire pit, with the large tree preventing it from being extinguished by the wind. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if not only the fire went out, but the lamb meat was whisked away by the gusts. Gripping the thickest branch, Lin Chuan pulled with all his strength, uprooting a sizable tree. He dashed through the gap in the treetops, swiftly dismantling the roasted lamb from the flames. Each piece was heavy enough to withstand the wind's influence. Lin Chuan had also recently acquired the long-coveted throwing mastery skill, and he began hurling the lamb like a shot, put his hands moving like rapid-fire machine guns as he accurately tossed piece after piece into the cave 10 meters above. The audience erupted in excitement, marveling at Lin Chuan's athletic prowess. As if caught in a tempest, the pieces of lamb quickly filled the cave, stacking neatly in front of Dabai and Xiaohei. The rain intensified, drenching Lin Chuan's white t-shirt. With everything needed prepared inside the cave, he initially intended to return. But upon noticing a shift in the wind direction with rain beginning to pour into the cave, he muttered to himself, "No, I need a door. Otherwise, if the rain gets any heavier, the cave will be flooded in no time. But what can I use?" He scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze on the lush tree canopy above. "That will do." A deep rumble echoed through the air, followed by a sudden flash of blue lightning that struck a towering tree, engulfing it in flames. Lin Chuan, wincing from the deafening thunder, pushed aside a branch to gaze outside. To his astonishment, the very tree that had been struck was the one he had meticulously stripped of leaves. It stood tall on the hillside, now charred and ablaze. Had it not been for you, old Lin, that tree wouldn't have met such a fate. A voice echoed in jest. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. That must be my fault then. He cast a glance at the burning tree, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He was fortunate that the lightning had struck when it did. Had it occurred earlier, while he was retrieving the sheepskin, he would have met a fiery end. With a long sigh, he released the branch and took stock of the tempest outside. The rain fell in torrents, and the thunder rumbled ominously. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was chilling and dimly lit. Lin Chuan, soaked to the bone, felt like a drenched rat. Yet he refrained from lighting a fire immediately, for the cave was small, and the tree canopy outside occupied a third of its space. The remaining area was cramped, barely 5 or 6 square meters, just enough for a modest bedroom, but cluttered with his belongings. Let's tidy this up first, he decided, shaking the rainwater from his hair. He began to organize his space, starting from the warmest spot deep within the cave, which he intended to use as a bed. He cleared it out, laying down palm fronds and dried grass he had gathered from the mountains, and stacking 5 yellowed palm leaf mats he had woven on top. Pressing down on the thick layer, he found it pleasantly soft. This is definitely more comfortable than the grass hut I used to sleep in. He took one sheepskin fur side up and spread it atop the makeshift mattress. He added another sheepskin folded neatly as a blanket and placed his backpack on top. This will do for a bed. Once he was done, his companion, the dog, immediately curled up comfortably on the bedding. Lin Chuan chuckled. You seem to be enjoying it. However, still drenched, he refrained from lying down himself. Instead, he cleared a small patch of ground beside the bed for some space, positioning a cabinet and a water-filled container beside his bedside for easy access to water during the night, with the cabinet doubling as a nightstand. Next, he arranged bamboo and wood filled with bird droppings neatly against one wall, stacking them high. He piled dry firewood nearby and placed various tools in the same area. On another side, he laid down a palm frond, stacking a pile of enticing jerky on top with the remnants of bones beside it. After some time, the once chaotic cave was now orderly. It looks pretty neat like this. It doesn't seem so cramped anymore, he remarked. All right, time to start a fire. To facilitate smoke ventilation, Lin Chuan built a fire pit near the cave entrance using stones and added bird droppings and dry wood into it. He also made a gap in the tree canopy for airflow. Then, feeling the chill deeply, he eagerly set the fire ablaze. In an instant, warm flames illuminated the cave. Outside, the storm raged on, thunder rumbling and wind howling, creating a disconcerting symphony. Yet the fire brought a cozy ambience to the small cave. Perhaps it was the excitement of moving into a new home that lifted his spirits. The little black bird flitted about joyfully. Lin Chuan rubbed his hands by the fire, warming himself before retrieving his kettle from the cabinet. After filling it with water, he placed it over the flames to boil. The ceramic pot would take a while to heat, and wearing his damp clothes was uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity, he rummaged through the pile of bones and selected a suitable piece. Are you planning to make sheep bone soup? A voice inquired from the comments. Lin Chuan shook his head. No, as you can see, my clothes are too wet to dry quickly, making them quite uncomfortable. So I plan to sew a set of sheepskin clothing. He paused, but first I need a needle. The audience quickly grasped his intention. Are you going to carve a bone needle? One asked. Exactly, Lin Chuan responded, and the audience, familiar with his skills, no longer found it surprising. Yet someone humorously noted, with this scene, it feels like we're watching a caveman. Lin Chuan laughed. That's not quite right. Not all cave dwellers are called Shan Ding Dong Ren. In fact, they belong to a late stage of Homo sapiens. This name comes from the discovery of their fossils and tools, which were found in caves representative of a period of human civilization. He added, interestingly, the earliest bone needle ever unearthed was found in the Shan Ding Dong Ren site. With that, he picked up a dagger and began to scrape the bone, producing fine white powder. A slender piece was soon cut from the bone. He carefully shaped it with the dagger until it resembled a primitive needle. Lin Chuan examined it in his hand and nodded in approval. This is about right. He then retrieved a stone resembling a sharpening stone and sprinkled some water on it. Kneeling down, he began to meticulously polish the elongated bone piece. As the task was somewhat tedious, he couldn't help but chat with the audience. Don't underestimate the significance of a small bone needle in the evolution of human civilization. Its production involves intricate processes such as cutting animal bones, fine scraping, polishing, and piercing the needle eye. The emergence of the bone needle marks a substantial advancement in human craftsmanship. He added, you might think making a bone needle looks simple, but it's actually quite challenging. You should try it sometime. Before long, the bone piece was nearly finished. He carefully rotated the tip of the needle with the dagger, taking his time, for any misstep could ruin his work. After much effort, a finely crafted bone needle approximately 10 centimeters long finally appeared in Lin Chuan's hand. With needles in hand, one naturally requires thread. However, crafting the thread is no easy task. It demands meticulous attention. Lacking hemp stalks, Lin Chuan had no choice but to substitute them with vine. He tested a few half-dry vines he had previously collected from the forest. Although their toughness was lacking, they proved adequate for sewing garments. First, he took several slender vines, peeling away their outer skin to reveal the fibers within. He then used a dagger to slice them into extremely thin, even strips. Next, he took a few of these strips and twisted them vigorously to expel any remaining moisture. Once he had formed a long, sturdy strand, he tied one end securely, completing his first piece of vine thread. After spending half a day, he had crafted several strands. Estimating that he had enough, Lin Chuan stood up and removed the last 2 small sheepskins he had saved. The wool of these sheepskins was softer, more comfortable against the skin, making them far more suitable for crafting clothing than the coarser pelts of fully grown sheep. Laying the sheepskins on the ground, Lin Chuan retrieved a piece of charcoal from the fire and extinguished it with water. Using the charcoal, he marked lines on the 2 pieces of sheepskin according to his height and arm length, one for a jacket and the other for trousers. After drawing the guidelines, he began to cut. The leftover pieces of sheepskin were set aside. Lin Chuan thought he could also make a pair of leather shoes and a hat from them. Once the sheepskins were properly cut, he threaded the needle and began sewing. Squatting down, he swiftly maneuvered the bone needle through the sheepskin, resembling a seasoned tailor as he stitched the garments together. The viewers responded with excitement. Master Lin is truly skilled in every craft. Who knew he could also sew? This needlework is impressive. My needlework isn't bad either, but you know. Given the simplicity of the design, Lin Chuan completed a full set of leather attire while the audience joked. Because the vine thread was not particularly strong, he made sure his leather jacket, pants, and shoes were loose-fitting to prevent them from bursting apart. Once finished, he barely paid attention to getting his work clean. He hurried to a corner to strip off his damp clothing. Drying himself with a sheepskin blanket, he donned the newly made leather outfit. The straw sandals he had worn for over a week were nearly falling apart from the rugged terrain and were now caked in mud, so he set them aside, planning to reweave them later. He then slipped into the leather shoes. Before long, he felt warmth enveloping him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. After so many cold days, finally wearing warm new clothes. Old Lin looks even more like a primitive man now. Lin Chuan chuckled. Whether or not I look primitive doesn't matter. What counts is that I'm warm. However, this outfit is only suitable for stormy weather. If I were to wear it out on a fine day, I'd surely roast. He then took his removed white t-shirt, shorts, and underwear, poking them with a stick to dry by the fire. We'll still need these clothes, so they must be dried, otherwise the dampness in the cave might make them moldy overnight. Outside the cave, the rain intensified, the violent sound of wind and rain resonating with booming thunder, growing ever more terrifying. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Chuan casually grabbed 2 pieces of smoked mutton for lunch. After eating, he sipped some hot tea while sitting on his bed. For a time, he found himself rather bored. Although it was only 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the view outside through the branches was ominously dark. Estimating that this storm would not cease anytime soon, he realized he was stuck inside with little to occupy his time. Thus, the rest of the afternoon was spent comfortably on his warm bed with Dabai lying beside him. Due to the cave's chill, he built a small fire near the bed. Fortunately, the strong winds outside allowed the smoke to escape through the ventilation, preventing it from becoming too suffocating. He enjoyed the warmth of the fire, sipped his hot tea, and chatted with his audience, relishing one of the most pleasant moments since arriving on the island. During this time, he made an unexpected discovery. So the live stream has a private messaging feature. In the lower left corner of the screen, Lin Chuan noticed a small envelope icon, surprisingly easy to overlook compared to the larger, more prominent comments. Focusing on the envelope symbol brought up a chat-like interface showing the number of unread private messages each viewer had sent. Scrolling down through several pages left him somewhat dazed. There were countless private messages from viewers, and the number continued to grow. Can you believe all of this accumulated over just a few days? But since the rain isn't letting up, I might as well reply to these messages to pass the time. With that thought, he began to open each message in turn. The contents varied wildly, with many simply greeting him. Lin Chuan politely responded to these, as the text could be generated effortlessly with a thought. However, the most numerous messages implored him to reveal the island's location in exchange for hefty rewards. To these, Lin Chuan replied with a curt, "Get lost." Numerous messages also sought his expertise in pottery, with some promising rewards in return for his answers. Suddenly, Lin Chuan envisioned a potential money-making venture. He promptly replied to these inquiries, "Sorry, my answers come at a fee varying by difficulty, starting at 500 shark coins." After sending that out, he pondered whether he had set the price too high. Yet upon receiving his reply, several pottery enthusiasts responded without hesitation, "No problem. It's only right to compensate Master Lin for your guidance regardless of the cost." Of course, many others were unwilling to pay and preferred to seek free advice. Most of these were amateur hobbyists who couldn't appreciate the depth of Lin Chuan's pottery skills. To avoid losing them as fans, he also sent uniform responses filled with seemingly profound, yet ultimately useless advice. Ultimately, Lin Chuan only engaged with a handful of genuine pottery-related inquiries, replying to those who had made payments which amounted to just a few dozen. Nonetheless, these questions seemed almost trivial to him, and he effortlessly provided sharp answers. Yet this venture earned him a staggering sum of 50,000 shark coins. Indeed, 50,000. The total he had received over the previous 10 days paled in comparison to what he earned in just that afternoon. Gazing at the astonishing balance of shark coins, Lin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, why hadn't he discovered the private message feature earlier? Had he known, he could have purchased more of the items he desired during his last shopping spree. With this thought in mind, an idea suddenly struck him. He promptly opened the Intermediate Shark Battle Mall, delving into the skills section to search for any skills related to modern professions. If the prices were reasonable, he could buy them and later showcase his abilities, attracting inquiries and thus creating another source of income. However, the sheer number of skills available in the Intermediate Mall was overwhelming, and after searching for quite a while, Lin Chuan finally found a few suitable options. Unfortunately, it would take time to gather the necessary materials, rendering any immediate purchases useless. He exited the mall and engaged in casual conversation with his viewers, responding to private messages. Apart from the few previously mentioned types, he received a variety of strange messages. One particularly bewildering inquiry read, "Master, I broke up with my girlfriend, what should I do?" Lin Chuan was at a loss for words. "I'm sorry, I'm a survival expert, not a relationship guru. I can't answer questions like that." Among the messages were also expressions of admiration, such as the rather direct one, "Master Lin, I want to have your children." Initially excited by such a declaration, he was quickly disheartened upon discovering it was from a man. With a frown, he clicked X to dismiss it. Of course, there were plenty of affectionate messages from female fans as well, which Lin Chuan responded to one by one. However, one message caught his attention from a profile that seemed to belong to an aunt who had just celebrated her 50th birthday, and it was even more straightforward. "Little Lin, stop risking your life with live broadcasts. Come with me. I can give you everything you want." Lin Chuan replied, "No, auntie, I can still strive for more. Besides, what I want is something you can't provide." There were even viewers asking for custody of Big White and Little Black. Naturally, there were trolls as well. However, as an orphan with the strength and resources of someone from Zhuan, Lin Chuan knew he couldn't indulge them. After a lengthy exchange, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The stress from his days of survival on the deserted island had significantly eased. Throughout that afternoon, despite having replied to over 1,000 messages, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the flood of messages still waiting for attention. 99.99 were still submerged beneath the surface. After another lengthy session of replies, Lin Chuan felt, while responding, he also selected some messages to share and interact with his viewers. Initially, this interactive segment was fresh and entertaining, but as time passed, it became even more exhausting than the survival challenges. Rubbing his forehead, he addressed his audience. "Everyone, the volume of private messages I've received is simply overwhelming. I can't respond to them all, but rest assured, whenever I have time, I will reply bit by bit. Let's wrap up today's private messages for now." As soon as he said this, the audience flooded the chat with comments. "Don't go, Master Lin, you haven't answered my question yet. Master, please, I beg you to respond to me. I really can't hold on any longer." The latter message quickly vanished amidst a barrage of others. A curious viewer clicked to see that it was from the same girl as before. This piqued the audience's curiosity. What is going on with this girl? What is she experiencing? Just then, an old regular Ma who had been lurking in the shadows noticed the chat spiraling out of control and stepped in. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Old Lin has been responding to messages all afternoon. I let him have a break." With Ma's authoritative presence, the majority of the audience fell silent. Lin Chuan thought to himself, it really is different when a big brother is around. "I apologize, everyone. I really can't keep up today. I promise I will respond tomorrow." And it's time for dinner now. After a restful afternoon, Lin Chuan felt significantly less fatigued. He decided to make his dinner a bit more exquisite. Rising to his feet, he took a piece of lamb from the cabinet and sliced it into thin pieces. Next, he retrieved a ceramic pot, added water, threw in some goji berries and a few aromatic leaves, and set it on the fire to boil. If Lin Chuan had to name the one dish he craved the most since arriving on the island, it would undoubtedly be hot pot. Although I haven't found any wild chilies or substitutes on the mountain, these aromatic leaves do add a hint of hot pot flavor. As he spoke, he dropped the slices of lamb into the pot. Surrounded by the rising steam, Lin Chuan and Big White sat contentedly by the ceramic pot, savoring an entire pot of lamb slices. After finishing his meal, Big White continued to gnaw happily on a lamb bone, while Lin Chuan reclined comfortably on his bed, holding a ceramic cup filled with warm fruit tea. He reflected on the lingering flavors in his mouth, murmuring, "If only this could go on forever with delicious lamb every day." He glanced at the pile of meat against the wall and couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, at the rate Big White and I eat, this meat will only last us about 2 weeks. And that super cliff sheep is too fierce to tame. If only we could keep it. Suddenly Lin Chuan sneezed, and a chill ran through his body. His heart raced with concern. What's going on? Could I have caught a cold from the rain? The temperature fluctuations on the island had been significant lately, and he had been feeling slightly unwell. After being caught in the rain earlier that morning, the risk of catching a chill was high. While catching a cold isn't a serious issue in modern society, on a deserted island with such poor sanitary conditions, it could turn fatal if not addressed promptly. Realizing this, Lin Chuan decided not to take any chances. Even if it wasn't a cold, it was better to be safe than sorry. He rummaged through his backpack for some warm antipyretic herbs. After grinding them into a paste in a coconut shell with a thick stick, he mixed it with hot water and drank it. The storm raged on longer than Lin Chuan had anticipated. 2 full days passed, and the winds and rains only intensified. It wasn't until he witnessed the fish rain falling from the sky that he realized this was no ordinary tempest. Live fish plummeted from above, splattering onto the ground. It dawned on him that a typhoon had made landfall with wind speeds reaching over 10 levels. He even saw uprooted trees soaring through the air with a giant python coiled around one of them, swaying perilously in the gusts. Had it not been for the thick canopy of trees blocking the cave's entrance, Lin Chuan imagined that the winds would have swept it away entirely. Just yesterday, the 2 little ones had been frolicking in the cave, playing and chasing each other. But today, aside from mealtime, they remained huddled in the innermost corner of the cave, trembling with fear. The tree canopy, while protective, was not an impenetrable barrier, allowing cold winds to seep into the cave. The flickering firelight cast eerie shadows, filling the cave with an unsettling atmosphere. New viewers entering the live stream might have thought they stumbled upon a horror show. Despite having 2 fires lit, the cave remained damp and cold. To make matters worse, the weather made a simple trip to the restroom a significant headache for Lin Chuan. Yesterday, when the winds were milder, he had managed to tether Dabai by his companion to prevent him from being blown away, allowing him to squat near the cave's entrance. But today that was no longer feasible. If the wind took Dabai, Lin Chuan feared he might be swept away as well. While he could endure the discomfort, Dabai could not. Thus, the small cave was filled with unpleasant odors, exacerbated by a package of foul-smelling shark meat that Dabai insisted on bringing back, a last-minute decision that had led Lin Chuan to forget to bury it at the cliff. For anyone with a functioning sense of smell, it was impossible to stay in the cave. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's sense of smell had dulled. Even after 2 days of consuming his homemade cold medicine, the oppressive environment worsened his condition. His nose ran incessantly, he could hardly detect any odor, his head spun, and he felt utterly drained, too lethargic to reply to messages. All he wanted was to lie down. The situation was more dire than he had imagined. By evening, he was clearly running a fever, and after night fell, his temperature soared alarmingly. He coughed violently, and every movement felt like an insurmountable task. It became apparent to him that this was no ordinary cold. He recalled that yesterday, while climbing the cliff under the fierce winds, he had inadvertently stepped on a sharp protrusion, tearing his straw sandal and cutting his foot. The wound was small, so he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, as he struggled to sit up and remove his shoe, he discovered that the small wound had become red and swollen, with the area around it turning white and festering. It was evident that the island's complex bacterial environment had led to an infection due to his negligence in treating it promptly. "Damn it, I let my guard down," he exclaimed. "For the past 2 days I thought it was just a cold, and because I felt so unwell and cold I forgot to check my foot. I never expected such a tiny wound could lead to a severe infection. This could be fatal." His viewers reacted with disbelief, thinking he was overreacting. "Relax, old Lin. It's just an infection, it's not a big deal, right? It's just an infection. Why are you so alarmed? I had a severe wound infection not long ago that led to pneumonia, but after a week of medication I was fine." Lin Chuan coughed a couple of times and shook his head. "You all are fortunate to have access to various anti-inflammatory medications, including antibiotics. Medical advancements allow for timely treatment, so you don't see the severity. But before antibiotics were discovered, any infection could be considered fatal. Every year, countless individuals lose their lives due to minor infections that escalate from small wounds. I'm a doctor, and what the host says is correct. However, if I had tuned in earlier, I could have warned you. Unfortunately, I only just entered the stream. Host, you discovered it too late. From the look of your wound and your current state, it's clear you are severely infected. Given your mental state and the severity of your cough, you likely have a severe pneumonia and numerous complications. You need to take a large quantity of antibiotics and seek treatment immediately. I advise you to stop the live stream and have someone take you to the hospital, otherwise your life is in jeopardy tonight. Reading the comments, Lin Chuan lay back under his sheepskin blanket, shivering and appearing haggard, and sighed inwardly. He wished to go to the hospital, but until his fan count reached 10 million, there was no way for him to leave the island. Moreover, listen to the first half of that doctor's assessment. The viewers in the stream sat on edge, hearts clenched at the thought that Lin Chuan's condition might be exactly as he had described. Yet when the doctor delivered his final unambiguous verdict, he won't survive the night, some of the most devoted fans perversely felt a strange calm. Someone even tagged the person who had claimed to be a doctor. That night the diehards did not leave. Even after Lin Chuan fell asleep, even as the hours deepened into the small hours and fatigue weighed on them, they remained fixed to their screens. They watched the reddened face and the sweat-dampened forehead. Every thunderclap outside the cave, every rise and fall of the sheepskin blanket with each of Lin Chuan's breaths tugged at their nerves. Through the chat, they offered prayers for him. Beside him, Xiaohe and Dabai waited pitiful and steadfast. Their sight tugged at more than his maternal fans, it moved everyone. Xiaohe was at least native to the island, but Dabai had been raised by Lin Chuan since childhood. If he truly were gone, how would Dabai survive alone on a treacherous, uninhabited isle? Despite protests that it might yet be a false alarm as time passed, and the sheepskin rose and fell with faster, shallower breaths, and Lin Chuan's face grew more flushed, belief in the doctor's prognosis took hold. Tears slipped from men as readily as from women. Lin Chuan's streams had always been different. Crisp imagery, vivid immediacy, a personality that infected viewers. Over the course of his broadcasts, those watchers had come to feel as if they themselves inhabited that island, building a new shelter, firing pottery, digging a fish pond, only to watch the fry vanish under hungry birds, while discovering absurdly a trove of precious guano, scraping by on conch and shells, then being roused by the pungent, hard-won shark meat, encountering deadly vipers, towering cliff goats, and a colossal monitor lizard that repaid kindness. Scenes they had lived through, with him flashed through their minds. Trials and fortunes, sorrow and joy. And looking back at those shared intimacies, they wept, and in the same breath found themselves smiling. By dawn, the viewers discovered that the storm outside had at some point abated. The sun cleaved the cloud bank, and light poured through gaps in the canopy, chasing the cave's darkness back. Sunbeams refracted by raindrops on the leaves found their way onto Lin Chuan. But the spectacle only deepened their dread. He looked worse. His hair was plastered with sweat, his breathing was ragged and frantic, the sheepskin shuddered with each shallow intake, as if trembling at the edge of collapse. To any common-sense observer, it resembled the terminal gasp of a severe pneumonia patient. Dabai moaned softly, the chat filled with grief. Even the self-declared Dr. Blunt's speech had stayed through the night out of a practitioner's compassion, praying alongside the others despite his grim judgment. Then, and without warning, the rise and fall of the sheepskin ceased. For a moment, it seemed as if a life that had been fighting a torturous retreat had finally stopped breathing. A pall of mourning swept the stream, and then Lin Chuan sat up. With a sudden explosive motion, he sprang upright. He tore off the sheepskin, revealing a solid chest slick with sweat, let out a long breath, arched an eyebrow toward the cave mouth, and said, "Damn, when did the rain stop? The sun's out already. No wonder it's so hot." Upon hearing his words, the audience instantly understood. Wait. So old Lin, your frantic breathing earlier and your appearance as if you were about to be carried away was actually due to the rising temperature and your heavy clothing. You were just hot. Although I don't fully grasp what you mean, that sounds about right. So are you feeling better now, eh? Lin Chuan, drenched in sweat, got off the bed and gulped down a ladle of water. With a comfortable sigh, he said, "I suppose so. At least now, aside from the heat, I feel no discomfort." 23333. So we all wasted our emotions for nothing, including Dabai and Xiaohe. What does that mean? Lin Chuan asked, slightly confused. Perhaps you should check the previous comments. Reminded by the comments, Lin Chuan took a closer look. He felt a wave of exasperation. Some had wished him a safe journey, others had worried for Dabai and Xiaohe, and there were even a string of Sanskrit characters. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "So while I was just taking a nap, you all performed a ritual for me." He then patted the excited little ones beside him and eagerly grabbed his oversized shorts, white t-shirt, and the re-knitted straw sandals and shorts. He rushed to the corner, quickly shed his sheepskin pants and leather shoes, wiped his sweat with some dry leaves, and changed into his familiar outfit. Huh. You can't blame others for that. Your earlier appearance was too much like someone on the verge of collapse. With the temperature in this cave now above 20 C, anyone wearing that sheepskin ensemble under a sheepskin blanket would certainly feel unwell. After changing into cooler clothes, Lin Chuan walked to the cave entrance, lifted the leaves, and inhaled the refreshing air that followed the rain, feeling the cool sea breeze wash over him. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. This typhoon comes and goes swiftly. The temperature on the island has risen dramatically. Seeing his calm demeanor, the audience couldn't help but marvel at him. Old Lin is amazing. Just last night, he looked like he was on his last legs, and after a sleep, he's completely fine. His resistance is a bit excessive, isn't it? As the comments poured in, Lin Chuan recalled his own experience. Indeed, just last night, he had been struggling to breathe, feeling cold all over, and his consciousness was fading. He had even thought he might not make it. Unexpectedly, upon waking, he felt more energetic than before he got sick. No, this is definitely not something that can be achieved purely by resilience, unless he isn't human. Streamer, tell the truth. What kind of medicine did you take last night before sleeping? Upon glancing at the comment, Lin Chuan recognized the poster as the one who had proclaimed himself a doctor and had issued a "Do not resuscitate" notice for him. Realizing this, Lin Chuan suddenly connected the dots. Why had he not self-recovered when his condition was milder just a few days ago, yet he had revived overnight? Without a doubt, it must have been the effect of those 2 antibiotics. And they were certainly not ordinary antibiotics. They were miraculous medicines. Lin Chuan felt immensely grateful. It was fortunate that while shopping at the shark fighting mall, he had made a long-term investment by purchasing those 2 antibiotics. They had indeed saved his life. However, as soon as that viewer spoke, the other viewers burst into excitement. I almost forgot about the doctor. Old Lin is really something. Even the laws of this live stream cannot escape the grasp of a doctor. This doctor, didn't you claim to have years of research experience and the ability to determine life or death with a glance? I remember you firmly stating that old Lin wouldn't survive the night. How do you explain that he is now lively and well? I already said, based on my experience, my judgment yesterday was absolutely accurate. If the streamer managed to pull through, there must be another reason. Doctor, if you realize you were mistaken, just admit it. There's no shame in being slapped in the face by old Lin. The self-proclaimed doctor viewer stopped engaging in the debate with the others. Seeing that Lin Chuan had ignored his earlier comment about the 2 pills, he became ever more suspicious. He immediately sent Lin Chuan a private message. Streamer, based on my years of research experience, it is absolutely impossible to recover from such a condition with just 2 ordinary antibiotics in such a short time. Therefore, without a doubt, those 2 medications you took are extraordinary. I don't know where you got them, but no such miraculous medication has been publicly acknowledged in the medical field. So if possible, I am willing to pay a hefty sum to buy just one. After sending those 2 messages, he felt they weren't sincere enough. Faced with an opportunity that could elevate him to great heights, or even etch his name in history, he couldn't afford to take chances. He understood that if those 2 pills were indeed what he suspected, it would signify something monumental for him and humanity as a whole. His rise to the position of director at a young age was partly due to his medical expertise, but more so because he was always ready to seize opportunities with all his might. Thus he added, I only need 1 pill. I'm willing to pay any price, no matter if it costs me everything. However, Lin Chuan was currently too preoccupied to check private messages, nor did he have time to read the comments. He jumped out of the cave holding Dabai. Partly due to his regained sense of smell, he was instantly overwhelmed by the foul mixture of odors lingering in the cave. But more importantly, he had been suffering from his own issues for 2 days now and could no longer endure it. Holding his remaining bit of toilet paper, he dashed into the forest, disregarding the decorum, and hastily pulled a few palm leaves to cover himself before resolving his predicament right there. After a while, Lin Chuan emerged from the woods, his face reflecting sheer relief. That was refreshing. The air in the post-rain forest was incredibly fresh. Taking a deep breath and stretching, Lin Chuan turned to survey the forest. After the typhoon and heavy rain, the entire mountain forest was left in a muddy mess. In some areas, the mountainsides were exposed and countless small trees had been uprooted, lying horizontally in the forest. Regrettably, the fish rain he had witnessed yesterday, with dozens of fish falling from the sky, was nowhere to be found now. All he managed to find in the muddy ground beneath the trees was a single small fish that was already rotten and inedible. Perhaps after the rain stopped, all the animals that came out to search for food took them away. Lin Chuan sighed. Just as he was about to head back to the cave with Dabai for something to eat, his gaze fell upon a large tree that had been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze. Oh no! Could it be? Following his gaze, the audience in the live stream also sensed something ominous. In an instant, everyone was left in shock. The struck tree by lightning. Lin Chuan had seen many such trees before. Whether witnessed firsthand or shared in images online, he had encountered them all. But he had never seen one split open like this before. Is that a rift leading to another dimension? Nonsense. That's clearly a gate to hell. Today has truly opened my eyes. Staying up late last night was worthwhile. I get to witness such a spectacle firsthand. Little Black flitted around the tree trunk equally astonished. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the bizarre sight before him. The tree as thick as 2 waists stood undisturbed, yet there was an elongated oval-shaped hole in its trunk. The peculiarity lay here. Despite the time that had passed since the lightning strike, a red glow flickered from within that tree hole resembling a furnace. Just as the audience had said, it was eerily reminiscent of a gate to hell. In no time, viewers began capturing screenshots, with some even posting them to their friend circles, garnering an unprecedented amount of likes. However, having just brushed with death the night before, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a sense of unease. After all, this was another world. One couldn't rely on familiar reasoning. Who knew if this world truly held a hell? Perhaps this was indeed the gate to hell. Would a grim reaper wielding a scythe emerge from it to claim lives? With that thought, a chill ran down Lin Chuan's spine, prompting him to dash towards the tree. Peering into the rift, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's just an ordinary tree hole, albeit one that's on fire. After observing for a moment, he noted that the flames were not intense. At this rate, the trunk would not burn out anytime soon. With this in mind, Lin Chuan glanced at the live comments and addressed the audience. Everyone captured screenshots, right? Well, I'm going to extinguish this fire. After all, a fire can lead to a forest blaze. Considering how fierce the sun is and the rain evaporates quickly, there are plenty of dry twigs and leaves nearby. If the fire doesn't die down, it could lead to a disaster. After explaining to the audience, who expressed their disappointment but understood, Lin Chuan tore a piece of bark from the neighboring tree. He then used it to scoop up a handful of damp earth and poured it into the rift until the flames were completely extinguished. Only then did he take Dabai and Xiaohei back to the cave. The first thing Lin Chuan did upon returning was to kick away the tree crown blocking the cave entrance, as well as the stinky shark meat beside it, to ensure ventilation and eliminate the odor. For the past 2 days, Dabai had been relieving itself inside the cave. The confined space combined with the stench of shark meat made the situation unbearable. Using large leaves found at the foot of the mountain drenched with rainwater, Lin Chuan scrubbed the cave floor for half a day and aired it out for another half day before he felt the odor had finally diminished. He then ate some lamb and played with Dabai and Xiaohei for a while before starting to pack up his belongings. Due to the continuous torrential rain, the food in the cave, not just the jerky, but also the bird droppings, had absorbed moisture. Thus, he had to take everything to the entrance to dry. After completing this task, Lin Chuan felt a wave of thirst wash over him. But upon checking the supply box, he found it completely empty. Determined, he carried the empty box and jumped down from the cave, planning to fetch some water from the source. However, upon reaching the cliff, he was taken aback. Whoa, it really did slide down. The cliff that stretched across the slope had collapsed after 3 consecutive days of typhoon-induced rain. To make matters worse, the location of the spring had not escaped unscathed. The strong winds had completely destroyed the marks he had painstakingly made on the slope. The ladder he had crafted was nowhere to be found either. Therefore, Lin Chuan could only vaguely locate the spring's position. After spending half a day clearing debris, he still couldn't find the small spring. It might have been blocked by the landslide. Having wasted a great deal of effort, and feeling even thirstier, Lin Chuan had no choice but to abandon the search. He sat on the ground and sighed in frustration. Great, now I need to find a new water source. Looking at the disarrayed herb hill below, Lin Chuan felt relieved that he had dug up the taro from 3 spots on the mountain before the torrential rain hit. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how much time it would take to find them now. However, water was crucial. If he couldn't find a new source within 3 days, he would perish from thirst. He had thoroughly explored the lower slope, and the only water source was that small spring on the cliff. Thus, to find a new water source, he had no choice but to continue ascending the mountain. Whether he could find a new water source within 3 days remained uncertain. So Lin Chuan simply sat and caught his breath. After a moment, he wasted no time and returned to the cave. Before leaving, Lin Chuan opened the shark coin mall in his mind. With over 60,000 shark coins accumulated, he decided to make some lavish purchases. First, he focused on the essentials. However, unlike his previous meticulous budgeting this time, he bought the cheaper items without restraint. Toilet paper, 5 rolls. Mosquito repellent, 5 bottles. Antibiotics, 5 pills. Various other miscellaneous tools. Alright, that'll be it for my extravagant spending. Because the items newly unlocked in the intermediate mall were far more expensive than the basics, Lin Chuan had to revert to his careful budgeting. After selecting for half a day, he ended up purchasing only 5 items, nearly exhausting all his savings. Once done, he rushed to the cave entrance, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Hope the airdrop isn't too far away. After mumbling that, Lin Chuan searched the area for quite a while, but saw no purple smoke rising. It was a keen-eyed viewer who reminded him, "Hey Lin, look up the mountain. Prompted by the comments, Lin Chuan turned and looked up for a long time before finally spotting a faint plume of smoke behind a row of tall trees at the mountain's peak. Wow, it's so far away. There might be people at the top of the mountain. If they see me, it could spell trouble. With that thought, Lin Chuan wasted no time and immediately jumped down the cave with Dabai in his arms, while Xiao He followed closely behind. He quickly ran toward the mountain top. Despite the steep and complex terrain above the cliff and the mud made slippery by the torrential rain, Lin Chuan's speed had improved significantly thanks to the enhancement of his various intermediate skills. Fearing that the airdrop might be taken by indigenous people or animals, he swung his stone pick and spear wildly, clearing a path through the trees. He didn't even hesitate to kick down small trees blocking his way. Though he discovered many valuable items along the slope, he didn't pause for even a moment. But once he reached the top of the mountain and beheld the scenery behind it and the location of the airdrop, he was utterly amazed. Wow, I can't believe the view behind the mountain is like this. Lin Chuan initially believed that the peak of the Herb Mountain marked the horizon of this island. However, in reality, the side of the mountain was merely a slight rise compared to the horizon. Standing atop the summit, the moist wind howled past him. The breathtaking scenery unfolded before his eyes, and Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort. As he had imagined, the island was vast. Ahead, and to the left, the view extended infinitely. To the right, there was a narrow strip of land stretching toward the sea, resembling a horn gradually narrowing to a small point. His line of sight was obstructed by a towering mountain in the distance, shrouded in clouds and mist. This mountain bore no vegetation, devoid of any hint of green. Its surface was cloaked in a layer of black coal-like substance. As a cloud floated by the mountain's summit was revealed, and Lin Chuan noticed steam rising from its mouth. In that instant, not only Lin Chuan, but also the audience was taken aback. No way could this be a volcano. There's a volcano on this island. But this volcano is so beautiful. It looks like Mount Fuji. Not only is it a volcano, but this place is too stunning. Is this a fairyland? The audience quickly began to take screenshots to use as wallpapers. Lin Chuan, captivated by the scenery, took some time to regain his composure. He then directed his gaze downward. Beneath the mountain lay a lake that resembled a skybound paradise, sizable enough to be roughly equivalent to half of West Lake, with several rivers flowing from its surroundings. Between the lake and the volcano was a long stretch of forest. Separating the lake from the mountain peak was a relatively gentle plain about several dozen meters wide, lush, with green grass that swayed like waves under the wind. To the left of the lake was another forest situated on a complex, undulating terrain. Beyond that loomed a series of towering mountains, all significantly higher than the small hill where Lin Chuan stood, making it impossible to see their ends. Due to the distance, he could not discern the types of trees among them. On the right side of the lake, the horn-like strip transformed into sandy terrain, dotted with numerous sand dunes. However, closer to the tip, it changed into a crimson lava field. It must be the result of a volcanic eruption where lava fell in great quantities, shaping this terrain, Lin Chuan mused. It's evident that the eruption was extraordinarily violent, leading to little lava landing nearby, turning into sandy ground, while more lava accumulated further away, forming the lava field. As he explained this to the audience, Lin Chuan continued to observe. The side of the horn was a towering cliff with waves crashing relentlessly against it. The opposite side appeared to have land as well, creating a bay between the land and the horn, but the volcano obscured the specific terrain. Amidst this picturesque scenery, a variety of seabirds flew by, emitting crisp calls. The landscape was nothing short of enchanting, resembling a fairy tale. Based on the position of the volcano, the undulations of the left mountain range, and the faint outline of land behind the horn, Lin Chuan estimated that the area between himself and the volcano was merely a corner of the entire island. With this thought, he promptly retrieved a bark map from his backpack and quickly sketched the visible terrain with charcoal. Following suggestions from the audience, he named several distinct areas: Suspended Lake, Cloud and Mist Volcano, Northern Forest, Western Mountain Range, Southern Plain, Eastern Sand Dunes, and Crimson Rock Point. However, these are just the main geographical names. The details will have to be filled in during future explorations. After completing the map, Lin Chuan looked at the suspended lake with delight. Previously, he had wondered why there was a spring at the cliff's edge, but now it made sense. So there has been a lake hanging above my head all this time. That spring is like a small hole in a basin leaking water. Thus, to commemorate it, Lin Chuan named the lake Suspended Lake. However, he had previously been concerned about finding enough freshwater resources in the short term. But now he felt reassured. The lake water is inexhaustible. I no longer have to worry about freshwater issues. Accessing water is a matter of life and death. Previously, he had painstakingly drawn water from a small spring using thin vines. By the end of the day, he had barely filled a supply drop box. It was an arduous task. But now things were different. Whenever he needed water, he could simply fetch it from the lake or the rivers flowing from it. Yet amid his joy, he noticed a plume of purple smoke rising from the lake. Lin Chuan's expression shifted to one of concern. Indeed, the supply drop box had fallen into the lake. Given that there might be human presence in this area, the conspicuous purple smoke from the box could attract trouble if noticed by the locals. Thus, Lin Chuan hesitated to retrieve it. Although the contents of the supply drop were valuable, they were not as important as his safety. He reflected, why have I been so unlucky with these two drops? It's either fallen into the sea or now into the lake. Does it have to be water? Fortunately, the lake's surface was calm, so he didn't need to worry about it drifting away. After waiting for a while, the purple smoke gradually dissipated. Lin Chuan then carefully scanned the surroundings from the mountain for some time, confirming that no locals had been drawn in by the purple mist before finally deciding to descend the mountain. The slope was relatively low, barely a dozen meters high. Soon Lin Chuan dashed down, but he did not allow Big White and Little Black to follow. Instead, he left them at a mid-slope area to relax. Between the base of the mountain and the lake was a plain where the grass barely reached his ankles due to the lack of cover. Lin Chuan found a few leaves to shield his head and crouched down as he made his way towards the lake. After the heavy rain, the ground was incredibly muddy. One step in, and the soft sludge immediately engulfed his feet. The plain was only a few dozen meters wide, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan reached the lake's edge. Standing on a large rock at the lakeshore, he looked down to observe the water. It was remarkably clear, yet the lake was deep, obscuring what lay beneath. Aside from some wild duck, seabirds, and small insects, there seemed to be no dangerous creatures in the water. Roughly estimating the distance between the lake's shore and the supply drop in the center was about 70 to 80 meters. For Lin Chuan, swimming such a distance was effortless. Confirming that it was safe, he dove right in. However, the depth of the lake created an invisible sense of pressure. Thus, Lin Chuan swam cautiously, constantly scanning his surroundings and the underwater depths, which slowed his pace. It took him nearly 2 minutes to reach the supply drop. Once there, Lin Chuan quickly untied the hemp rope around his waist and secured it to the supply drop box, fastening the other end to his ankle. Just as he prepared to swim back, he suddenly caught sight of a comet. "Whoa, Lin, look beneath you in the lake. It seems like there's something down there." Lin Chuan had been so focused on tying the supply drop that he hadn't noticed the stirrings beneath the lake's surface. Reminded by the comet, he looked down and instantly exclaimed, "Whoa." Jiang Chen's heart raced as he plunged his head beneath the lake's surface, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. What lay beneath the water was a colossal black shadow rapidly ascending towards him. Its round shape suggested a diameter of at least 3 or 4 meters, perhaps just the creature's head crowned with 2 lantern-like eyes glowing in eerie green. The enormity of the water monster left Jiang Chen paralyzed with fear, contemplating how vast its body must be. The shadow surged upwards at an alarming speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Panic surged through him as he jerked his head above water, abandoning all thoughts but one escape. He swam frantically to the shore, terrified of even the slightest delay, propelling himself forward with sheer determination. In that moment, the only thought that echoed in his mind was, life and death are fated if fortune is in the hands of heaven. As he glimpsed the shadow, his innate sense of danger kicked in, recalling the same feeling he had experienced when confronted with a giant lizard, his fate entirely dependent on the whims of this creature. There was no chance of resistance. Yet the viewers in the live stream were riveted, their attention completely fixated on the foreboding shadow. The sun's reflection on the lake's surface distorted the view, rendering the creature an indistinct silhouette. Although Jiang Chen swam with all his might, he felt as if he were motionless compared to the monster's ascent. The tension was palpable. It was as if time had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the shadow expanded rapidly. Everyone realized what it was: the water monster opening its massive jaws, hurtling toward Jiang Chen. A collective gasp filled the audience, an unspoken declaration of doom echoed in their hearts. The creature's maw was larger than 2 Jiang Chens standing back to back, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind that it would swallow him whole. In that fleeting moment, the distance between the dark shadow and Jiang Chen dwindled to mere meters, to 1/2 a meter. The overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. Just as he thought it was all over, another shadow sprang from his right side, a massive figure darting through the water like lightning. This shadow appeared longer and more slender than the water monster. The audience barely had time to register its presence before the 2 shadows collided with a deafening crash, sending waves crashing across the lake. The impact was akin to a bomb detonating underwater, sending Jiang Chen soaring into the air amidst a towering surge of water. Stunned, he gazed down into the depths, witnessing what appeared to be a fierce struggle between two titanic forms, the bulkier water monster clearly gaining the upper hand. Crimson blood seeped into the water, spreading rapidly. Jiang Chun found himself propelled 10 meters high by the tidal wave. What the hell? That's so high. He snapped back to reality, realizing the peril of falling flat onto the water's surface. Even if the monster didn't end him, the impact could render him unconscious. In a desperate bid for survival, he kicked off the nearby supply crate, twisting in midair to adopt a diving posture, his hands clasped together, minimizing the surface area upon impact. But just as he thought he had a moment's reprieve, the water settled slightly, revealing only the gigantic shadow of the water monster below. The creature expanded again as it moved closer, its menacing teeth glinting ominously beneath the surface. To Jiang Chun's horror, just 3 meters from the surface, the slender shadow that had been pushed deeper reappeared. In an instant, a long snake-like tongue shot from the black figure, coiling around him and dragging him under the water. The audience gasped in shock as they witnessed Jiang Chun disappear beneath the surface. What just happened? Are the two shadows fighting over Jiang Chun, they wondered. He's done for. That tongue will pull him straight into the monster's mouth. But the slender shadow, as it pulled Jiang Chun into its maw, abruptly changed direction, racing toward the shore, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Clearly wounded, the round-head monster, momentarily stunned, quickly resumed its pursuit. The disparity in size was unmistakable. The water monster was at least twice the length of the slender shadow. Underwater, the two titanic figures chased each other at breakneck speed, evoking the thrill of a monster movie. Yet no one was in the mood to appreciate the spectacle. Some viewers, anxious for Jiang Chun, mourned his fate, convinced he was doomed. Perhaps he was fated to escape one peril only to succumb to another. However, just as one viewer typed that sentiment, they were stunned to see the slender shadow reach the lake's edge. In a flash, a long tongue shot out, still grasping Jiang Chun unharmed. In one swift motion, the tongue released him along with the floating supply crate, tossing him back onto the shore. After throwing Jiang Chun to safety, the slender shadow turned back, colliding once more with the pursuing behemoth. Blood erupted as the two titans entangled in combat, sinking rapidly into the depths of the lake, disappearing from sight. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The audience struggled to comprehend the whirlwind of events. Dabai and Xiao He, having rushed from the mountains the moment they sensed Jiang Chun was in danger, sprang toward him joyously when he emerged unscathed. But Jiang Chun remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on the lake, a complex expression etched across his face. After a long silence, he murmured, "Saved again." By the lakeside of Xuanhu, a gentle breeze stirred the air. Lin Chuan's heart remained unsettled for a long time. "All I did was help you pull out a wooden arrow, and in return you saved my life twice at critical moments. This time you even risked your own life to save me." In that fleeting moment when Lin Chuan was engulfed by the water, he vividly recalled the horrifying circular wound on the creature's upper jaw, which had yet to heal, along with the numerous fresh bloody scars adorning its body. Hearing his murmurs, the audience in the live stream suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Now I understand why it looked so familiar. Was that slender shadow the giant lizard?" "Exactly," Lin Chuan nodded in affirmation. "Oh my goodness. Didn't they say reptiles are cold-blooded? But this one was not just warm, it was practically boiling. This live stream has been worth every minute. The giant lizard's selfless act of saving another is truly soul-stirring. Now that I think back to the giant lizard, I don't find it scary at all. Instead, it appears particularly benevolent. Sometimes animals have stronger feelings than humans. My heart aches for the giant lizard. I'm moved to tears." In an instant, the audience reminisced about the earlier scene, many feeling a wave of sorrow. 5:55. But I clearly saw the water monster bite down on the giant lizard and drag it to the lake's bottom. Upon seeing this comment, everyone understood its implications. Although the giant lizard was large, it was dwarfed by the round-head water monster. How could it possibly defeat it? Alas, poor giant lizard. I can only imagine how desperate it must have felt when it was being pulled to the depths. May Buddha protect the giant lizard. Ooh, I hope it is safe. Soon some viewers began to repurpose the eulogies intended for Lin Chuan to honor the giant lizard instead. "Giant lizard, you will forever live in our hearts. Rest in peace." But I remember the giant lizard had 4 little hatchlings. Ooh, what will happen to them? Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, the massive creature had captured the hearts of countless fans. He sat by the lake for an indeterminate time, staring blankly at the water's surface, hoping the giant lizard would reappear and allow him to help it heal once more. The two small creatures seemed to understand his longing. Big Bai sat beside him, occasionally nudging Lin Chuan's arm with its head as if to comfort him. Little Hay was even more remarkable, periodically venturing into the lake to catch a fish only to not eat it. Instead, it would grasp the fish with its claws and slap its head with its wings, as if delivering a reprimand. Yet each time it would ultimately toss the fish back into the water, appearing somewhat disappointed. Lin Chuan, having lived for over 20 years, dreaded owing anyone a favor. If the giant lizard truly perished to save him, it would become an insurmountable burden on his conscience for a lifetime. During this time, several water snakes stealthily approached him, but each was thwarted by Big Bai, who pinned them down before Lin Chuan could even glance their way. In frustration, he used the knife attached to his spear to dispatch them, venting his emotions. As dusk descended, the golden sun stretched across the lake's surface, yet the familiar shadow failed to reappear. Old Lin, why not give it up? Perhaps the giant lizard isn't dead, it just hasn't returned. Yes, no matter what, since the giant lizard saved you, you must live well to honor its sacrifice. Though I hate to admit it, the chances of the giant lizard surviving are nearly zero. As Lin Chuan read the comforting comments, he let out a long sigh. Well, regardless, life must go on. With that, he patted his thigh, rose to his feet, and shielding his forehead from the setting sun's glare, gazed at the crimson streaks in the sky, feeling an even deeper sorrow. He said nothing more, merely securing the new supply box with a rope and slinging it over his shoulder. He then filled an old supply box with water from the lake, cradling it in both hands, and walked away with his back turned towards the water. Let's go, Big Bai, that's enough for today. As night fell, Lin Chuan lacked the heart to do anything else. With the two small companions trailing behind him, his somewhat forlorn figure gradually disappeared into the hillside. What Lin Chuan did not know was that for some unknown reason, various creatures that dwelled at the lake's bottom seemed spooked, frantically fleeing towards the upper waters. In the following 2 days, Lin Chuan's mood remained grim. The sight of mutton, sheepskin, or bones would trigger memories of the giant lizard, sending waves of uncontrollable sadness through him. However, a video of the two enormous shadows trembling in the lake circulated online, attracting a new wave of viewers to the live stream. Additionally, Lin Chuan's private messages exploded with activity. For both the biological community and enthusiasts of peculiar creatures, the stir caused by the water monster far surpassed the initial appearance of the giant lizard. Thousands upon thousands bombarded Lin Chuan's inbox. For the majority of these messages, Lin Chuan chose to ignore them. But for a select few which were particularly aggressive and employed various methods, including threats toward his non-existent family to extract the island's location, he responded warmly, extending greetings to their relatives with a smile. Admittedly, this somewhat served as an outlet for Lin Chuan's emotions. In these 2 days, he also accomplished a great deal. Since arriving on the island, it had been over 10 days since he had a proper intake of salt. It is known that salt is not only a seasoning, but also contains essential trace elements crucial for normal human development. While skipping it for a short period isn't significantly problematic, a prolonged absence could lead to serious health issues such as goiter, low blood pressure, loss of appetite, weakness, and vomiting. Thus, the day after acquiring the new supply drop, Lin Chuan's first task was to produce salt. As you all should know, the first step in making sea salt is to allow the moisture in seawater to evaporate, leaving behind a pile of crystals. This is something we could accomplish after obtaining the ceramic cauldron. Some viewers even asked me why I didn't boil the salt. The reason is simple. The dirty, coarse salt produced from boiling is inedible, as it contains harmful impurities. It requires filtration, but we previously lacked appropriate filtering tools. With that, Lin Chuan tore off the thin film covering the new supply box. He pulled out a white object. Now, can anyone guess what I found in this supply drop? He waved the item in front of the camera theatrically. Now that we have this, we can filter out refined salt. What? Are you joking, streamer? Have you never studied chemistry? You're telling me this thing can filter coarse salt? As soon as the barrage appeared, an old viewer in the live stream spoke up. Wow, a lot of newcomers have joined these past few days. Are there really people who dare to mock old Lin again? Sorry, I've been in the live stream for several days now and have witnessed old Lin's famous moments of coming back and slapping faces. Then how dare you mock him? Because it's a matter of common sense, okay? Anyone who has attended high school should know that the purification of coarse salt is a complex process that requires many kinds of equipment. At the very least, you need filter paper. After all, the first lesson in high school chemistry is about the purification of coarse salt. Filtering coarse salt with white cloth. That's just absurd. This isn't something that can be accomplished just by having good skills. This involves the most basic scientific knowledge. If the host can still slap faces, then he would truly be a god. 666. Anyway, I'm uneducated, I don't know. Regardless of anything else, I trust the truth of this live stream. Today, even if old Lin uses white cloth, or even his underwear to filter, I believe he can do it. In the cave, while the viewers were discussing, a ceramic cauldron filled with seawater beside Lin Chuan was already boiling. However, due to the poor thermal conductivity of the ceramic despite Lin Chuan having a strong fire, the process of boiling the salt was still slow. After about half an hour, as a large amount of steam rose, the water in the cauldron finally evaporated, leaving behind a whole piece of gray crystal roughly the size of a small apple. He took the gray crystal out of the cauldron and showed it to the audience. Everyone, look, unlike the white fine salt we usually eat, this gray, opaque crystal is coarse salt. In fact, due to technical limitations, the salt consumed by ancient people was this coarse salt. Not only did they have to chisel it into small pieces when eating, which was cumbersome, but its taste was also very poor and it was easy to poison. So do you all know why our country's food uses so many ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic? Is it because less salt enhances the flavor? Exactly. This viewer is absolutely correct. Ancient people certainly knew coarse salt was harmful, but they had no means to purify it, so they could only try to eat less to avoid poisoning. People in other countries were the same, but most chose not to eat salt directly and instead consumed sugar, which has led to their continued preference for sweet foods. After giving the audience a brief lesson, he received some tips. Lin Chuan happily picked up the ceramic cauldron and rinsed it with fresh water scooped from the airdrop box. Then, using a stone, he crushed the coarse salt crystals that were placed on leaves. Feeling it was about time, Lin Chuan took a kettle and poured the powder into it. He added clean, fresh water to the kettle and stirred rapidly with a wooden stick. He stopped only when the water turned murky and the coarse salt powder was completely dissolved. At this point, Lin Chuan took a piece of white cloth. Alright, next comes the filtering step. As you may know, usually barium chloride or similar solutions are added to the coarse salt solution to react with the impurities, generating a precipitate, which is then filtered. But we don't have those solutions, so we can only use other methods. Saying this, Lin Chuan folded the white cloth. Actually, even though the impurities dissolved in water are not visible to the naked eye, they still have a certain size. They are like tiny tadpoles swimming around in the microscopic world. So if we have a filter whose pores are extremely tiny, reaching the nanoscale, smaller than the diameter of those impurity molecules or ions, we can actually filter them out. Host, what you're saying sounds fine, but is purifying coarse salt with nanotechnology something that anyone can afford? Plus, you don't even have new underwear now. Where's the nanotechnology? Lin Chuan waved the white cloth in his hand. Did you get scared by a water monster yesterday? Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Of course not. So during his free time these days, Lin Chuan would browse. Most of them were things that modern technology could produce. For instance, the previous super antibiotic and this one. At first, when Lin Chuan discovered this item, he thought it was rather useful. He thought it looked quite high-end, but aside from being less breathable, until he remembered the diameters of the harmful substances in coarse salt that he had learned in high school chemistry. Moreover, the density of this cloth, meaning the size of the gaps between the threads, can be customized. So this time Lin Chuan decisively ordered several pieces. However, even for the sake of showmanship, he certainly couldn't explain this directly to the audience. After a moment's thought, Lin Chuan said, actually, while the fabric appears to be a complete piece, there are still gaps between the threads, just that these gaps are extremely small and visible to the naked eye. So as long as we fold the cloth to make the gaps smaller than the diameter of the impurity molecules or ions, filtering can be achieved, right? What the heck? Old Lin, are you speaking human language? Not to mention the enormous workload involved in nanotechnology. Even if you say this white cloth can do it, at the very least you need a microscope, right? Who needs a microscope? Don't we have our eyes? What the heck? This is insane. It seems you've really gone mad from the water monster yesterday, starting to talk nonsense. Whether it's nonsense or not, you will know shortly. Saying this, Lin Chuan pretended to fold the white cloth several layers. He was very meticulous during the process, as if he could really see those gaps. After a long while, he carefully laid the gauze over the ceramic cauldron. Then he picked up the kettle and began to slowly pour the murky coarse salt solution through the white cloth into the ceramic cauldron. This process was quite complex, as the diameters of the impurity molecules or ions varied, and Lin Chuan needed to use several pieces of customized super gauze to filter repeatedly. During this time, some viewers thought Lin Chuan was joking because he looked quite serious. Finally, after the last pour, Lin Chuan set the kettle down and lifted the damp white cloth from the cauldron. Everyone, although this cloth looks quite white, in fact, countless impurity molecules have been filtered out, just that they are invisible to the naked eye. He then pointed at the cauldron. Now what remains in the cauldron is the refined salt solution. As long as we evaporate the water, we can obtain pure refined salt. 23:33. I'm dying of laughter. Host, how can you say this like it's true? I see you have potential to be a comedian. Whether it's a joke or not, you will find out soon. Having said that, Lin Chuan ignited the fire again and brought it to a boil. The time was still about half an hour. As time passed, watching the moisture evaporate completely, what remained in the ceramic cauldron was a piece of substance. All the viewers in the live stream felt their scalps tingle, their worldviews collapsing. What the heck? Host, are you really a god? In the depths of the cave, a pristine white crystal lay quietly, undoubtedly a manifestation of refined salt crystallization. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Wow. It turns out the streamer wasn't joking, he truly accomplished this. Old Lin, are you a ghost? By the way, after your last resurrection, did you turn into one? Old Lin, you should run. Someone's bound to want to extract your eyes for research. The chat exploded with activity donations flooding in. Lin Chuan smiled, faintly glancing at his private messages, which had unsurprisingly also erupted in chaos. Numerous so-called experts had been lurking in the live stream since the incidents involving the giant lizard and the water monster. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's astonishing feat, they rushed to message him. However, Lin Chuan chose to ignore them and simply closed the chat. After all, the desired effect of the show had been achieved. He mused that if this video were to spread online, it might attract even more fans than the previous two. Yet the goal of reaching 10 million fans still felt like a distant dream. As for being captured and dissected for experiments, that was absurd. He was in another realm. If someone could actually bring him back, he would welcome it. Having teetered on the edge of life and death several times in the past few days, he now felt a twinge of fear when he reflected on those moments. While lost in thought, Lin Chuan had already ground the pure white salt block into a fine powder using a stone on some grass leaves. He poured this powder into a dry coconut shell and set it aside. Eagerly, he picked up a piece of jerky, sprinkled some salt on it, and placed it over the fire to roast. After it was done, Lin Chuan took a hearty bite. Instantly, his taste buds were overwhelmed with satisfaction. With a smile, he savored the flavors in his mouth for some time before swallowing. Ah, indeed, with salt, everything tastes better. He felt his quality of life elevate significantly. After finishing the entire piece of meat, he relished the lingering flavors. Lin Chuan smacked his lips, murmuring, "This goat meat is truly tender and fragrant. Even after eating so much, I still crave more. If only I had some cumin and pepper, it would be perfect." After sipping some hot tea, Lin Chuan stood up and dusted off his backside. He approached the cave entrance and looked outside. The weather was delightful, with fluffy clouds in the sky and a refreshing breeze blowing through. It's a perfect day for work, he mused to himself. While the cave was relatively safe and could serve as shelter, it was far from comfortable. Nights were unbearably cold, and by midnight, even the sheepskin blanket would be damp. Yet by noon, like now, under the blazing sun, it felt as if one were inside an oven. Moreover, given its height, climbing up and down daily was quite inconvenient. Especially with Dabai needing to relieve itself every time it trotted around in the cave. Lin Chuan had to carry it down. Although his stamina was impressive after a few trips up and down the 10-meter cliff, even a bull would feel exhausted. Earlier that morning, he had scouted the other side of the mountain thoroughly and found no dangers. Besides, he had originally intended to make do in this cave only until the typhoon passed. He had no plans for a long stay. Thinking this, Lin Chuan slapped his thigh and declared, "Then today I'll start building a new home." With that, he grabbed his tools, took Dabai, and jumped out of the cave, heading towards the other side of the mountain. Lin Chuan had already chosen the site for the new home in the morning. It was located at the junction of the western mountains and northern plains, at the edge of the forest, sheltered from the wind by the hillside. Thus, he made his way swiftly to the spot. A small stream flowed down from the western mountains, winding through the woods before merging into a suspended lake. The water was crystal clear, resembling transparent glass, allowing one to see the colorful pebbles beneath and the small fish darting about. There were hardly any mosquitoes around. I mentioned before that the best place to build a shelter is in a forest near a river where water is accessible and the area remains warm and sheltered from the wind. So this is the ideal location. And conveniently, there's a clear patch here which will save me a lot of effort. Although the trees in this forest were taller and more densely canopied, making the terrain uneven, the growth was much looser compared to the hillside, with nearly no vines in sight. At the edge of the forest near the stream, there was a small clearing. Stepping onto the pebbles by the creek, Lin Chuan observed the terrain surrounding the clearing while sketching plans on a piece of tree bark with charcoal, intending to create a thorough layout. This time the shelter should be suitable for a longer stay, so I can't build it too rudimentary, it should be a bit more refined. With the blueprint drawn and the plan set, Lin Chuan wasted no time and got to work. First, he began felling trees. The clearing was only about 10 square meters, not enough for the house Lin Chuan envisioned, so he planned to expand it. The felled trees could also be used for construction, achieving two goals at once. However, the nearby trees were massive and a stone axe would not suffice to chop them down. Thus, Lin Chuan took out his newly purchased tool, a metal saw approximately half a meter long and extremely sharp. It cost 8,000 shark coins. Yet in comparison to the stout trees, the saw appeared rather small. Some tree trunks had a diameter larger than the saw itself. Old Lin, you aren't seriously going to use that saw to cut down trees, are you? How long would it take to saw through one? Why are you still judging old Lin with common sense? Don't forget he's the one who can filter coarse salt with cloth. But this is different. Filtering salt is a delicate task, and there might be some incredible technique we don't know about. But felling trees requires no such skill. With a tree that thick, an electric saw would take ages. Even with a hand saw, cutting it could be a whole different story. The chat erupted in debate once more. Lin Chuan chuckled. Whether it can be cut or not, we'll find out. With that, he approached the thickest tree beside the clearing, its diameter over 1/2 meter, even larger than the saw. Examining the tree, Lin Chuan contemplated. Such a thick tree, once cut down, the remaining stump could serve as a table. He thought for a moment, then measured a suitable height on the trunk. With 1 foot planted on the trunk, he positioned the saw at that spot and slowly began to saw, allowing the teeth to dig into the bark. Once he felt it was deep enough, Lin Chuan called out to the curious Dabai and Xiao Hei nearby. You two step back a bit and be careful not to get hit when the tree falls. After the two little ones scampered away, Lin Chuan leaned slightly forward, gripping the saw handle with both hands, took a deep breath, and began to saw vigorously. In an instant, the sight of Lin Chuan's hands rapidly moving back and forth, creating even a blur along with the flying wood shavings resembling fireworks, left the audience in awe once more. Old Lin, tell the truth, are you the reincarnation of the legendary Bald Chong? That chainsaw. Are you the legendary humanoid chainsaw, the supreme lumberjack? I'm scared. Lin Chuan's extraordinary speed in sawing wood once again left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. Come on, how long have you been single? That's some serious skill. Bald Chong and Jetta, characters reminiscent of chainsaw horror films, grumbled as they exited the stream hand in hand. Thus Lin Chuan gained yet another nickname, the Forest Terminator, the god of destruction of nature. However, the speed at which the host saws is actually a disadvantage. After all, a hand saw is not a chainsaw, it's merely a thin layer of iron. Because the host saws so quickly, the cut surface of the tree ends up as smooth as tofu. It looks impressive, but isn't the trunk still firmly pressed against the stump below? Even if it's cut, the host likely can't topple it right. With such immense friction, it would take a vehicle to pull it down. Upon reading this comment, Lin Chuan did not argue. The viewer was correct. The tree was indeed too thick, with a diameter exceeding 1/2 meter. Even if severed, the large contact area resulted in significant friction. Moreover, there was almost no wind in the forest, making it nearly impossible to push the trunk down with mere human strength. Even Lin Chuan at this moment could not manage it. However, what the viewer failed to notice was that Lin Chuan was actually cutting the tree at a slight downward angle. The angle was subtle enough that the audience did not catch it, for if it were more pronounced, it would effectively increase the trunk's diameter and waste time in the sawing process. As the viewers marveled and debated, in a mere 10 minutes, Lin Chuan had reduced the trunk to a thin layer, still connecting it to the stump. With a final cut, he only broke a slight sweat. Yet, as the viewer had mentioned, the excessively smooth cut surface caused the sturdy pieces to remain tightly pressed together. Due to the trunk's weight and the small angle of inclination, the vertical pressure resulted in significant friction. The upper trunk would not simply slide off. The saw remained firmly wedged beneath the tree. After forcefully extracting the saw, Lin Chuan attempted to push the trunk, but as expected, he could hardly budge it. Seeing this, the earlier commenter felt enlightened and quickly chimed in again. See, I told you, the cut is too smooth. Even though the tree is severed, it's still stuck together. This level of friction is impossible for a human to overcome. Host, you've gone overboard this time. I suggest you save your energy and wait for the next typhoon to blow the tree down. While I agree with you, I believe that Lin has a way. Watching the barrage of comments, Lin Chuan stopped pushing against the tree and shrugged. Indeed, with such friction, I can't move it either. But as he spoke, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. However, this was something I anticipated. I do have other methods. With that, noticing he had worked up a bit of sweat, and wanting to avoid dirtying his freshly washed white t-shirt, Lin Chuan casually stripped it off and tossed it onto a nearby small tree. The moment he bared his torso, the live stream audience erupted. My goodness, that physique is absolutely perfect. LOL, just drool over the screen. Wait, is this a bonus time? Lin Chuan's body was indeed nothing short of perfect. Solid and well-proportioned, every muscle was in just the right place. Any more or less would not do. With his improved physique, his entire aura had elevated, and combined with his inherent good looks, he now resembled a true male deity. If Lin Chuan's story were to be penned into a web novel, the title would undoubtedly be The Ultimate Male God on a Deserted Island. In a flash, some of his admirers expressed their lament. Oh, my darling Master Lin, why? In the process of the tree trunk's descent, in that fleeting moment, Lin Chuan brought his palms together, pinching a flat stone between his two index fingers. He swiftly inserted the stone into a crevice. Withdrawing his hands, Lin Chuan calmly remarked, "Since the friction is too great, we can simply use a stone to reduce the contact area and lower the friction, can't we?" To those who said, "I couldn't fell the tree, why didn't you think of this?" The barrage of comments erupted. Wow, when did old Lin learn to show off? It sounds so easy when he says it. Isn't it normal that we didn't think of it? Does he think everyone has his strength to kick the cutting edge apart? Ugh, slapped in the face again. While the streamer looks so cool when he shows off. Maybe you should put on some clothes. I'm about to faint. Get lost. This is our rare welfare time, why wear anything? Lin Chuan chuckled at the comments. Without further ado, he turned and picked up 3 pieces of tangled hemp rope. He then quickly climbed the tree, tying one end of the rope to the top of the trunk. After jumping down, he slung the other end of the rope over his shoulder, bending forward. As he tightened the rope, he exerted force with his feet, creating a pit in the slightly muddy ground beneath him. Moments later, as Lin Chuan's sturdy legs began to move forward, a creaking and crashing sound echoed behind him. The robust trunk was being pulled by him. Soon it tilted slowly to one side, resembling a collapsing building. Holy cow! It's going down. It's really falling. To think such a thick tree could actually be felled by old Lin. The other trees are trembling in fear. With a resounding crash, the great tree fell with a loud noise, startling the birds in nearby trees to scatter in panic. However, the soft soil muffled the sound, preventing it from traveling too far. Lin Chuan was not concerned about being overheard by the locals. Looking at the fallen trunk over half a meter thick and the quivering branches of the treetop, Lin Chuan felt a surge of accomplishment. He recalled the time when he first arrived on the island, when felling a tree the size of an arm would take him considerable time. Now the progress was astonishing. Yet this tree stood as the king of trees in the area. Now it had become the dead tree. The remaining trees were hardly half its width. Thus Lin Chuan's logging work proceeded rapidly. By around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he had cleared an area of approximately 40 square meters and felled a total of 20 trees of varying sizes. Truly the forest terminator, nature's destroyer. What power? What stamina? Give me 3,000 old Lin, and I can flatten the Amazon rainforest. Logging hunk so cool. Huh. Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh at the barrage. However, it was still early, and after finishing he didn't rest. He merely ate a piece of jerky, drank some water, and washed himself with warm stream water. Listening to the gentle flow of water, he sat by the stream, catching his breath and playing with his companions Big White and Little Black for a while. Then he began to peel the bark using a dagger, a sheep bone knife, and arrowheads. The bark of palm trees is thicker and more complete than that of other species. Thus Lin Chuan simply made a slit down the middle with the dagger and then pried it off using the arrowhead and dagger, easily stripping off a nearly complete sheet of bark. This process was swift. In less than half an hour, Lin Chuan had completely stripped all 20 trees bare. After peeling the bark, he began to saw off the treetops, leaving behind only bare light green trunks. Placing the last treetop aside, Lin Chuan turned and stacked the remaining wood together. Rubbing his hand over the smooth trunk, he remarked the trunk of a palm tree is smoother, straighter, and tougher compared to other species, making it ideal for building houses. This type can be used as columns and beams directly without the need for polishing. Upon hearing this, the audience was stirred. Columns and beams. Old Lin, what do you mean? Are you planning to build a proper wooden house? Didn't you say you were going to build a shelter? I thought shelters in survival shows were just simple wooden shacks. 2333. Your standards are too high. Are you trying to evolve from cavemen to early human civilization? Lin Chuan smiled slightly. You might not understand, but building a wooden house of several dozen square meters isn't that difficult. Yes, for you, Master Lin, nothing is hard. But old Lin, you don't even have nails. How are you going to build it? Who said nails are a must? In ancient China, houses were built without nails. Moreover, houses connected with nails will rust and fall apart in just a few years. Yet some ancient buildings have endured for 1,000 years. As he spoke, Lin Chuan sawed off a small piece of wood and split it into 2. Picking up his dagger, he quickly started carving. Before long, 2 block-like pieces appeared in his hands. 2333. Old Lin, are you stuffed? Did you just carve out 2 blocks for fun? Lin Chuan shook his head. These are not blocks. In ancient China, whether building houses or making furniture, this is the material used. Well, old Lin, don't keep us guessing. Just tell us. Lin Chuan smiled. This is called sunmao. The structure connecting blocks is actually sunmao. The protruding part on this piece is called sun, while the corresponding groove on the other piece is called mao, or sun groove. As he spoke, Lin Chuan inserted the sun into the mao and tugged it. By embedding the sun into the mao, it can connect and secure the pieces through their interlocking. In ancient China, countless variations of the sun mao structure were created based on different needs, showcasing the wisdom of our ancestors. Moreover, this structure connects the main bodies of wood directly, making it much sturdier than using nails. Alright, that's enough introduction. I need to get back to work. Thus, Lin Chuan's exquisite craftsmanship once again left the viewers in awe. Each piece of wood in his hands felt as fragile as tofu, and with a single dagger, he sliced through them effortlessly. The viewers were thrilled. Based on different needs, Lin Chuan crafted more than a dozen types of sunmao. A true polymath. You are indeed a jack of all trades. Master Lin, I'm also very interested in sunmao. I like to try making it myself, but I've never done well. Can you teach me? Please DM me. As a result, Lin Chuan inadvertently added another avenue for making money. In fact, the Doushao market offered no skills related to mortisian and joinery. If one wondered why Lin Chuan could work with such dexterity, one had to mention his late grandfather. Though mortisian and craftsmen had long since vanished from modern life, made obsolete by the inconvenience of disassembly and repair, and by the impossibility of making a living, the old man had been stubbornly determined to preserve the ancestral craft. He not only spent his days obsessively refining those techniques, he insisted sternly and uncompromisingly that Lin Chuan learn them. At first, Lin Chuan's hands did not obey his mind. After several years of apprenticeship, he still could not produce a decent joint. Each failure sent the old man into furious fits. The truth was that Lin Chuan understood the structures intellectually, but his fingers lacked the coordination. Now bolstered by a variety of other skills, his manual aptitude had rocketed. Naturally, he could recreate and with the mortisian configurations that lived in his head with exquisite fidelity. In the amber of late afternoon, Lin Chuan stood and regarded the neat interlocking beams he had produced and felt a wash of emotion. He wondered how his old grandfather would have reacted if he could see these pieces now. The memory of those early lessons made him smile. Building a house, however, was no small task. It could not be finished in a single day. Lin Chuan fitted the matching tenons into their corresponding mortises and assembled 3 triangular roof trusses. By the time he was done, evening had deepened, the golden sunlight hung low in the western sky and drew a single thread of light across the stream. Birdsong receded into the distance, and the trees rustled softly in the breeze, bathing the forest in tranquility. He carried the 3 trusses to the base of a large tree and set them upright. Lin Chuan exhaled deeply, then fanned himself with a palm leaf fan he had woven earlier, surveying his little construction site with satisfaction. The progress is already faster than I expected, he murmured, rubbing Dabai's head. At this rate, at most 3 days, and we can move into our new home. At the promise of a move, Dabai bounded about in delight and flung himself at Lin Chuan. Once they moved, he would no longer have to hold himself through the night waiting for Lin Chuan to wake and carry him down from the cave. Xiaohei, by contrast, barely reacted. Wherever they were, he always curled up in Dabai's warm fur at night. Alright, that's enough for today. Lin Chuan stripped off his overalls and, wearing only shorts, stepped into the stream where the water barely lapped his knees. He stood on the warm, smooth pebbles and luxuriantly washed. Of course, the bath drew exclamations from the live audience. Some female viewers cried out, and more frivolous comments scrolled across the screen. A few of the viewers' messages were so brazen that Lin Chuan grew uncomfortably self-conscious, as if he were being watched in a state of undress. He turned away from the camera, hurried through his wash, dressed again, gathered his things, and prepared to return to the cave. Just as he reached the edge of the forest, a soft rustling sounded from a nearby thicket. Turning, he saw emerging from the undergrowth a small, curious head, cinnamon-colored, speckled with glossy dark spots. The creature was a kitten in appearance, barely more than a few months old, with enormous round eyes and 2 rounded ears perched on its head. It peered out warily, its pudgy little paws resting on the shrub's edge. At the sight of the kitten, many of his viewers melted into overt adoration. Lin Chuan remembered that he had once owned a cat who had been especially fond of Dabai before the cat finally left one day, determined to wander the world. Dabai, as ever, could not resist the urge to leap forward the moment he saw a kitten. Hey, don't go! Lin Chuan called instinctively, but Dabai's speed was notorious. Everyone had seen him chase a goat, and Lin Chuan's reach caught nothing but air. In an instant, Dabai had lunged at the little cat, intending to pounce. Instead, the kitten sprang up, and with a startling quickness landed on Dabai's back and sank its teeth in. Dabai howled in surprise and pain, but his thick hide and coarse flesh meant the kitten left only 2 puncture marks. Not content, the small cat shifted like a practiced fighter. One paw, like a tiny mechanical hammer, flew at Dabai's mouth in rapid taps. Then, with the nimbleness of a dancer, it hooked both hind legs against Dabai's raised paw-covering limbs. In a blink, it retreated into the bushes and peered out again, alert and poised. The flurry of moves stunned Dabai. He wobbled back toward Lin Chuan, limping and bewildered, complaining in small, pitiful noises. Lin Chuan, unable not to laugh at the sight, reached down to ruffle Dabai's head. Dabai sulked and turned his face away as if to say, "You didn't help me." Lin Chuan smiled and addressed his audience. He had been asked earlier why there were cats on this island. "I can't give a precise explanation right now," he said. "I'm as puzzled as anyone that the island's fauna is so abundant. We'll leave that question for another time." That day he had discovered several other odd animals, species that ought not to belong on an isolated sea isle. The island's terrain itself was astonishingly diverse, containing almost every landform found on the mainland. He aimed the camera at the kitten's cautious little head poking from the brush. Although this cat looks like a kitten, small and adorable, it's likely already fully grown. It resembles the world's smallest wild cat. The Blackfoot cat, slight differences aside, an adult often weighs only 2 or 3 g. Small as it is, a palm-sized Blackfoot cat can even kill an antelope. Its temperament is fierce. Think of it as a miniature leopard. If Dabai hadn't been so thick-skinned, that bite would have done serious damage. Who said that Dabai wasn't injured? I clearly saw it limping. Looking at the comments rolling in, Lin Chuan gently patted Dabai's injured leg, then sighed. What many of you may not know is that Dabai actually limped once. I took care of it meticulously, then providing it with all the delicacies. So now, whenever there's an opportunity, it pretends to be lame. Ha ha ha. Dabai is too clever. But wait, how did you know it was pretending back then? Because one time it pretended to limp on the wrong leg, completely giving itself away. 23:33. Dabai is impressive. With that, in an effort to convince the audience, Lin Chuan pulled out a piece of jerky from his backpack, cut off a chunk, and tossed it with all his might. In an instant, Dabai dashed out, showing no signs of limping whatsoever. However, Lin Chuan soon noticed a small cat hidden in the bushes, displaying a curious yet hesitant demeanor. Suddenly it dawned on him why it had been watching him so intently without leaving. It turns out it was lured by the aroma of the jerky. With that thought, Lin Chuan waved the jerky in his hand toward the small cat. "Would you like some of this?" As if it understood, the small cat let out a sharp meow. Its expression was adorably fierce. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, who knows, we might become neighbors in the future. I'll take one less bite and cultivate a good relationship with you." Saying this, Lin Chuan threw a piece of jerky toward the small cat. As the meat flew through the air, the small cat leapt up, expertly catching the jerky in its mouth. After landing gracefully, it turned to glance at Lin Chuan with a cool demeanor, as if to say, "You did well, kid. Remember this." Then with a burst of energy, it darted away in the opposite direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuan sighed with resignation, thinking to himself about the differences between cats and dogs. If a dog were to be given food, it would think, "This person is so kind. They must be a god." Whereas a cat would think, "This person is so kind. I must be a god." Yet the appearance of this little cat added a touch of amusement to Lin Chuan's otherwise busy day. However, as he ascended the slope again and glanced back at the tranquil surface of the suspended lake, a tinge of sadness crept into his heart. Part of the reason he had come here to build a new home today was to wait for the giant lizard to appear. Yet after having Xiao He keep watch all day, he hadn't seen even a shadow of the giant lizard or its 4 cubs. No sight of the lizard, nor any trace of its remains. Following his gaze, the audience noticed the change in Lin Chuan's expression. Oh, poor giant lizard. The next day, Lin Chuan rose early from the cave. After a quick bite to eat, he took Dabai and Xiao He to the construction site. The first task of the day was to cut lumber. The thickest piece of timber was too heavy to be used directly for building. It was just suitable for cutting into planks. Ka ka ka. As the sound of sawing echoed through the morning forest, Lin Chuan sawed the thick wood into uneven lengths of planks within half an hour. Though he didn't plane them, Lin Chuan with his strong arms worked at a remarkable speed, producing exceptionally smooth and even planks. Whoa, old Lin's strength is incredible. Your speed of cutting planks is faster than machinery. Indeed, every profession has its geniuses. I've been a carpenter for decades and I don't possess such skills. This streamer looks to be in his 20s. He's a true genius. Lin Chuan had grown accustomed to the audience's admiration and paid it little mind. However, perhaps drawn by the sound of sawing, the little cat returned. This time, unlike the previous day, it strutted confidently toward Lin Chuan's bag of meat, right under the watchful gaze of the trembling Dabai. After gnawing at the bag for a while, without success, the small cat lifted its round head, its big eyes filled with a commanding expression, and tapped its little paws on the bag. There was no doubt about it, it was demanding Lin Chuan to get the meat out. The little creature looked utterly entitled, as if Lin Chuan owed it money. What on earth? What is the average IQ of the animals on this island? This little cat only saw the bag once yesterday and already knows the meat is inside and that Lin Chuan can open the bag. However, unlike the audience's astonishment, Lin Chuan, thinking of the jerky, felt reluctant to part with it. Yet the cat's commanding gaze urged him to give it some. For a moment, Lin Chuan felt like punching it. "You little rascal, aren't you getting a bit too familiar?" As he spoke, he walked over. Weren't you cautious and fearful of me yesterday? Today you're bold enough to come and ask for food. Aren't you a bit thick-skinned? Meow. Oh, you're daring to threaten me. Do you think I'm easy to? The true nature of the little Blackfoot cat, fierce and domineering, is hard to reconcile with its adorable squat appearance. Despite having captured the big white dog as a plaything, its cuteness makes it difficult to associate it with the term ruthless predator. In fact, this little creature has garnered quite a following among viewers with its antics. I have a feeling that once old Lin settles here, this cat will often come around begging for food, one viewer joked. Another chimed in, wouldn't that be terrible for the big white dog? Imagine it being caught as a plaything every time. Just thinking about the big white's terrified and silly expression makes me laugh. Why not just keep that cat? It's so cute. It would definitely bring some joy to your monotonous island life. I can't help but want one myself. Watching the barrage of comments, Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. Keeping it would be a challenge. Don't let its cuteness fool you. Judging by its wild antics, it's likely untamable. However, this little creature is indeed quite entertaining. It wouldn't hurt to have some fun with it occasionally. The image of the little cat threatening the big white dog with its ear made Lin Chuan chuckle. It was astonishing how small it was. Its head was barely the size of the big white's ear. In just a couple of days, the little black cat would likely outgrow the big white. Notably, in the past 10 days, the little black cat had been eating and drinking well, growing at a remarkable pace, much faster than Lin Chuan had anticipated. Comparing it to the little cat, he realized that the black cat's length was already nearing 30 centimeters, almost matching that of the little cat. So if the little black cat had actually decided to attack earlier, who knows who would have won? Lin Chuan mused. Cat Wing Chun versus bird capture. Quite the spectacle. The thought of such a scene amused him. How about we set up a battle next time the little cat comes? One viewer suggested. No way. What if my little black cat gets hurt? Let's skip the battle, but if the little cat comes again, I'll have to find a way to teach it a lesson. Lin Chuan muttered with a mischievous grin. However, the interruption caused by the little cat begging for food had wasted quite a bit of time. The sun had risen to about 8 or 9 o'clock. After taking a sip of water, Lin Chuan decided to get back to work. First, he stacked the cut boards with the big white dog helping him, setting them aside for later use. Lin Chuan clapped his hands and declared, all right, the materials are ready. It's time to officially start building the house. The first step is to dig the foundation. The bone shovel we crafted from the thigh bone of the super cliff sheep will come in handy. With that, Lin Chuan retrieved a bone shovel measuring over half a meter long from the pile of tools. Although the bones of the super cliff sheep were tougher than those of ordinary animals, they were still made of calcium carbonate and calcium phosphate, making them somewhat brittle and prone to breaking. Fortunately, the soil in the forest was still moist and loose after the storm. Lin Chuan tested the shovel and found it effective. Following the design sketched on the bark, Lin Chuan approached a spot on the clearing. Given our limited resources, we can only build the simplest wooden house for now. In the future, if conditions allow, constructing a multi-story modern wooden villa wouldn't be out of the question. Multi-story villa. Old Lin, that means not only will you eat like royalty, but your living conditions will also be top-notch, far superior to mine. Suddenly, it feels like old Lin's survival on this island is easier than my struggles in society, another viewer commented. Lin Chuan chuckled at the comments. But as I said, our current conditions definitely won't allow for that. I'm merely dreaming aloud. I believe there will be a future, and the same goes for all of you. There will be cake and pancakes. So let's all work hard together. Wait, has old Lin started dishing out motivational speeches? In truth, Lin Chuan's reasoning was not just due to limited conditions. The skills required for house design were incredibly expensive and beyond his means at present. Moreover, having no prior experience in house construction, Lin Chuan was at a loss. The design he had sketched on the bark was not much different from a child's drawing of a house in a textbook. Whether it would withstand the elements or collapse in strong winds remained uncertain. However, as Master Lin, he had to pretend to know what he was doing, otherwise it would tarnish his image. Thus, while digging, Lin Chuan affected an air of expertise, explaining, since we'll rely on wooden posts for the framework, the foundation is quite simple. We just need to dig holes to secure the posts. Given the loose soil and Lin Chuan's impressive strength, it didn't take long for him to dig out 7 holes, each about half a meter deep and roughly the same diameter. 2 rows were made symmetrically, each containing 3 holes with an additional hole in the center of the middle row. The distance between each pair of posts was about 3 meters, and between the 2 rows approximately 4 meters, meaning the wooden house would cover around 24 square meters. Once the foundation was ready, Lin Chuan hoisted a wooden beam, and to facilitate securing it had sharpened one end while the other featured a notch. The heavy beam felt light as a feather on his shoulder. He approached one of the holes, inserting the pointed end into the ground, and compacting the soil around it. Next, he carried over 6 more beams, inserting them into the remaining holes. Observing the outline of the wooden house formed by the 7 posts, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. There the posts are set. Without pausing, he continued bringing over 4 more beams, shortening them, and creating notches on both ends. Then, like a Spider-Man, he climbed up the posts, balancing a sturdy beam with one hand, while steadily inserting the notches into the gaps between the posts connecting each pair. After linking the 2 rows of posts, Lin Chuan jumped down and sighed in relief. He wondered whether such a simple structure would be sturdy enough. However, the audience remained unaware of his true thoughts, marveling at the frame that resembled the ruins of the Parthenon. Impressive. In just a morning you built the frame of the wooden house. I'm genuinely amazed. I'm completely stunned by Master Lin. Why does building a house seem as easy as playing with building blocks for him? The audience was not wrong. For Lin Chuan, who now possessed the Qilin strength, constructing such a simple wooden cabin frame was no different from playing with building blocks. It was merely a larger version of those blocks. Once the foundational frame of the cabin was established, the subsequent work progressed even faster. First, he installed 3 triangular beams onto the 2 symmetrical pillars. Although these beams were made of 3 heavy logs, they felt weightless to Lin Chuan. Moreover, due to his exceptionally skillful craftsmanship in mortise and tenon joints, the beams were securely fixed, merging seamlessly with the pillars. Even without crossbeams to connect them, each triangular beam stood steadily atop the 2 pillars. Next, he placed a main crossbeam to connect the 3 apexes of the triangles. At this moment, the outline of the wooden cabin had fully manifested. The skeleton of the cabin is finally complete. Lin Chuan tapped around him. Perhaps due to the deep foundation and well-compacted soil, the stability of this structure exceeded his expectations. Looking at the fruits of his labor from the morning, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. As long as it isn't another super typhoon like a few days ago, this cabin should withstand ordinary winds and rain. And the construction speed is faster than I imagined, or at this rate it might be finished today. The thought of soon residing in a proper house nestled in this idyllic environment by the mountains and waters filled him with renewed vigor. After quickly munching on a piece of jerky to satiate his hunger, he resumed his work. The major framework is done now. I just need to refine it a bit, and then add an outer shell. The remaining tasks were relatively easier. First, he placed several crossbeams between each triangular beam. Then, after laying down a layer of wooden boards on the crossbeams, the roof would be complete. Next, he would add horizontal logs between the pillars and lay wooden boards on those as well. Since he needed a considerable number of wooden boards during the process, the thick log he had previously cut could not be utilized. Lin Chuan had to saw down a few more trees to produce the necessary boards, which consumed some time. Nevertheless, it was still only around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With the sound of chirping birds accompanying him, a delicate light green wooden cabin had emerged within the tranquil forest. Oh, completion. Congratulations to Master Lin on his new home. Is this a simple wooden cabin? Surely you must be misunderstanding what simple means. This is incredibly exquisite. I envy Master Lin again. This cabin, paired with its environment, embodies the essence of a quaint riverside dwelling. It must be incredibly comfortable to live in. As he gazed at the comments, Lin Chuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Standing in front of the cabin, he admired it for a long while. Regardless of the internal structure's sturdiness, the exterior looked impressively well-crafted. If it were scaled down several times, it would resemble a fine piece of woodworking art. Thanks to the intricate mortise and tenon connections, the boards covering the frame fit snugly together with almost no gaps, creating a seamless appearance. Even where the shapes of the boards led to slight openings, Lin Chuan had meticulously filled them with a mixture of bird droppings and clay dug from the creek, sealing everything tightly. He had also left a wooden door facing the forest. Upon entering and surveying the interior, inhaling the faint scent of wood, Lin Chuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that he would have his own wooden cabin so soon after arriving on the deserted island. Dabai displayed a curious excitement darting around the cabin. The floor was crafted from tree bark combined with pebbles from the river and some dry grass, making it quite comfortable to walk on. In the center stood a tree stump over half a meter in diameter, which Lin Chuan intended to use as a table. Beside it was a wooden stool for seating. On one side of the wall, he had also crafted a wooden bed using mortise and tenon joints approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. There was another wooden stool nearby serving as a nightstand. To avoid attracting nearby animals with cooking scents, Lin Chuan had specially built a square stove about the size of a kiln on the opposite wall using stones and stone slabs. The stove featured a circular hollow for pot placement and had a hole at the back aligned with a corresponding hole in the roof. Lin Chuan had discovered a bamboo grove in the forest, so he planned to find a suitable piece of bamboo the next day to connect the two openings, acting as a chimney. Thus, Lin Chuan not only had a house, but also basic furniture, marking the end of his wildman lifestyle. However, that was not all. Earlier, Lin Chuan had cleared an area of over 40 square meters, but the cabin occupied only about 20. He intended to enclose the remaining space to create a yard. Stepping out of the cabin, Lin Chuan quickly gathered a bunch of thorny vines. In no time, he had erected a fence around the perimeter, standing over a person's height. Feeling it was still insufficient, he combined even more vines, using nearly all the ones he could find nearby. He wound them around the surrounding trees multiple times, inserting wooden stakes to create a tightly woven outer wall of vines. For safety, Lin Chuan also set up several traps nearby. Afterward, surveying the tidy yard and cabin in the forest, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. All done. This is truly complete. Phew. It's indeed faster than I expected. With his new home fully constructed, he wasted no time. Eagerly, he took Dabai and Xiaobai back to the cave to move. Although he had many belongings, both Dabai and Xiaobai could help now. With meat in their beaks and claws clutching bamboo tubes filled with bird droppings, they worked swiftly. Before it got dark, Lin Chuan had already moved everything from the cave into the cabin. The originally empty wooden structure quickly filled up, surrounded by the belongings he had accumulated over the days. As the sun set, and after dinner, Lin Chuan sat on the wooden stool in the yard, leaning against the cabin with a bonfire flickering in front of him. Dabai and Xiaobai had already curled up beside the fire, fast asleep. Lin Chuan comfortably sipped on hot fruit tea, listening to the gentle sound of the creek and feeling the soft breeze while admiring the night scenery. He glanced at the volcano faintly visible behind the suspended lake, then looked up at the starry night sky, experiencing immense contentment. Tisk, 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 Master Lin's life right now is truly enviable. The leisurely moments always seem to pass swiftly. Before long, Lin Chuan comfortably finished a cup of hot tea as the sky had completely darkened. To avoid attracting the attention of any potential natives, with a flickering firelight in the night, Lin Chuan extinguished the campfire after finishing his tea. The vicinity was immediately shrouded in darkness, yet the bright night sky prevented total obscurity. From a distance in the woods, Lin Chuan noticed pairs of eyes glimmering with a green hue. By observing the size of these pupils, he could discern that some belonged to larger beasts. While the presence of such wildlife around his home would typically send chills down most people's spines, Lin Chuan was quite unperturbed. In fact, he secretly hoped they would come closer, as it would offer a chance for his carefully set traps to be put to use. Notably, Lin Chuan's consumption of jerky had been surprisingly rapid, as the various enhancements to his physical attributes were accompanied by an increased appetite. Now at each meal, he found himself eating 2 pounds of meat, merely managing to satisfy his hunger. Consequently, the mountain of jerky that had once stood before him was reduced by half in just a few days, shared between him and his companion Dabai. It was foreseeable that he would soon be troubled by food shortages again, and this time it would be even more concerning. Therefore, if any animal dared to venture close in desperation, it would conveniently replenish his food stores and spare him the trouble of hunting. Unfortunately, the beasts on this island were quite clever. Perhaps due to the changes in the forest, including Lin Chuan's unexpected presence, the animals were somewhat curious. That night, he heard numerous animal footsteps approaching his courtyard, accompanied by an array of peculiar sounds. However, none dared to come too close, most merely observed from a distance. The following day, Lin Chuan woke up feeling quite refreshed on the wooden bed, draped with a sheepskin blanket, stretching his limbs with vigor. It was the most comfortable sleep he had experienced since arriving on the island. He found himself muttering, "Wow, I've never felt such happiness from merely having a bed to sleep in." He then remarked, "But this forest is much more humid than the outer edges of the island." With that, he picked up the slightly damp sheepskin blanket, stepped outside, and hung it on the sunny side of the fence to dry. Afterwards, he took some crushed charcoal to the creek, where he washed his face and brushed his teeth. Living next to a creek is so convenient. I never have to be stingy with water again. I can wash as I please. The clear, cool creek water felt incredibly refreshing against his face. He was almost tempted to scrub his skin off before finally stopping. Then for the first time, he carefully examined his reflection in the water. Instantly, he was taken aback. "Whoa, when did I become so handsome?" Amidst the lively comments, Lin Chuan was oblivious to the banter surrounding him. He was still somewhat incredulous as he gazed at his own visage in the water. Previously, although he was good-looking, his long nights had rendered him a type of handsome that conveyed a sense of weariness, lacking allure in the eyes of others. However, now his entire demeanor had transformed. His facial features were sharply defined with striking yet rugged contours. Moreover, possibly due to the rapid enhancement of his physical attributes and accelerated metabolism, his hair had grown unusually fast these days. Combined with its natural curliness, his current hairstyle resembled that of a sea king. Paired with his physique, he exuded a rugged masculinity that radiated male charm. After washing his hair with charcoal and tossing it back, he appeared like a lotus emerging from the water in the eyes of some admiring fans. The second-ranking lady in the donation leaderboard fainted on the spot. Recently, the competition on the donation leaderboard had been exceptionally fierce. Of course, the top spot was firmly held by Lao Ma, but the positions below were fluctuating wildly. Many female fans changed their profile pictures to alluring selfies to catch Lin Chuan's attention, causing their avatars to dance up and down the donation leaderboard. At that moment, one might rise to the second place only to plummet back down in an instant, all while vying for what they believed was the coveted Master Lin's wife position, leading to heated exchanges and insults among each other. Some fans living in the same city even directly messaged each other to settle their disputes. Yet when they met, it turned out one was a crossdresser. Lin Chuan, having seen all this amusing spectacle through the comments, couldn't help but laugh, realizing that he had never received any confessions in his 20 years before coming to the island, let alone having two people fight over him. He was inexperienced and unsure of what to say in such situations. However, he never imagined he could earn so many shark coins simply through his looks. He couldn't help but feel speechless. After all, he was a survival streamer. Yet the tips he received for building a house paled in comparison to the donations from female fans who were enamored with his appearance. Sigh. This must be the burden brought by being too handsome. Oh, people often overlook my talents because of my looks. With a wry smile, Lin Chuan shrugged it off. After washing up, he did not return indoors immediately. Instead, he took a stroll around the yard to inspect the traps he had set the previous day. After examining them, he sighed, realizing as expected that the animals nearby were indeed quite clever. Although he had placed fragrant bait in each trap, none had been successful. However, he did find some animal footprints around the traps. Moreover, he discovered 4 piles of dung at the edges of the traps, all of similar color and texture. His frustration boiled over. Wow, if there were just one pile, I could understand that maybe it was a coincidence. But 4 piles in every direction. This is just plain mocking me, isn't it? The lively comments only served to deepen his annoyance. Pointing at the dung, he called for Dabai, saying, "Dabai, memorize the scent of this dung. For the next few days, wherever we go, you track this scent for me. I refuse to believe we can't find it. If someone dares to defecate so recklessly on my territory, I'll see what kind of creature they are." Dabai was intently sniffing at a few piles of droppings. Suddenly, as if startled, he dashed back and took refuge behind Lin Chuan. "What's wrong, Dabai?" Lin Chuan, who was inspecting another trap, turned to see Dabai, trembling and gazing anxiously at something behind him. Following Dabai's gaze, Lin Chuan quickly understood what had alarmed him: a small Blackfoot cat struggling to push its head out from beneath a tangle of branches and grass covering the trap. Clearly, it had not fallen into the trap, but had been lured in by the enticing scent, deliberately crawling inside. The cat had a piece of bait in its mouth, crafted from various herbs mixed with lamb fat and blood by Lin Chuan. Upon spotting Lin Chuan, the little feline rolled its eyes and approached him angrily. It stood in front of Lin Chuan, huffing as it dropped the bait at his feet with a thud, looking up with an expression of displeasure. "Meow," it protested while slapping the pile of bait on Lin Chuan's foot, as if to say, "What is this nonsense? You think you can fool me with this rubbish, eh? Meow, give me meat." Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Well, you may be small, but your audacity is growing. Meow, meow, what's with that commanding tone? Do you really think I owe you something? Have you mistaken yourself for a deity? The little creature, though diminutive, had the audacity to stand its ground. Lin Chuan, amused by the cat's cleverness, attempted to reason with it. However, the Blackfoot cat, whether it understood or not, was certainly not one to reason with. Seeing Lin Chuan unwilling to comply with its demands, it shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, "You never learn, do you?" In the next moment, the Blackfoot cat darted towards Dabai like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. In just 0.01 seconds, it was behind the unsuspecting Dabai, leaping high towards his ears. But just as its coal-black paws were a mere centimeter from Dabai's head, it was caught by Lin Chuan's hand. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The audience barely registered how quickly Lin Chuan had acted. "What the? Too fast, it's like a ghost hand." Ghost hand. More like a rich lady's playful hand, amusing. "Shaolin, just tell me what you want, I can give it to you." In an instant, the little Blackfoot cat found itself suspended in midair, wearing a bewildered expression. Its worldview shattered. How was this possible? How could this two-legged creature be faster than it? How could it capture me? Who am I? I'm the self-proclaimed Black Lightning, the racing champion of this area, the super-fast little dynamo. This little black cat had been so brazen because it was absolutely confident in its speed. So small, and yet thriving in this forest, it relied on its unparalleled lightning-like swiftness to dominate. But at that moment, it had been caught by Lin Chuan's wicked hand. Ahem. Lin Chuan cleared his throat, grinning mischievously as he held the little cat before him. At the sight of Lin Chuan's grin, the Blackfoot cat panicked. Meow, meow, meow. It called out several frantic cries, and then began to struggle violently in Lin Chuan's grasp, baring its sharp little fangs in an attempt to bite his fingers. But before Lin Chuan could subdue it, a shadow suddenly flashed. With a swift motion, it struck the cat's head. Xiaohei had made its move. The blow left the little cat dazed. Its head swayed, and its big eyes spun in circles. Ha ha ha. Xiaohei's wing packs quite a punch. No need for a battle, the outcome is clear. Xiaohei is magnificent. However, the little cat's behavior had been too arrogant today. Though undeniably adorable, the audience could not tolerate its antics any longer. I've never seen such a brazen cat in my life. This cat is too cheeky, constantly trying to bully Dabai. Old Lin, you must not let it go. Old Lin. Xiaohei's wing strike possessed the sheer force of a great pung spreading its wings. It must have concussed the kitten outright. For so long it had not stirred, not even a twitch, only foaming at the mouth. Yet Lin Chuan dared not leave it unattended beside him. What if it were feigning unconsciousness? No, it was feigning. In that fleeting instant, Lin Chuan's peripheral vision had caught the kitten's eyes swiveling toward him, then snapping back, just as swiftly resuming its lifeless pose. Humph. No wonder you strut about so arrogantly. You're astonishingly clever. With that, Lin Chuan fetched a slender vine and a sturdy wooden pole. Then, with the practiced efficiency of a hogbinder, he secured the kitten at all four limbs to the pole. Swish, swish, swish. In mere seconds. Next, he balanced the pole across two elevated river stones, suspending the kitten directly above the rippling current, where silver minnows darted like living needles beneath its belly. Lin Chuan's life on this desolate island was monotonous, almost barren. Each day unfolded in quiet dialogue with unseen viewers. No diversions, no amusements. So he resolved to train this feline interloper, to craft amusement from cunning. You're quite the consummate actor. The kitten still lolled, its tongue cocked, its head askew, and frothed at the mouth. Lin Chuan could only shake his head, half amused, half exasperated. Fine then, keep up the charade. He turned to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, keep watch. If it tries to flee, deliver another blackbird soaring strike. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaohei answered with eager, trilling affirmation, and immediately flapped from Lin Chuan's shoulder onto the nearest stone, fixing its sharp, unblinking gaze upon the suspended kitten. Its presence radiated unmistakable authority, the undisputed enforcer of the avian realm. The kitten, still pretending to be insensate, instinctively drew its neck inward, breath held tight. Heh, so even you know fear. Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Then he, after all, cats were said to be liquid creatures. When finished, Lin Chuan bore the cage back to the stream with a sly, knowing smile. He selected a spot where the water rose just high enough, lowered the cage in until the current submerged roughly 1/3 of its height, and anchored its base firmly beneath a smooth, flat stone. Then he took 4 bamboo tubes, each 30 centimeters long, and bored tiny perforations around their bases to allow gentle water flow. Securing each tube to a corner of the cage with fine vines, he positioned them so the stream barely lapped at the lower apertures. Stepping back, Lin Chuan brushed his palms together, satisfied. All set. Without hesitation, he seized the kitten, untied the vines, and dropped it unceremoniously onto the stone slab inside the cage. Then with brisk efficiency, he sealed the lid, lashing it shut with vine so tightly not even a whisker could slip free. Yet the kitten remained sprawled on its back, limbs splayed, eyes closed, still playing dead. Still holding the act, I see. I'll give you something stimulating then. His grin deepened as he retrieved the pungent shark meat, bound tightly with vine, and lifted it with 2 sticks, lowering it slowly into the cage. The moment the reeking flesh neared the kitten's muzzle, its tiny nostrils flared violently. Then, ugh, Maior. It vomited. Yes, violently, uncontrollably. A foul, chaotic torrent surged from its mouth. Instantly, its eyes flew open, wide, wild with terror, as it glimpsed the rotting morsel. In one explosive motion, it launched itself upright, claws flailing, body twisting midair, only to slam headlong into the cage roof with a hollow thud. Then, plop, it tumbled backward into the water. Long moments passed before the drenched, shivering creature hauled itself out, forepaws braced on the stone, chest heaving, throat convulsing in dry, ragged retches. The sheer potency of that stench was undeniable. Lin Chuan laughed. It's not that the meat is unbearable. It's that this kitten is absurdly fastidious. Probably grew up lording over its domain. Its palate has been thoroughly spoiled. He withdrew the shark meat, then prodded the kitten's head lightly with a stick. No more pretense. Still feeling so haughty. But the kitten refused to yield. Once the spasms subsided, it swatted the stick aside with one furious paw. Meow. I'm calling it. I was faking. What are you going to do about it? It snarled fiercely at Lin Chuan. Then fury mounting lunged straight at him. Flump. Another brutal collision with the cage. Another rebound. Oh ho. Still so defiant. Myower. Another venomous cry. It hurled itself wildly against the bars, biting, clawing, battering, until exhaustion forced surrender. At last, panting heavily, it slumped onto the stone, sitting upright like a disgruntled human. Hind legs stretched, forepaws folded primly atop its thighs. Yet its glare remained unrelenting, fierce as ever. Meow. Release me. Lin Chuan merely exhaled, calm and unruffled. Spare yourself the effort. This cage is specially reinforced. With your frame, you won't escape. Now let me explain something to you. He tapped the cage wall with a knuckle. This will henceforth serve as your workshop. Meow. Must you always snarl like a demon? Never mind if you don't understand. I'll explain slowly. He turned his gaze toward the stream. Indeed, the river teemed with fish, small, swift, gleaming like shards of mercury. Lin Chuan had sampled one yesterday, delicate, sweet, rich beyond compare, far superior even to coconut crab. Yet they slipped through fingers like liquid silk, their scales too slick, their bodies too slender, barely larger than Crucian minnows. His hands were large, his reflexes slower than theirs. Every time he struck, the fish vanished between his fingers before he could close his grip. At that rate, he'd catch perhaps a handful per day, leaving him gazing hungrily at abundance he couldn't claim. But now, watching the kitten's tiny coal-black paws, nimble, precise, perfectly scaled, he smiled. This one moves like lightning. Its claws are ideal. It will catch fish flawlessly. After considerable effort, Lin Chuan finally netted a single silvery minnow, held it aloft glistening in his palm, and addressed the kitten with quiet triumph. Congratulations. As of this moment, you are officially appointed Director-in-Chief of the Fish-Catching Workshop. Let me briefly outline your duties. Try to comprehend them, if you can. Otherwise, he gave the fetid shark meat a slow, deliberate wag. Lin Chuan attempted to explain the job to the cat in Mandarin. Despite his slow speech and varied intonation complemented by detailed gestures, the creature still seemed bewildered. It continued to hiss and snap, even biting at the cage intermittently. Yet Lin Chuan detected a hint of confusion in its little expressions. I wonder where your previous cleverness has gone. I've gestured so clearly, and you still don't get it. Lin Chuan sighed in exasperation. All right then, I'll teach you step by step. With that, he opened the cage, swiftly grasped the kitten's paw with one hand, while the other pressed a small fish between its paws. Just as the kitten was about to bite Lin Chuan's fingers, the fiercest bird in the realm swooped down before it, wings slightly spread, glaring with an intimidating presence. In an instant, the kitten recoiled. Although its face expressed displeasure, it reluctantly tucked its fangs away, complying with Lin Chuan's commands. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself, relieved to have such a remarkable pet as Xiao He by his side. Over time, Xiao He had not only grown rapidly in size, but had also shown a remarkable increase in intelligence. Now, whenever Lin Chuan instructed something, Xiao He would immediately flutter its wings to comply without needing further prompting. If it couldn't do it, it would urge Bai to take over. What amazed Lin Chuan was Xiao He's obedient demeanor in front of him, juxtaposed with its fierce attitude towards intruders. Previously, while constructing a house, a grass snake had stealthily approached Lin Chuan. Upon noticing Xiao He pounced, capturing the snake with its claws, and with swift precision, pecked it twice, causing an instant demise. Taking a small piece of jerky from his pocket, Lin Chuan continued his Hansen tutorial with the kitten. You need to learn this well. He gently tapped its head, and forcing its paw to grasp the fish, dipped it in the water. Then he raised it slowly above a bamboo tube and released the kitten's grip, allowing the fish to fall in. Watch closely. After you catch the fish, place it in the bamboo tube. After numerous demonstrations and various methods, the kitten still wore a disgruntled look, but finally seemed to comprehend. At that moment, the kitten, seemingly fed up with Lin Chuan's manipulations, let out a small meow. Yet intimidated by Xiao He's presence, the sound was barely audible. It then slightly exerted its paws, drooping its eyelids as it glanced between Lin Chuan and its own paws. Upon seeing its expression, Lin Chuan's heart leaped with joy. Oh, you've understood. Do you want to show me what you've learned? Meow. Very good, then show me. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand, let Xiao He out, and quickly closed the cage. Now let your performance begin. He waved the stinky fish in front of the kitten. I advise you not to try to fool me otherwise. Meow. The kitten resignedly mewed, sitting on a stone, turning its back to Lin Chuan, its silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. It seemed to think, once the proud black lightning, now reduced to someone else's servant, what a fall from grace. It seemed to sigh deeply. However, having risen early today, Lin Chuan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he couldn't help but yawn. Looking down, he noticed the kitten still standing motionless with its back to him. He poked it with a stick. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you understand? Get moving. Before Lin Chuan could finish his sentence, the kitten turned around, as if resigned to its fate, slowly raising its two paws, as if to demonstrate. Lin Chuan was immediately taken aback to see it had indeed captured a small fish between its paws. What the heck? Lin Chuan exclaimed, his face a mix of disbelief. So fast. I barely even blinked, and you caught one. Even the onlookers who had witnessed the entire ordeal were left in stunned silence. What the heck? That was too quick, I didn't even see how it caught it. This is what true wealth looks like, talented paws. Impressive. No wonder it was so arrogant before, it really does have some skills. As the kitten apathetically placed the small fish into the bamboo tube, Lin Chuan shook his head in awe. I knew you'd be good at catching fish, but I didn't expect you to be this good. At this rate, the fish in this river will soon be classified as a protected species. Well done. Since you performed well, I won't let you work for free, though I'll pay you a little. With that, Lin Chuan pulled a piece of jerky from his pocket. The kitten, seeing the sizable piece, was instantly invigorated. Wait, you've misunderstood. He broke off a piece the size of a fingernail. The kitten looked somewhat disappointed, but accepted it reluctantly. However, Lin Chuan continued, you misunderstood again. He then broke off a piece roughly the size of a booger. Instantly, the kitten's face darkened. Here, eat up. Lin Chuan tossed the small piece to it. The kitten begrudgingly extended its paw to catch it, casting a despondent glance at the meager morsel. Although it briefly thought of the notion, the poor do not eat the food of the rich, it found it impossible to resist the aroma of the jerky. After a moment of struggle, it finally resigned and slowly devoured it, savoring the taste with a look of enjoyment that lingered as it chewed, reluctant to swallow. All right, I won't delay your work any longer. However, you can't slack off. From now on, every time you fill a bamboo tube with fish, you'll earn a piece of jerky this size as a reward. But if you fail to fill 4 tubes in a day, you'll have to eat this. Lin Chuan gestured as he spoke, finally waving the nightmarish fish in front of it. To motivate the kitten further, he hung the stinky fish outside the cage. Thus began the reluctant career of what was once a feared feline overlord. During mating seasons, it had previously incited jealousy among countless female cats basking in a life of luxury, pampered and cared for by many. Yet now, amidst the foul stench and bouts of dry heaving under the imposing presence of Xiao He, it found itself forced into labor. Haha, today I truly understand the meaning of cat slave. Cat beings shall never be slaves, unless provided with food and shelter. Although the little cat was still reluctant, it was forced to work. Occasionally, Lin Chuan could detect a hint of suppressed resentment and a desire for revenge in its gaze directed at him. It seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, Lin Chuan paid little heed to this. After all, given the cat's wild nature, completely taming it was nearly impossible. Its defiance was only to be expected. Of course, the main reason it couldn't escape was that after realizing the immense value of this fish-catching workshop, Lin Chuan had reinforced the cage several times to prevent other animals from attacking the little cat. He had even transplanted a large amount of aquatic plants from elsewhere in the creek to securely cover the cage. Naturally, given Lin Chuan's current appetite, he couldn't rely solely on the fish caught by the cat to fill his stomach. Yet it provided a stable source of food. Notably, during the fishing process, the little cat would occasionally sit there wallowing in self-pity while nibbling on a couple of small fish. Lin Chuan didn't mind and let it be. After all, if it wasn't wealth, how could it work? Especially since it was his only cat, he couldn't afford to push it too hard and risk it becoming depressed or even self-destructive. As long as it didn't slack off, a little stealing of food was inconsequential. Having taken a stroll through the bamboo grove to chop down a suitable thick bamboo, Lin Chuan hollowed it out to make a chimney. One end connected to the hole behind the stove, while the other extended out through the hole in the roof. After sealing both ends with bird droppings and clay, the little cat had managed to catch 2 full bamboo tubes of small fish. And all of this had cost Lin Chuan merely 2 tiny pieces of mutton jerky. In the wooden house, while watching the barrage of comments, Lin Chuan chuckled, of course. After all, if it hadn't been so full of itself and come to us, we would have found it quite difficult to catch. As he spoke, a pot before him was filled to the brim with an aromatic fish soup bubbling away, infused with various herbs. Lin Chuan couldn't resist and took a quick sip. Instantly, his expression brightened as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This was the freshest fish soup he had ever tasted. Without a thought for the heat, he fished out a small fish and stuffed it into his mouth. It was tender, incredibly fresh, and the fish bones were so soft that they didn't prick at all, adding a delightful chewiness to the fish meat. Undoubtedly, this was the most delicious fish and soup he had ever consumed since coming to the island, or perhaps in his entire life. Big White and Little Black sat nearby, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, especially Big White, who drooled onto the ground. After pouring some into their bowls, Lin Chuan began to wolf down the meal. Seeing Lin Chuan relish his food so much, the viewers in the live stream also salivated. Many grabbed nearby snacks, stuffing them into their mouths while eagerly staring at the screen, whispering to themselves, "This isn't Wei Long's spicy gluten. This isn't Wei Long's spicy gluten. This is Lin Chuan's fish soup." Before long, Lin Chuan had consumed nearly all the soup, leaving only a tiny bit at the bottom of the pot. However, he didn't finish it all. After all, one must remember to appreciate the source of their food, especially the little cat that caught the fish, pouring the remaining soup into. As Lin Chuan suddenly came to a halt, he appeared somewhat astonished, gazing intently at something. The little cat in the cage, curious as ever, tilted its head and peered through the aquatic plants. However, after several moments of craning its neck, it still couldn't discern what Lin Chuan was looking at. At that moment, Lin Chuan slowly crouched down. Beneath a few wild grass blades in the meadow, he spotted a sharp golden yellow horn protruding from the foliage. Recognizing this familiar object, he gently lifted the grass leaves, revealing the full form of the golden horn. It was a conical shape, approximately 30 centimeters long, resembling a porcupine's quill, and still bore traces of dried blood. Some observant viewers immediately recognized it. Is this a scale spine from the giant lizard? It certainly looks like it. How did the spine of a giant lizard end up here? Like the viewers, Lin Chuan felt a chill as he grasped the cool golden spine, his mind filled with questions. The blood on it had not fully coagulated and emitted a faint metallic scent. He touched the few scales and bits of flesh still clinging to the base of the spine, and his expression turned grave. However, a flicker of relief accompanied his realization. The scales and flesh on this spine are still quite fresh, indicating it was recently torn off. Given the temperature on this island, it couldn't have been more than 5 hours ago. This also suggests that the giant lizard was still alive when this spine was removed. Otherwise, it would have decayed and would not be in such a fresh state. Over the past 2 days, not only had the audience witnessed the giant lizard being helplessly pulled into the depths of the lake by the water monster, but Lin Chuan himself had also largely accepted the lizard's demise. However, the appearance of this spine sparked a shift in his thoughts. But why did this spine appear here? Why didn't you notice it yesterday? Because it wasn't here yesterday. You all should remember, before going to sleep last night, I meticulously checked this area for safety down to the locations of ant nests. In fact, I even recall this particular wild grass. So, I am certain that at least before I went to sleep last night, this spine was definitely not here. As for why it appeared today, with that, Lin Chuan immediately began to sift through the surrounding wild grasses, searching the still soft earth beneath. After a lengthy search, he brushed the dirt from his palms and murmured, "There are no footprints around this grass, nor any signs of snakes or similar creatures having passed through." Then how did it suddenly appear? No. Lin Chuan shook his head and glanced up at the sky. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It must have been picked up by a wild duck or seagull, taken high into the air and then dropped here. However, wild birds are unlikely to come ashore just to pick up a spine. Thus, this spine likely first appeared on the lake's surface before being snatched by a bird. Of course, this is just the most plausible explanation I can come up with. There might be other reasons. Although this analysis sounds somewhat peculiar at first, upon reflection, it does seem to make sense. It can only be explained this way. Does this mean the giant lizard is not only alive, but still in the lake? That's wonderful. You have no idea, I've been thinking about that giant lizard for the past 2 days. I really hope it survives but shouldn't die. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Chuan shared the audience's hope, yet shook his head, slightly frowning. Whether the giant lizard is still alive cannot be determined solely by this spine. After all, we do not know if there are other similar creatures on this island or in the suspended lake. In other words, this spine might not necessarily belong to the giant lizard we are familiar with. Saying this, Lin Chuan slapped his thigh, gripping the golden spine tightly as he stood up. Speculating won't get us anywhere, let's go take a look. He then grabbed his gear, retrieving the most expensive item from the newly delivered supply box, tucking it into his pocket. Together with Dabai and Xiaohei, he dashed toward the direction of the suspended lake. Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, the little cat in the cage sat leisurely on a rock, nibbling on a small fish. Its tail swayed gently, and it appeared somewhat disdainful. Though it couldn't comprehend Lin Chuan's words, upon seeing the object in his hand and his hurried demeanor, it grasped the situation. "You fool. I witnessed the entire process of that spine appearing last night when I hid in the trap. It certainly wasn't dropped by a bird. You didn't even bother to ask me what happened, rushing around aimlessly, wasting effort. Of course, even if you had asked, I wouldn't tell you." Sharp coins. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Chuan first assigned tasks to Dabai and Xiaohei. Xiaohei would conduct aerial reconnaissance over the lake, meticulously scanning every corner for traces related to the giant lizard. Simultaneously, it would capture some intelligent creatures from the lake, subjecting them to rigorous interrogation for clues. Meanwhile, Dabai would perform reconnaissance on land. Lin Chuan placed the giant lizard's spine and flesh under Dabai's nose, allowing it to thoroughly sniff and memorize the scent of the lizard's meat. Dabai then acted like a search and rescue dog, quickly sniffing around the ground in search of traces related to the giant lizard. Lin Chuan was also busy. The weeds around the lake were quite tall, and he continuously searched through them, hoping to find footprints of the giant lizard or its young. He had previously mentioned that his greatest fear was owing someone a favor or lizard favor, and for the past 2 days the thought of the giant lizard's death had weighed heavily on his mind. Last night, he even dreamt that the giant lizard was brutally killed by the water monster while trying to save him. The giant lizard's deep understanding of human nature had caused Lin Chuan to feel an immense psychological burden over this matter. Hence, if he could find the giant lizard now, it would at least prove it was still alive, which would be a form of relief for him. However, before he knew it, an entire afternoon had passed. The evening glow once again painted the lake's surface in reds and oranges. The distant volcano illuminated by the setting sun. Yet Lin Chuan and the two little ones, despite the appearance of this spine, why can't I find any other clue? Even if this... Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, Lin Chuan gazed intently at the golden thorn in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a deep thud echoed from the depths of the lake. It was a muffled sound unmistakably emanating from the lake's core. If it weren't for Lin Chuan's enhanced hearing, a normal person would not have noticed it. Startled, Lin Chuan quickly raised his head. He observed the surface of the lake, previously teeming with seabirds and wild ducks, suddenly scatter, as if startled, taking to the skies in a flurry. Once they had flown away, the lake settled back into tranquility. It was then that Lin Chuan clearly saw a series of circular ripples emerging from the center of the lake, radiating outward. At the very center of those ripples, a shadow began to grow larger, suggesting that something was rising from the depths. In the next moment, amidst a surge of water, a massive circular object broke the surface. What on earth is that? Lin Chuan wondered, squinting against the strong reflections of the setting sun on the water. After a while, he still couldn't discern what it was, but he could tell it was definitely not a giant lizard. Though somewhat disappointed, he decided to send Xiaohe out for a closer look. Fly higher and be careful of any danger, Lin Chuan advised, and Xiaohe took off from his shoulder with a flurry of wings. After circling the area above the object, Xiaohe quickly returned, hovering above Lin Chuan's head, as if contemplating how to explain what he had seen. Then Xiaohe's gaze suddenly locked onto a spot in the grass, as if he had discovered something. With a swift dive, he swooped down and grabbed a grass snake with his agile claws. Lin Chuan watched as Xiaohe effortlessly struck the snake twice in midair, causing it to succumb instantly. Returning triumphantly, Xiaohe dropped the lifeless snake at Lin Chuan's feet. In a flash, he pecked at the snake's neck, piercing through to seize a bright red heart, which he spat onto the ground while it still twitched. Wow, Xiaohe is ferocious. Truly the top fighter of the avian world. Lin Chuan marveled, though he was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the snake's heart. At that moment, Xiaohe tapped the heart with his claws a couple of times, then raised his little head toward the lake, gesturing as if to draw a circle around the heart. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaohe, are you saying that the object in the lake is a giant heart? Xiaohe nodded enthusiastically, flapping his wings. Lin Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. A heart of that size? He murmured, his expression growing serious. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured to Xiaohe. Can you peck a piece off that heart? Despite Lin Chuan's detailed gestures, Xiaohe tilted his head, looking somewhat confused. The viewers in the live stream began to voice their doubts. Come on, Lin, you're asking too much of Xiaohe. This task is way too complicated. If he understood, he'd be a human in a bird's disguise. Yeah, Lin, instead of this, why not just dive in yourself? Although Xiaohe is clever, this task seems impossible. Ignoring the comments, Lin Chuan continued patiently explaining to Xiaohe. Yet Xiaohe still appeared bewildered. Just then, Xiaohe's little head perked up, chirping twice as if he finally understood, looking quite pleased. He immediately flapped his wings and soared toward the lake. The viewers were skeptical of whether Xiaohe could truly comprehend Lin Chuan's request. But the next moment, they gasped in astonishment as they saw Xiaohe land near the massive heart and then return swiftly. The audience was left dumbfounded when Xiaohe emerged with a piece of fresh red meat in his beak. Wow, Xiaohe's intelligence has skyrocketed. He truly is a bird with human-like abilities. Now Xiaohe is not just the top fighter, but also the top agent of the bird world. He can handle missions like this. Lin Chuan was equally astonished and thrilled to see Xiaohe successfully bring back a piece of meat. Initially, he had only been testing the waters, especially after the psychological scar left by the mysterious lake creature during his last encounter. Had Xiao He not understood, he would have given up without attempting to dive in himself. But to his surprise, Xiao He managed to accomplish it. As Lin Chuan took the meat from Xiao He's beak, the figure drew nearer to the shore. A warrior who had expended every last ounce of strength, his body a tapestry of wounds. He returned not by muscle or sinew but by sheer unyielding will. A final defiant act of survival after triumph. At that moment, Lin Chuan was not alone in his awe. Every viewer in the live streaming room stood emotionally riven, their souls struck with profound, reverberating force. So it is true, as one viewer speculated earlier, that heart belonged to the lake beast. And this giant lizard fought it for 2 full days beneath the water's surface. And won. Defeated a creature twice its size. Wah! How pitiful the giant lizard has become. When first it appeared, it radiated regal majesty, lion-like, awe-inspiring. Now this shattered, bleeding ruin breaks my heart. Yet above all else, thank heaven it still lives. But can it possibly survive such grievous wounds? In an instant the great beast captivated countless new admirers. Though such adoration meant nothing to it now. For just then, as its hind leg touched solid ground, the colossal body collapsed. Like a battle-hardened soldier who had held the line until his final breath, it surrendered at last to exhaustion's inexorable tide. Startled by the sound, Lin Chuan did not hesitate. He sprinted forward without pause. Yet before he reached the fallen beast, for shadows, each the size of mountain goats, burst from the underbrush with startling speed and flung themselves beside the giant lizard. Its 4 cubs. At the sight of their parents' broken form, they let out cries so raw, so desolate, they pierced the heart like shards of ice. Lin Chuan had never seen them before, yet they had been waiting steadfast and silent just beyond sight, keeping vigil for their mother's return. Huff, huff. The giant lizard's breath came slow, heavy-labored. Its mind clouded, its body ravaged. Yet the moment it sensed its young near, it forced its eyes open, gazing upon them with tender, luminous warmth. Then, perhaps to ease their fear, it trembled, extended its tongue, now reduced to a single jagged fork, and gently licked each cub's head in turn. But where one prong had been severed, a ghastly wound gaped open, dripping crimson onto their fur, leaving stark, vivid stains of blood. To witness such devastation, to see this noble creature reduced to this, would stir even the coldest heart. And for Lin Chuan, who owed his life to its sacrifice, the ache was unbearable. Compared to these wounds, the grotesque circular gash across his own palate seemed trivial, mere scratch marks on skin. Not a single scale remained unbroken upon its body. The golden spines, once proud as a lion king's mane, were now reduced to a handful barely clinging to its hide. Great swathes of flesh had been torn away. In one place along its back, thick vertebrae jutted naked into the air. And only upon approaching did Lin Chuan understand why it had braced itself with its mangled tail as it crawled ashore. One hind leg was severed, nearly halfway up the thigh. Its face, reminiscent of a crocodile's, stern and ancient, was crisscrossed with lacerations. Blood coated its massive skull like a second glistening skin. Beside him, Dabai crouched low, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao He perched stiffly on his shoulder, quivered in mute terror. Yet both fixed their gaze upon the fallen giant with dazed, hollow eyes. Too terrible, too tragic. Lin Chuan's chest constricted with sorrow. He knelt beside the beast. The cubs did not flee. They watched him with quiet trust, allowing him to draw near. He looked into the giant lizard's dimmed, half-open eyes. He listened to its shallow, faltering breath. His brow furrowed deeply. "You healed only a minor wound for me," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. "And yet you bore injuries 100-fold worse, risking everything to save me. Was it worth it?" At the sound of his voice, the giant lizard turned its gaze toward him, weak yet unmistakably lucid. And in that fading light, Lin Chuan saw something unexpected. A flicker, not of pain nor regret, but of quiet, gentle amusement. Perhaps relief, knowing he still lived, knowing its desperate final battle had not been in vain. Wah! It may look fearsome, but how pure, how innocent its heart is. Such selfless devotion, offered without condition, without expectation, I have only ever read of in fairy tales. But can it truly survive such catastrophic wounds? Yes, it must. Hold on, giant lizard. You will endure. Across the stream, thousands of viewers flooded the screen with fervent encouragement. Their words a rising tide of hope for a creature whose vitality ebbed visibly with every passing second. Others bowed their heads, praying, just as they once had for Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan soothed the cubs while methodically examining every inch of the giant lizard's ruined frame. Its sheer size made the task arduous. Long minutes passed before he completed the survey. Yet thanks to the recently purchased intermediate veterinary skill, he now perceived the full harrowing truth of its condition. With chilling precision. Even with this expertise, he estimated his chances of saving it at no more than 30%. And though urgency burned within him, he took time, carefully, deliberately, because the nature of the wounds left no margin for error. A single misstep in treatment would not merely fail to heal, it would deliver the coup de grace. He stared down at the blood-soaked, ravaged giant, his expression grave, resolute. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he steeled himself, not only for the beast, but for himself. No matter what, I will give you everything I have. I will not abandon you, so do not abandon yourself. Hold on. As if understanding every word, the giant lizard blinked slowly. Then, just as it had when asking Lin Chuan to remove the arrow from its flank, extended its tongue once more, trembling, and brushed it lightly against his forearm. An unspoken command: do what you must. Yet among the viewers, one man, holding sharp coins usable in the Dosha Mall, spoke plainly. Brother Lin, I feel your anguish. But as a veterinarian with 40 years' experience, I urge you, let go. Lizards are tenacious, but these wounds, even 10 of me working together, could not reverse this. You have neither proper equipment nor medicine. Worse, its massive body will soon emit an overwhelming stench of blood. Predators will converge here within minutes. Run. Save yourself before it's too late. The comment appeared, and the next instant enraged viewers swarmed it, tagging the cinder with furious, blistering curses. The moment the viewer's comment was posted, some sharp-eyed audience members immediately spotted pairs of eerie eyes peering from the surrounding bushes and behind the towering trees. Some of these eyes were even grouped together. High above, large vulture-like birds circled ominously, their fierce gazes lingering as they awaited the perfect moment to strike. In an instant, the audience's sympathy for the giant lizard transformed into furious condemnation directed at the unfortunate viewer, tagging him in their comments. Everyone, while I understand your anger, let's maintain our composure, one comment cautioned. However, the chastised viewer quickly reappeared, exclaiming, Can you all stop? My mom is watching the live stream, and so are my relatives. Please, no more insults. His words sparked a sudden realization among the other viewers. They shifted their comments, still praying for the giant lizard, but now echoing similar sentiments in response. Watching these comments, Lin Chuan felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He understood the audience's feelings, yet this time, unlike before, he was not completely confident that he could deliver a triumphant comeback. Despite the overwhelming scent of blood oozing from the giant lizard's wounds, which attracted countless beasts lurking nearby, the sheer intimidation exuded by the lizard kept them from making a rash move. They hesitated, observing the scene unfold. This only heightened Lin Chuan's pressure. Having focused solely on the giant lizard's injuries earlier, he had neglected to prepare for the surrounding threats. Now he found himself encircled by a multitude of beasts woven closely together like a vast net. This meant that his life was now tied to the fate of the giant lizard. If it were to die, the surrounding animals would undoubtedly charge at him en masse, especially given the presence of several larger predators. Even with his current physical prowess, he would be left defenseless against such overwhelming odds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, From now on, saving the giant lizard is also saving myself, so I must remain calm and cautious. He observed the giant lizard's breathing becoming increasingly shallow, prompting him to act without delay. While the lizard's natural healing abilities far exceeded those of a human, its grievous wounds continued to bleed profusely. Lin Chuan knew his first task was to staunch the bleeding. With determination, he swiftly removed his backpack, spilling out the dry twigs he always carried with him. He quickly built a fire and tossed in some dry grass he found nearby to fuel the flames. To accelerate the burning process, he fanned the fire with a broad leaf. After a considerable time, once the wood was sufficiently ablaze, Lin Chuan began to extinguish the flames by beating them down with a stick, allowing the fire to die down. He then scooped some water with the leaf and poured it over the charcoal to cool it rapidly. Simultaneously, he took out various herbs from his backpack and crushed them between 2 stones. By the time the charcoal cooled, he grabbed a handful and ground it into powder. Mixing the herb paste with the charcoal dust, Lin Chuan cautiously applied the mixture to the lizard's pulsating wounds. I'll try to be gentle, but it might hurt a bit. Please bear with me, he soothed the giant lizard as he meticulously spread the paste over its injuries. Soon, nearly the entire body of the giant lizard was cloaked in a mottled layer of gray-green powder. Seeing the bleeding slow to a stop, Lin Chuan nodded. While the effectiveness of the charcoal in stopping the bleeding is limited, the lizard's blood loss isn't rapid, so it should help somewhat. The grievous wounds of the giant lizard demanded immediate attention. Staunching the bleeding was the most fundamental first step. Without halting the blood flow, all other efforts would be futile. Moreover, as time passed, the rate of bleeding from the several wounds quickened rapidly, depleting the giant lizard's remaining vitality. If the bleeding did not cease, soon the giant lizard would be on the brink of death. While plant ash could effectively treat ordinary wounds in this case where several deep cuts had severed blood vessels, suturing was essential. Thus at this moment a small bone needle became crucial. This tiny tool held the power to decide the fate of Lin Chuan by the giant lizard and its 4 hatchlings. Lin Chuan felt a sense of relief. He had crafted this bone needle some time prior. Otherwise, creating one on the spot would surely take too long. However, the pressing issue now was how to retrieve the bone needle left behind in the wooden hut. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chuan's gaze settled on Xiaohe. He gently lifted the somewhat stiff Xiaohe, who was still hindered by the giant lizard's pressure from his shoulder to his front. Rubbing the little creature's head, Lin Chuan spoke earnestly, "Xiaohe, I am entrusting you with the most arduous task you have ever faced." It was worth noting that through their time together, Xiaohe had learned to discern Lin Chuan's intentions based on his expressions and tone. Despite being instinctively timid due to the tension from the giant lizard and the large birds above, Xiaohe responded immediately, pecking Lin Chuan's hand twice. Then raising his head, his little eyes fixed on Lin Chuan, as if to say, "Master, just give me your orders. No matter how difficult the task, I will do my utmost." Seeing this, Lin Chuan nodded in approval. Very well. However, the challenge at hand was not inherently difficult for Xiaohe, rather it was how to convey the instructions effectively. Lin Chuan was typically meticulous, and even in the wild, he kept his surroundings clean and orderly. Last night, he had placed the bone needle along with other bone tools into a newly crafted, easily accessible cabinet. The crux of the matter was that Lin Chuan had also made a cabinet door. This meant that he not only needed to communicate to Xiaohe what to retrieve, but also where to find it, how to open the cabinet door, and how to select the bone needle from among various tools. It was clear that this presented a rather complex task for Xiaohe. In essence, it was infinitely more challenging than the previous task of retrieving a piece of heart from the lake. As viewers in the chat realized Lin Chuan's intentions, they couldn't help but express their concern. "Old Lin, this task is truly too difficult for Xiaohe. This task would be challenging even for a 6 or 7-year-old child. Since you say that, all I can do is hope the law of the streaming room kicks in again. Go, Xiaohe." While the audience debated, Lin Chuan began drawing various patterns in the dirt with a stick. He had previously noticed that both Xiaohe and Dabai possessed a strong understanding of illustrations, so he decided to use this method for communication. However, the complexity of Lin Chuan's drawings proved to be overwhelming for Xiaohe, who tilted his head, listening attentively to the tone of Lin Chuan's voice while trying to comprehend the images. Lin Chuan quickly sketched several diagrams, starting with a house featuring a chimney. He emphasized the chimney, knowing that Xiaohe might not have a vivid recollection of other objects in the hut, but would certainly remember the chimney, as Xiaohe had played around it joyfully for quite some time after Lin Chuan had constructed it. Using the chimney as a reference, Lin Chuan aimed to help Xiaohe understand the location of the cabinet containing the bone needle. After drawing the cabinet, Lin Chuan fashioned a miniature version using a few wooden pieces tied together with vines, creating a small cabinet that mirrored the one in the hut. Upon seeing the miniature cabinet in Lin Chuan's hands, some viewers couldn't help but express their admiration. "Wow, Master Lin's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. He creates works of art effortlessly. While I agree now is not the time for admiration. The giant lizard is clearly weakening, and the cries of the hatchlings are more heart-wrenching than before. Enough talk, let's hope for the giant lizard and Xiaohe." As the audience marveled, Lin Chuan had already opened the miniature cabinet door in front of Xiaohe several times. Then he aligned the gap in the cabinet door with Xiaohe's beak, gently tapping his small head to encourage him to peck into the opening. "Just like this, peck at the gap and push back with force, and you'll be able to open the cabinet." After demonstrating twice, Xiaohe seemed to grasp the concept. Lin Chuan then placed the miniature cabinet on the ground and pointed at it, saying, "Xiaohe, give it a try." As soon as he said this, the viewers in the streaming room were astonished to see Xiaohe quickly approach, pecking at the gap, and with a swift motion of his head successfully opening the cabinet door. Lin Chuan felt a rush of joy. I didn't expect Xiaohe to understand so quickly. His heart brimmed with hope. "Xiaohe, I believe with your intelligence you will surely succeed in retrieving the bone needle." With that, Lin Chuan swiftly continued to draw in the dirt. He then crafted a scaled-down bone needle from wood and placed it inside the small cabinet to aid Xiaohe's understanding. After thoroughly explaining the task, Lin Chuan turned to Xiaohe and asked, "So Xiaohe, do you understand?" "Gg." Xiaohe tilted his little head and called out a couple of times, appearing slightly confused as if to say, "I think I understand, but I'm not sure. I'll give it a try." Seemingly grasping Xiaohe's thoughts, Lin Chuan encouraged, "Very well, Xiaohe. I leave it to you. Fly boldly without worry, I will handle any dangers along the way." With that, Xiaohe flapped his little wings and took flight, heading rapidly toward the wooden hut in the forest. Though the distance from here to the hut was approximately 1,000 meters, Xiaohe could cover it in under a minute. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe had flown several dozen meters. However, what Xiao did not notice was that a large bird resembling a vulture had begun its rapid dive as soon as he took off. In an instant, the vertical distance between the bird and Xiao shrank to less than 10 meters. Just as that enormous beak larger than Xiao body was about to engulf him, numerous viewers gasped in horror. Xiao quick dodged. Yet what no one noticed was that at the very moment the bird initiated its dive, Lin Chuan simultaneously reached into his pocket and retrieved something. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, a dark object shot forth from his hand, hurtling toward the bird at high speed. Xiao trusted Lin Chuan wholeheartedly. He had assured, "Fly boldly, I will handle all dangers." Thus, even when a formidable bird suddenly appeared, Xiao did not hesitate and continued to fly with all his might, not even glancing up. In the next moment, the giant bird's beak rushed towards Xiao. Instantly, countless spectators felt their hearts tighten, instinctively believing that Xiao would surely be devoured. Some viewers couldn't help but curse aloud. "Damn it, old Lin, you knew we were surrounded. How could you send Xiao on such a dangerous mission? You said you could handle it. What are you doing?" Before the angry words could finish, the live stream revealed something unexpected. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the bird's neck. In the blink of an eye, a gash appeared, and in an instant the body separated cleanly, the cut remarkably smooth. The audience was left in shock. What just happened? Did that bird just self-destruct? Wait, I saw a shadowy figure that passed through the bird's neck. Yes, that was it. As the viewers continued to speculate, the shadow flew ahead, arcing back towards Lin Chuan with unabated speed. Panic set in once more as the audience shouted in alarm. "Oh no! That thing just severed the bird's neck in an instant. What is that?" Old Lin moved. Despite their frantic warnings, Lin Chuan remained motionless, standing his ground. In the blink of an eye, the object approached him mere meters away. "Old Lin, what are you doing standing there? Run!" "Oh no! Old Lin is done for." Just as everyone braced themselves for what seemed inevitable, Lin Chuan suddenly raised his hand. With a swift motion, he caught the fast-moving object with ease. The audience gasped as they recognized it for what it was, a small-shaped boomerang about the size of half a palm, entirely black, with an incredibly sharp edge. In an instant, the viewers understood, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? It was a boomerang. When did old Lin throw it? How did I miss that?" This is the legendary Tangmin hidden weapon, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Killing birds without a sound, how terrifying. Indeed, Master Lin is truly a genius. This tiny boomerang wields such power, and the speed at which it returned. If it were me, my hand would have been severed. Many viewers who were initially worried about the giant lizard were now captivated by Lin Chuan's special move. However, Lin Chuan couldn't afford to waste a moment. He swiftly turned to the lakeside where a tree stood. With the sharp edge of the boomerang, he forcefully scraped off a piece of bark and quickly stowed the black object back into his pocket. Undoubtedly, this was indeed a boomerang, the most valuable item from this drop, worth 20,000 shark coins. At that moment, Lin Chuan thought this small boomerang was not worth such a price. Yet he discovered that the skill basic boomerang mastery was incredibly cheap, only 1 shark coin. He was both surprised and delighted, deciding to purchase the skill to craft his own boomerang. Although it might not be as sharp as this one, it would suffice for self-defense. He had spent a long time in the shop, ultimately choosing this most useful defensive skill. His intention was to prepare for potential encounters with cannibals or terrifying creatures like the giant lizard, hoping to have an extra means of survival. Little did he know it would come in handy so soon. However, his plans quickly fell through when he discovered that the boomerang had to be purchased first to unlock the skill, forcing him to grit his teeth and spend the 2,000 shark coins for it. After this first practical test, Lin Chuan found the expenditure worthwhile. The boomerang's controllability and sharpness were indeed justifiable. Treating the boomerang like a treasure, he then tore off an entire sheet of bark and swiftly tore the inner fibers into fine strips. Addressing the audience's curiosity, Lin Chuan explained while quickly rolling several strands into fine lines. "For sewing clothes, we can use vine thread. But for stitching the giant lizard's wounds, we can't use the thick and brittle vine thread. Fortunately, this tree's fibers can be made into fishing line, thin and strong, perfect for suturing wounds." As he spoke, Lin Chuan had already rolled out several grayish-white strands. He glanced at the trembling claws of the giant lizard, applying pressure with Dabai to staunch the bleeding, estimating he had enough fibers. He set the fishing line aside and began to clean the wounds, needing stitches on the giant lizard. He grabbed a handful of salt from his backpack, poured it into a broad leaf filled with water, and prepared a saline solution for sterilization. After releasing Dabai, he quickly poured the saline solution over the giant lizard's wounds. Even though the salt would cause intense pain, the lizard showed no reaction, weakened to the point of feeling nothing. Seeing this, Lin Chuan hastened his pace, cleaning each wound thoroughly and removing any necrotic tissue. After Dabai pressed down again, Lin Chuan approached the giant lizard, trying to speak to keep it somewhat conscious. The situation was dire if he didn't stitch the wounds soon. In his heart, Lin Chuan silently thought, "Xiaohei, today our survival depends on you. If you can't bring back the bone needle, all I've done will be in vain." Just then a small black figure dashed out from the distant woods. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaohei's beak, anxious to see if it had returned with the bone needle. Although the speed of the little black bird was impressive, all eyes were fixated on its tiny, intimidating beak, creating a palpable tension in the air. Everyone was anxious and eager to discover what it was carrying in that tiny mouth, as it could determine the fate of Lin Chuan's entire family. In that moment, the scene felt as if it had frozen in time. Viewers leaned closer to their screens, holding their breath and staring intently. The little black bird seemed like a messenger of hope, soaring through stormy skies, bringing back vital news from the front line. "Closer, closer. We can almost see it. Hurry, little black bird, faster." The audience cheered in unison. Suddenly, two oblivious large birds swooped down from the sky. Instinctively, countless viewers waved their arms in frustration, shouting, "Get lost!" Scram! In an instant, a boomerang whizzed through the air, tracing an angry arc before striking down the intruding birds, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the little black bird was drawing nearer. What had once been a small yellow dot on the screen was now magnifying rapidly. At long last, akin to a drawn-out battle in a game, the little beak came into sharp focus. The moment everyone caught sight of what it carried, their eyes widened in disbelief, confirming several times over that it was indeed a meticulously polished bone needle. Unbelievable. It was absolutely true. The crowd erupted in cheers. It did it. The little black bird did it. It really did. The livestream chat exploded with excitement, the atmosphere akin to welcoming a victorious hero home, with drums beating and firecrackers crackling. Flags waved as the crowd rejoiced with renewed hope, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Long live the black bird. Amazing job. The little black bird delivered. You saved not just Lin, but me, my mother, my relatives. We can't eat if we miss even a day of Lin's live stream. If Lin dies, we'll starve too. While that may sound exaggerated, it's not entirely untrue. The little black bird achieved what even a 6 or 7-year-old child might struggle to comprehend. Of course, while the task itself posed no challenge for humans, should anyone receive applause for retrieving a needle from a cabinet, it would undoubtedly be met with mockery. But let us not forget, the little black bird is just that, a bird. A creature no longer than 30 centimeters with a head the size of a marble. It had flown the distance home, opened a cabinet, selected the correct bone needle from a pile of objects, and returned with it. This was a miracle of the animal kingdom. In that moment, biologists lurking in the live stream felt a surge of excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they regarded the small bird, which appeared more radiant than anything they had ever known. They leapt from their seats, knocking over chairs, immediately taking action. The research value of this bird far surpasses anything we've done before. It could revolutionize human understanding of animals. We must obtain it at all costs. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan watched the little black bird return, his eyes brimming with excitement. Although he hadn't held out much hope, he had prepared for the worst should the bird fail in its mission. Yet against all odds, it had succeeded. The little black bird landed gently in Lin Chuan's open palm, lowering its head slightly, revealing the bone needle it had carried. It looked up at Lin Chuan with a hint of trepidation, worried that it might have made a mistake. Upon confirming that the item was correct, the little black bird bounced joyfully. Lin Chuan intended to reward it with something special, but now was not the time. "All right, little black bird, we need to suture the wounds on the giant lizard." He allowed the bird to rest on his shoulder and quickly moved to the side of the weakened creature. Grabbing the fishing line hanging from the large white ear, he swiftly threaded the needle. "All right, Big White, you've done well. You can let go now." With that, Big White blinked and slowly removed its paw from the giant lizard's wound. Due to the severe bleeding, it had been unable to cover it completely, leaving patches of bright red staining its otherwise white fur. As Lin Chuan gazed at the gruesome injury, he took a deep breath, gripping the bone needle. After gently stroking the area around the wound to help the giant lizard relax, he wasted no time and began to stitch the wound with remarkable speed. The audience gasped in awe at his technique. "Wow, Master Lin, is there anything you can't do?" This seamless, precise suturing technique must have come from hundreds of surgeries. As a surgeon, I can attest that it likely exceeds 100. To reach such a level of expertise would typically require decades of experience. Without a doubt, Master Lin's suturing skills were world-class. His technique was not only proficient, but also impressively swift. In no time, he had perfectly stitched 5 or 6 wounds on the giant lizard. Next, he unwrapped the snake's skin, binding the lizard's severed leg, cleaning away the flesh and bone before beginning the suturing process anew. However, this procedure took considerable time as the lizard's leg was extraordinarily robust. The fishing line barely sufficed, and each stitch was executed with painstaking care. By the end, beads of sweat dotted Lin Chuan's forehead, and his blood-stained hands trembled slightly. After meticulously examining the battered giant lizard to confirm there were no other wounds needing attention, Lin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the giant lizard's scales are tough, and its flesh thick, so despite the injuries, its vital organs. Though it may only be temporary, at least by nightfall there shouldn't be any major issues. I will continue to provide whatever treatment I can for the giant lizard. But the real danger to the giant, even though the giant lizard's regenerative capabilities far exceed, by night the giant lizard will be at its most vulnerable. If something goes wrong, then it will be difficult for the giant lizard to survive. Although Lin Chuan, it was evident from the barrage of comments that they were all deeply concerned for the giant lizard. However, he had only spoken half the truth. In that eventuality, not only the giant lizard, but also his when Xiaohe retrieved the bone needle in a circle. Thus, he had to devise a plan to break. After hearing Lin, if it's a matter of losing too much blood, can't you transfuse like humans do? For someone with your skills, creating something like a syringe shouldn't be too difficult, right? Indeed, as one viewer suggested, if there were appropriate materials, crafting a basic force system would not pose much challenge for him. Yet he shook his head. Setting aside whether our current conditions allow for it, can what I create even be used? Transfusing blood into animals is not impossible. But unlike humans, animals have a very complex blood type system. For instance, dogs have over a dozen blood types, not to mention lizards. They do not have the simple ABO blood type system of humans. So even with specialized equipment and blood from compatible animals, finding a suitable match is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, like humans, if the blood type differs, the resulting rejection could be far more terrifying than simply losing blood, let alone using blood from different species. As he spoke, Lin Chuan cast a glance at the four small creatures huddled beside the giant lizard. Although these four were far larger than the common perception of giant lizards, they were still diminutive compared to the giant lizard resembling infants. At present, the giant lizard's only kin are these four little ones. Even if their blood types were compatible, their size is too small relative to the giant lizard. Drawing all their blood would likely not suffice to replenish what the giant lizard has lost. Is that so? Sigh. Like the audience, Lin Chuan wore a grave expression, also sighing heavily. Thus, we must rely on the giant lizard's own regenerative abilities for the blood situation. Although the bone marrow will eventually restore the blood volume to normal levels, it requires sufficient rest, hydration, energy, and nutrition. Lacking any one of these will significantly reduce efficiency and increase the risk for the giant lizard. Nutrition is especially crucial. Moreover, considering the giant lizard's massive size, one can only imagine how much nutrition it will need during this regenerative process. With that, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the intricate web of animals encircling them. If one were to inquire about the most daunting tasks in the world, hunting on this island would undoubtedly rank high. The creatures here were cunning beyond measure. The night before, Lin Chuan had stepped out to test his current physical condition, yet he had failed to catch even a single animal. So if we do not seize this moment while these animals are gathered here, capturing a few dozen will be nearly impossible later on, depriving the giant lizard of a sufficient source of nourishment. By the way, Master Lin, we were just discussing how the giant lizard seems to be safe for now. How do you plan to break through this encirclement? Because it's clear to everyone that these animals are highly unpredictable and could charge at any moment. But it seems your intention is not merely to escape. You want to counterattack and take down a few. Exactly, Lin. Just looking at those large beasts with their fierce gazes terrifies me. Moreover, even if there was only one of those beasts, no unarmed human could contend with it. Lin, please don't act impulsively. Finding nutrition can wait. If you rush in and something happens to you, then it's all over. Observing the comments, Lin Chuan shook his head and replied, "Everyone rest assured. I am not reckless enough to confront such a number of wild beasts. Heat in a doing so would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, we must devise a plan." However, while he spoke of finding a solution lightly, Lin Chuan found it incredibly challenging within. Possessing the skill of danger perception, he could accurately assess threats. At this moment, it was not just about charging in headfirst. Even stepping within a 50-meter radius of that encirclement would pose a lethal threat. Yet 50 meters was the maximum effective range for his boomerang to deliver substantial power. Beyond that distance, its lethality would be insufficient to hunt those formidable beasts. Thus, Lin Chuan found himself at a standstill, unable to devise a suitable hunting method. Meanwhile, the wild beasts grew increasingly restless, their temptation for the giant lizard's flesh and blood becoming unbearable as the sun sank lower into the horizon. Once night fell and the giant lizard's scent was at its weakest, they would undoubtedly rush in. At that moment, a single misstep could trigger a chain reaction among the other beasts. This was the dire situation Lin Chuan had previously described. However, twilight had already descended, and in 2 to 3 hours darkness would envelop everything. Time was running out. He needed to devise a method to hunt a sufficient number of prey. More critically, he had to plan an escape or defense against their impending attack before they pounced. Yet facing such overwhelming numbers, Lin Chuan found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he refused to waste time in idle thought. Instead, he checked on the giant lizard's condition, replenishing its hydration and providing chopped water snakes and other food. After further attending to the giant lizard's injuries, Lin Chuan approached the lakeside, washing the dried blood from his body. After rinsing off the bloodstained bone needle and setting it aside, he couldn't help but remark, "It's fortunate that the bones of the supercliff sheep are sufficiently hard, or otherwise if they were from an ordinary animal, they might not have penetrated the giant lizard's flesh at all. If that were the case, we would have been unable to stop the bleeding and the giant lizard would have already. Similarly, Dabai and I would have likely met our end by now." Upon hearing this, many viewers expressed their sentiments. "Lin, your words remind me of a saying, do good deeds without asking for rewards." In a way, when the giant lizard saved you, it was doing a good deed by helping you hunt the supercliff sheep. Regardless of whether you survive tonight, in some sense, it has also saved itself. Indeed, had it not assisted, Lin might not have captured the supercliff sheep, and thus there would be no bones, no needle, and no way to stitch the giant lizard's wounds today. Is that how it is? I find Lin's livestream not only entertaining, but also educational, offering insights into life's principles. No wonder my mother, who has always detested livestreams, supports my watching yours. Do good deeds without asking for rewards. I've learned something valuable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the colossal body of the giant lizard lay weakly at the lake's edge, a picture of desolation. Lin Chuan sat beside it, casting several lonely shadows on the ground behind him. At this moment, leaning against the vast precipice of the hanging lake, he resembled a general cornered with no way out. Behind him lay an abyss, and in front an army of countless foes. Beside him were only a large lizard and its 4 small offspring, a dog and a bird. Observing this scene, Lin Chuan could not help but engage in self-deprecation. While others survive on deserted islands by hunting and foraging for resources, how is it that I, after just over 10 days, must face such a grand spectacle? Faced with such a deadlock, he struggled to conceive a strategy for escape, especially as the number of wild beasts around him continued to swell. One of the viewers couldn't resist asking, "Old Lin, why not take the giant lizard and escape into the water?" Lin Chuan shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. For he had already noticed lurking in the lake, not far away, a variety of aquatic creatures that seemed equally interested in the lizard's flesh. Moreover, they appeared to have an interest in him as well. From the perspective of danger perception, jumping in would undoubtedly be a one-way ticket to death. The dog, sensing the terrifying number of beasts lurking nearby, instinctively buried its head tightly against Lin Chuan's legs. Above, the dark vultures, resembling massive black birds, grew increasingly abundant, nearly blotting out the sunlight. The little black bird was frightened by this. Lin Chuan gently stroked the increasingly cold scales on the giant lizard's forehead, letting out a long sigh. Gazing at the dignified and formidable creature, he wondered, could it be that you possess the allure of Tang Sung's flesh, drawing all nearby beasts to you? As time passed, eerie cries began to echo from the shadows surrounding them, akin to the heralding of a great battle. Yet after teetering on the brink of life and death 3 times, Lin Chuan now faced it with resignation. The giant lizard too sensed the impending danger, and with great difficulty opened its eyes, its gaze towards Lin Chuan seemingly filled with deep remorse. Seeing this, Lin Chuan sighed deeply and smiled as he patted it. "Oh, you have nothing to feel guilty about. After all, if you hadn't saved me twice, I would have already been done for. So if I die today because of you, it won't be in vain." Unbeknownst to Lin Chuan, during his time on the island, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. The viewers, witnessing his words and the shared moment of understanding between him and the giant lizard, were moved to tears. "Master Lin, today you have truly shown me the most sincere feelings in this world. Old Lin, don't give up. You and the giant lizard will surely be safe." "No, I misspoke. Given the circumstances, you definitely won't escape this calamity tonight. Just surrender and wait for death." Everyone understood the dire situation Lin Chuan was in. Even their prayers for him felt inadequate. For in his calm demeanor, they could see the solitude and helplessness of despair. They could only hope that the laws of the livestream would come into effect once more. Those who had previously doubted Lin Chuan now stepped up, placing their bets again. Host, I'll bet with you one more time. You can't possibly escape this time. If you survive the night, I'll give you a reward. This time I'll make sure to bring Old Ma back to life. Who are you referring to? Old Ma asked. You. All right, let's see it through, otherwise you're done for. As messages flashed before him, Lin Chuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Regardless of the outcome, he had gained a loyal fanbase during his time on the island. For someone who had once lived in isolation, relying solely on Dabai, this was already a significant reward. Most importantly, there was Xiao He. An idea suddenly struck Lin Chuan. He turned to the giant lizard and said, "We've known each other for a while now, and we share a bond of life and death. However, I suspect that with your noble demeanor, you could never accept being a mere pet. So as friends, let me give you a name." With that, Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, scratching his head. What would be fitting? It must sound majestic and powerful to match your stature. What Lin Chuan did not know was that the giant lizard already had a name: King of the Golden Lion Lizards. This was a title given long ago in an era silent in the annals of time when people named the giant lizards. Before today, in this expanse of land, the giant lizard had undoubtedly been the supreme ruler. Even at that time, countless creatures, be they monstrous or minuscule, dared only to watch from afar as the titans clashed. None would approach to drive away the invader that had trespassed into the hanging lake. On land, from the Red Rock corner to the western mountains, spanning hundreds of miles, wherever its dominion passed, all beings knelt in submission, trembling in fear, willing to be mere fodder. Yet now, in gratitude for Lin Chuan's assistance in healing its long-standing injury, the giant lizard, having fought with all its might, was sensed by all creatures around it. The former king, now collapsing, was on the verge of demise. In an instant, whether ferocious beasts or lesser creatures, feeling the oppressive weight they had endured for years, now lifted, surged forth. They sought to claim their share as the giant lizard fell from its throne. Though this might sound fantastical, it was the law of nature, survival of the fittest. Regardless of how in this moment, the lurking beasts were like famished hounds. The waning aura of the giant lizard, which once held them at bay, was now a weakening chain on the brink of shattering. As dusk deepened, some beasts could no longer contain themselves, their eyes fierce and growls low as they cautiously approached, emerging from the thickets to the open plain. Under the setting sun, dark silhouettes stood silently on the grass, much like the stillness before a storm. Dusk sank in the west, the sun had dwindled to a single streak of dying light. On the plain ahead, beasts were beginning to stir and emerge. Lin Chuan noticed at once, but only cast a casual glance. He remained seated beside the giant lizard, expression untroubled, monitoring its vital signs, while idly pondering what to name it. He had wanted something sonorous and imposing, yet lacking literary polish. He found himself reduced to the single syllable da. Deju dashi dijuxi dajin desai dejinsi dejinya. None carried the gravitas he sought. He mused aloud with a self-mocking smile. The character da really isn't easy to use. Maybe try Xiao instead. The remark drew a ripple of amused responses. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. No customs about it, I just couldn't think of anything. All right, no big or small. He examined the lizard more closely. The golden spines on its neck are like a lion's mane. Then call it Jinhu. Someone questioned the choice. Lin Chuan explained, Jin sure sounds clumsy. Besides, the gecko is a cousin of lizards. He laughed and added, in any case, Jin, who sounds forceful enough. That's its name. He drew back the hand he had rested over the lizard's chest and half-jokingly traded a few words with the onlookers. The tension he had been feeling eased. The giant lizard made no response but had sunk into a semi-sleep. Lin Chuan had sat beside it all afternoon to monitor and, when necessary, intervene. By now, though still weak, the creature's life signs had steadied. He had done everything an intermediate veterinarian could do. From this point forward, its fate lay beyond his hands. He patted his trousers and rose. A cool wind moved across the plain, and a rustle came from the distant timberline. The grass rolled in waves like a restless sea. Lin Chuan let his gaze sweep over the plain and met one pair of predatory eyes after another. His danger perception told him with chilling accuracy that in their true nature, Lin Chuan wondered whether this was an island at all. How else? Then he remembered this was an otherworld. He exhaled and shrugged. I haven't found a fundamental solution yet, but I refuse to wait idly. We must do something. Given his physical condition and the augmenting array of skills at his disposal, Lin Chuan could have felled one or even several predators barehanded. His combat prowess was the equivalent of more than 3 wusong. But the number of visible beasts totaled in the hundreds. He had to prepare defenses before they reached the ground. Fortunately, he had brought an iron saw that could double as a weapon. He put his lumbering prowess to immediate use, and with the single-mindedness of a man possessed began cutting down the nearby trees. Time would not allow him to build a timber hull large enough to shelter Jean, who so he sawed each trunk into practical lengths, then paired every 3 sections in slanted crosses and lashed them tight, with branches fashioning a series of palisades, simple defensive works from ancient warfare. He hauled the barriers 10 meters forward, drove them into the earth, and linked them together into a curved screen roughly 30 meters long. Wood was scarce, so the palisade reached only to his thighs, but given the circumstances, he was satisfied with the result. Wiping sweat from his brow, he breathed out, "The height is short, but it will at least blunt some of the beast's frontal assaults. Now I only need to develop the defenses around this core." Judging from Jean, whose aura, the attack of the beast army would begin within 3 hours. Remarkably, Lin Chuan had erected the entire palisade in the space of an hour, an expression of the intensity and efficiency he could marshal when pushed to his limits. The speed and resolve of his actions spoke for themselves. When Lin Chuan was busy, Dabai and Xiao He were not idle either. Due to the giant lizard's excessive blood loss, it urgently needed a substantial amount of food to replenish its nutrients. Thus Dabai searched the riverbank for water snakes, while Xiao He ventured into the lake to catch fish. Under Lin Chuan's influence, their fear of the giant lizard had significantly diminished compared to before. Each time they found food, they followed Lin Chuan's teachings. Xiao He would leap into the giant lizard's mouth, tossing the torn food into its throat, while Dabai nudged the lizard's throat with its head to assist in swallowing. However, a spectator had been correct, our relying solely on this fence would not suffice. It was merely a part of the defensive structure Lin Chuan aimed to build. He tirelessly collected large stones from the lakeside, each heavy enough for 3 or 4 ordinary people to move, and placed them in the gaps between the ends of the fence and the shoreline. But with a limited number of stones, he could only manage to stack 2 segments of stone walls roughly the same height as the fence. After testing their sturdiness with a push, they proved to be quite solid. At this moment, there were 2 hours and 30 minutes. From a distance, a series of chilling, continuous cries echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Listening to these eerie sounds, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, those wild beasts, driven mad by the temptation of the giant lizard's flesh, are in a frenzy. What if they crash into the wall? Such simple stone walls and fences would surely crumble under their assault. With this in mind, he glanced at the 4 young lizards. Though they are mere hatchlings, their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary beasts. If they could participate in this battle to defend the giant lizard, perhaps we could dismantle part of the defenses to create a floodgate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan approached the 4 hatchlings who were anxiously crouched beside the giant lizard. Unlike the lizard's imposing demeanor, these little creatures were quite clever and even somewhat adorable. Upon seeing Lin Chuan squat before them, they blinked their big eyes in unison. Recognizing that he had spent the afternoon tending to the giant lizard's wounds, they had developed a strong trust in him. In fact, as soon as Lin Chuan sat down, one little fellow with a scar on its head extended its tongue, mimicking the giant lizard's earlier gesture, and licked the back of his hand. The soft, warm sensation eased Lin Chuan's tension considerably. Observing this, viewers expressed their desire for such an endearing little lizard. However, some were puzzled. Aren't lizards cold-blooded creatures? Why is this little lizard acting more affectionately than my silly dog? Lin Chuan chuckled and explained, there's no such thing as a purely cold-blooded animal. What's termed cold-blooded simply refers to their body temperature not being constant. To be precise, they are just poikilothermic animals, unlike endothermic ones. The intelligence of any animal is largely determined by the size of its brain. Of course, Xiao He is an exception. Moreover, compared to humans, many animals possess a purer and more innocent emotional spectrum. If you show kindness to them, they will reciprocate. With the lizard family, it truly reflects what you say. Their pure emotions are deeply moving, stirring the soul. Indeed. As Lin Chuan nodded at the comments, he reflected on how his encounters on the island, first with Xiao He and then with the giant lizard family, had drastically altered his perception of animals. At this moment, he felt that the fearsome giant lizard resembled humanity more than many actual humans did. The frenzied state of the surrounding animals clamoring for the giant lizard's flesh revealed that in this region, the giant lizard was undoubtedly a dominant force. Yet this identity and status allowed it to willingly risk its life to save him from merely lending a helping hand. In contrast, such occurrences would be unimaginable in the human world. Could you envision a human emperor risking his life to save an ordinary person simply because that person removed a thorn from his foot? This was precisely why Lin Chuan had never contemplated fleeing. He was resolute in staying to coexist with the giant lizard, unwilling to live in a manner even less human than the lizard itself. Watching the 4 little creatures' worried expressions touched Lin Chuan, deeply prompting him to pause in thought. Taking a deep breath, he refocused. Dabai and Xiao He were still busily assisting the giant lizard with its meal. Observing this scene, Lin Chuan felt a rush of emotion, but chose not to speak. He affectionately patted the little ones while contemplating how to convey his intentions to them. Of course, he knew these youngsters were still children. Asking them to risk their lives in battle against feral beasts was a daunting task fraught with peril. Lin Chuan instinctively felt a pang of guilt. Even if they survived today, what if these little ones? How would he explain to the giant lizard if something happened to them? Notably, Lin Chuan had hardly realized that over these past encounters he had begun to regard the giant lizard as one of his own kind. Looking at the clever little creatures, Lin Chuan wrestled with his thoughts for a while. Ultimately, he steeled himself, recognizing that even if they faced death in battle, it was better than waiting idly for death to come. With this resolve, he sprang into action. He turned and created 4 gaps in the defenses on the left, right, and in front, stacking the removed materials on either side of the openings resembling grand gates in a city wall. The 4 young giant lizards would serve as the gatekeepers. The key was whether they could understand Lin Chuan's intentions. However, upon witnessing the formation he had laid out, the viewers quickly grasped his plan. Whoa, Master Lin is going all out. Are you employing military strategy against the beasts? The 4 little ones as generals and you as the commander. Suddenly, I feel the outcome of today's battle is uncertain. Wow, how terrifying. In less than 2 hours, Master Lin crafted if you had been born in ancient times, you would surely be Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu. Lin Chuan chuckled, bemused by the comments. That sounds a bit odd. Soon after, he sighed. Even if the 4 little ones can grasp my intentions relying solely on this fortification, it likely won't hold for long. If only there were a way to thin out the beast horde. While mulling this over, Lin Chuan suddenly noticed something swimming down the river toward the suspended lake above. Upon realizing what it was, his eyes lit up. I've got it. At the foot of the volcano lies a suspended lake. This lake differs greatly from the conventional understanding of what a lake is. It is not a completely isolated body of water, but is interconnected with numerous waterways and rivers. Some flow in from the western mountains while others spill out toward the northern volcano, disappearing into the unseen depths of the forest. Notably, a grand river stretches from the western mountains, and where it connects to the suspended lake, a magnificent waterfall cascades down. Indeed, the terrain surrounding the suspended lake is far from flat. The ground varies in elevation. In some areas it rises high, while in others it dips low. For instance, the height above the waterfall where the river flows in is at least several dozen meters higher than the position of Lin Chuan. Thus, the suspended lake resembles a slanted basin or perhaps an abstract art piece with uneven edges. When Lin Chuan first beheld the shape of the suspended lake, he was filled with curiosity about how such a terrain could exist. At this moment, above the waterfall, a massive shadow was surging downward. In the blink of an eye, propelled by the swift current, it soared off the edge of the waterfall. Lin Chuan clearly saw that it was a whale, entirely gray-black in color. Moreover, it showed no signs of struggle in midair, indicating that it was a dead whale. Suddenly, it crashed into the suspended lake, creating a tremendous splash. Given that it was a dead whale, once the waves subsided, it quickly floated back to the surface. At the sight of this enormous creature, especially knowing it was already lifeless, Lin Chuan's gaze turned fervent. Truly, what you think may come to pass. Indeed, when one reaches the peak of hardship, fortune will inevitably follow. To encounter a heaven-sent dead whale is nothing short of a miracle. This not only allows us to reduce the number of wild beasts, but also buys us more time. While Lin Chuan felt a flicker of curiosity about why a dead whale had been swept down from the mountains, he had no time to ponder this question now. Instead, his mind raced, contemplating how to retrieve the dead whale. However, the audience was puzzled by his words. Master Lin, may I ask what use is a dead whale? That could make you so happy. It is precisely because it is dead that it merits joy. If it were alive, considering our current conditions, capturing a living whale would be utterly impossible. So what exactly is so delightful about a dead whale? As Lin Chuan observed the massive creature drifting towards him with the current, he smiled slightly. What is inside a whale's belly? Upon hearing this, many audience members suddenly understood. Is it whale oil? Exactly, it's whale oil. As he watched the creature swelling as it approached, Lin Chuan explained to the audience's inquiries. Whale oil is the most efficient burning animal fat. It is not only highly flammable, but also burns for an extraordinarily long time. In ancient times, the milky white whale oil was known as mermaid fat. If we take a standard candle of 2 centimeters in diameter, a ton of whale oil could burn for 14 years. That's far superior to kerosene. Before the discovery of petroleum, whale oil was one of the most crucial energy sources of the time. The vast majority of Western households relied on whale oil lamps for illumination. This means that aside from the sun and moon, nearly all the world's lighting depended almost entirely on whale oil. With this in mind, you should understand the value of whale oil for me right now, right? Master Lin, are you planning to create a firewall outside the fence? Correct. This audience member is quite astute. With a firewall, we would be fully prepared to confront the beast horde. In fact, I had considered making a firewall before, but I couldn't find enough dry kindling, and without an accelerant, a firewall would only be effective if ignited just as the animals charged in. But who would have thought that a whale would come plummeting down from the heavens? And a dead one at that. The key is that it is currently drifting towards us. However, why is such a massive whale floating in the water and not sinking? And why haven't the lake's creatures approached it for a meal? Take a closer look. Doesn't that whale seem to be swollen? It looks almost inflated. It does seem so. Like a balloon. Firstly, this whale must have been beached for some time after it died. As for how it ended up in the river, that remains a mystery. However, you must have heard of whales exploding after being beached, right? The reason is quite simple. Due to their enormous size and the vast amounts of food they consume before death, once deceased bacteria and fungi proliferate, rapidly decomposing the food and generating large quantities of flammable gases like methane. Moreover, as deep-sea creatures, whales possess high internal pressure, but once beached, the external pressure drops, leading to an expansion and eventual explosion. This is also why all in all, today we are fortunate. For reasons unknown, the whale fell into the river before exploding, and it just so happened to be swept towards us. 666. One could say so. After an entire afternoon of tension, Lin Chuan's nerves were finally alleviated by the wonder of this moment. Yet the whale was exceedingly large, and the current speed was limited. Thus, though the distance between the waterfall and Lin Chuan was not far, the whale drifted slowly. Lin Chuan could only watch as it inched closer, his eyes filled with urgency, as he stood on the shore, anxious and restless. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the massive creature resembling a submarine obscured Lin Chuan's view and came to a stop near him. Bizarrely, fate had dealt its hand, and Lin Chuan could hardly have anticipated that a dead whale would come to rest so close. However, upon seeing the colossal being nearby, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Thanks to his danger perception skill, he sensed that the creature was about to explode. Thus, he had to act immediately to release the gas. Thinking swiftly, Lin Chuan tore a piece of wood from the fence, quickly sharpened one end, and after motioning for Xiao He and Dabai to step back, he hoisted it above his shoulders. With the pointed end aimed forward like a super strongman, he hurled it towards the massive body of the dead whale. In a dry and perilous world, one must be cautious with fire. This sperm whale was relatively small, only 7 or 8 meters in length, likely a juvenile. Yet its body had swollen to at least 1/3 larger than normal, a stark testament to the vast quantity of flammable gases fermenting within its abdomen. That was precisely why Lin Chuan had hurled a sharpened wooden stake, not drawn his knife to slit it open directly. The moment the pointed timber left his hand, Lin Chuan launched himself forward, matching its velocity stride for stride as he sprinted toward the beast. The stake's tip tore through the air, aimed unerringly at the whale's distended belly. Then, thump. Owing both to the timber's substantial mass and Lin Chuan's full force throw, the instant it struck, its sharpened tip plunged deep into the blubbery flesh of the whale's underbelly. Lin Chuan reached the creature in the same breath. Seizing the stake's blunt end, he wrenched it backward with all his strength, then instantly discarded it, driving his feet into the earth and leaping backward with explosive urgency. At that very instant, the moment the stake withdrew, a circular aperture gaped open in the whale's abdomen. With a resonant boom, a violent jet of gas erupted forth, a billowing, opalescent plume visible even to the naked eye. Spectators gasped in unison. Good Lord, it's like puncturing a natural gas pipeline. No wonder Master Lin warned us earlier, dry winds, parched earth. Beware fire. One spark now would trigger an explosion rivaling a pressurized propane tank. But the spectacle was not yet over. Moments later, a crimson mist burst forth, carrying with it viscera, entrails, and other foul, putrid matter from the whale's ruptured gut. At the sight, dozens of viewers mid-dinner retched violently. Bloody hell, utterly revolting. Thank heavens Master Lin deliberately vented it first. Had it detonated instead? I dare not imagine. Yet all this unfolded in the span of a single heartbeat. A fraction of a second's hesitation in Lin Chuan's retreat, and he would have been drenched in that stinking miasma and gore. Even so, evasion offered scant relief. Within moments, the air thickened with a rancid, acrid stench, so pungent that Lin Chuan nearly vomited on the spot. It recalled the searing, eye-watering reek of a long-neglected outhouse, untended for years. Only after 10 minutes, long after the viscera had spilled across the ground in a grotesque steaming heap, did the whale finally collapse, deflated like a spent balloon. A weary sigh escaped Lin Chuan's lips. The surrounding air remained unbearable, thick with decay. Xiao He and the juvenile giant lizards, their olfactory senses underdeveloped, seemed unaffected. Even Dabai, sniffing the fumes, appeared oddly intrigued, as if savoring a rare delicacy. Lin Chuan alone could endure no more. He retrieved 2 squares of toilet paper and stuffed them deep into his nostrils, breathing solely through his mouth. Still the stench permeated, inescapable, suffocating. One could scarcely fathom the abyssal fader festering within the whale's own carcass. And yet, he had no choice but to proceed. Gritting his teeth against waves of nausea, Lin Chuan approached the colossal form. Revulsion notwithstanding, he felt a quiet, profound gratitude. This was no ordinary cetacean. It was a sperm whale, the largest of all toothed whales, crowned by that unmistakable cavernous melon, the most prominent cranial bulge among all whales. In the age when whale oil-fueled empires, the species had been the paramount source. With most whales, usable oil was scarce without laborious rendering, prolonged boiling of blubber organs, or marrow. Lin Chuan possessed neither the tools nor the time for such a process. But the sperm whale was different. Not only did it yield abundant oil upon rendering, but within its massive cranial cavity, the very melon itself, resided copious quantities of liquid spermaceti, pure combustible oil ready for immediate use. Moreover, the whale lay tilted sideways against the shore, offering Lin Chuan direct access to its head. Without pause, he drove his dagger diagonally beneath the whale's hide, seized the hilt, and vaulted upward in a fluid motion, landing squarely atop its slick, glistening cranium. Then with decisive force he plunged the blade beside the blowhole and dragged it downward, carving a crude incision. The whale's hide was formidable, the dagger's length permitted only a shallow cut. So Lin Chuan switched swiftly to his saw, laboring to widen the aperture. Sawing through whale flesh proved far more arduous than felling timber. Its density and resistance sapped his strength. Only after prolonged effort did he succeed in enlarging the blowhole into a rough, waist-wide opening. Yet the stench emanating from the exposed cranial cavity surpassed even the earlier miasma, overpowering, nauseating, almost sentient in its hostility. Peering down through the crimson, viscous gloom of the skull, Lin Chuan's gaze fell upon a pool of milky white oil pooled at the cavity's base. His heart leapt. This volume should suffice. But his elation was short-lived. First he cautiously lowered his head into the cavity, and recoiled instantly, his features contorting in visceral horror. The heat, the thickness, the all-encompassing rot pressed inward from every direction, like an invisible hand shoving him back out. It was a stench so virulent, so profoundly nauseating that even toilet paper offered no sanctuary, no barrier against a miasma capable of choking life itself. Had this not been a crisis threatening the very survival of the giant lizard family, Lin Chuan swore he would sooner die than enter that abyss. Second, the sheer volume of oil presented its own dilemma. Extracting it would demand countless trips, back and forth again and again. He wasted no time. Leaping down from the whale's head, he hurried back, selected a sturdy log, and sawed it hastily into planks. Using rudimentary mortisian joinery, he assembled 2 crude square buckets. They were rough-hewn, imperfectly fitted, useless for water certainly, but spermaceti's viscosity would prevent significant leakage through the gaps. Yet he did not rush back to fill them. Instead, he retrieved his stone pickaxe, scaled the fence, and moved to a spot 5 meters from its edge. There near the lakeshore, the soil was too shallow for a pit, but he carved a semicircular trench 30 centimeters wide and 20 deep, stretching from one bank to the other. Then he gathered every dry grass and twig he could find, lining the trench evenly, fashioning a fire trench. Returning once more to the fence, he replaced his soiled nasal plugs with fresh ones, hoisted the buckets, and sprinted back toward the whale. He climbed once more onto its broad, glistening head, leaned over the widened aperture, and stared down into the crimson, churning depths of the cranial cavity. A slow, heavy breath escaped him. Inside, his resolve wavered, revolted. For the whale had clearly lain dead for days, its bloated form a testament to advanced decomposition. Its interior was already liquefying, rotting, reeking of putrefaction. Even spectators watching the live feed felt their stomachs churn violently. Suddenly, Bear Grylls crawling into a dead cow's belly for warmth seems almost genteel compared to what Lin is about to do. Lin Chuan exhaled sharply. No choice. We must go in. Around him, the nocturnal chorus of predators swelled, closer, hungrier, more insistent. He steeled himself. Clutching the 2 buckets, he bent forward and slid headfirst into the abyss. A guttural, involuntary cry tore from his throat. Ugh! Lin Chuan swore. Everything he had experienced in the past half hour was undoubtedly the greatest nightmare of his life. From the moment he emerged with the first bucket of whale oil, he was already engulfed in a haze of nausea. After countless trips back and forth, he had nearly emptied his stomach of every possible substance. Returning with the last bucket of whale oil, he poured it onto the hay in the trench, completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, unable to suppress the dry heaving that racked his body. A cool breeze swept by, and Lin Chuan felt tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, one thought consumed his mind: I'm in such a dire situation. As he continued to retch, Lin Chuan shook his head in despair. At last he truly understood the terrifying aspects of survival on a deserted island. Whether it was battling sharks or facing other life-and-death crises, nothing compared to spending half an hour inside the carcass of a dead whale. He even thought that dying might have been a better fate than enduring such torment. But at least he had persevered. The viewers in the live stream who had witnessed everything Lin Chuan went through couldn't help but be moved. Master Lin, you are truly remarkable. Just watching the footage made me feel nauseous, yet you managed to endure it. Your willpower is incredible, exclaimed one viewer. If it were me, I would rather end it all than suffer that kind of torment, said another. However, upon seeing Lin Chuan's state, the little black creature immediately flitted over, delivering the wild fruits it had gathered into Lin Chuan's hands. The big white creature also rushed over, nuzzling against Lin Chuan, offering comfort. Regardless, the warmth from these two little beings eased Lin Chuan's emotions considerably. Sitting back on the ground, he sighed heavily. All right, no matter what, at least now we have this fire trench, which significantly increases our chances of survival. He then patted the big white creature and the little black one, adding, but since the trench is quite long, it will burn slowly if I ignite it alone. So I will need your help when the time comes. However, that can wait. For now, I need to make sure those four little ones understand my intentions. With that, Lin Chuan stood up and made his way past the defensive fortifications to the side of the four little creatures still beside the giant lizard. At this moment, there was only 1 hour left before the beasts began their assault. In reality, all animals exuded the weakest aura at night, and the giant lizard was no exception, especially given its current frailty. In 1 more hour, its aura of dominance would reach its lowest point. Thus, the beast horde would undoubtedly surge forward. Even now, more and more wild animals were yielding to the temptation of the giant lizard's flesh, gradually edging closer to Lin Chuan's location. A pack of 7 or 8 wolves lay in wait behind a thicket, their eyes gleaming with a vicious hunger bearing their fangs. They were merely 70 or 80 meters away from Lin Chuan. Therefore, Lin Chuan had to quickly convey his intentions to the 4 little cubs. In fact, involving them in battle wouldn't be difficult at all. The way they eagerly gazed at the approaching beasts revealed their readiness to protect the giant lizard when the time came. However, such actions would inevitably place them in a perilous situation. The real challenge was to teach them restraint, to hold their ground at the gate of the defenses so they could effectively thwart the enemy's advance. This was the fundamental difference between human warfare and animal fights. Humans understand defensive strategy, expanding their advantages, while animals only know to confront heat-in. To this end, Lin Chuan attempted various methods, demonstrating with the big white creature both inside and outside the gate. However, after half an hour, the 4 little ones still looked utterly perplexed, as if they had no comprehension of Lin Chuan's convoluted efforts. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but comment, "Old Lin, although your demonstration was quite thorough, maybe you should think of another approach. Explaining tactics to animals and expecting them to understand restraint seems a bit too challenging." Lin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. But in reality, these 4 little cubs were sighing as he looked at the 4 little beings. But just as he spoke, the little black creature that had been perched, chirp, 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 it called out a few times, and they looked just like students being addressed by an instructor, and the little black one was that instructor. Addressing the 4 cubs, the little black creature chirped incessantly, flapping its wings, as if explaining something. Then it flew to each of the 4 gates of the defenses in succession. Each time it returned, it would gently tap one of the little giant lizard's heads, causing the creature to blink, as if it understood. Following this, the 4 little cubs glanced at the giant lizard, and then dashed toward the 4 gates of the defenses. In the process, they each licked Lin Chuan's hand before taking their positions behind the gates, alert and poised for the impending confrontation. Witnessing this, not only Lin Chuan, but also the entire audience in the live stream was left in utter astonishment. Did these 4 little creatures understand? One exclaimed, "Wow, is it true that animals can communicate with one another?" So all this time, the little black one grasped Lin Chuan's intentions and conveyed them to the 4 cubs. "Now they get it," another viewer remarked. "I can't believe it. The little black one is simply astonishing. Just now it looked so serious, like a real instructor clearly teaching the 4 cubs." Someone else added, "Today has truly broadened my horizons. The animal world seems far more complex than we ever imagined." After successfully conveying the message to the 4 cubs, the little black creature returned to Lin Chuan's shoulder, resuming its obedient demeanor. Lin Chuan was filled with admiration, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Little Black, you are absolutely incredible. This is simply fantastical." As time passed, the roars of the beast horde grew increasingly terrifying, echoing throughout the area. The little cat by the stream next to the wooden cabin trembled in fear, huddled motionless in its cage. It continuously wondered, what on earth is happening? Where is the one who put me in here? Hurry and let me out, or I don't want to die. Could it be that creature has already been eaten? Meow. In the realm of healing, Lin Chuan had exerted every effort for the giant lizard, accomplishing all that lay within his capabilities. Now it was time for the giant lizard to rely on its own strength. At this moment, the creature had succumbed to a deep slumber, yet its body occasionally twitched, as if a fierce battle was raging within, pitting its will against the pain, a struggle that would determine both its fate and Lin Chuan's. For should the giant lizard emerge victorious tomorrow, it would awaken to instill terror in all creatures around, sending them fleeing in panic. However, in this battle, Lin Chuan could offer no assistance. His sole task was to guard its battlefield, protecting the giant lizard's body from destruction. He needed to endure through the night. As night fully descended, a waning moon hung high in the sky. Below, the enclosure formed around the giant lizard with stone walls at either end resembled a solitary fortress. Within this space, Lin Chuan, along with Dabai, Xiao and the four little ones, were poised ready for the impending clash. Seated before the giant lizard, Lin Chuan held a torch fueled by whale oil. A gust of wind swept by, flickering the flames, casting shadows that danced upon the ground. The four little ones stood guard, each at a gate, adopting a stance that signaled readiness for combat. Xiao and Dabai positioned themselves at either end of the stone wall, each gripping a vine. The other end of the vine extended to the edge of a fire pit, connecting with a burning torch. Should they release their grip, the torch would plunge into the whale oil, igniting the pit from both sides. Viewers before the screen held their breath, transfixed by the slightest movement in the scene, as if they too were participants in this war. On the other side of the battlefield, as the giant lizard sank into a complete slumber, having endured until the very end, the chains that bound the beast shattered completely. In that moment, wild creatures emerged from their concealment, crouching low in the grass, baring their fangs, poised for action. Hundreds of beasts, like an army on the plains, amassed, darkly preparing for their assault. Although they might hunt one another at times, they now shared a singular goal: the flesh and blood of the giant lizard. Yet the oppressive aura of the giant lizard had hung over them for too long. Even if it were dead, they would remain wary. Thus, in this moment, an unspoken understanding passed among them: set aside their grudges and unite to vanquish the giant lizard. Among this beast army, Lin Chuan observed various packs of wolves alongside tigers, leopards, hyenas, foxes, wild boars, and even smaller bears, as well as robust gorillas. Behind these formidable creatures trailed a horde of lesser beings, including swarms of scorpion, snakes, and ants, all vying for a piece of the giant lizard's bounty. It was evident that the fall of the giant lizard had stirred every species in the vicinity. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over these creatures, his grip tightening around the torch. He was not one to hold grudges, especially against animals. He had never retaliated against the neighbor's dog that had bitten him in childhood. But today, every detail of the beasts before him was etched into his memory. He vowed that if he survived the night and succeeded in driving them away, he would exact his revenge for today's encirclement. Though he possessed the skill of intermediate veterinary medicine, enabling him to recall the appearance of all large animals, he struggled with the smaller creatures like scorpions and ants. However, he resolved that should he encounter any insects or venomous creatures in the future, he would eliminate them without mercy. As twilight waned, Lin Chuan had nearly exhausted all local resources to fashion weapons, even stitching together layers of bark to create armor for the four young lizards, safeguarding all vital areas. The young ones seemed to take a liking to their new armor, occasionally licking it as they lay vigilant at the gate. At this moment, it felt as if two armies faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. The beast army appeared to be in a state of anticipation, voicing various calls, but refraining from being the first to charge. They awaited the bold one among them to break the silence, underscoring the extent of the giant lizard's intimidation. Lin Chuan could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the giant lizard, faint yet palpable, but the beasts remained exceedingly cautious. The prolonged tension morphed into psychological torment, with viewers on the other side of the screen acutely aware of their own breaths and heartbeats. Every time they sent a message, it took them a considerable time to type out a string of words. Come on, will these guys attack or not? This is really nerve-wracking. Hope they just stay put tonight and don't come. Lin Chuan shared this wish, yet with his danger perception skill, he could sense the rising desire for attack among the beasts, akin to a flood on the verge of bursting. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. Then from the depths of the darkness, heavy footsteps emerged from the beast horde. It was a 2-meter-tall gorilla, its muscular frame reminiscent of a formidable fighter. It stepped to the forefront of the gathered beasts, its powerful forelimbs planted on the ground, glaring fiercely in Lin Chuan's direction. Then it stood upright, baring its fangs and opening its maw wide. In the next instant, the gorilla seized a quivering wolf from behind, tearing it in half, with a swift motion, blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, it leaned forward, unleashing a thunderous roar that scattered the birds in the nearby trees. This roar served as a battle cry. The beasts followed suit, responding with their own deafening howls. Moments later, the wolf pack surged forth, dashing past the gorilla, triggering a cascade of movement throughout the entire beast horde, like a tidal wave crashing onto the plains, a sea of darkness rushing towards Lin Chuan's fortress. As Lin Chuan witnessed this scene, his heart raced with trepidation. He tensed, gripping the torch in one hand and a makeshift spear in the other, ready to launch it at the leading pack of wolves. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. It's now or never. A stampede of beasts surged forward with the force of a mountain collapsing and a sea surging. The earth trembled, trees shuddered. A 2-meter-tall silverback gorilla, possessing no negligible intelligence, sat enthroned at the center of the formation, its visage twisted in ferocity, its gaze sharp and savage. It stood locked in confrontation, with Lin Chuan commanding the hunter-beast host to charge. At the vanguard surged the wolf pack, nature's shock troops. Hooves thundered against the earth as they hurtled forward with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to within 60 meters of Lin Chuan. At that very instant, already poised and ready, Lin Chuan hurled 10 wooden spears skyward with a single explosive motion. The moment they left his hand, the spears fanned out in swift dispersion, arcing downward toward the wolves. They converged upon the pack's massive alpha, the largest and foremost beast, whose full-speed sprint compounded the relative velocity between predator and projectile. Each spear was slender, nearly needle-thin. The night was thick with gloom. By the time the alpha registered the threat, the volley had already descended upon him. Too close, too fast, too precise for evasion. He collided headlong with the storm of wood. A guttural howl tore from his throat, raw, agonized. Yet the spears were too light, too fragile. Only one pierced his eyelid outright. The rest glanced harmlessly off fur and muscle. But that single wound, blinding, searing, sent him crashing to the ground, skidding forward in stunned disarray. By then, the wolf pack had narrowed the gap to less than 40 meters. The sight of their fallen leader triggered instant panic among the 7 or 8 wolves directly behind him. Instinctively, they braked, paws-digging muscles coiling, halting their momentum in fractured hesitation. Then, without warning, a black spiral flashed across the darkness. In the span of a breath, it slit the throats of 3 wolves with surgical precision. Blood misted the air. All 3 dropped lifeless in unison. That spiraling shadow was Lin Chuan's returning boomerang, hurled lethal and flawlessly recalled. Having claimed its triple toll, it curved back along a graceful arc, returning to its master's waiting hand. Even as it flew, Lin Chuan seized a boulder, both hands gripping its weight, and flung it downward with brutal force toward the fallen alpha. The beast was just beginning to rise, dazed and trembling, when he lifted his head and saw the stone descending like a meteor. It struck the wooden spear still embedded in his eye, driving the shaft entirely through skull and brain. A sickening crunch, then a violent wet pop. His cranial cavity ruptured. His head flattened instantly, yet his body remained upright for a heartbeat, suspended in grotesque defiance, before launching backward, slamming into the wolf behind him. And even as that corpse tumbled, Lin Chuan launched his boomerang once more. The remaining 4 wolves, still bunched tightly in their charge, had no time to comprehend what had befallen their kin. One after another they fell, slain before they could blink. Thus perished the vanguard, the entire wolf pack, annihilated in under 15 seconds. Yet Lin Chuan felt no triumph. These wolves were but the tip of the iceberg, the first ripple before the tsunami. Their deaths meant nothing. Behind them, the true host advanced, a living tide of fur and fawn black, and endless, rolling forward like a storm front. Its leading edge had already swept past the corpses of the slain wolves, now drawing within 30 meters of the barricade. Then, Lin Chuan roared, "Dabai! Xiaohe! Release!" As the command tore from his throat, he hurled his torch toward the fire trench. Simultaneously, Dabai and Xiaohe loosed their grips. 2 more torches plummeted into the trench's oil-soaked bed. Whale oil ignites at barely 200 degrees, volatile, voracious, instantaneous. At the 3 ignition points, left, center, right, the flames erupted in blinding fury. Fire raced along the trench, converging in a single searing confluence, then leapt roaring upward into a wall of flame that clawed at the heavens. Animals recoil from fire by primal instinct. The heat struck them like a physical blow. They braked hard, forelegs locking, nostrils flaring, but too late. Only meters separated them from the inferno. Momentum overrode instinct. They charged straight into the blaze. In their desperate backward kicks, they scattered oil-drenched dry grass from the trench onto their own hides. Most ignited instantly, for crisping flesh blistering. A pungent, acrid stench of burning hair and charred hide bloomed in the air. Those who burst through the wall bore fire upon their backs, howling deranged, rolling frantically on the ground, shrieking in mindless terror. And in that chaos, while panic held the beasts in thrall, the 4 young guardians guarding the gates sprang forth. They employed the same hunting technique perfected against wild goats. First, hands like paws pinned down each beast's skull, firm, unyielding. Then razor-sharp fangs sank deep into throats, tearing, wrenching, spilling crimson in hot, pulsing arcs. Soon their fur was slick with blood. Lin Chuan did not pause. From behind the barricade, he hurled stones, precious painstakingly gathered pebbles, into the heads of writhing, flaming beasts. He supplemented each throw with the whistling return of his boomerang. Each strike deliberate, each kill certain. Within the firewall, agony rose in waves, howls, shrieks, snarls, and dying gasps overlapping in relentless, dissonant chorus. Then came the charge. Lin Chuan vaulted over the barrier, left hand gripping a stone-tipped spear, right hand clutching a stone adze. 2 wild boars lunged at him, blindingly fast, closing the final 2 meters in a heartbeat. At the last possible instant, he pivoted backward, fluid, economical, then struck. The adze buried itself in the first boar's skull, cleaving bone like rotten wood. The spear plunged through the second's neck, through cartilage, tendon, and windpipe, in one clean, fatal thrust.